Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The gang is all back together in Houston this morning, and off we go as we get ready for the playoffs. Holy crap. I've seen some hype videos. Did you see some of the hype videos yesterday?
Yeah, Rockets hype videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good to be back in the playoffs. It's good to be and it's Golden State. You know what? You're going to have to go through Golden. You've had to go through Golden State for the last decade. Might as well keep going. This is 5 of 7 years. The last 7 years they've been in the playoffs that they're facing Golden State. Haven't won yet. Time to get this job done. Time to dominate. There's a lot of sound that we'll have today from the Rockets. I think they did get. I saw Tari Eason shooting. He was the last guy out there shooting.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to leave. He just wanted to keep on shooting and shooting and shooting. Alpy met the media. We'll hear from him. We'll hear from Ime. It's fun again. Sunday night, 8:30 is when the tip off is here at Toyota Center. All the game's going to be late, but that's no big deal. Let's go. And then Wednesday night, you got the night before the draft, right? You got a late game, and then you got to get up and do but the draft doesn't start till 6.
My time?
Yeah.
Is that what time?
No. Your time will be 4.
Draft starts at 6 when? Thursday?
6 o'clock Thursday. It always is. It's a night event.
Well, it's later than that. It starts at 7. I thought.
I always thought it started at 6. Maybe you're right. 7.
Yeah.
Well, then 5 o'clock. Whatever.
Yeah.
But the Rockets game will be at 7 your time out there. So
yeah, I won't be able to even watch.
Why?
I'll literally be broadcasting every pick. I'm on air.
No, Wednesday they're on.
Oh yeah. Wednesday. Oh yeah, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday I can watch.
No, they're not playing Thursday. They're playing Wednesday. So, so you got, you'll be able to watch both of those games. You don't have anything Wednesday night, do you?
No. No. Just get ready for the draft. No. I do Colin Coward, but that's after our show, after our radio show, either Tuesday or Wednesday. So no, I don't think I have anything.
You excited to have the draft here? Almost here?
Yeah, I'm excited to be done. Yeah, this is a hard week. I do 5 days of radio starting at 5, but then right after that I have TV. It's just a lot of stuff. Like I have to do stuff all day long, and then Friday and then Thursday night's fine. They took my second and third round mock away from me, which kept me up until 3:30 in the morning Central Time
that's nice.
Every day after the draft. And they said I didn't have to do it this year after begging for the last 4 years. So that's good. That's huge, the day after the draft. But my craziest day is Saturday, where I have to do every pick from pick like 105 to pick 257. I have to know all those players and talk about all those players because no one else does. So I have to I can take one break to use the bathroom once, and that's about it. Because the NFL Network, when it gets to like 6 and 7, they won't do every pick. They'll come through in the stream, but they're not talking about it. So people come to the stream if they want to see every pick, and so I've got to, I got to do that. So that's a long one. That's a long day. That's how it is. Just doing 4 hours of radio is long. Imagine no commercial breaks for 7 straight hours.
Yeah.
So that's
every pick.
I mean, I guess we have some commercial breaks, not because we have some sponsored things we have to do. Yeah, every pick. Then after that, I'm not officially done. I have some articles to write. I got out of. They wanted me to do a Sunday recap show. I'm like, guys, I can't. I'm here doing TV every day, and then I got kids. I got to get back. My wife's going to be in London.
Yeah.
At the marathon. So they were like,
okay. Then you're not that good an employee. I saw somebody put out a video of Vernon Broughton.
Yeah.
And
he's pretty interesting.
Yeah. We watching Texas games. He was disruptive.
Very disruptive. He's got a real weird body.
For those of you who don't know, he's a defensive tackle from Texas.
So he's got 45. A real skinny. He's got skinny. He's from here.
Yeah.
He's got I think my brother coached. Well, I didn't coach him. I think he was on the team when my brother was there. He's got skinny calves for a defensive tackle. And then he's got this real round middle section. And he's like, you're looking at it bad body. He's not going to be able to play. And then all of a sudden he's playing his ass off.
Yeah.
You realize, man, he may not look the part, but this guy's in the back. Disruptive is exactly
when is he?
Fourth.
Really that late?
I thought he was going to be 5th, 6th based on body type. But no, he's like 4th. That's pretty good. This is a really deep defensive tackle draft too.
6'5", 311.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't realize he's 6'5", but he is. The Longhorns have Alfred Collins, who's going to get. I thought he'd fall to the third, but he's not going to. So he'll go in like the second probably. Vernon Broughton's probably somewhere around the fourth round. You have Baron Sorrell, third or fourth round. This is just off this year's team.
Yeah.
Anthony Hill, is it the outside? Remember the outside rusher? He'll be a first rounder when he comes out. I mean, he's not ready yet. But Texas,
Jody,
Jody Barron will be a first rounder. I talked to a coach yesterday who said he's Brian Branch all over again. That's a pretty high compliment.
Yeah.
It's a pretty high compliment. And that's just off the defensive front. Then you look at the offensive line, and their center, Jake Major, should get drafted. Cam Williams from right tackle will get drafted. The left tackle, Kelvin Banks will get drafted. Hayden Connor, their guards, got a chance to get drafted. Like
Texas is back.
two straight playoffs,
2 straight playoff trips, and the reason is because they got their trenches right. Like they hadn't had a player drafted in the top 3 rounds. Like they had something like 2 players drafted in the top 3 rounds over a 10-year period, only 2, something like that. It was terrible, and there had been as many in Central Michigan and Northern Iowa drafted in those spots as University of Texas. Like you can't beat Texas and not have more players drafted on offensive line. But Sark's gotten it right. Like Sark and maybe to a lesser extent, who was it? It was Herman right before him, right? Yeah. Herman, I think, brought some of those guys. Like Tom Herman brought in Byron Murphy, who was a first rounder, and Tavondre Sweat. So, but if you want to look at Texas, oh, by the way, 2 first and a second rounder. So they're cranking up 5 defensive linemen. I don't think there's another guy off the Texas defense last year, but that's 5 defensive linemen drafted over 2 years. So, I mean, that's how you do it.
Texas
like you build your trenches and you got a chance to succeed.
Yep. News and notes.
So where did you see a Vernon Broughton?
I don't know. I'm
video?
just on my timeline. It came up. And
That's
Vernon
interesting.
I was like, I remember watching during the games during the year, and Vernon, number 45 was out there making plays. I was like, Vernon, 45 can play.
45 can play. You know, I tried to get Donovan Jackson, not just on the air, in studio. I sent a message to his head coach or to the Episcopal head coach who didn't respond. But he's here working out.
Should have told me. I got to ask Lease. Coach Lease.
I texted him.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, he's not the head coach anymore. You know that, right?
Well, he knows. I didn't realize that, but he knows Donovan.
Yeah.
That's why Donovan's the connection, because Ari Alexander was doing a bit. I was like, hey, what's Donovan Jackson doing in town? There's Ari Alexander. Then Ari's out at some spot with Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue's in town doing a camp too. I'm like, I just need to have Ari Alexander book our show.
That's all. Yeah, maybe
Channel 2. Something. That guy's like all over the place.
The Astros off yesterday, a much deserved,
kind of like a win.
They have alternated wins and losses in 13 straight games. Per Elias, this ties is the longest of such a streak in franchise history. Also reached from August 19th to September 5th, 2000. It's also the longest streak in the majors since the Braves had a 14-game run in 2021.
14 games.
I told you that we're getting historic now.
Win-lose.
We're getting historic now.
Well, we're back to
we don't have
2000. What year? 21.
21.
We're not that.
We're getting historic. It's historic in Astros history.
We got to get to the.
Thank you.
If we can get to the 1900s, that's historic.
So yesterday I read Emmanuel Sharp said, I'm poking around the NBA to see, my value and whatnot.
Don't poke.
And then the next, and just like hours later, Emmanuel Sharp is staying at the University of Houston. The university has announced. That was just a little, hey, how much is there? What?
Little leverage play.
Yeah. And then JoJo's staying as well. It was announced.
Yeah,
yesterday.
That's good. Those are the big announcements.
Yeah. JoJo, I think, might have an NBA future. I don't think Sharp does, but JoJo might have an NBA future. And then, of course, the guys that he's bringing in, he has had 2 in his career. I think that the number was. He's had 2 5-stars, and this year he's bringing in 3.
Who was the other one? I mean, Jarris Walker was one. Who was the other one?
I think
you mean at
career.
Houston?
I'm not sure if it's at Houston. I forget
his career. That would include Oklahoma and Indiana. Wow.
I have to
because I don't know of any other 5-star at Houston.
No, I don't either. If career
would be interesting too.
Yeah. And then the University of Houston also picked up Tanner Koziol, a tight end from Wisconsin, who was he was played at Ball State, and he had 94 catches for 800. He was a first team Group of 5 All-American, which is nice. So congratulations
on
there.
the football side, yeah.
Did you see Baylor's basketball team?
What do you mean? Did I see it?
Have you seen what's happened with Baylor's basketball team?
What's happened with it?
Zero returning players. Zero. Every single guy has left the program.
So either recruiting
either
graduated or
portal or already signed.
What's going on there?
Yeah. I don't know.
Sometimes you wonder, is it just where Baylor said we're not paying, or it's got to be something more than that for everyone to leave? They're going to be pissed at Scott Drew.
I don't know. I thought Scott Drew was beloved by his. I don't know.
Doesn't sound beloved.
Fact of the matter is, the entire basketball team is gone. Entire basketball team. So, and then for some reason, this was put out yesterday. Oh, Sofia Vergara is 50 years old. That's why, probably.
How old is that?
That picture's new. Apparently. Yeah. Wow. Yikes. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In this show, we will hear from Ime, Alpi, and the rest, and the gang here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I did, and Chris, I don't want to ruin our show, but we didn't get to it yesterday. Shams was on ESPN and said, oh, yeah, the Rockets and KD have mutual interest.
Yeah.
Mutual interest.
I don't know how to feel about that. I guess it's just.
I like it. We'll see how, this team gets bogged down and not able to score at points, and they need somebody. They need some instant offense.
Yeah, you're just getting older and more injured, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I like the name. I don't think the game's necessarily the same anymore. It's impossible when you're this old. Like, players can't play at the level KD played at, but he's still at a good level. Like, he's still a good player. He scores. Defensive intensity is not it.
No,
he does not have that. That is a big minus that they will have on the court when
I think he's an off the bench instant offense guy, though. That's what.
Oh, you think he comes off the bench?
I do.
I don't see that at all.
I do.
For $50 million?
Yeah, I do. A
$50
and
million
he's going to be a
man.
limited. He's going to be a limited time player because of the. Well, he's coming off an Achilles.
You're going to hear. He's played all year.
He just got hurt at the end of the season.
Yeah, but he's not going to be. But that's not going to be a. He didn't tear it.
It was his ankle. That's what knocked him out for the rest of the year.
Yeah, well, I mean, so bad that he couldn't even. Put
they're also trying to. Hey, KD, why don't you just not play? Well, actually, no, because it's the Rockets' pick.
And then Mike Budenholzer gets fired. Okay.
Well, you're making it sound even better.
Yeah.
Can't come back from an ankle.
Well, listen. He is. I do. I think that he's 40. He's gonna be 40 years old.
No,
this is what 40-year-olds do.
Old. He's not going to be 40. When at the end of the potential contract, what is he, like 36 right now?
Yeah.
No, he's older than that, isn't he?
No.
He came out when he was 19. Kevin Durant right now is he's 46.
Look at that.
He's
46.
36. He's 36.
He'll turn 37 before the year begins.
I mean, he spent 1 year, but he would be 40 had he gone to college like the 3 and 4 years.
I ain't taking any of the guys off the court. Okay, he's coming off the bench, instant offense. He'll play 20 minutes a night. Boom.
No,
and he won't be injured.
None of that is happening.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing if I'm Ime. First of all, I don't want him on the court. First of all, his defensively, Ime's not going to want him on the court that long. Okay. He's not an Ime guy, quite frankly.
Apparently, they have great respect for each other. If he is traded here, he will start. He will play as many minutes as he can take, and that's just how it's going to go. That's how it'll be.
If you want him injured and you don't want to win anything.
Well, why are you trading for him if you're so concerned about injury? Not you specifically, but the Rockets.
Well, he's an older player. You limit his minutes.
I mean, Rich Paul went, but I don't think he's going to want to come off the bench. Like Kevin Durant, and you know who his agent is Rich Paul. Rich Paul's not letting that happen. He's already said, don't even at call if you don't have a chance to win a championship, because we're not.
Well, we do. The Rockets do have a chance.
No, that's why the Rockets are one of the teams he would consider for sure. But Rich Paul's not letting him come off the bench.
His agent is Rich Kleiman.
Huh?
His agent is Rich Kleiman.
Well, then why is Rich Paul speaking on him then?
I don't know, but
Maybe his alias is Rich Kleiman.
they seem like very different people.
Oh.
Is Rich
Dove
Kleiman-
Kleiman? Is that
Nope.
related to Dove?
Nope, not
Okay.
that I know of.
All right. Because Dove gets a lot of stories. 7:15.
Was he not with Clutch? Because Rich Paul was speaking on his future on Pat
Well, that's
McAfee's
Rich
show.
Paul just talking about other people, but Rich Kleiman's been his long
What you're
time.
hearing is that they're probably going to work together and find a solution. Paul said, whichever team wants to add Kevin at this stage in his career has to be looking to win a championship.
That's right. That's what we're doing.
Yeah,
But,
is
Bill Walton at the end of his career went and was sixth man. Bob
no, I know all
McAdoo was
that.
sixth man.
It's just he doesn't defend. He's a minus defender. He's everything. He's old. He's been injured, and he's a minus defender. There's no way around that. Like, you're going to get worse defensively.
Yeah.
And he's going to play at a position that has typically been a defensive position for you at the 3. So
he also averaged 26.6 on 52% shooting.
Yeah.
that's good. That's the good part.
He can shoot.
Yeah, he can still score.
He can score.
You're gonna have to be okay with, because he's going to be a minus defender. So Ime has to respect him, and then KD's going to have to really play. Like, the one thing with Ime is you've got to, like, he cannot be seen giving preferential treatment to Kevin Durant. I mean, Kevin Durant's going to have to catch some.
Well,
he's
maybe,
gonna have to catch
maybe
some
under
bullets too if
Ime,
he's not
Kevin
defending.
Durant will be a better defender.
That's what. Yeah, he has to be,
Yeah, right.
or he has to just try harder.
Yeah, right.
Well, I got some sound that we'll play a little bit later. It was really. It's what you probably thought was the case, but I sent it to you guys. Taylor Rooks was. I'm a fan of Taylor Rooks, but
well, yeah, everybody's a fan of
Taylor Rooks was. I saw a different video where it showed Oliver Fitz from Thursday Night Football. I was like, this is
Taylor Rooks.
Yeah, it's classy. So Taylor Rooks was sat down with Jalen Green, and his comments are, it makes you feel good. It's like, man, this young dude he got it. It's just an example of players are there to be coached. They want to be coached, and when you get a real coach, it's like, man, you see what they blossom into.
All right, well, we'll hear that as well. We got Ime, LP, Jalen sound. They will play throughout. So 717 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk about Houston Powder Coaters. If you look around, it doesn't matter where you are, the Woodlands Waterway, downtown, NRG Stadium, Westside Tennis Club. It's business after business after business that has used Houston Powder Coaters. They can, and I said it. I've said this before. You can buy new furniture, send it right over. They'll pick it up absolutely free and deliver it back to you absolutely free. Powder coat your new stuff too. You can do that. And you know what? It makes it more long lasting. I'm not saying it'll last forever, but my goodness, it'll last a lot longer than just putting it out there and letting the weather destroy it. You powder coat it first, and then you watch how long that lasts for you. You're looking for the best way to keep stuff looking nice or make it look nice again. Okay. You got wheel parts, lift kits, you got boat parts, you got anchors, you got all this metal stuff that you need to powder coat to you. You want it to look great again. You want to look like your team colors? That's fine too. All you need is Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So let's hear from Ime, okay? Ime Udoka, he is he's got some playoff experience, but he's got a lot of young guys, and this group for the most of the guys, his core, don't have playoff experience, and that's one of the reasons why the Rockets are a big underdog in Vegas. Not so much on paper. They are a favorite on paper, but they're a big underdog in Vegas. When you look at Golden State and what they've been through and what they've won versus what the Rockets have won, I mean, that's pretty easy. That's easy money. But he does have a couple of veterans on this team. Even Jalen talked about that with Taylor Rooks. We'll hear from him about that as well. But here's Ime on his vets and their playoff experience.
Yeah, it's been great. I think not just the postseason, but in general for the last 2 years, and them sharing their experiences. Obviously, we got some guys that have won championships or gone deep into the playoffs, and so every film session, every meeting, they're talking specifics about what you're going to see, what you're going to experience as far as this, and that's invaluable to us. It's not like we're going in blind with guys that haven't been there, and so more of the same.
Yeah, it's. I wonder with Draymond on the other side. Is well, I'm not looking at Dylan Brooks to be a calming influence. Maybe Fred can be a calming influence when things get tough. When Draymond is pulling his crap that he always pulls. Steven Adams has been through it with Draymond before, so he knows. But these guys are playing. Listen, I love the way they played a couple of weeks ago. It seemed like they were already ready for playoff basketball. They had a chip on their shoulder. They were playing Golden State and Oklahoma City in back-to-back games and kicked the snot out of both teams and looked great doing it. Whether or not they can get, I think they can get that intensity back. I think they're a better team than Golden State. I do.
Yeah.
Besides Jimmy and Steph, and I guess I'll take a bunch of our guys over Draymond. Besides those two, Golden State's just not as good or not as good
in most positions. Houston's a better team.
Yeah, Houston's a better team.
Houston's a better team. They're younger, which helps. It helps a lot. I don't think you can stress that. I remember watching the Spurs get beat by the Oklahoma City Thunder with James and Russ and Durant and a team full of young players. And that was a good Spurs team, one of Pop's Spurs teams. And that was that young, all those guys were relatively young then. Durant was in his 20s. They were all young. And James was in year 3 of his contract, maybe year 4, but year 3, I think, of his rookie deal. And what was very obvious in that series is that youth and length and being able to play in the passing lanes, and it was just, they were too much. They were too much for an older team. I think this is very, very similar. The ability of the Rockets to get to loose balls, and they've got length too, the ability to defend on the perimeter, get backdoor cuts on them, just little things where the quicker, younger, fresher legs play an impact. I just think it stacks up and it carries over. Now, this is not a Western Conference Finals. This is the real true first round of the playoffs. So, but I do think there's something to be said for young ascending talents with quickness and athleticism and youth on their side versus older skilled players who just over the course of a series kind of wear down. I think it's a big advantage for the Rockets, despite the fact that they're the underdog.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if Vegas is not getting many more bets on the Rockets.
Yeah, it will happen, I think.
Yeah.
I think it will.
John Chill talked about, the Rockets are plus 1.5 games. You could play that and for the series. And if it gets to a 7th game, you win. The Golden State Warriors would have to win 4-2 to win that bet.
You can get great odds going Rockets minus 1.5.
That's
if you
what I'm
think
saying.
they're going to. No.
Oh, the other way.
The other way. Great
yeah,
odds.
if they have it.
Yeah. No, you can bet any, Rockets in
Someplace
6.
may have it.
Yeah, you can bet Rockets in 6.
Yeah. The individual.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's actually. I bet that's 350, like plus 350.
At least.
It's still good.
Yeah, that's great. The Warriors offense in 9 minutes versus the Rockets jumbo lineup of Şengün, Adams, and Jabari.
So they've only done it 9 times?
9 minutes in the last game there.
9 minutes. Yeah.
0 second chance points, 0 paint buckets, 0.63 points per possession. I really believe you're going to see 20 minutes of Steven Adams a night. I do. I think you're going to see, and if that's not working out, if they're too quick, if Steph's getting off of screens and he's killing you, then you adjust.
Yeah.
But that big lineup has been fantastic for the Rockets all season long, and Ime even said, "I'm not going away from it. I'm not going. We're not going." As a matter of fact, let's hear from Ime talking about the double bigs. And what he plans. Well, he's
not just Golden. By the way, it's not just Golden State. This has been something that popped up about a month ago, and he's just kind of rolled with.
Or
maybe 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It was the second half of the season.
Yep. And here he is on the double bigs.
We'll still play ours. I think we do some things that we can do to hide certain matchups or put people on specific guys for them. That off-ball action and what they do is very unique, and it can hurt you in a lot of different ways, not just with the big lineup out there. And so what we want to do is obviously impose our will on the glass and being big with our lineups, which we have done, and it's no different against them.
It's interesting because in the last 5 games, I was looking at Adams' minutes, 17, 17, 23, 16, 12. Was Alperin out? Alperin was out.
Are you talking about before the last week of the season?
Yeah. And then, but before then it was 25, 22, 21, 23, 22.
Yeah.
And then 11, 23, 18. That's when Alpe, I think, was out. But it will be interesting to see how they play him. And then if Golden State, because the last series, the last time Golden State saw him, there were 2 issues. Steph was getting face guarded, and then they had the double big lineup. So if I'm Steve Kerr, I immediately try to solve those 2 problems. Okay, when they go to this, here's how we're attacking them. So it's not going to be like Golden State. Golden State's not a bunch of schlubs. Golden State's going to have a plan for when the double big lineup comes in.
Yeah.
It's a matter of who can execute the best. And I would assume they're going to have a plan on, my guess is they may let Steph handle the ball a little bit more. Because when he's off ball, it's really, really tough for him. I don't know that you want, at his age, running off a bunch of screens trying to get rid of Amen Thompson, because that's going to really bog him down physically. It might be easier just to throw the inbounds pass to him and let him operate with the ball in his hands instead of off ball. But Golden State's got to do something different. They got dominated this last game, and that's when Houston did something different. Now Golden State is a chess match. Golden State's got to come back with, all right, what do we do with Amen Thompson defensively? How are we going to get Steph free? And then how are we going to handle their double big lineup? So they'll come and they'll try to solve that puzzle. And then it's going to be up to Ime Udoka if Golden State starts having success to pivot into something else. This is, it's not about the plays you call, it's how you execute, and it's the small, it's just those it's how you trap certain things or how we're going to play certain thing that we see. I remember Jeff Van Gundy talked about that. He's like, everyone knows each other's plays by the end of the year. It's really about which matchups, how can you show them something they haven't seen the whole year? That's where that chess match comes in. And I actually have confidence that Udoka can do some different things. Like, he can show you some different things. I don't think he's just a stubborn roll the ball out guy. I think he's more willing to do some different things.
Wild cards. We'll talk about it on the other side. Who are the wild cards in this series coming up? Rockets versus Golden State.
Reed Shepherd.
He could be. He actually could be.
Do you think Reed Shepherd plays this series? I say no.
Probably not.
I don't think he even plays.
Probably not. No, he's got his rotation set. And Jabari's coming off the bench. Atari's coming off the bench, and Steven Adams coming off the bench. I would be surprised if it's much more than 9.
Rockets 4-2 is plus 800.
Wow, that's the way to go.
Yeah, Rockets 4-1 plus 800, and then Rockets in 7 is plus 475.
That's crazy.
Man, why do people? Why y'all are just giving away money, Vegas? What are you doing?
It's disrespectful. No. It's disrespectful. You're a little out of order yourself. Time to talk about Chastang Ford. They're not out of order. They're in order. Okay. Chastang Ford's got things in order. They're ready for you to come. How about this? Do you work at Chastang Ford?
No.
You don't. You don't work at Chastang Ford. Do you? No. You don't. I would say 99.999% of the people listening to the show don't work at Chastang Ford. Okay. Might be somebody driving in that works. Hey, I work at Chastang Ford. Well, you know what you get? You get employee pricing when you work at Chastang Ford. Oh, wait. So do I. So does everybody else. So does everybody listening right now. You get employee pricing at Chastang Ford. It's like you work there. It's like, and you don't even have to work there. You can just go and get employee pricing. Is that fair to the employees? I don't know. All I know is this. I'm getting employee pricing when I buy a vehicle from Chastang Ford. I'm getting it the way I want it. I'm not getting add-ons. I'm not getting markups. I'm getting the best Ford vehicle I can get at the product. I mean, I don't know that you can get better pricing than employee pricing. So go find out for yourself. If you're in the market for a Ford SUV or truck, if you're a business or it doesn't matter, go to chastangford.com, see the price elsewhere, and see what you can get. But talk to people over at Chastang Ford because they can do deals that other guys can't. Chastangford.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown. Employee pricing right now at Chastang Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Well, Stat Defender has this to say about Kevin Durant during this season. Field goal percentage of all-star caliber players when guarded by Kevin Durant. Jimmy Butler, 0. Nikola Jokic, 16.7. John Morant, 20%. Steph Curry, 20%. Anthony Edwards, 36.4. James Harden, 37.5. Kawhi, 37.5.
Let me guess who sent that to you. Dream Shake.
No, this is just a direct from Stat Defender.
Yeah. How much do you think he's guarding those guys? Not one of those guys sounds like
Well, Jimmy was 0 for 4.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody he wouldn't be a primary on.
No. Well, that's okay if he's playing limited minutes in my offense, but okay. He's playing limited minutes.
I don't know how you think Tillman's going to take a star and then play him like 24 minutes.
That's all. That
didn't happen.
I mean, I want him healthy.
Like
and by the way, we can win without him. We're proving that.
Well, then don't draft. Don't
but
he's
going to be the cherry.
For him.
The cherry on top.
He ain't coming here to play 24 minutes and come off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Kevin Durant's checking in with Reed Shepherd and
he's not checking in with Reed Shepherd
and Steven Adams.
Going to win Sixth Man of the Year.
Here comes that's what he's looking for.
No.
Do you not remember the Carmelo Anthony saga?
No, that was
those
awful.
Guys don't like coming off the bench. I know you've won a bunch of gold medals and championships,
but
we're going to need you to come off the bench with Aaron Gordon.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. All right, Alpy met the media as well yesterday, and one of them. I mean, I love Alpy because he plays with a lot of pride, and a couple of games in a row when Vanessa had him on. I think 2 games in a row during when the Rockets were going nuts, we're having a great time of it before they just shut it down for the season. But Alpy was huge in that. And he had his whole family from Turkey there. And you could just see the emotion on his face when he was doing the interview. And she said, how great is it to be doing this in front of your family? And he was, and he just seemed like it was really genuine how much it means to him. Here he is talking about how he's playing for Turkey.
Turkey hasn't a lot of problems lately, but like good stuff like this, I think make people happy out there, and that's what I'm trying to do over here. Just play good, make my people out there, make my family out there proud. That's one of my main things, and proud my people and proud my family, and they can wake up in the morning and see some good stuff.
They can wake up. I guess they watch the games in the morning there. They wake up in the morning and watch the games.
Or they record them or whatever. But it's
well, it's even further. When I went to school in Barcelona, I would go to at 4:00 in the morning. They would have NFL playoff games on. So that was pretty cool. That was fun, and because the bar was open and it was a good time. I mean,
Turkey's 8 hours ahead.
So
if we're
right now,
game, it's 3:40 p.m. right
now. A 9 o'clock game is going to be 5
7
in the morning.
Yeah. Well, you just get that little league pass. You get no commercials. You get the condensed games. You can figure it out. My buddy McCool lives in Spain now, and I said, how do you? He's really up on all things Rockets. I said, how do you know so much? Like, how are you watching me? He said, I got the condensed package. So when I wake up, I just watch the game in like 40 minutes.
Yep. So now Alpy also talked about Alpy was a lot more diplomatic than Jalen was. Jalen didn't mean to be mean. Jalen didn't mean to be calling any coaches out.
Well, you have to hear it first.
Yeah.
He just gave an honest answer.
Yeah, he gave an honest answer, and it is an honest answer. But here's Alpy. It's a strange question because, he didn't win for his first 3 years in the league, and he was asked, what did he learn during those first 3 years?
What have you learned from your first 3 years in the NBA that has prepared you for this moment?
What I've learned? I learned actually winning, because we couldn't do that first 2 years. But now, even like we start the game bad, I can tell we're going to win this game, So even this year, there was a lot of games we started bad. They were up 20, 15 every time, but we just came back. We played through, and we just learned how to win, how to finish the game, too.
Yeah. So he didn't. Well, what'd you learn in your first 3 years? Winning? Nah, not really. Not really. You didn't learn winning until Ime got here. Actually, that's what you learned. That's when you started to learn about winning. And we're going to hear from Jalen a little bit later with Taylor Rooks. He didn't mean to be critical of his earlier coaching, but you just can't help it. Ime just changed an entire organization. He changed an entire organization.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine if they would have kept Steven? You couldn't keep him though. I mean,
we've had a rare opportunity to watch this with Ime Udoka. We'll find out. I mean, kind of with the Texans, but that was really a lot about just drafting better players. I mean, just having a bunch of draft picks. The Rockets had young talent, but the culture was terrible.
Well,
I would get so mad.
The closest analogy would be Kelvin Sampson.
But no, those two. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Those two are a lock.
Yeah.
In terms of a culture, Jeff Leno, it was more about a way of doing baseball with the Astros. I mean, bringing in talent and a way of baseball but that's really a long season. Like baseball is a little bit different. Football requires a lot of players. Basketball is a small amount of players. You got to get the right ones, but they got to be bought in. And I remember being so mad and so started making fun of the Rockets here when I went to a Rocket game and I realized, and everyone there, and the Rockets are terrible under Steven Silas. There's atrocious basketball stuff happening. You'll have flashes of really good and exciting, and then they would just totally crater in the fourth quarter, and people are on their phones taking videos like the Rockets DJs playing in between, and they're on their phones, and they don't seem to care. And I'm like, am I the only one that this pisses off? And I realized this team is just about vibes. Like, that's all. It seems like all anyone cared about is letting people get on there, create some Instagram stories and post that. The Rockets team didn't care out there. They didn't look like they cared. And it was just, that's why we started making fun of the whole vibes thing. Vibes. Rockets are vibes. The vibes are good. The vibes. Because it wasn't about winning basketball. And if you think that that's not true, wait until you hear Jalen, because he talked about the fact I didn't play hard on defense. I was just floating around out there. I didn't give my best effort. I didn't know better.
He didn't, yeah. And he didn't actually know basketball. He said, I learned a lot of basketball in this last couple of years.
Imagine a guy who didn't even play college basketball, learned a bunch of basketball. You think, what had he been in? Either G League or Overtime Elite or whatever in AAU? Like, no, you're not going to learn any basketball.
But let's face it.
Not really.
Let's face it. The Steven Silas era really helped the organization.
In a roundabout way, because he was so terrible.
Yeah, no, it really helped the organization
because you got draft picks.
You had second, third, and fourth draft picks. Number 4 overall, number 2 overall, number 3 overall.
Maybe that's why they didn't fire him earlier, because they knew he was so bad that there was nothing that could happen. But you
might have hit a nail on the head.
Well, I mean, honestly, why would you not? Like, he should have been fired a long time ago. I thought for sure he'd be fired in season. They kept going with him. Like,
for who? For what?
Yeah, like, why do you still have him? And they're like, I mean, if your whole goal is to be as bad as possible, it's working.
It worked just
working.
Fine. Worked just fine. Thank you. Time to talk right now about, oh my goodness. So golf is here. By the way, this is the week of the Chevron. Next week is the Insperity. And if you're looking for golf, this is the time of the year. The Masters were just played. We had the Houston Open before that. I mean, Houston is the place for golf, okay? You got the Woodlands Country Club, and the tournament course has just been historic here. Okay, I know Memorial's got its history, but we've had more great champions on the Woodlands tournament course, the TPC, than any course in this city. And more are coming with the champions, and they're coming back here. And that Saturday is just awesome. It's the greats of the game. They're going to be out there, absolutely free for you to come and see the biggest names in the history of the game. Listen, golf is great now, but legendary names have been here for the Champions Tour. And the Champions Tour is back, and want you to get on out there. Go to the InspirityInvitational.com, InspirityInvitational.com. Print out your tickets. Let's go. Get out there to the TPC course and see some of the greats of the game. The greatest names ever in the game going to be here at InspirityInvitational.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, 7:49 ESPN. Lee Corso done at ESPN. He was really struggling last year. I felt bad for him. Maybe a little later than he should have retired, but he is done. And Lee Corso was a part of Saturday mornings for me and a lot of us for how long? He was awesome.
Since we started the show, I mean,
he had some great moments, and he had one great moment right here in Houston where he was, the megaphone. He was doing something. He was trying to say something, and Carl Lewis is on the set, and he said, "F this," and he throws it, and he puts the cougar head on.
Yeah,
right.
That's right. That was at Houston, huh?
It was at Houston.
Carl
Lewis is sitting there laughing.
What was really cool is ESPN, before it got so corny, ESPN really was ahead of their time in a lot of different ways. And one of the cool things that ESPN did was they took guys without big names and these guys who had personality, and they became iconic. Dick Vitale was a failed college basketball coach, Detroit University or whatever. And Dick Vitale starting in the 80s, ruffled a lot of feathers with some of the stuff he said, but that's one of the things that made Dick Vitale good back then, is he had this honesty that you may not have agreed with, but he was being authentic. And it wasn't just, and then it wasn't until later on that he really played into, I remember going to college, and we loved Dick Vitale, diaper dandies. And he had these he had these sayings, but he wasn't trying to be cartoonish. It was just, he did it with a little extra energy because that wasn't what you saw on TV back then. Dick Vitale was the first one to do that. And so, it was a cottage industry where he helped make college basketball on TV a really big deal. Well, Lee Corso, and here's Kirk Herbstreit, a former backup to short time starter, I guess, at Ohio State. I'd never heard of Kirk Herbstreit, and he's there with Chris Fowler, who had done Scholastic Sports America as a young guy on ESPN, Kirk Herbstreit, and Lee Corso. Lee Corso, I barely even knew the name Lee Corso.
Yeah, I remembered him from Indiana, but it was terrible.
Yeah.
He was terrible there.
And all of a sudden, these three guys, a guy from Scholastic Sports America, not well-known quarterback from Ohio State, and then, a failed college football coach, they ended up turning into must-see television on Saturday mornings, where you had like a true pregame. This is the first pregame I ever heard of for college football. There hadn't been a pregame that I knew of until you had College Game Day. And when I remember we were going to Nicole and I were married then, or maybe just dating. It may have been 2001. We were going to Texas, Oklahoma, and Dallas. And the big thing was, man, we got to get out there. We got to get out there early so we can check out College Game Day.
Mm-hmm.
And you would,
I've been to a few.
Yeah. And it's, and the way they do it's really cool, but it's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. But I think before ESPN just turned into, the same formulaic stuff all day long, it was really, they had guys like Lee Corso. Now you'll never get that. You'll never get that again, right? It's just going to be former players. So you're not going to get. You'll have to be.
McAfee was a punter, though.
But he was an NFL punter. What was Lee Corso? You think they're going to take a failed college basketball or college football coach who no one's heard of?
I think personality will
Yeah,
win
but
out.
it's got to be name. All these guys, all they care about anymore is name.
Yeah, well, ESPN.
Just look at ESPN now.
Well,
former
McCourty,
NFL GMs. NFL. He was a Pro Bowler.
Yeah,
he's a Super Bowl winner.
Yeah, but he's not a star.
Who's the
Tannenbaum's not a star. They're getting guys that aren't stars.
They're not stars, but they are high ups. They've got high recognition. Former NFL GMs. I'm asking, who is the college basketball flameout coach, the college football flameout coach, who has no success and you're not going to see that anymore. That doesn't exist.
Yeah,
they don't hire those guys. Like Dick Vitale couldn't get hired today. You couldn't have. He wasn't good, and you had to have won. You had to have won, and not at Detroit. And Lee Corso's will not get hired on anything. It's going to be Urban Meyers that get hired. And I get it. If I'm doing the hiring,
well, here's
it's a bigger deal.
Here's one thing. One thing is, about ESPN is they're going cheaper now. That's for sure. So you may find somebody with a lot of personality that, I mean, look,
You have to do 3 shows.
They got, what's his name? They just give a contract to the quarterback that runs out of the end zone. I mean, he was no star. I mean, they're looking for guys who can work for them and not pay them.
Orlovsky gets money.
Now he does.
Yeah.
But he worked. I mean,
You know how he got that job at ESPN? Social media, Twitter. I don't know if you remember this.
Yeah,
Dan was one of the early guys who was doing videos and giving commentary the same way Kurt Benkert is trying to get in, but he can't get in anywhere. But Orlovsky is,
I mean,
you got to hustle and do a bunch of videos.
Yeah, but if you look at their lineup now, it's Big Perk, it's Orlovsky. I mean, they've got a lot of guys that are just not great players, but you know what? They can talk on the air, and we don't have to pay them all that much. Big Perk is different. Big Perk is different.
That's one of the craziest hires I've ever seen in my life.
Anyway, Lee Corso, what a great run. What a great run.
Yeah, but tell me that you weren't on eggshells the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, no, it was hard. It was hard to watch.
Don't embarrass
It was
yourself.
hard. It was hard to watch the last couple of years. No question about it. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll hear from Jalen and Taylor Rooks on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now I'm talking about HRP. I'm talking about your business. I'm talking about what they did for me this week. Personally, HRP helped me immensely. I made a mistake on my 401k. I put in way too much money for every check. I thought it was for the year, and instead it was for every check. I wanted that much taken out, so my whole check was gone. Rachel and Brian were able to find it. They were able to get it to me, and it was really credit. Yes, I'm living. Yeah, check the check. I need that check. I gotta have that check. Yes, I needed that check badly, and they got it for me. And that's the kind of service that you get at HRP. Even when you screw it up, HRP can fix it. And that's the kind of personalized service. And it wasn't just because it was me. They would do that for everybody in the system. That's the way that they work. And you know what? There's some screw ups. I blame HRP for letting me go in and change my own 401k. Okay. That's on them. Okay. For letting me do that. So here's the deal. HRP is here for you. They're going to be there. A personalized service for every single one of your employees. HR, payroll, taxes, everything they take care of. 401ks. Now, they don't do the 401ks. They just suggest the 401k, and you get to choose which one it is, okay? And benefits and all the benefit packages and insurance packages as well. You're looking for a great partner for your business, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net. 8 o'clock, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5. Here's Lee Corso's PR team is here and wants to get on the air.
Okay.
So let's get Lee
Yeah,
Corso's
for
PR team. Hey, Lee Corso's PR team.
What's up, man? My name is James. I listen to you guys every day. You're awesome. But I just wanted you guys to put some respect on Lee Corso's name. Lee Corso was a legend at Florida State. He ran the option at quarterback, and he had 14 career interceptions. And so he was a college superstar back in his day. So kind of I know he was a failed coach, but put some respect on Lee Corso's name.
Oh, well, we weren't talking about his playing career, just his coaching career.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
but I just wanted to put some love, out there. And
I didn't even know.
We all love game day.
I didn't even know Lee Corso played football.
Did he have a face mask when he played? Yes or no?
Maybe a punter's mask.
A punter, the one bar.
The one bar.
The one bar.
Yeah, the one bar.
The one
He's
bar.
89, so he would have
never
played
seen footage,
70
but-
years ago.
Yeah,
He played 70 years ago.
that's the 50s.
Yeah, I guess it is just the 50s.
Yeah.
Did they?
They had the one bar, or the white.
He's right.
The white plastic one they had. That was the Ditkas and Butkuses. They played with those.
Let me see. Here's some pictures of Lee as a player. You can tell it's Lee. You can absolutely tell it's Lee Corso.
Yeah?
He's got a Lee Corso face.
I didn't know. I
didn't know he had a PR team.
I didn't know he had a PR team, and I didn't know that he was a player. If you want to know, but if you're going to be a coach back then, you had to have played. So yeah, I guess. There's been an infiltration of coaches, great coaches who didn't play the game.
Yeah, but it's starting to go away. I had a coach talking about this. Like most of the coaches on the staff definitely played and played at a higher level on the NFL and the NFL. I can't speak to college, but in NFL, if you go look at a
the
staff,
head coaches though.
if you go look at a staff, well, all of them played. Oh, you mean
McVay
NFL?
and-
Yeah,
yeah.
he played. Not NFL.
Not
football.
NFL,
Yeah, not NFL football.
No,
But more and more it is becoming
well,
that.
small school. I mean,
D'Amico Ryans, Dan Campbell, Aaron Glenn, Mike Vrabel. You start rolling down the list. We used to not have that many. You go back and look at the 90s, you won't. I don't know how many of those guys played NFL football, like coaches from the 90s. It's really changed. It's changed a lot. Did Sean Payton play NFL football? He did, didn't he?
did he? Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid, John Harbaugh, Mike McDaniel. Well, Zach Taylor probably. Yeah, he had a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh, Dan Quinn did. Jonathan Gannon, Dave Canales, Kevin O'Connell,
he did.
Bill Belichick.
Kevin
no,
O'Connell
Bill
did.
Belichick, he's not there anymore, but he didn't play NFL football. Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson did play, didn't he? Raheem played.
No,
Raheem
Ben
Morris.
Johnson didn't.
He
play.
didn't play?
No, he's a little dude. Raheem Moore.
I mean, Kevin Stefanski.
yeah, Sean Payton played for the. Well, he was USFL. Played a lot of
Brian
USFL.
Daboll, Brian Callahan, Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, a lot of those guys didn't.
No.
A lot of those guys
No.
didn't. The ones that came to me right off the bat were players. Like Mike Tomlin did not play not NFL football. They all played college football.
Yeah,
Pretty
right.
much almost all of them did.
Yeah, but even small school.
Just pick a team. Well, I'll just look at Houston Texans staff. It's amazing
Oh, the
when
staff. Yeah, you got to get former
well,
players.
that's where
yeah.
that's where the head
Yeah.
coaches come from, is staff. That's what I'm saying. It's going to get to a point where it's mostly former NFL players. I would say a majority, like 60%, 70%. Because the staffs now are starting to be fully, because there's enough money where former players now want to coach. It used to be, man, coaching's a grind. Now they're like, man, this money's good. I'm going to go coach,
right.
or I'm going to go get on TV or start a podcast.
Yeah, but after your playing career, after you make all this money, we were just talking before the show. Ryan Ramchick, just 8 years in the league,
With
7
this
years,
much money,
just
yeah.
said, "I'm good."
No, all
And
the
then
guys,
you're gonna put, and then you're gonna go after you got all of this money. Now let me go work 90-hour weeks. Nah, I ain't doing that. Now
90-hour weeks. Where are you working?
in the NFL as a coach.
Oh, well, yeah. It depends on how much money you saved and how much
That's right.
you want, and
Yeah.
how much you had, and stuff like that.
Exactly. But if I made enough money, I ain't doing all that. Forget about it. Okay, I got my money, and I'm going to live my life. I don't want to be an NFL coach, spend all that time there with them guys, all them in the locker room with everything swaying all over the place. No, thank you.
What? Did you hear what he just said, Del?
Yeah. Did you ever have to interview Bernard Pollard?
Matt Burke played safety at Dartmouth. I did notice there's some Ivy League guys in the that does happen, but Big Matt Burke was a safety at Dartmouth. That's crazy.
Let's get Julian in here. What's up, Julian?
Good morning, gentlemen. Lance, I have a couple questions, brother.
Yeah.
So, one, Dylan Sampson, why isn't he getting any more hype or any hype? I haven't really heard much about him, and I feel like he's going to be a baller, bro. He's smooth. He's strong. I feel like he did quite a bit in Tennessee. And then also at 11 and 43, there was a podcast that had mentioned Michael Williams, one of the youngest players in the draft, the edge rusher is Georgia. And then Williams, the DC, the big boy out of Ohio State. Just give me a rundown on those three, please.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you on Dylan Sampson. I think he's one of the most talented running backs. You don't run for 22 touchdowns in the SEC on accident. Like, I've had arguments with people in the league about this guy who they're like, he's 200 pounds. He's not the biggest guy. He ran good. He ran in the mid 4.4s. Everyone thought he was going to be faster. I just don't get it. He's got great vision. He's extremely efficient as a runner. He can see the hole. He's got small wiggle to get through to get through the tighter creases. And then he ran for 1,491 yards at Tennessee, 5.8 yards a carry this year, 22 rushing touchdowns, which is a ton. And I don't get it. I know he's not 200. They want you to be 210, 212 or more, and he's only 200. But I think he'll go in the third round. I think somebody's going to see the tape. I mean, to me, he's a second-round talent, but I think he's going to be really good. I think he's a good natural back, and I'm with you. Michael Williams, that might be the earliest he goes. I'm just not sure his tape right now. He's just not developed enough, but he's got a lot of ability. He just hasn't developed it yet. But I could see him potentially going there if you guys don't draft a tackle. And then at 43, Tyleik Williams is a big, thick, physical defensive tackle with some pretty good athleticism. He's one of those guys that's, he's very physical and strong at the point of attack. So he's not going to be really a penetrator so much as he's going to be a guy who kind of helps the Niners slow down the running game between the tackles. I just realized I'm saying a bunch of words and phrases that Paul Gallant is going to use against me.
What? Oh, man.
Have you heard what they do?
Who?
With my draft stuff?
No, what do they do?
I'm going to send it to Dell just to play one of them right now. Sean Mapes puts them together. Dell, check your Gmail right now. You can just play any one of these. This is what they do. Paul will take a scouting report. Now, he doesn't, to his credit, he just reads directly from my scouting reports. But I realized if he listens to this show, he's going to hear me talk about penetration and Dylan Sampson kind of squeezing through tight creases and all this stuff. Just regular football talk. Just people who know ball. That's just how people who know ball talk. And Paul's going to try to use it as something it's not. I'll give you an example. Here's what Sean Mapes put. And Sean Mapes is now maybe the enemy of the state because he helped put this together.
Oh, man.
With, Dell's friend Sean. This is what Sean Mapes thought would be funny and Paul Gallant thought would be funny on another show. Listen to this.
For those who don't know, is this big board based off of tape study, film study, football IQ? No. It's based entirely off of Lance Zierlein's scouting profiles on NFL.com. Specifically, the unintentionally erotic language that he sometimes uses to talk about these players. So yesterday we put 5 offensive linemen on the board. Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State, a guard. Tyler Booker, a guard from Bama, who you just heard about. Tate Ratledge, a mulleted guard from Georgia. We also put on Jonah Savai-Nea from Arizona on the board and Joe Huber from Wisconsin on the board. Savai-Nea, who's a later round prospect, is from Samoa. That's why we put him on. Whatever. Yeah, we're stereotyping. And Joe Huber played at Wisconsin. We are stereotyping. So now let's take a look at wide receivers. Hit it.
You know Lance Zierlein for his mock draft.
This is your guy.
This is where the
Dylan.
problems start in my hometown. I pass on C.J. Stroud.
But have you ever read his scouting reports?
Look at the body. Look at that bubble butt. That power generator's right there.
We're going to pick who the Texans should draft entirely
Listen to
based
this
on
music.
these things he actually wrote.
A little stiff in the hip. Ooh, they fall down hard and long.
And now, our unintentionally erotic big board.
We're now looking at wide receivers for the Houston Texans. So assuming there's no gas mask bong video that's about to be posted featuring Travis Hunter is going to be gone within the first 2 to 3 picks of the NFL draft. He will be gone. The Browns are supposedly the favorites to pick him. Cam Ward's supposed to go first overall. But say Travis Hunter falls because of something bad that happens. And the Texans still consider him to be Texans worthy. There's a lot going on in Lance Zierlein's unintentionally erotic draft profile at NFL.com about Hunter. Travis Hunter has ball skills.
Okay.
It helps him shine on both sides of the ball. He has the burst to uncover over 3 levels. Whoa. It's a lot of levels to burst over.
Third one.
A great question. Ball hawking. The guy likes balls, okay? He's leggy.
All over.
I didn't say
And
that.
while he lacks ideal frame size, he grabs balls with sudden hands and good extension.
Oh.
He does have to prove he can compete against higher weight classes.
It's not the worst thing.
We got to put Travis Hunter on the board because it's Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
So they do that. The offensive line is the worst. I'm glad you didn't play that one.
I wasn't given any direction. I was just sent an email.
It's just best that you don't play that one.
Oh my God.
There's a lot of. There's just it's kind of like golf. Golf is the only thing more erotic than football scouting.
And you think Sean puts this together? Paul has his own editing software. He does all this. He
You
finds
think
your
it's him?
stuff. Yeah.
Does
Sean,
he put
you think Sean's doing this for Paul?
fast horses or whatever
Nah.
it's called?
No.
It'd be like us asking Dell to do something.
Sean doesn't do that. I can put together a segment like a Ship Talk, but Sean's not doing that. That's a Paul invention. Paul does that
They
on his
put
computer.
the song with
Paul did that.
Buffalo Bill tucking it and dancing in the background.
Paul
of,
did that.
it's
Okay.
not how we're drafting with the tuck.
Well, ball hawks.
Was she a great big fat person? I mean, that guy made a lampshade out of some skin, or he made a whatever he made. Buffalo Bill made it, and then that music is there by Q Lazarus. And then when it's offensive lineman, I've heard that one. That just comes. They're taking things out of context.
I mean, it looks
Hips,
like
maybe.
he's
I don't
hips
know.
and explosion.
They're adding
Explosive
stuff,
hips.
but they're just reading what you wrote.
Yeah,
able
that's
to
all.
keep pounding through
That's
the
all.
middle. I mean, that's
You know
what
what you're
running
doing.
backs do.
You know what you're doing. When
Running
you write
backs
that.
pound,
What?
into the A gap and the B gap.
What running backs do that?
Mhm.
Dylan Sampson, he can fit through tight
He's
creases.
only 200 pounds. He's not pounding anything.
Okay, Amarian Hampton.
I think you know what you're doing when you write that stuff.
Yeah, I think you do too. I think you do. I think you're trying to be.
You're trying to slip
No.
stuff by the goalie, see if
Yeah.
your editor will notice. I know
Yeah.
what you're up to.
I think
No.
there's
I've seen
some
you work.
eroticism.
I've
Okay,
seen you
now
work.
do your golf shaft stuff.
I don't talk about
And how they leave it
I don't
short.
talk about shafts. I don't talk about that.
Golf talk is the dirtiest.
No.
I don't know. Wedges doesn't seem so dirty. Slicing a ball, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's maybe that's a little violent, but you do what you do on purpose.
Maybe
Yeah,
maybe
you do. I
draft
think
talk
you
is
do.
the maybe draft talk might be the most.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're always
Erotic of all
talking about some guy.
Yeah, I
in his
mean, you
hips
keep
and-
talking about his hips and his thrust and his. I mean, that's
Yeah,
It's too
explosion. Explosion is a
Yeah,
huge.
It's too
explosion is
much. It's
that's
really
a-
too much.
explosiveness.
No wonder Father TJ stopped
Can
listening.
unlock
Yeah.
hips, and I know
I can't blame him. Can't blame him.
a lot of it is you got to unlock your hips into your opponent.
Is that it?
What?
Yeah. Well, that's for leverage,
Hmm.
but
Oh,
people take it the wrong way.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well,
And your
don't-
hand placement
or
is
they
very
take it
important.
the right way.
Your hand placement is very important.
Why is your draft write-ups in the erotic section of Barnes and Noble?
It shouldn't be. It should be in the how-to. It should be in the DIY.
I'm pretty sure Dale's right. That's where you find it. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Hijack Poker. Hijack Poker. It's an app. It's from Texas Card House. It's for Texans, by Texans. It's only in Texas. You can go to Texas Card House on Westheimer or in Spring or in Austin. I don't know where you are. If you're in Austin, if you're listening in Austin right now, you can put money into your Hijack Poker account there at the facility, because some credit cards are difficult to put in poker sites. That's fine. You don't have to. You can go to Texas Card House on Westheimer or in Spring, and you can load up on your Texas. Maybe you don't want to play in a card house in Texas card. That's fine. That's fine. You like to play online? That's fine. You want to do it in the privacy of your own home? That's great. Okay. No bots, completely clean. It is, if you play, you can play it against Texas guys because it's all here in the state of Texas. It's wonderful. And it's Hijack Poker. Go to your app store and download Hijack Poker. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go load up at Texas Card House. I'm going to be at Texas Card House next couple of weeks. I love it. If you haven't played at Texas Card House, want you to get on over there. If you're a poker player, it's awesome, awesome, awesome. Open 24/7. There's always a cash game going on, and the bar is open till 2 a.m., and I'll be taking advantage of that now that Lent's going to be over. So if you're looking for the best way to play, Texas Card House is the premier place to get your cards on, texascardhouse.com.
Let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company and finding a plumber who is going to do right by you. That's really the key, is finding somebody who you can trust. That's where it starts with. Do you trust me and John? You should. We're Hall of Famers. Okay. Would we lie to you? We would not lie to you. There's 0% chance we would tell you a lie. We've used Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I've used them for very small jobs. I used them for an emergency job where I had, it was a water line issue that I kind of screwed up before a big freeze was coming in. And then I used them when I had a backed up sink that turned out a line had bellied, work that had been done by someone else previously, and they had to come dig up the yard and relay all the pipe that led to the to the city's sewer line. That was a major deal, and I needed it done the right way. And unfortunately, I didn't get it done the right way because I didn't go with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I didn't know them back then. I know them now. They're the first phone call I make. 281-488-6238. When you need the very best in plumbing services, small or large jobs, it's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. 281-488-6238.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, we got some calls in here. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Elliot wants to talk about Aaron Rodgers, but who doesn't? ESPN's doing it constantly. What's up, Elliot?
Hey, morning, guys. Happy Friday. I tuned in about 20 minutes ago, so I don't know if you guys already touched on this, but did you see Aaron Rodgers' interview with McAfee yesterday? And it's just exhausting as a Steelers fan to hear him give that little rant and insight of his, he's got personal stuff going on and he's in no rush and he's not holding anybody hostage. And I just sit here. I guess my question was, A, did you guys hear and you have any feedback? But B, if you're the Steelers, I mean, the Vikings will be okay. If you're the Steelers and he decides to go another route, which I don't think he will, but what do? You're just going to roll with Rudolph and then 2026 grab somebody? Like, this is kind of a disastrous situation, I feel like. And I'm surprised the Steelers are playing this game this long with him. So,
yeah, I don't know. I think Steelers have to draft a quarterback now. You just can't. The guy's never trustworthy. The idea that he was going to all of a sudden be, I learned my lesson. I'm just going to play by the Steelers. He was never. Aaron is a huge egotistical. He's an egomaniac. He's a phenomenally talented player who life revolves around him. The sun rotates around Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, the planets do as well in a different way. And so Aaron Rodgers is the boss of all of you. And he's the boss of the Pittsburgh Steelers now. And Omar Khan's having to realize, okay, we can't keep waiting for this egomaniac. Because what's going to happen is he's going to retire. And then he's going to say he's going to retire. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of the year, there's going to be a lot of talk about Aaron Rodgers being linked to this team or that team. Somebody who's hot during the playoffs or who lose a quarterback. And Aaron Rodgers is going to come save the day for you. I mean, this is the most predictable storyline I've ever seen. The most predictable. I'm not going to the Steelers. You have to beg. I've got to check with ayahuasca. I've got to do my Aaron Rodgers things. You need to understand how important my life is. Then he'll bail on football. Then he'll come back in the middle of the year. Or it'll be undying, just immutable discussions on ESPN about Aaron Rodgers coming back and linked to this team or that team. This is the most predictable thing I've ever seen. And Omar Khan's just going to have to draft a quarterback. And if Jackson Dart goes 9 to the Saints, then I don't know what he does there. I don't know if he likes Shador. I really don't know. I have no idea. Maybe Shador Sanders is the pick at 21 if Jackson Dart's already gone. I had a little rumor that they kind of like Jackson Dart, but I'm starting to think I think Dart is the second quarterback off the board more than likely. So I don't know what the Steelers do, man. I feel for you because you may just need to kick the can down the road and say, look, we're not gonna draft a quarterback too early. We'll get one in the second round so that we don't feel the pressure not to take one next year or the year after. That might be the spot the Steelers are in if they don't truly believe. But who do they have? Like, who do the Steelers have right now at starting quarterback? Did he say Root? No, he's with the Browns.
He's with the Eagles.
He's with the Browns.
Browns now. That's right.
Did he just say it was Mason Rudolph, your guy?
No, Mason Rudolph's gone too. It is who's left? It's awful.
Davis Mills for a second?
No, it's not.
I'm trying. I mean,
I know you
if
are.
you give us a third, we'll give you
for
Davis
a
Mills.
second.
It's Mason Rudolph.
Mason Rudolph
and
still there?
Skylar Thompson. The worst quarterback combination that I have ever seen in my life. Skylar Thompson should be in jail.
Wow.
For how bad he played in Miami. And Dell had all this hope for him. Like, well, Dell and all
it's the Skylar Thompson era.
Dell and all the Miami
Dell,
fans got all excited for a little bit about, actually, Skylar Thompson's a two-way player.
Let me ask you something. You guys do a version of this bit all the time where I never said something, but you think I said it. First of all, you can't sell it by saying Dell got excited. When do I ever get excited about anything?
Well, you're excited for you.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
All right, guys, they're at it again. Completely lying about something that had no chance of happening.
What are they going to do, though? Honestly, they're going to have to trade us a third for Davis Mills now.
What? Yeah.
There's nothing they can do. No, I guess they could draft. I guess they could draft a quarterback there. But the Aaron Rodgers thing, you got in bed with Aaron Rodgers, and look what you're doing now. You're literally a week before. We're less than a week before the first round, and Aaron Rodgers has given you no sign of what he's doing. What a weasel. I mean, it really irritates me because all you have to do is just be honest with the team. It's just tell them, like, you're too good to.
What if he doesn't know?
Yeah. What if he's like
what
being
if he
honest?
truly doesn't know?
You don't know if you want to play or not. Then that means you don't want to play.
That happens all the time.
No, it means you don't want to play. Your heart's not in it.
Or guys wait until training camp or right until training camp's over to just like that's the Jadeveon Clowney package.
You don't have to come. Well, all you got to do is, but that's not a quarterback, the leader of a team. You have to tell him. You can set it up and say, hey, I'm not coming to this. I'm not, just like you did with the Jets. He bossed them around. You just boss the Steelers around. Get them to do whatever you want.
Can't this man be truly conflicted about whether he wants to play football?
No, because that means you don't want to if you're conflicted. I've heard players say that. Once you're not sure if you want to play anymore, you don't want to play.
That's it. You're done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like supposedly it's a pretty clear indication that your heart's just not in it. And right now, I tell you, Aaron Rodgers' heart is not in it.
Then
if
the
he's
Steelers
this
should figure it
conflicted,
out.
yeah, and they're going to have to draft a quarterback. But the question is, do you draft one in the first? Do you have one graded in the first? If not, do you wait until the second and just say, well,
Jalen Milroe.
The second, I mean, God, he's so inaccurate. You can't have him. It'd probably be like Tyler Shuck, I think, or Shador. Those are the two that I would.
Let's get yourself the 2025 Justin Fields, Steelers. You had him. Don't you like that sort of quarterback who can't really throw the football?
Yikes. Well, they got it, or only not nearly as mobile.
Who's Skylar Thompson?
Both.
Yeah.
Upgrade on that. Upgrade. Get more
And then
mobile.
one of them was a pretend racist.
Well, Myles Garrett suggested he was a racist.
And then all of his teammates said he didn't say
Mason Rudolph wasn't pretending to be racist.
Mason was just being a quarterback, and Miles said, "I hit him with the. Why'd you hit him with that helmet?
Because he said
he said the magic word." And the Steelers say, "Did you hear? I didn't hear anything." But no, all the Steelers guys said, "No, he didn't say that." And then the Browns guy said, "I just wasn't close enough to hear." That's when I knew.
It's a loud stadium.
Man, that is a really bad one. I just feel like there should be maybe
there's less
a
made
strong
of that
punishment. Yeah. There should be a pretty strong punishment for saying somebody said a racial slur when they didn't. That could be a career ender. That's probably one you need Myles Garrett probably should have been punished for something like that.
All right.
As the league didn't do anything. League's like, yeah, we don't believe you.
We have done more Steelers quarterback talk.
We got Steelers listeners. You ever gone to a Steelers game here?
We're a national
It's a
show.
Pittsburgh home game.
Yeah, it really is. Let's get Mark in here. What do you say, Mark?
Happy Friday, guys. Good to hear from y'all.
Happy Good Friday.
Before thank you. I've notified all the Coors distributors in the area. They're ready, John. Hey, so before I comment, I have a question for you. I wanted to commend you guys. The sports media world is full of people with opinions, but you guys always, even when you stake out an opinion that may seem to be an outlier, you always have the data and the numbers to support your position. So I guess that's a lesson for all the kiddos listening.
Excuse me.
Fame, you got to put in the work.
What,
right?
Dell? What did you? Excuse me. He just said it. That was a great call. Why'd you say? Excuse me.
Always got the numbers.
I mean, there's some conflicting things going on in that call.
What?
I mean, you guys will step out on a ledge and have an opinion.
Yeah.
But for the most
it's
part,
always backed up by facts and data.
Always.
Yes, and he said that, and he said we're in the Hall of Fame.
Mark, I appreciate your appreciation of them.
I think he's being ironic.
And you have some thoughts.
He wasn't being ironic. He meant it.
But sometimes we got to explain to people. There's a lot of times on this show where they say something and it's like, whatever. I'm sure that's true. and it's not true.
That's okay too. We all have our opinions, right?
Yeah,
Dell.
that's right.
It's an opinion.
That's right. Good call.
It's an
Mark.
opinion based on fact.
Very good call.
Thank you.
Hey, so my question is, first of all, so Ime Udoka is, aside from the turnaround, he's my personal hero ever since the little LeBron confrontation. My question is, we know that coaches set the culture, aside from X's and O's, they do a lot to really set the team's personality and their approach to the game. My question is, does a coach like Ime, does he have an effect on the opposing players, particularly the superstars, the LeBrons, the Stephs? Can he get in their head a little bit and affect their play? And I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that, and I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
First of all, it's called a LeBronfantation. That's what they call it. It's not a confrontation. It's a LeBronfantation. This girl had it where you hear Dell say, "My match." She had a LeBronfantation. She got kicked out of a game for saying, "You suck, LeBron. Get her out. Get her out."
That's true.
Remember when he started? Yeah, and that was her.
That's it. Yeah,
that's her.
That was her on social media.
On social media after LeBron got her kicked out for saying, "You suck, LeBron," and then he started to cry. He had tears. He literally started to weep. It was one of the strangest things. What is it now?
He asked, "Can Ime get into stars' heads?"
He had an effect on Steph last time they played. We put amen on him. I mean, yeah.
By the way,
did
you see how many
stars? He absolutely.
Did
can
you
have an
see
effect.
that they've now found 3 guys who voted for him, who have votes, who have voted for Amen as Defensive Player of the Year?
Yeah.
3 different guys have already said, "I'm voting for I voted for Amen Thompson." So he's got at least 3 votes.
Yeah.
I don't know how many total votes there are. My guess he's got a lot more than that.
I'm sure.
Right before the voting is where he's most,
and
first place
rightfully
votes?
so. He's the best defender in the league.
No. As the number 1 defense player. Yeah. And a lot of his best defensive stuff has come here and most noteworthy is at the end of the year, right as they're turning in votes.
Right. Exactly. So no, rightfully so. Dude he absolutely should be in. He's absolutely first team all NBA defense, and he should get consideration. And you know what? 3 guys already said they're going to vote for him, so he's going to have votes as the number 1 defender in the league, and rightfully so. 832 ESPN 97.5, and that's how Ime is going to get in. That's how he's going to get in Steph's head this series. Is Amen's going to be all over him and going to be relentless too.
I hope he gives Steph Curry the worst playoff series of his
career.
Yeah,
of his career, and it's a possibility.
It is. I mean, he's getting older,
Yeah.
and it is a possibility actually, because I don't remember Steph having many bad playoff series.
Do you want to continue to be relentless, or if you're not relentless anymore, if you've lost a lot of steam, maybe you need game day men's health. Maybe you need testosterone replacement. Have you gone to? I've been hearing from people with testosterone replacement, and they've gone to game day men's health, and they're loving it. They're loving what game day is doing for them. It's more than just testosterone replacement. I've been doing testosterone replacement for years, and that's all it was. Okay, get your testosterone every 6 months or so. Take a test. Get in here. Get your shot. Get out of here. You feel okay? Yeah, I feel fine. Okay, bye. Not at Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health is going to make sure that you are on a program that's perfect for you. Whatever your goals are, have your goals in mind. Know what you want to do, be it lose weight, gain muscle, focus, gain. You want to be better at work. You want to be better at play. Whatever it is that you're looking for, Game Day Men's Health will help you. Free consultation, which the other guys don't have. Labs in every facility, which the other guys don't have. It's the best. It is the best way to go about this testosterone replacement and more with peptides that'll help you achieve your goals. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC is the leader when it comes to vehicles that are going to take care of you. You take care of them, they take care of you. This is Craig. That's actually not Craig's mantra. He's like, no, we'll just take care of them, Lance. They don't have to take care of us. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Wife and I are currently looking at lease is going to be up for her Chevy Traverse, and we're looking at actually. Well, I'm trying to talk her into downgrading into a 5-seater. I want to save a little money. I got kids going off to school. There's no reason to have a 7-seater. Okay. A lot of people will go to Craig to Surf when they're growing their family, and they'll go, from the 5-seater to the 7-seater. I'm going the other way. I want to go 7 to 5. So we're taking a look at a couple different Chevys, the Buick Envision, which my son drives that he absolutely loves. And we're going to find the right vehicle. I'm looking at purchase instead of lease this time. So we're going through the different interest rates that are available right now at different, 60 months, 72 months. You can even go to 84 months to get it to the price point that you want to on a monthly basis. Your trade-in value, they are extremely aggressive in terms of the amount of money they're giving you on trade-in values right now. And yeah, you can get cars that are untouched by any tariff worries or concerns right now on the lot at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Just head down to Angleton. It's about a 42-minute drive from downtown, and you're going to find a great selection, great people selling vehicles at a great price with all kinds of opportunities to find a vehicle of your dreams. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Did you see the plane that had to turn back yesterday from Southwest Airlines?
Yeah.
I'm on a Southwest plane yesterday coming back here, and a buddy of mine texted, and we got a stream, a thread, and he sent a picture of everybody outside.
Your buddy was on it?
He was on it.
Oh,
he
wow.
said the first thing, he sent a picture of everybody gathered around this Southwest flight. And he said, well, that was fun. He said, what happened? Well, it was nuts. Vibrating like crazy. Thought we were done. 10 minutes in, they turned the engine off and vibration stopped. Pilot came on, said, we lost an engine. We're landing back in Houston in 20 minutes. Finally landed. Then the flight attendant started yelling, smoke, everyone off. Released the slides, but made me and the kids, he's got 5 kids, made me and the kids get off on the wing. Flight attendants yelling for us to jump. Fortunately, the fireman yelling, don't jump, go back in and down the slide.
What? The flight attendant said jump?
Jump!
And the firefighter said, no,
don't jump.
You're
off the
100% going to injure yourself.
Yes.
Will you catch me?
I'm watching video of it right here. My buddy's on the plane. He's like, and he hates to fly. He's a white knuckler.
Oh, man. My heart rate doesn't go up one beat.
Well, it doesn't.
It stays.
It does when
I don't
there's
need
turbulence. Mine
medicine
goes up. Mine goes up when there's
I'm not even that bad on well, what do you consider turbulence?
Turbulence
Not
is
just-
when
not this.
your stomach when you
It's
lose
when there's a big drop.
when
Yeah, I don't love that, but my wife takes Xanax to fly.
Yeah, no.
So she's got a
this guy.
and she'll-
This guy is like her
with a little
something, a little
gin and tonic chaser.
Yeah,
And I'm like, are you sure you should be doing that?
Right.
And I'm just sitting there like, got my movie. We take off. I'm steady Eddie, can fly it. Now, I've got rain when I fly out this weekend.
Right.
So I'm not 100% in love with that.
Right. Well,
although it doesn't last long.
So I'm on a Southwest flight coming back, and I'm reading this, and I'm like, holy crap. Are you kidding me? My flight did not lose an engine one time. It was awesome. And I didn't want him to feel bad about his flight losing an
Sure
engine.
you didn't.
But I was like,
do you believe that, Dell?
Nana,
do you believe that John wouldn't say, I never had any problems with it?
Okay. You lost an engine. I didn't. Nanny, boo-boo. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, you're more than welcome to do that with us here. Did you lose it? Were you on a flight that lost an engine yesterday? So it took a while. They got a plane from Chicago to come down and then pick them up and then take them to Cabo. So they're all safe. Just so, moral of the story is, don't get on a plane with one engine. that loses an engine. That sucks. That really, really, really sucks. I don't think I would like it very much if the pilot came on and said, yeah, we lost an engine. I don't think I'd enjoy that flight at all. 713-780-3776. Let's hear from who didn't we hear? We didn't hear from Jalen yet. So he was on with Taylor Rooks. Okay. If you don't know who Taylor Rooks is Taylor Rooks. She's fantastic. I can't believe that any guy that's on with her doesn't. I would admit. Can you over percentage of guys that shoot their shot with Taylor Rooks after an interview with her? I would. Dell, you got a number?
I mean,
she's talked about it. That guys.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Taylor Rooks is exactly what I would think.
She's dating Jesse Williams.
Well,
Did
you see her in the crowd with Dirk? She was at the.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, she was at the.
Oh, but was she just?
I don't know, but they look chummy. She and Dirk, I think Dirk is married or something. I don't know.
They look chummy, like friends.
Yeah.
She dated Jesse Williams. That's 2020. She wouldn't still be with him.
Oh, that's so. She ain't dating Jesse Williams no more.
I think she's not dating Jalen. Do you see Jalen deactivated his Instagram? He's like, don't blame my girl or don't bring my girl into this. I'm deactivating this from the playoffs. He's letting her know, don't try to bring drama. I'm deactivating my. This is the new Jalen. Deactivates. Do you know how serious that is when a Houston Rocket, a guy who played in the Kevin Porter Jr. area of drip basketball and Vibe basketball at the Rockets, is deactivating a social media account for the playoff? First of all, they're in the playoffs.
Glad. I'm thrilled.
I am too.
Yeah, get out. Here is there were a lot of pointed questions. One was about, you got the one about Stephen Allen, about his coaching. Is that what you're queued up to?
Well, it's like 2.5 minutes, so there's a couple of things he responded to. Which one do you want?
Yeah, what was it? The second question?
I like the first one.
Okay, go with the first one. Go start at the beginning. Here is Jalen with Taylor Rooks.
I asked you, what 2 things do you believe caused the turnaround for this team? You told me Ime and the vets.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to talk a little bit about both. I thought it was really enlightening, everything that you told me about how you had to get used to being coached by Ime, because at first you didn't get it.
Yeah.
What do you mean it was hard and you had to figure it out?
I mean, that has a lot to do with, the habits that I created for myself over the first 2 years. Just not being engaged defensively, being out there and just floating. Not going out there and playing my hardest all the time. And really just understanding the game. So, yeah, when he came in and so I'm not playing defense, comes it down.
Mm-hmm.
And you're wondering why you're not playing the fourth quarter and in the defensive possessions. So, I mean, that's also a pride thing with me. Like, I feel like I could do everything out there. So I want to be in those situations to show you, like, you could trust me to win.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, you just got to gain his trust. That's all he want to see. Like, can you do it? And he knows I could do it. I think that's why he'll have me sit down. Because if you're not doing it, what you out there for?
Yeah.
If you're not playing defense, come sit down. Come sit down. How many times, and we talked about it, Alprin sitting in the fourth quarter, Jalen sitting in the fourth quarter, Jabari sitting in the.
And there was some. I mean,
you know
a little
why?
Keith Nashing. I remember at the time when there was some. Why are you having? You're trying to win this game. Because it's never about the game. It was never about that game. It's about the big picture.
Yep.
And that's why building a team. That's why you can't get caught up in trading. That's why it's so important. The trading of Laramie Tunsil cannot be looked at as an individual event. It's being done for a much bigger purpose. And the same reason, not playing guys in the fourth quarter, it's not being done for that game. This is not being done for this upcoming year, trading Laramie Tunsil. These are guys who are trying to build a certain culture and a certain accountability. And that's what it was for. And all that teeth gnashing over, you lost that game because your best player was there. Look at the benefits.
Yep.
He's very self-aware. Like, I wasn't playing hard enough. Wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. He knows. He's the one who tells you that. Like,
Yep.
I wasn't good. Wasn't
I
good
wasn't
enough.
good enough. I wasn't good enough. And you know what? He wanted hard coaching, and he got hard coaching. After years
He didn't
of
want hard
Steven
coaching at
Silas,
first.
No, after years of Steven, he said, I was lazy. I didn't care. I mean, I didn't know. But he learned so much. It's a bit of an indictment on Steven Silas, but oh well. I mean, when you go from Steven Silas to Ime Udoka, I mean, there's going to be a difference. It's going to be a huge difference. Yeah. And, now look at the difference with the team. Yeah, they added veteran leadership, but all of the young players are just better too. I mean, there's Ime Udoka has made this organization what it is today, the number 2 seed in the West. And you cannot put enough emphasis on what he has done and his effect on this basketball team. You just can't. 713-780-3776, the number. I want to talk right now. This week, it's the Chevron Championship. Love it out there. I'm going to be out there. I'm going to be the starter on the 10th tee in the afternoon rounds. If you're out there, come see me. Okay, on number 10. If you're not out there, I just don't know what you're doing. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the first major of the year for the ladies. They're awesome. They play. Yesterday, she shoots 9 under. Do you know? And it was someone I never heard of. And I watched some women's golf. Nelly Korda was 5 under. It's 9 under 63. Do you think they're any good? Yeah, they're really, really good. Yeah, the courses are shorter for them than they are for the men, but they're hitting the ball. And I don't care how short it is. You go try to shoot 9 under. You play that same course and you're shooting an 88. Okay. They're shooting 9 under. They're really, really good. So you want to bring your daughters out there? You want to bring your sons out there? You want to entertain out there? You want clients? You want a good outing for your company? It's the Chevron Championship. Go to thechevronchampionship.com. Get your tickets now. They're very affordable. Thechevronchampionship.com. It's this week. Get out there.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us, 713-780-3776. Rockets in the playoffs. Can't wait. Starts on Sunday night. Last game. The last game of the all the other games will have had, all the other series will have had
What
one
time
game
does it
in.
start?
At 8:30. 8:30 Sunday night.
8:30
Easter Sunday.
Easter Sunday, 8:30.
Yeah.
8:30 Central.
8:30 Central.
So I'll be in LA at 6:30. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. At 6:30. You're
The
gonna be.
flight, I'll be in
You'll
good
be there
shape.
by then?
Get myself something
Yeah.
to eat, get in there and start watching.
Are you
Oh,
staying near SoFi?
In Marina Del Rey. I don't think it's it's not that far away.
Uh,
They put us where it's pretty
well,
close.
Hollywood Park Casino is right there. You go play poker if you want. Right next to SoFi.
I can't go play poker.
Right next to SoFi.
No, I can't. I would
That's
like to
still-
see it though.
It's great.
I mean, it's a famous place. So you can do off track betting there too, right?
Yeah.
Hollywood Park
Yep.
Casino, yeah.
Yep.
So it's a card house, but they don't have an actual casino, right?
Yes. It's an actual casino.
It's a casino, card house,
And how about this?
off track?
How about this? California's so worried about the taxes. There is at every single table the seat right to the left of the dealer in blackjack or 3-card poker or whatever it is. There is somebody who works for the state that just sits there and watches and keeps track of all of the money that's going back and forth.
Okay, I'm gonna at the end of the thing, I'm gonna say, hey, I lost $370. I'm gonna need to. Can you give me something? Because I'm writing this off.
Well,
no, you can't
yeah.
tax it and not allow a write off.
Right.
You play. Guess what? If you keep your lottery slips, do you know that you can write off your Texas lottery? People who do lottery stuff, you can write that off.
You got to do itemized taxes. So that's a.
Well,
then you got to keep track of every ounce of gas that you use. I mean, it's a real hassle to do something like that. But okay, you can do it. Yeah.
I have a tax guy that does stuff. Well, I don't know how. I mean, I keep track of the money I spend for office or for clothes, for TV or stuff like that. Gas, I keep track of gas.
Yeah.
Or mileage, not gas.
I can't
but mileage.
really see you keeping track of.
I do. It's
itemizing stuff.
it's an estimate. It's a
that's
very
different.
conservative estimate where I can't possibly go over, but I know how far I drive every day to work. Not super far, but I've got other, I know how much I drive. Don't worry. I write some stuff off. It's not enough.
Okay.
I don't write off lottery tickets, but you can.
You can.
They can't take your monif for winning a lottery
and
then tell you that when you play it, there's no tax write off.
I know.
Now, when they say, if they're going to audit you, I'd rather just, fine, keep all of it. I don't want an audit.
Well, they will. Yeah, I won a tournament there, and California took out taxes on it. I was like, what the shnikes? This sucks. This state sucks. And I was right. I was right about it. Okay.
You won the tournament?
I won a tournament there, yeah.
And they took
out, yeah. They took out 15%.
Wow.
Yeah. The odds for the top 10 picks via DraftKings. Miami quarterback Cam Ward, minus 20,000 favorite, which is okay. So the Browns are going with Travis Hunter. He's the minus 350.
Okay.
Which means you bet 100, you bet $350 and you can win 100.
Like I said, I think that's fine. Probably put a little something on Abdul Carter. And if you do Abdul Carter there, you might as well do Travis Hunter at 3.
Right. Well, but you could be wrong on both, right?
Yeah, you could. But if you're right on one, you're going to be right on both.
On both, right. Exactly.
And your dog's on both.
And your dog. Right.
You're going to be more than 2.5. You're going to be 2.5 to 1.
It's much better value.
Yeah.
Abdul Carter is the favorite for the third pick at minus 300. In other words, you have to bet 300 to win 100.
And Travis Hunter is what?
Will Campbell, it doesn't say. It just says he's the favorite. It just gives me the favorites for each pick. And let's see if you agree with him. After, Will Campbell, minus 225. You like him there?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I
don't think that's great value.
It's not great value, but I think I've heard a little story about heard a little story about how Vrabel, and it was not from the Patriots. It was somebody who knows Will Campbell, who Will apparently Vrabel tested him, and Will responded with a little nastiness himself. And Vrabel's like, "That's my guy." Something about coming across the table and choking you if you did that to me, or something like. And Mike Vrabel goes, "This is a Patriot now."
5th overall pick, Mason Graham, -130.
Yeah,
now the odds are going way down.
Yeah, because
you can get better value.
So what do you have at Ashton Genty there?
Ashton Genty is to the Raiders at 6.
No,
-125.
at 5.
It doesn't have it. I'm telling you, it's just got the favorites.
Because I've noticed Dane Brugler put it there, and I like Dane. I think Dane is good. And then, truth be told, nobody really thinks Mason Graham is some awesome pick at 5. Nobody. That's why this is not a good draft to have picks 4 through like 12. So I think Mason Graham I think there's something exploitable at 5. I really do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think you go a lot of ways, don't you?
Yeah,
Jalen
this is
Walker?
where a surprise. It could go Jalen Walker. It could go Mason. It could go Mason Graham, but it could go Ashton Genty as a surprise. And it doesn't make sense to me because you have Trevor. Because you have not Trevor Etienne. That's his brother who's in this. Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby. And I thought Tank Bigsby did a really good job, but Travis Etienne's contract actually that's where you have to look at teams that will draft. That's why Ashton Genty may end up he signed a 4-year deal. So let me see.
Yeah, he's going to be coming up on his 5th year. Yeah. I mean, he missed a year.
And and he's had injury. He's had an Achilles injury. Do you really want to give him
I don't know
a second contract?
I don't really want to pick a running back 5th overall, though.
Well, but
especially since Tank played well.
But hold on. Why not? You got a quarterback that you have to make it work. What about the best running back? What about the best, if you think he's the best
Do they
player in the
need
draft?
any
So
help on
you're right.
tackle?
Hey, this is his last year.
Yeah.
You could take Ashton Genty and maybe just deal Travis Etienne for a 5th.
Yeah. It wouldn't be Membo.
At 5?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Jalen Walker, it could be. We'll see. Ashton Genty, -125, 6 to the Raiders.
See, I like Jalen Walker as a surprise up
there. Okay. Then you can get value. Armand Membo, 7 to the Jets. -115.
How about
now you're getting to a neighborhood where you can get even the favorite.
How about Kelvin Banks, 7 to the Jets?
Okay. That you probably get.
Right now, we're just going with so the mock drafts have all locked into the same pattern, and I have Membo there. They've all locked into the same pattern. Something's not going to be right.
Yeah,
something's not going to be right, and it's going to throw it off.
No,
you know where it is. If Mason Graham doesn't go 5 and Ashton Genty goes 5, the entire thing blows up.
Well, it could be the Patriots at 4 that screw the whole thing.
Yeah.
Up. They screw the whole thing off. If they go Membo, if they go Graham.
If they go Graham, then it really it changes. Then I don't know who. I'd have to see all the team needs for Jacksonville, because then where does Campbell go? Does that push all the defensive tackles? Does Genty go 6? If they go Graham 4, and then I don't know who Jacksonville goes with. Maybe Jacksonville. Let's just say Walker, like you said. Even though they've got Rush, you would have to view him as a linebacker. Let's say they go shock the world and go Ted McMillan, get another wide receiver. Let's just say they go Genty. That would blow everything up, because the 6th pick, everyone's been putting Genty there. That's blown up. Now you've got Will Campbell on the board, and you got Kelvin Banks on the board, so it may not be Mimbu at 7. It could end up being Will Banks, and they just move him over to right.
There's all kinds. Well, yeah. We all know that
eventually. Sometimes it's smooth. Yeah. Sometimes it's smooth for the first 7 to 8 picks. Like, I don't know what the Dolphins are going to do, or the Saints are a real wild card right now. And frankly, if Jalen Walker's off the board, then the Carolina pick turns into a mess.
You know who the favorite for the Saints is?
I don't know.
Shador.
Yeah.
He's the favorite.
That's fine. I'm putting you on game here. I would not put him there. Jackson Dart is the upset pick, I think.
Really?
Yeah, if you're looking for odds.
Yeah, Shador is plus 200, so Jackson Dart would be, you get better odds, and much better odds.
Yeah, that's because they don't know what's going to happen there. But I had an agent tell me he's pretty sure that they like Jackson Dart the most. So, you never know if that's accurate information, but It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans are like a minus 260 favorite to draft an offensive line. I saw position for every team. I was looking at that because I was interested to see what it looked like and see if they're just following mock drafts. The Houston Texans, they've got minus 250 or minus 260 that it's an offensive lineman. And you know what? I think the chalk's going to get there. I think there'll be an offensive line pick.
Yeah, by number 2. Okay, so I got it here. I got it right here. What everybody would be. The number 4 pick, Will Campbell's number 1 minus 250. Number 2 would be Membo at plus 650.
Yeah, but what is Kelvin Banks?
Kelvin Banks is plus 3,500.
Yeah, but I mean, they need a left tackle. Kelvin Banks is a left tackle. I don't know why they have Membo there. I know I put him there a mock ago, but
Kelvin Banks, that's 35 to 1.
Yeah, and he's a left tackle.
Yeah.
They need a left tackle.
And
so to me, there's 2 guys they would consider.
And
it would
Mason
be Kelvin
Graham
Banks
is 18 to 1.
I mean, it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting. But wow, this is one of the hardest years to predict.
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to do handicapping stuff. It's really challenging because one thing is going to blow. Like Mikel Williams, Shamar Stewart could end up going in the top 10 from A&M, and that guy has like very little production, but is an absolute freak show. But he could end up going way higher. Mikel Williams is a guy that could fall a little bit from.
The interesting one for me is Tyler Warren. Will he be a top 10 pick? Time to break.
Yeah, I'm starting to think as it gets tighter, and I'm starting to realize. Funny you say that because the more I'm looking at it, what ends up happening is everyone says we've been putting these players here, and you go, I don't love him, but he fits a need. And as it gets closer, you start realizing these teams are going to start drafting good players.
Good players.
And they're going to say, Tyler Warren's a good player. We're taking him. We're not taking a chance with Mikel
Look
Williams.
at what Brock Bowers did this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. IMG, we're talking right now. I'm talking about Access Vascular Health. I'm talking about your prostate. I'm talking about getting tested. If you have an enlarged prostate, go see first of all, do you have symptoms? Are you going and can't stop, going in the middle of the night too often? Are you erectile dysfunction is another symptom that your prostate is too big. Your prostate is growing. If you're a little bit older, you're 40, 50, 60, 70 years old, chances are your prostate is spread out. And here you go. Now you got Doc Manavis here for you, where she can also help women. She can help infertility. She can help women with uterine problems. She can help you with your prostate problems. Doc Manavis is awesome. She's at all kinds. I mean, it is a facility that is second to none. And here's the deal: no surgery. It's just an IV. So here's the deal: you do not want to get surgery if you have an enlarged prostate. If it's cancerous, that's another story. If it's not, Doc Manavis is the only place to go. 975prostate.com. You heard it right here. If you know a friend that's getting prostate surgery, tell them no. Get to 975prostate.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to get in with us here. Playoff time, baby. Let's go. NBA playoffs. You excited, Del? Well, your team's not in it.
If they win tonight, they're in it.
Yeah, but they're not going to win tonight.
So be it. I mean, I know you don't know what a finals run feels like because it's been 30 years or so, but I know what it feels like. I'm good.
No, I still remember.
Yeah, I'm sure it's faded.
I was
It's a
on the
faded
court
memory.
interviewing the Dream.
You've been the Coors Light is coursing through and it's addled your brain. So I know you can't remember it clearly, but it feels pretty good.
I remember every second of it.
So first rounds aren't that exciting to me. This child's play. What you're going to go through on Sunday.
We haven't had a first round around here.
I know. So I know it feels different, but trust, it's child's play.
Okay. Oh, we just take it for granted? Is that what you're doing?
I take it for granted.
Yeah.
You don't. I understand why you're
not
excited
even in
about
it.
I know why you're excited about it. You don't know what it feels like. You can't
if
even
you
remember.
get in it, you get Cleveland in the first round.
You can't even
Nice.
remember what it feels like. So I understand why you're excited. Me, first round playoff basketball, whatever. Whatever. Come on, been on finals runs, man. When the world had stopped, my team went on a finals run.
Oh, stop. When was that?
And even 2 years ago, they went on a finals run.
Yeah, but not really.
No, it's real.
No,
You can
not
watch it.
really. We
Even-
knew they weren't going to win anything.
That's fine, but the finals run is a finals run. So I'm glad you're excited about it. But come on, that ain't big boy basketball in the first round. Get out of the first round. Then we can have a real discussion about big boy basketball.
Yeah. Yep. We'll see. We're going to get out of the first round, just like the Texans. Out of the first round.
I hope it's not like the Texans.
Boom.
I hope
Listen,
that's not the ceiling.
I like them against the Lakers. Okay. I really do. I like them against the Lakers in the second round. I think this team absolutely can make the Western Conference Finals. I think this team is good enough, absolutely good enough. The intensity is going to ratchet up incredibly starting Sunday night.
I hope you get one of those cool shirts. So
Well,
you're gonna wear your shirt to the game. Your lift-off red shirt to the game. You wearing it to the game?
I don't know that I'm going to the game, and I don't think I'm going to wear a lift-off shirt. But okay.
I mean, we got
lift-off shirts.
You didn't get your gift.
I still don't
box?
have mine. I still don't have mine. Sam was in here yelling at Lance, well, rightfully so.
For what?
He's had his
picture of your jersey.
I'm not taking that picture.
And I
Sam wanted pictures, all of us with our jerseys.
She was already here this early in the morning.
I mean,
train it
before
in.
the show started.
Good luck with that picture.
And she's like, "Where's your picture?" And you've been here and doing nothing, and you can't take a damn picture.
I'll do it.
I'm not doing that.
What's the problem?
You didn't do it?
No, Brian BMAC, the producer for the Killer Bees, didn't get a gift box
He's
at
such
all.
a loser.
So this was Brian's idea because I took issue with the whole let's bend the knee to the Rockets because they sent us stuff.
It's not bending the knee. It's showing support for the local team.
Yeah,
Dale.
By sending a thank you social media post, get out of here. Stop playing for clicks. What does Dan Lanning say? I don't play for clicks. So what?
How about a little appreciation
I
to the
said thank
organization?
You mean the entire show? I had the jersey displayed.
I'd rather have a pizza.
I'm sure you would.
Yeah.
So BMAC's going to take a photo
You
of my
can't wear a
jersey.
pizza, but
I don't care.
I don't wear it.
Show the pizza.
He doesn't wear jerseys.
Show the pizza.
A Rockets branded Papa John's pizza, whatever.
I'm the only one representing the station.
That's
today.
not true. I got a shirt on too. Just lying out here.
I'm representing Contra.
So we're gonna.
Back in the Nintendo.
Oh, good for you. So what we're gonna do is BMAC's gonna act like a recent Rockets draft pick and hold the jersey up, but it'd be my jersey. So that's what
It's
we're gonna
going
do.
to say Olaleye. A white guy
Brian
wearing
does
an
not look
Olaleye
like
jersey is
Olaleye.
going to 100% get canceled.
That's the funny part.
BMAC
Yeah.
is done.
Oh,
And
what?
That's why it's
So
funny.
who's going to be the
Is
new
he going to do
producer?
it in blackface?
No. It's his idea, by the way. No, he's not gonna do it in blackface. Why are you trying to get that man?
On Good Friday, this is what you
What's
come
wrong
with.
with you? No.
On Good Friday, this is what we say.
I would not see him do that.
Why would you want to see him do that? Ruin
See?
his life.
Keith the caller Keith, who knows all the backup quarterbacks, said 6'10" took a picture with him.
I'm sure. Well, you guys will too. We'll take a picture. I just won't be in it.
I ain't doing it.
Oh, look,
You're
not doing
you're
it
in.
either.
Yeah. No, just take a picture of the back of my jersey. That's fine.
Well, and BMAC will hold up the back of my jersey. That's
Hey,
what
you
we'll do.
can hold up mine too.
Okay.
All right.
It'll just be BMAC in all the photos.
And just tan face. I want him to
No,
wear.
he's
I
not
want him
putting
to be
on
a tan
makeup.
face.
No altering of faces when you're wearing a jersey that says or you're holding up a jersey that says
Well, Granado.
Olaleye.
Okay, Granado. He could put tan face on.
Oh yeah.
Let's
he
get
can get away.
All right, quickly, let's get D in here. Let's talk about the draft. What's up, D?
Hey, what's up, man? My bad. This is a late topic. I'm late to it, but Lance, I wanted to ask you. I was looking at like the odds, and there's like odds for top 10 pick, and Shador is minus 290. What do you think about that? And it all points to him going to the Saints. So what do you think about that?
See, I saw where he's oh no, it was 8.5 is the number I saw. Yeah, I would think take the underdog pick on that and go over. Higher, yeah, because it gives you either Giants at 3 or Saints at 9 for Shador. But I'm telling you, there's enough buzz out there behind the scenes that Jackson Dart's a guy they like, and I don't think the Giants are taking Shador Sanders. I don't think, but you just never know. Mike Tannenbaum, it's interesting. Mike Tannenbaum put him with the Giants today, I think, in one of their little segments they had. You never know. Mike is a former GM, but that doesn't necessarily.
Oh, I can see you getting a call from Dion if he goes 3 to the Giants. You believe now?
Do you believe
now?
Do you believe now?
You didn't
Exactly.
believe. You were the first one to put him out at 29, and Dion said scoffed at you. And he, you know what?
Why do y'all
I'm
have
on
somebody
Team Dion now.
Why do y'all have somebody on your website that has my son in the 20s? He got
in his feelings.
He got saucy. Now all of a sudden it's like, well, he's not top 2. I don't think Deion Sanders should be. I think Shador should be like minus 180 to be inside the top 10. That would be more realistic. And I still think Dart goes second. I think he's the second quarterback off the board. So I think Shador is going to fall below that. You just can't find teams that really like him, but most teams don't like the quarterbacks in this draft, period. You really want to know the truth. Not like them like first round them.
Right.
There's a lot of heat on Jalen Milroe maybe going first, which is the craziest thing. And I don't care if you're going to play him at running back. It's just like crazy to take. Yeah, because some teams have him projected as a running back.
Oh,
and but he's never played that.
No.
Like it's just, I can't believe they invited him to the draft.
I saw the Braxton Miller experiment. I mean, it's happened.
The Julian Edelman was really good.
Great. Yeah. But that happened.
But it's hard. It's not a lot of them.
No.
It's not a lot of them that work well. And none of them are first round picks. You draft him in the first, you're giving him a shot to be quarterback first and foremost. You just think he's got a fallback position, but you don't take that in the first round.
No. All right. 713-780-3776. You got a question, you're more than welcome to get in here with Lance and talk NFL draft. Right now, I'm talking about I'm talking about your taxes. Disgusted with taxes, okay? Listen, nobody's more disgusted with taxes right now than me. I can't tell you. But we still got the house here. And you know what? They're sending us a tax bill on this, and it's like, wow, are you kidding me? Got to go with Ownwell. Going to have to call Ownwell, tell them, and you got to do it before May 15th because you got to protest your taxes. You have to protest your taxes. We don't sell this house before May 15th. I'm telling you, we got to protest it. You have to too. If you're not protesting your taxes, I'm telling you, you're losing money, and a lot of money in a lot of instances because the government don't care. They're just putting a number up there, and 86% of the time they're wrong. Ownwell wins 86% of the time on an average of $1,100 per. So if you're somebody that's not fighting your taxes, you're not protesting it, you are losing money. It doesn't cost you anything. It only costs you if Ownwell wins. If they don't win, nothing. It takes 3 minutes to sign up. Listen, you got to do this. You have to protest your taxes, and there's one place to go, ownwell.com. Takes 3 minutes to sign up, and you, my friends, have got to do it by May 15th or else. Ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com, ownwell.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Oh, good. Gilbert's calling. We hadn't heard from him for a while. But here's the deal. I was worried about him. We hadn't heard from him. Or was he on hold and we never went to him? Yeah, I don't know. I was worried. So I'm back now. I'm going to try to get to see him next week, actually, after Easter. But pretty good question. Finally, a couple of good questions. More concerned about Draymond's antics or Dylan Brooks' antics? Yeah, probably.
Draymond.
Well, Dylan will get his technicals.
Yeah, but I think Ime says, hey, don't let him draw you in. Like, I think Ime is aware. Steve Kerr has no control over Draymond. I don't know that Ime has control over Dylan, but Dylan has been a better citizen, on-court citizen, I should say, in Houston. He does have 15 technicals, or whatever he has. That's a lot. He's got actually, no, that's not true, because that video that we were listening to was from a couple years ago. So, yeah, but I'll check. I mean, Dylan's got a lot of techs.
Yeah, I think he leads the league, doesn't he?
Probably.
Yeah,
Dylan Brooks, miscellaneous stats, Fox Sports. I'll have to check. I mean, he has been banned too.
Yeah, I mean, he had 17, didn't he? So he had at least 17 because he had to sit.
That's a lot of techs he'll get, but I think I'm more worried about Draymond's. I don't know.
Anthony Edwards leads with 17.
It's a pick 'em.
Anthony Edwards has the most. Wow.
Dylan Brooks has received 18 technical fouls this year.
Anthony Edwards 1, Dylan Brooks 2.
Unless I'm seeing an old one.
This is through March 16th. Wow. Yeah, Dylan Pete. He's taking
without pay for receiving his sixth. Dylan got a 16th technical, and was the news of a 1-game suspension came April 3rd. So does he have any since then? It doesn't matter. He's got a ton.
NBA player stats, technical fouls. Anthony Edwards 19, Dylan Brooks 18. Trae Young. Did you see Trae Young the other night? Wouldn't give the referee the ball.
Yeah, it was a weasel move. There's your boy Isaiah Stewart.
Isaiah Stewart doesn't even play.
Luka's got 14. How many of these are international players? I guess the first one is Luka, the complainer. Draymond's at 13. Draymond's kind of cut it.
Yeah, Draymond's a good citizen now. Good citizen.
Is he?
No, not really.
At 24, Luka led the league with 19 technicals. Dylan Brooks at 17. Draymond was at 10. In 2023, the technical count.
Draymond's really cut it back. We got to give him some credit.
Draymond Green was, when he plays the full season, he had 21 in 2023. Dylan Brooks was second with 18. Dylan is going to be in the top 3 every year of technicals. And so is Luka, and so is Trae Young. That's just how it goes. And Anthony Edwards. Those are the guys that always get technicals. They're all in 2022. It was Trae Young, followed by Draymond Green, Luka Doncic. And that's when what's his name? Dylan Brooks wasn't even a factor yet at that point. He only had a 13, kind of an embarrassment. Only 13 technicals when Draymond was putting in work at 18, and Trae Young very quietly it is really Luka, Draymond, Trae Young, and Dylan Brooks. Those are the big 4 for technical fouls, year in and year out. And Anthony Edwards. Nowadays, right now, where we stand now, those are the big 5.
Those are guys.
Because Dwight Howard used to be up there. Luka is right now. I think Luka's the unquestioned over the last 5 years. Luka's got the most technicals, even more than Draymond, and that's on par. He's a big complainer, so that tracks.
Yep. All right, let's get Chris in the Woodlands in here. Hey, Chris.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show. Super thankful for Good Friday. I missed the beginning part of the show with kids at home and things like that, but I had a question. Did you guys address the retirement of Shador's jersey and Travis Hunter's jersey? Did you guys address that this morning?
We did. Yeah, we did yesterday. But I don't know if you saw this. It's really people on social media were acting like it was just a bunch of people going after Deion or Shedeur or whatever, but really, Deion had to address it because there was a big. Here's the problem: it's not just a bunch of social media people or media types or fans; it's former players. We're pissed off, guys.
Yeah, that's what you know.
Yeah,
I'm 45, and Lance, I think we're probably around close to the same age. Like the 90s, I remember with Sean Salam and Cordell Stewart and those guys, those great teams. And so it just kind of threw me for a loop. Like, I know we talk a lot about drafting these two guys. Travis Hunter is a phenomenal athlete. I'm with you, Lance. Shedeur is not, top 5 pick in my opinion, but it's just weird. A 13-12 record, we're retiring the jersey. You got the AD saying he put us back to national prominence. Really, it wasn't those two guys. I mean, all those are great players with Deion, and I just really see a fall off. I don't know. Kind of the repercussions that I think are going to come from this, from the former players. I don't know. I think the AD and those guys may be kind of digging their own grave with the alumni.
So
love you guys, show. I'll hang up on
Thanks. So I'm reading up on this more. There's an article. It's really at the discretion of the head coach and the AD. Well, obviously Deion's pushing this, but the problem is he made a lot of enemies with people at Colorado who've been waiting, like Deion Figures, who is a number 2 that didn't get his jersey retired yet. He's kind of waiting in line. Chad Brown is the guy who considered to be waiting in line. They are guys, there had only been 6 in the entire history of, like, there is really no way you can possibly spend well, he's a record-setting quarterback. Well, these records weren't very good, to be honest with you. Colorado has no history of being a passing college. It's record-setting.
They had 4. It's 6 now. They had 4 total.
Oh, it was only 4 total,
4.
and then they throw Shedeur, who was 13-12 as a starter, return him to national prominence. You're only national prominence if this is something that is sustained. And I would go so far as to say, obviously Travis Hunter had a lot to do with it, but it's Deion. I mean, Deion is the guy that makes the wheels go round. As soon as Deion leaves, it's a wrap for Colorado. They're not going to be the same program.
I don't know if it was asked in the press conference, because he spoke yesterday and he said something along the lines of, if his last name wasn't Sanders, people wouldn't be reacting this way. When in fact, if your last name wasn't Sanders and you weren't his dad, he wouldn't have his jersey retired right now.
Not even close.
So,
but that's why all the players that are really pissed off, they're like, guys, we won a national championship. We won a national championship, and now these young Buffalo fans or new Buffalo fans, you basically wipe us off the face of the earth now, because this is the standard now. Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter,
13-12.
Most of them like the Travis Hunter. They just want, and actually some of them, Tyler Columbus, one of the offensive linemen, is like, I'm cool with Shedeur getting it, but not now. You make him wait. You make him wait in line like other Buffs have had to wait. That's just the way it works. You don't. I'm
not cool. I can't believe that there are a lot of players, former or current, that are like, Shedeur, really? Retired jersey? Really? I mean, honestly.
Oh, that are upset about it?
That are happy with it.
Well, this guy said he doesn't have any problem with Shedeur. I mean, that's what he said.
Getting retiring his jersy for what he did there?
The point, I know, it's ridiculous, because there's no other university where that would have happened, and no other player.
No.
You can say, the only answer I've heard people say is, he turned a program around. That's Deion, and it's short term. Unless it's sustainable, you didn't turn a program around. You had one winning season.
So
far we have one winning season.
Program around.
Do you know? Del, that's the argument that's made, is Shedeur turned that program around, and Jackson State. And then the other argument is he's a record-setting quarterback. The records, have you seen the records at Colorado?
Yeah.
They're not great.
Traditionally, when they're at their best, obviously the option is when they won their title, and even the resurgence, 2000 to 2002, when they beat up on Nebraska. Chris Brown, former Texans running back, they ran the ball. Bobby Purify, they run the football.
Yeah.
This is the quote from Chad Brown, former longtime NFL veteran, and also Colorado. Buffalo. If the players from the national championship team have not received such an honor by default, this action diminishes, and for a new generation of CU fans, erases their greatness. I would never minimize the impact of 2 or 12, Shedeur and Travis. They are amazing players, but the timing is poor. And that
it really is
the sentiment.
The sentiment is, you can't make Deion did this now, because when he leaves, it's not going to happen. I mean, let's just be realists. Can we be honest? Deion's not going to stay the duration. I don't know that Deion stays more than 2 more years at Colorado. I'll put my house on that. He's not going to, especially if something opens up in the NFL. The only way he's going to coach in the NFL is if he's coaching his son, and whoever drafts Shedeur, when that coach is fired, then it's immediately the speculation is going to be Deion. And if he had to wait like everyone else does, he's not getting his jersey retired, because once Deion's gone, and if they fall back to mediocrity, which I think they will, because Deion is, hey, I give Deion all the props. This isn't about Travis. It's not about Shedeur. It's not about Nico. Nico Iamaleava. These guys don't. As soon as he's gone from Tennessee, 110,000 are still coming. It's not going to matter. You don't matter. College players really don't matter that much because the universities themselves are powerhouse giants. The one guy that really matters from an NIL standpoint, like if you want to talk about name, image, and likeness, is Deion Sanders. He's the most important name, image, and likeness person in college football. It's not Kirby Smart. It's not Dan Lanning. It's not anybody other than Deion Sanders, if you're really objectively honest about it. Deion single-handedly had ESPN going to, like, the TV ratings for Colorado State were sky high. Those were two bad programs. Colorado won 4 games that year. They were coming off a 1-win season or whatever it was, and Colorado State wasn't good. And yet everyone, we talked about it after the game. I watched it. It was a fun game. It was a good game. The national attention was everywhere that Deion was. He's a salesman. He's a showman. There's no doubt about it. I think the longer it lasts, the more you start to see the cracks and the holes, and the coaches who have all left who didn't like it, whatnot, the players that are leaving. I mean, I think Deion had a chance to be something, and he's kind of shown that he's not that guy. But he's still an amazing, like, he is the circus. Like, you want to know what's going on with Deion Sanders. There's no question. Shedeur's just another quarterback. There's nothing. He hasn't done anything special in college football, not even remotely close. The three of us watch a lot of college football, have our whole lives. I mean, he's just another guy as it pertains to great college players. There's been phenomenal college players. Tim Tebow is one of the greatest of all time. I would say Johnny Manziel is way ahead of Shedeur Sanders as it pertains to, Johnny. It wasn't Sumlin. It was Johnny that brought people in. It was what he did.
Yeah.
It was all, people wanted to come to A&M because of Johnny. He changed the attitude and culture around Texas A&M. Now, he was a huge pain in the ass, but he was also only basically like a 2-year guy at A&M. That's all he was. That's an example. He was a Heisman Trophy winner. That's an example of someone, and even does he have his jersey retired there?
Johnny, no.
He doesn't?
He didn't go back for something?
Do what?
I thought he went back.
Do they retire jerseys?
That wasn't a retired jersey thing for him when he went back.
Did they retire his jersey?
I know they had a ceremony for him. I don't know if they retired.
Maybe they did. Maybe I missed it. I don't know. Especially after the.
No, it's not retired. That's an example. Like Shedeur Sanders, the year's not even over, and his jersey's retired. Johnny Manziel is not retired. Tim Tebow's jersey is not retired. Joe Burrow's jersey is not retired. Come on, it's objectively a joke.
Yeah.
It's objectively a joke, but it's done because Deion's got to get it in now, because if he doesn't, it's not going to happen. And he's using his stroke.
Leave a legacy of himself and his son there.
Yeah. That's what it is. And that's his ego. And, I don't think it's right, but it's not going to end the world for me. It's a jersey retirement. At the end of the day, it's not that. It's a discussion on sports radio, but jersey retirements, what is it? It's not going to hurt any of us.
Different programs have different standards. I know USC, you win a Heisman, you get your jersey retired. Or at least
you should.
Or at least you get on.
You're the best player in college football.
Rashawn Salam has his number retired.
Byron Whizzer White.
So you get it if Shedeur gets his. I mean, not Shedeur. If Travis Hunter gets his.
Yeah.
But maybe not.
Shedeur should not be part of that.
But even Travis Hunter should wait, 4 or 5 years. And then he comes back for a big ceremony there, because that's what the process is. There's no reason to do it right now.
Nope. All right, time to talk about John Daspit, and there's a lot of reasons to call him right now.
His jersey should be retired if there's a Hall of Fame for personal injury lawyers in Houston. Absolutely, he's a winner. He gets his winning percentage is truly off the charts. It's unbelievable. If you go to court, and most of the lawyers for the insurance side, when people have been badly injured and they have a claim against the company or whoever it is that's that was negligent and was at fault, they understand now there's a reputation. If you go to court against John Daspit, you are going to get absolutely obliterated. And so they settle with John Daspit. They wait. and they'll wait a long time. And John Daspit said, hey, I'll, and he tells the clients, look, it may take a little bit longer, but we're going to get a strong settlement for you because your pain and suffering matters to us. All your hospital bills and everything beyond that, your physical therapy, things that are going to continue to go on, that matters. Anytime you miss from work, it's going to be compensated because you wouldn't have missed that time if it wasn't for the injury. John Daspit is a guy that passionately pursues justice against the injured. He has a ton of lawyers so that you get the attention you deserve. 713 call now. That's phone number. Easy to remember. 713 call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
Not a problem. Lance wants to take his son out to East River 9 to play golf. Okay. That's easy because we got a corporate membership there. The station has a corporate membership. 12 rounds for $400 a month, 24 rounds for $700 a month, 36 rounds, $1,000 a month. Okay. Do you have a big company? That's next to nothing. Okay. So, and if you want to entertain, it's day or night. They've got lights there. You could play at night. They've got a bar and a restaurant that's really, really good. They've got pickleball courts. You can get a corporate membership on that. How about this weekend, crawfish boils through May? Okay. Awesome. East River 9 is a place to go get your golf on. It's a place to get your food on. It's a place to get your drink on. It's a place to watch your games, Rockets playoffs, Astros baseball, golf all the time. It's great. It is really, really great. You haven't been there? You need to go. East River 9. We love it. We are corporate members, and we want you to be too. EastRiver9.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Anything that we have missed today? We hit on a lot of different things. So apparently, Aaron Glenn has no time for Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is really, really. I mean, if I'm the Steelers, I ain't got no time for this. I got no time for your tomfoolery.
What do you mean, Aaron Glenn?
Aaron Glenn said the same thing about Aaron Rodgers' contentious meeting. Jets fans all said the same thing about Aaron Rodgers' contentious meeting with Aaron Glenn. All right. In February, the Jets informed Rodgers that the team was going in a different direction. All right. And Aaron Rodgers on the McAfee show, he thought he was going in there to negotiate a deal. Wasn't even 15 minutes long. And Aaron Glenn said, we're going in another direction. Sorry, Aaron. Bye, Aaron. And actually, Aaron, according to Rodgers, Aaron Glenn just ran out of the room. Said, I'm done here. I'm busy. I ain't got time for your shenanigans, as Lance Berkman would say.
Aaron
Glenn said that. I ain't got no time for your shenanigans. Well, I'm paraphrasing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Lance Berkman would have said it like that, but not Aaron Glenn probably.
You haven't proven yourself at this juncture to be good enough the juice isn't worth the squeeze. All this drama is, you get it if you have to deal with the guy who's got a chance to take you to a championship or, an AFC or NFC championship. But the version he showed last year,
yeah.
I mean, this has been 3 years now. Remember, he was hurt the year before. Last year's version wasn't very good. Not relative to his standards. The juice isn't really worth the squeeze anymore with Aaron Rodgers.
Here's what he said. We sit down in the office. I think we're going to have this long conversation. I've flown across the country. 20 seconds in, he goes, I mean, literally, I'm talking to the GM about something. He leans to the end of his seat and goes, are you sure you want to play football? When Aaron Rodgers answered he was interested, Glenn supposedly retorted that the Jets were going in a different direction at quarterback.
He didn't have time for Aaron Rodgers' business. So he's saying, you sure you want to play football? He's not sure he wants to play football right now.
Well, listen, he didn't show up for training camp on time last year.
I know.
Are you kidding me? You're the quarterback of the team that missed the whole year before?
He took time off that they didn't think he was going to.
I mean,
he said he already had an engagement, and then he was up on McAfee's show all year long. Like, man, it's just bad form to be, especially as a quarterback, to be on a platform like a podcast or a show.
I got a lot of respect for Aaron Glenn.
It's one thing to do a city's radio show for 14 minutes a week or whatever. It's another to go on a national show unencumbered and to talk any kind of way about teammates, about situations, and then cause problems for the rest of the week, with national media, national attention, because you said controversial stuff. It's just not, you just don't need that. I like Omar Khan. My dad, he was at Tulane when my dad was there. Omar Khan, their GM, was just the guy who answered a paper in the Tulane, whatever the name of the Tulane school newspaper is. He was, Burton Burns told me this story. Omar Khan was just a guy who had some free time, and they said, hey, we need somebody to come in and cut up film or do something. It was do something that was related to, busy work behind the scenes. And he was a student at Tulane, and Omar said, yeah, I'll come do it. And then now he's a general manager of the Steelers. Like, that's funny. Things can happen that way. He was formerly a cap guy. So I like Omar Khan. Omar Khan was going to be the general manager of the Houston Texans.
Yep. Well,
it was him, and Jim Caldwell was going to be the head coach. Omar thought he had the job in Houston. Jamie Roots thought Omar Khan had the head coaching, had the general manager's job. Everyone with the Texans, and then Jack Easterby freaked out when he found out it was going to be Omar Khan and pulled the old end around and got Nick Caserio in here. Took the jet, convinced Cal to fly out there, did the prayer circle move on him. And hey, look, I'm glad Nick's here. But Jack he's here because Jack Easterby.
Jack did something good.
Jack went
Nothing
to work.
Against Omar, but Jim Caldwell will have been the coach. Not right now. We're in a better spot with D'Amico.
Yeah, no. We're in a good spot.
Yeah.
But
Thank
Omar,
you, Jack Easterby, for your service.
I've spent
okay,
time
all
talking
of you that have been denigrating and just ripping Jack Easterby. If it wasn't for him, Nick Caserio would not be here.
It's true.
That's right.
And he would have been. And we wouldn't have Kenyon Green right now. We wouldn't have. Well, we just dealt him. We wouldn't have Juice Scruggs, and we wouldn't have had Shaq Mason. We wouldn't have Jarrett Patterson and those guys on the offensive line. We wouldn't have.
Hey, did you see what Nico signed for with UCLA?
No.
Or is signing for? Yes.
I'm not gonna. Whatever it is, I'm not gonna believe it. It's gonna come from an agent. So.
Well, the report is, and I don't know if it came from the UCLA side or it's between 1.5 and 1.75.
That sounds accurate.
Yeah,
that's about what I thought.
Yeah. Which with California taxes is about $800,000.
Ooh, 0% and 12.3% taxes.
Yeah.
0 in Tennessee, 12.3.
Yes, it's a big.
You take 12% off of it.
Yeah.
So it's not that big. It's not that big a difference. It's 100 and 100 and it's about 250,000 less.
Yeah, no. It's a big chunk.
$240,000.
And he was
less.
looking for 4. He had 2, and he signed for less.
Had 2.
Hold
on, he had 2.4. It was 2.4, and he was looking for 4. No, it was 2.4. That came from Tennessee. It was 2.4. He was looking for 4. His dad claims they were trying to get better offensive linemen and wide receivers, but it was actually about money. It was probably about both. And then now he makes substantially less after taxes. You're right. I mean, he's going to be looking at maybe 1.2 million. So he'll make half as much in a conference where, I mean, at a school where nobody cares about college football anymore, and in front of literally 20,000 people going to the games. They say it's so disappointing. I was talking to
20?
MJD
I don't think
about
it'll
it.
be that big.
Well, some games, yeah. Oh, some games
Well,
are
maybe
worse,
he'll bring some people there.
Yeah, we'll see. But MJD, and I still think he's got a chance to be a pro quarterback. I still think, look, he's got talent. People giving up on him too soon. It's just, did you see what Cam Newton said on this?
No.
It was great. Cam Newton has become the voice of reason. It's weird. You really got to go see Cam Newton speak on this because Cam on his show talks about the problem that this was. And I think a lot of the pro athletes are saying, hey, guys, you're not playing pro football. I get that you want to be comfortable. He goes, you got plenty of money to be comfortable. This is not pro football where he goes, we don't have those rules where we have contracts. I've noticed the pro football players are really strongly against all this stuff because I think they see, look, this is where this happens. You have to work. You have to pay your dues to get here.
Apparently not.
And this is a big learning. Like this is going to be.
Well, a lot of them are jealous. We should have been paid too. How many times did Arian Foster talk about not getting paid in college the way he should have been paid in college? I mean, listen.
Well, a lot of those guys got paid good money.
Yeah.
More money than they could spend at that time. Well, they could if they went and spent lavishly. Right now, they've got insane amounts of money for a college player, especially one that you're ultimately replaceable. And you want to know why I know you're replaceable? Because you can go to the portal and they'll replace you. You're going to go to the pros, they replace you. You're a replaceable player in college sports. That's the nature of it. NBA or the NFL, the NBA, it's harder to replace a really good player. It's really hard. The league is based on the player. In college football, it's based on the pageantry, the universities. The players switch every year, so it can't be based on an individual player. And some of the best teams are not even their guys coming from Iona. Look at how Florida won. Who are the big 5-star? It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. It's more in basketball. It's like, are you playing 3 or 4 years? You're playing 4 years, and we got a chance to win. It's all about these guys who play a long time. In football, it's amazing how many guys in college football on good teams came from smaller programs and really help out. Like really, it's what we're finding is veteran players from smaller schools have a bigger impact than freshmen usually, who are highly touted 4-star recruits. You want to look at University of Texas, Matthew Golden. Matthew Golden they brought from Houston, and he was the major factor at Texas. That's not a guy they recruited. They just brought him in from the portal right away. Made a huge impact.
All right, breaking news of the weird coming your way next. Finishing up strong right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Talking about Doc Linville. Those of you watching on TV here, you can see that I'm having a good hair day, and it's all because of Doc Linville. Any hair day that I have, period, it's because of Doc Linville. Okay, he has seriously helped me in my life. I love what Doc Linville did for me. You will love what Doc Linville does for you. And you could be 30, you could be 40, 50, 60, whatever. You could be in your 20s and starting to lose your hair. Now is the time to act. Don't wait until you've lost your hair. Don't wait until you're bald. Don't wait until you got to shave your head and then go, hey, maybe Doc. No. Doc Linville will help you now. When you see that hairline receding, when you see that bald spot growing, you need Doc Linville now, not when it's too late. Get there now, okay? I'm telling you, he's either got the PRP, which will stimulate the growth of your hair, or he's got the neo-grafting, which will move the hair from the back and the side to the top of your head. Awesome, awesome, awesome results on both. Look, you're looking for hair. You want to keep your hair. Yes, you do. 975hair.com, 975hair.com. A New Mexico high school baseball player. Did I tell you this one already? I'm not sure. I had this story yesterday. I'm not sure. A New Mexico high school baseball player has been charged, and the team has been suspended amid allegations that he urinated in the opponent's water jug.
Suspended, probably the right thing. I mean, I respect it, but
you respect the move, though.
It's not. I shouldn't say that, but like.
Tell you,
where
are you on this?
You said a high school player, right?
High school.
Yeah, that tracks. And New Mexico, out of all things, they're kind of rough there.
Well, Bregman's from there.
He's kind of rough.
He's kind of rough.
I mean, Johnny Tapia was from there.
Do you think Bregman ever peed in the other?
Johnny Tapia was a real person, a real boxer. Now, Walter White was also from there, and Tuco.
He's not real.
But Tuco is an embodiment of real stuff.
You have proof of that?
Yeah, it's considered the meth capital of the world.
Okay.
Well, yeah. That is true. I'm pretty sure.
That's what I'm saying. New Mexico is. You've been to New Mexico. It's not. It kind of gives you the blues a little bit.
No, actually, I am going. I'm going in August. We're going to go to Santa Fe. That's supposed to be really cool.
Santa Fe's got some cool stuff.
No,
it's got some cool stuff. Don't set your hopes up too high. They got Meow Wolf or whatever it's called, and they've got the white. You guys, the white sand stuff is really cool out that way. Yeah. I mean, there's some cool stuff. We went.
Didn't you go hiking there or something?
Santa Fe? I don't think so. We went to the white sand, whatever it is. Went to Meow Wolf, which is.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that's kind of a famous thing.
Okay.
And their food now, New Mexican food. I do like New Mexican food.
Is it like
New Mexican food? It's a lot of chili. It's a little different. Green chili.
Yeah.
A lot of green chili stuff. It's pretty good. Yeah.
Well, that's weird. That's weird. Anyway, I don't know. I think I don't like the move if I'm the opposing team, but it reminds me of Black Mirror. Did you watch Black Mirror where the guy drinks his own pee to save his wife's life?
Yeah, I think did more than that.
Yeah, he did a lot more than that.
What about the mousetrap?
Yep, the mousetrap on the tongue.
Yep.
It
wasn't to save her life, is so she could keep getting. Well, kind of. Yeah. Well, they didn't want to keep hearing the commercials
until he, didn't save her life anymore.
Well, I would have got tired of it too. Like, if she's not putting out,
she was tired.
Time to check out.
She was tired.
She's sleeping on
16, 18.
Yeah, but at some point you say, "Is this really worth it?"
No. Wow.
Well, you don't think my wife is at some point going to pull the plug on me prematurely?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. My wife was talking about that yesterday, as a matter of fact. If I got to take care of your ass.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. You got enough money? Well, if we don't
my wife's
as soon as we don't have all these houses.
Yeah, you got like 4 places. My wife, her new thing is she found out Drake told her that if people have they try to resuscitate old people. And my wife goes, well, what if they don't want to be resuscitated if they're 90-something years old? He goes, well, they have to have something on their body that says do not resuscitate. There's a bracelet or whatever.
My wife wants to put that on me now.
Yeah. Well, so now my wife is obsessed with making sure that somebody doesn't keep her alive when she doesn't want to be alive.
Yeah, right.
I said, well, go get the bracelet made now.
Yeah, get it now.
Not now, because I need you to stick around and keep messing with these kids.
Do you want to cuddle with a rodent? Any kind of a rat?
Nope.
Well, apparently in Capybara Cafe in Florida, they have giant, look at this giant rodent that you can cuddle with. They cuddle with people. Do you want to cuddle with a rodent, Del?
No.
Want to cuddle with a rat?
What's that rat look like?
Well, I'm not talking about
what that rat do.
Oh, it's an actual rat.
It's an actual rat, not a hood rat.
You don't snuggle with hood rats, John.
Oh yeah, you really don't.
You really don't.
No.
Would you rather snuggle with a rat in this cafe or a hood rat?
I don't know. I've seen rat tattoos.
Hood rat.
Yeah,
no. You don't just want to snuggle with the rat in a cafe.
But if you snuggle with an actual rat, the
rat's spooning you.
The rat's never going to really get attached. It's a rat. It's always going to want to get away. If you snuggle with the hood rat, there's a chance.
Yeah, they might not go away.
Yeah.
Do they seem like they get connected?
Well, if you start snuggling, if you change the parameters of the deal, the rat's always going to know once away from you.
I will admit, I have not had a lot of direct run-ins and relationships with hood rats.
Well,
probably pretty much an offer.
The relationship part is the thing.
Working clearly off of comedians.
Mm-hmm.
What I see on streaming shows.
We're done. That's it. Mapes was catching it today. Sean, how much did you have to do with Paul Gallant?
Yeah.
And his little thing about Lance's obsession with guys' hips and thrusting.
Sexual scouting reports, basically.
Yeah. How much did you have to do with that, Sean?
All that filth and flarn is all on Paul.
That's it.
My parents raised me right.
Thank you. You didn't do it. But Lance was blaming you for
Did you
it.
get the
Dell's
music?
parents raised him right, and he's not, and he turned
says
out
he
wrong.
didn't get the music. Paul got the music. That's not Sean's doing.
Yeah,
he commented on it, but he didn't put that together.
Well, Sean, no, Sean's in on it. Don't get me wrong. But
He's
not
there.
putting
He's on
it
the
all-
show.
He's not putting all that work in.
No, he's not putting that work in.
Yeah. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking gimmethevin.com right now. Gimmethevin.com is where you sell your car, but it's also where you pick up thousands of dollars. John Clay Wolf is giving away $25,000 a month. Just giving it away to people. If you sell your car to John Clay Wolf, he is going to give you 1,000 chances in the hopper. If you just do a mail-in, go to his website, gimmethevin.com, and he'll tell you how to mail in. And if you mail in, he's going to give you 250 chances. You don't have to mail in 250 times. You just have to mail in once, and you get 250 chances. So this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So he's just giving away money. Why are you not jumping on this? It's sell him your car, and you get not only do you get the most for your car when you sell him your car, but you also get a chance to get a lot more. One guy won $14,000 on top of the car that he sold, giving away $25,000 every month. And if you've got a classic or collectible, the John Clay Wolf, he'll buy that and he'll give you top dollar for it. You're looking for the best way to sell your car. There's only one way to go. GimmeTheVin.com. That's GimmeTheVin.com.
Welcome into the show, and it's a full one. Raheel and Michael Carroll will be on us today. I know Michael's time, 11:30. The Raheel thing is still up in the air. He told me he was coming on. He didn't tell me a time, so that's just how it's going to be. So we will hear from Raheel at some point, the host CityCast. He'll tell you what's going on in the city of Houston. Michael will tell you what you should be watching, whether at home or maybe at a movie theater in Houston. And Sean went to see Sinners, so we'll try to get a non-spoiler review from him.
I won't spoil it,
But
I've decided.
Oh, you've decided not to spoil a movie. Okay.
I'd feel bad if I spoiled.
Oh, that's nice of you to take other people into consideration. The one thing I got from him, unprompted, was Sinners is good. That's what I got from him.
Yeah.
So that's good enough for me.
It's incredible.
Incredible now.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Good.
I will.
It's like way better
than you would think.
Than Venom: The Last Dance.
So you've compared things that Michael was insulted by when you.
I said it's way better than.
No, but you compared Venom to something that made Michael lose his mind.
No, it was. I forgot what movie it was, but I said it's like. It's better than Fast and Furious 8.
Oh yeah, he lost it for a little bit.
Fate of the Furious.
Is Sinners better than Fate of the Furious?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's not quite Fast 5.
Okay, nothing is Fast 5. I wouldn't expect you to make that comp, but Ryan Coogler coming through if he's going to make a movie that can top Fate of the Furious.
Yeah.
So I'll see that sometime tonight. Sean and I have something to take care of. It's not that big of a deal. We got a game to play.
Yeah, the experts have already moved me into the national championship.
Yes. Well, by experts, he means the other guy in our dynasty. He put bulletin board material up for my team. We'll see if they respond to that. So, but I'll watch Sinners at some point this weekend. And of course, we'll come back and talk about it a little bit on Monday. Sean and I can actually have somewhat of a discussion, although we won't kill it for everyone as far as the spoilers are concerned. So, well, between now and then, there's going to be playoff basketball. We have some play-in stuff tonight to finally decide who will be the 8th seed as the Hawks host the Heat and then the Mavs head to Memphis. Those two teams, or at least the 4 teams in play tonight. One team in the East will go see and play the Cavs on Sunday, and that'll be the case for the winner of Grizz and Mavs. They'll go see the other 1 seed. They'll see the OKC Thunder. The Rockets set as the 2, and they got the Warriors coming to town. And it is, I think, the most talked about series of the playoffs so far. Anytime I listen to a podcast or watch something on television, the focus of the playoff conversations are Warriors Rockets. There's so much history. There are intriguing figures on both sides. I sense a lean as far as emotionally from national people to the Warriors because of Steph more than anything else. And the Warriors certainly have played a part in NBA history over the last 10 to 12 years or so. They've been one of those franchises, and the Rockets have been their foil. I don't have to go through all the numbers, but it's been the Warriors standing in the Rockets' way, and the Rockets never getting past them to achieve their ultimate goal. It's led to regime change. It's led to your star finally asking out, fat suit and all, and you were in the dark times for a couple of years, and now you're back with, of course, the Warriors in your way again. But when people talk about the series, it's actually more positive to the Rockets than maybe you think if you're talking about national media members. It's a lot about, can this old Warriors team do it at least 4 times in 7 games against this Rocket team? And both aren't the best in late game situations. I mean, Steph will knock down shots, but we saw against Memphis, there were several turnovers that the Grizz could not take advantage of. So while the Rockets have the reputation around the league for not executing late, the Warriors have somehow been able to overcome late turnovers. You go back to even the Cleveland series that they lost. Steph was turning the ball over throughout in fourth quarters. That has been something that's bothered him throughout his career. It just so happens when you shoot the ball as well as he does, it kind of gets pushed aside. So I'm happy to see the Rockets back in the spotlight. They are trying to take full advantage of it. We'll hear from them a little bit later because Ime talked about some of their plans as far as the double big is concerned and how the veterans have helped. We'll hear from Dillon Brooks because remember, Sean, we talked about this. Techs versus ejections. Well, Dillon Brooks plans to not be involved. Do we trust that? I don't know. And it was actually a topic on one of the morning shows today. Number of wins or number of ejections or techs for the Warriors. I think they were talking about Draymond Green specifically. But will the Warriors have more wins in this series than Draymond will have techs?
That's a good question.
So it's one we didn't get to.
Yeah.
So it's part of the conversation. Everyone expects this to be scrappy, to have situations where guys won't back down. You just have a lot of personalities who are willing to get into the muck when it comes to that stuff. It's crazy to think, but now that I actually run through it, the Rockets have more guys that are willing to pick up a tech or maybe not two. You don't want that in the same game, but a tech or two in a series than the Warriors are. Steph might get one. He's not looking for it.
But that's more like it's directed at the referees. That's normally the Steph tech is like.
Yes, it's not with another player.
It's why didn't you send me to the free throw line there?
Yeah, why didn't you call a foul? Things
Throwing
like
my
that.
mouthpiece.
Yeah, Steph doesn't get involved in a lot of back and forth with players that lead to technical fouls.
Most of the other technicals, it's like Draymond Green will tussle for a tech
with a ref or a player. Although
Either one.
the refs are more forgiving of his antics than players are.
Yeah. That's the wrench in the wins or Warriors techs or Draymond techs is because he has to do a lot to get two in a game. So he might get one in every game and only get one.
Draymond is more likely to get his techs yelling at players and the refs trying to stop a situation from happening than for him to just, if he spent all his time yelling at referees, I don't know that he'd get a tech the way that he's treated now.
It's when he yells at the ref and then is incensed, and so then he tries to stomp Sabonis's chest in.
Nurkic, and there is a international big in this series, so Draymond is going to try to bully Şengün. That's his thing. I mean, we've never
for this matchup. I really wish he was like Albert Simmons instead of Alperen Şengün.
He does not go after American bigs. It is, I mean, even Rudy, who you go, oh well, he's a black player, French. So he will try to choke out Rudy.
The way he's French.
Yeah. So that's Draymond's in. Like if Rudy was, if I don't know if Rudy's from Paris, whatever city in France he's from, whatever. But if he was from Scranton, Draymond would leave him alone because that's what Draymond
Rudy
does.
Gobert leaves him alone.
Yeah, Ronnie Gobert, if that was his name, Draymond wouldn't try him. It's just what he's about. Yeah. So we do have an international big hell. Steven Adams ain't even European, and Draymond kick him in the nuts.
That is true.
He is an international big. So we have a couple. We got three. Landale. They're all in the crosshairs.
Forgot it. You know what? When I've been thinking about the series, I
have not
completely overlooked the Landale factor.
The only reason that popped into my head because everyone makes a graphic for everything. So the sound I referenced where Ime's talking about veterans, the graphic is all the Rockets veterans, and Landale makes it on the graphic because someone put it side by side with the video of him talking. He's been around long enough, right? How old is Landale? Is he about in his mid-20s?
I guess he's just been around long. Yeah, he's probably 28, 27.
29.
Wow.
That's a young veteran.
He's older than I am.
Yeah, so
5 more days.
This is all his reference. Oh, look at that, Sean, just soft launching. My birthday's coming up.
Yeah, it's a birthday week.
Oh, you're one of those, huh? Next week is birthday.
2-9.
Next week is birthday week?
Yeah.
Are you taking days off?
No, unfortunately.
You ain't doing it right then. You should have. I know you've taken days off here and there for whatever reasons. I don't ask. Not my business, I would say. But you should have.
I'm saving them up for July.
Oh, well. Yeah, it's the dark times. Gotcha.
I save them up for July and for the end of the year.
No, I get it. I'm an end of the year guy. No,
Christmas party. That's the last you'll see me.
I'm same. I grew up under the tutelage of John and Lance. Yeah. Once that Knicks Place Christmas party hits, Klein/Knicks Place, bye for a week. So look at that. If you're making plans around this show,
yeah,
we're going to be dark as Broadway would say.
Yeah. Also May. There's some days in May, but we'll deal with that later.
Yeah, we'll worry about that then. What goes on in May? The NBA conference finals, maybe. That's what goes on in May.
Late May. Sorry.
Yeah. So hopefully the Rockets are there. Sean won't be here for it.
No,
I'll
be traveling to Oklahoma City.
Game. Oh, you already got the opponent set up, right? Rockets, Thunder.
It's the funniest place to be like, I need to take a week off of work to go to Oklahoma City. See the sights.
If you were
No.
No, I was going to say, for some reason, you want to spend a week in OKC for non-basketball reasons. Would the station pay for your
No.
for your hotel if you covered the games? Like, you didn't work during the day, but you went to the games in OKC. Do you think the station would cover you?
I don't.
You'd
I
probably
doubt
have.
it.
You'd
I'd
probably
have to like Comrex in or something.
maybe.
They would expect something from me on air.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what would get us to a location, because the Rockets aren't our team. They appear on another station in the city. So they have sent people on the station
For like the Astros parade.
I mean, John
Oh,
and
you mean travel?
yeah,
Like,
travel
for
for a series. Like John and Lance made their way to New York thanks to a sponsor for a Yankees, the first 2 games of a Yankee series in the playoffs. I'm trying to find a way to comp your vacation. If you go to
So
Oklahoma
I can
City.
go. Yeah. So I can go.
But you have to go to Oklahoma City.
Go storm hunting in OKC.
You've learned a lot from Glenn Powell.
Yeah.
So you want to storm hunt and watch the Rockets.
From what
play
I
the
gather,
Thunder.
you just kind of stare at the sky, maybe pick up some grass and drop it, and go that way. It's headed that way.
Well, if you're a natural, unless
that's that actually is more the Daisy Edgar Jones way of doing it.
Yeah, if you're not, you got to use all that fancy New York book learning and equipment.
I know.
But if you're a natural, you just pick up a couple blades of grass, like you're trying to judge
Blow
a golf shot,
yeah,
and just let it flow, and then you find out where the crazy dangerous weather event is happening,
and
you
take
drive
a left right there. You slap your driver,
and you drive right through it. If you guys are wondering why we're just giving you the plot to the latest Twisters movie, I don't know.
It's a Friday.
It's a Friday. We were trying to figure out ways not to do work. We're gonna have to do a little bit of it, but with Raheel and Michael joining us, the work won't be. There won't be a lot of it. There won't be a lot of it. But hey, if you want to get in and help us not work, you can. 713-780-7.
Or you want to stop us from
doing
going down
this
tangents
because I can't
2024's Twisters
because it's Friday. The weekend's almost here. I can't predict what is going to happen. I mean, there's crumble cookies in the lobby. Could be a wild one today. But if you want to call in, you can, 713-780-3776. So we'll hear from Ime Udoka on what the veterans have brought to his team. And also, we played some sound on the morning show, Jalen Green talking to Taylor Rooks. We'll play another clip from that. And Taylor Rooks is known as the interviewer who gets NBA players to say the wildest things. Like, they just start telling lies because Taylor Rooks is in front of them. I didn't hear all of the Jalen Green stuff. I don't think he told any lies. He wasn't like Jaylen Brown when he sat down in front of her and said he was going to win like 7 titles. All right.
It was 7 titles before he turned like 30.
Yeah, he thought he was going to go on this magical run, but you can't blame him. He had Taylor Rooks sitting next to him. You just start saying stuff. It's not unique to him. It's just par for the course when she sits down and interviews you. And you can understand. We've all lied in front of a woman that we were attracted to. Right? That's kind of how it goes. I mean, some lies are bigger than others. But telling her you're going to win 7 titles, that seems like one that's going to be easily disproved, by evidence of your career.
But you buy yourself a few years.
I don't know what you bought by saying that to her. What's going to happen?
In the room.
Do we think that Taylor Rooks was going to be so overwhelmed by your confidence? You know what, Jalen? I'm going to put a black mark on my career by dating my interview subject because you said 7 titles in the next 8 years. He tried, though.
Saying the 1 title wasn't going to work.
And frankly, I won't even say he tried. I can't even blame him for it. You just lose your head. He just started saying stuff because she was sitting there, and you understand it. Jalen Green, a little more calm, less reckless, and we'll hear from him and Ime when we come back.
This is the Dale Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Dale Olaleye.
We have talked quite a bit about this Kevin Durant to the Rockets thing because it's been a story, and it really just filled time because the Rockets were good, but talking about the day-to-day games can get a little old. And now maybe I feel like the Kevin Durant thing is getting a little old with the playoffs coming up. But we will have some sound from Shams because it appears the Kevin Durant to the Rockets thing will be a point of conversation until he finds a new team, whether it be the Rockets or otherwise. So we'll get to that. But I did want to talk about the games coming up that matter. And Ime Udoka, head coach, it's going to be a second playoff run. He took the Celtics to the finals. At least he guided them to the finals in its first playoff run. And that team was full.
Do it again.
What was that?
Just do it again.
Do it in it in the playoffs again is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying he's never not taken a team to the finals.
So you think he'll go 2 for 2?
Yeah. They messed up when they let him in the playoffs.
Is he another one of the demons that the Rockets got?
He is a demon.
Okay. Apparently saying demon.
Can't believe Boston let us get this demon.
Well, I mean, they didn't want to.
And then a TikTok sizzle reel of, I don't know, him screaming at the refs.
Yeah. Boston didn't want to. There are just some things that happened. I'm glad he's here.
They didn't know they had a demon.
I think they did. That's why they hired him. The problem was maybe he was too much of a demon, so he had to go. But Boston's losses are gained. Not that Boston's having issues. It helps to have Jaylen Brown, and as much as we make fun of them, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum and the rest of the acquisitions they've made to help that team, and they're still a favorite, one of the favorites to make the finals. Maybe Ime will see his former team the way Sean's talking about him. But the road starts on Sunday, and he does have some veterans with him. We talked about the youth of this team and how that might affect how the playoffs go. Well, he credits the veterans on this team for not just the particular playoff experience they're going to provide, but what they've done all season long.
Yeah, it's been great. I think not just the postseason, but in general for the last 2 years, and them sharing their experiences. Obviously, we got some guys that have won championships or gone deep into the playoffs, and so every film session, every meeting, they're talking specifics about what you're going to see, what you're going to experience as far as this, and that's invaluable to us. It's not like we're going in blind with guys that haven't been there, and so more of the same.
We know he values Fred, and a lot of that, it feels like, comes from what he provides off the floor. Because Fred, as an actual player, there are things that you can like. He doesn't turn the ball over. He can organize the team. It's just because shooting is so important. It's a thing we all generally focus on. You're almost a basketball nerd if you want to talk about other stuff. If you don't shoot the ball well, it's an obvious thing people can pick at, and that has been Fred's issue since he's been here. But if we're talking about why he's here, it's this series and however many playoff games they play going forward. To have a point guard, as you heard him talk about, he may talk about, who is a former champion. And Fred was in a different role with the Toronto Raptors because Kyle Lowry was pretty much their primary ball handler along with Kawhi Leonard, but he was a big shot maker with the Raptors. He was someone that gained a lot of love from Raptors fans for what he did, and now it's his time to do that here. All it takes is a good playoff series, and I think it all changes as far as how people feel about Fred VanVleet. He just has to do it. So you have him, of course, Steven Adams, a lot of playoff games, and Dylan Brooks, who we've talked about how his reputation has fluctuated in the last couple of years from a guy who no one should want, according to people who talk about the game, to someone who's a very valuable component to this Rockets team. And, I talk about shooting. It helps that Dylan Brooks has become a good shooter. He was, let's just say, bad. He was bad his final year in Memphis. Please don't take shots. Please. In fact, Memphis didn't want him to take shots, and the opponents wanted him to take all the shots. And now, with his cute little hop when he hopes the three's going in, I mean, I notice him do that all the time.
Yeah,
it's very funny. His anticipatory hop when he's hoping the shot goes in. Now he's become a knockdown, maybe strong when Steph Curry's in the same series, but he is a competent shooter from the outside and a threat, and that changed perception. As I said, shooting's so important to perception. The fact that he can knock down shots, he's still the same defender, still the same irritant, but now that he can't just be left alone out there, now you've got a real NBA player as opposed to what he was when he left Memphis.
And really, one of the biggest changes for me is in Memphis, he was a worse shooter. He was also a more ambitious offensive player.
He wasn't as discerning as he is here.
Yeah. Now which is, I guess, ironic because he's the veteran of a group of young guys, and he's more comfortable taking the back seat than a team where he was part of the young crew.
Yeah.
Where you would think that, oh, they're all equals there, but here he's more kind of a leadership position. So you think that like, hey, step aside, young kid. Let me take some terrible shots. And that really only happens when the Rockets offense is super bogged down.
Yeah.
I've said throughout the year that like a good way to look at how bad the Rockets offense was in a certain game is just look at how many 2-point field goal attempts Dylan Brooks
is
took.
taking,
Yeah, because that just is a sign of an unhealthy offense. I'm no Dr. Robbie.
It's a bad
from the pit.
I cleaned out the pit last night. Watched them all. Went through them all. People were right about that show.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
good. It's good.
But that's my diagnosis is if this guy is taking, I don't know, over 10 2-point jump shots, I'm good. I don't really need to see the rest of the game.
Dylan Brooks' shot diet tells you a lot about how the Rockets are doing. And I need to give him more credit because I don't want to give him knockdown shooter status because Steph was in the series. But if you're taking over 6 per game from 3 and are at nearly 40%, you get knockdown status for this season at least. He was at 36% last year, nearly there, which was a big improvement over his final couple years in Memphis.
I was like, this is good.
But now that was on 5, just over 5. Now on more volume, he's at nearly 40%. I got to call him a knockdown shooter, at least in 24-25. We'll see how that translates to the playoffs on Sunday.
What, like the probably third best shooter in the series? Steph and Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield in the playoffs.
That's true.
It's a different Buddy Hield.
Although Dylan Brooks in the playoffs.
We'll find out.
This is where I muttered Dylan Brooks in the playoffs.
It's not a bad comeback. We'll just have to see. Maybe Dylan
They'll
Brooks
settle it on the court.
They actually will. Dylan Brooks in a Rockets uniform in the playoffs. We'll see. We haven't seen Buddy Hield in a Warriors uniform in the playoffs, but I kind of feel like the Buddy Hield I saw.
I am familiar with your game, Buddy Hield.
Take that shot against the Clippers in the game they really wanted, and how poorly he shot that may be kind of a predictor of things to come. If I know Buddy Hield, like I think I know Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks, don't be Buddy Hield in the playoffs. Be regular season Dylan Brooks in the playoffs.
Now we said all this. Buddy Hield's going to make 6 threes in game 1.
It is the Warriors way, right? Like they don't have a Klay Thompson until Buddy Hield decides to mimic Klay Thompson.
I was thinking about. I think a big reason why I have respect, but I'm not like fully fearful. Like the reason I think the Rockets can win this series, a large part of it is because they're just not Klay Thompson on the floor.
Yeah,
and Klay Thompson is also like he's an underrated. Like, oh my God, this guy.
You're right. The Splash Brothers were a scary proposition for a reason. And sure, Steph has certainly outshone his teammate, but Klay was a big part of why we said, oh no, not the Warriors. It was part of it. He would be quiet for 2 quarters, and then he would go on a spurt where he would knock down 4 threes and change the momentum of the ball game.
And you could guard him well, and he would just make it.
It wouldn't matter.
And while Jimmy
on
Butler,
one dribble, he wouldn't even dribble a basketball and knock down shots.
Yeah, while Jimmy Butler is a better player and definitely a better player today than Klay Thompson, it just there's something about the like. It's not inevitability. It's more just like it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what your defense is against these guys. They're gonna bang home a bunch of threes. And with Jimmy Butler, it's more like, hey guys, don't bite for any pump fakes. He does not want to take a contested shot in the lane. All he wants to do is to jump into your chest.
Yes, and don't fall for it. And that'll be the Rockets' mission on Sunday. And Klay Thompson, the old Klay, showed up against the Kings. The Kings were like, wait a minute. No, not you.
I know.
Not you again.
Wait,
the last time we saw you in this
Yeah.
position, you were terrible, and now we thought we were done with you. And if it was going to be you again, you're in a Mavericks uniform. Just be the same guy you were the last time, because we talked about it. Clay's revenge. I think he went 0 for 10 in the play-in game last year, and then he goes 8 for 11, 5 of 7 from 3. Is the second leading scorer as the Mavs blow out the Kings. So the Kings have their own issues with the other team that shares the area with them and is the more respected one, the Warriors. And then they got a taste of an ex-Warrior on on Monday or Tuesday? Wednesday, excuse me. And
whatever.
Yeah, it's a play in 9-10, whatever. It was Wednesday. And now we get a taste of Clay's team. I don't need Buddy Hield being that. I think the problem is going to be when Pods turns into that.
Yeah.
Who's the most likely? Oh no, he's gonna have a big series against the Rockets. I feel like it's Pods.
I think Pod's the most. He'll be the most infuriating. The Pods, 16 points in Game 3 will be the most. I want to throw my remote at the TV
on 4 of 6 from 3.
Yeah,
it's not just the 16 points. It's how efficient he gets to those 16 points,
and especially because the Chase Center crowd's gonna love it.
Of course.
I need him doing it at
I don't need him doing it anywhere.
But the home game aspect of it, I'm like, miss me with that.
See, I think Pods is more annoying if he does it here.
He's a road dog. He's doing the shh to the crowd.
I don't know if he does that, but I know. Well, I just have a feeling there'll be a Warrior other that's going to have a big game
for sure
in Toyota Center, where you do everything right. You're forcing that guy to taking knockdown shots, and he does.
Yeah, Quentin Post, come on.
Well, his game is not trying to knock down threes, so Alpe's going to have a different. He's going to have a different mission if Post plays big minutes, because he's going to have to drift away from the rim, and we'll see how comfortable he is out there, and we'll see where Alpe is if Quentin Post is out there, because we may see double bigs. We'll hear from Ime Udoka when we come back, along with Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks says, I know you think this about me, but it's not going to happen. Now he just has to make it come to fruition. So we'll hear from Ime when we come back about the double bigs. We'll hear from Dylan Brooks, and we'll get into some other stuff that isn't so Rocket centric as well. We're in the first hour. If you want to call in, you can. Probably going to be a pretty busy second hour with Raheel whenever he texts and tells me he's coming on, and then Michael. So if you do want to talk about anything, you can. 713-780-3776. It's me and Sean till noon. We will be back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And today is a Flex Friday. That means you get one free Flex lineup play, or one where if it loses, you get your money back, basically free. You can get as risky as you want, knowing that if you lose, boom, Prize Picks just send you that money right back. Get back on the horse tomorrow. So it's the perfect time because you have two must-win games tonight. You have the Miami Heat and the Atlanta Hawks. You also have the Houston Astros and the San Diego Padres. It's a must-win game for the Astros. The fans are ready to revolt because they're 8-10. So this is the time. And for the Astros, there is no flex play for them. They have to win. There is no flex play for the Miami Heat. They have to win tonight. And so that's why I'm going with Tyler Hero. More than 36 points plus rebounds plus assists against the Atlanta Hawks. He went off against a bad Bulls team. Good news is the Hawks, they're also bad. Tyler Hero can go off against them as well. And then at Dyken Park, give me Kyle Hart and Ryan Gusto to combine for less than one run allowed in the first inning. I love the first inning, less than a run allowed, because you're putting it all on the line right there at the beginning. And then give me Yordan Alvarez to have more than one half of a hit, run, or RBI. That's a little layup for you. So download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES when you go to Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Stafford here. We'll get to him, and then we'll hear from Dylan Brooks because it leans into something we talked about earlier this week. Stafford, what's up?
Hey, man, there's a whole lot we could talk about, man. I don't think the Rockets are scared of the Warriors, the stigma, Houston hadn't beat Golden State in the play. They ain't hearing that, man. Like, this a new team, new squad, new coach. I ain't really worried about the Rockets. What I did want to ask was, because I don't know how you particularly feel about Shadur Sanders. I think a lot of people are just getting this wrong. Like, Shadur Sanders did not play bad at Colorado. He played behind a miserable offensive line. I think people are just. I think scouts are just. People are saying Jackson Dart's going to be better than him. Man, I watched Jackson Dart. He all right. I mean, like, at no point did I watch a college football game, did I watch any college football game and see Jackson Dart look better than Shadur Sanders. Like, I don't know. I feel like we're getting this wrong, but what you think? You think I'm crazy?
No, as far as the comp between Shadur and Jackson Dart, I don't disagree with you. I would not take Jackson Dart if I needed a quarterback before Shadur Sanders. The only thing I would say for people who may side with Jackson Dart, there appears to be more ability to make things happen when things aren't perfect. Like Shadur, part of this issue and maybe part of the reason sometimes it worked out is his willingness to hold on to the football. The question for people will be the question will be for people, can you get away with that in the NFL? And the likelihood is no, that he's going to be able to hold on the football as long as he did in college and take the punishment he did and just get back up and do it again. Whether that was big play hunting and not taking what he was given, or there simply wasn't anything there, that would be for Lance. Lance's fact, I think he's in there doing film work with DJ Bieneme down the hall. I think that's what's going on in there. So, Lance is always on it. Lance, the preeminent draft expert, believes, I think he is a top of the second round type talent, but because he's a quarterback, there's a chance he goes high if a team is desperate, or maybe someone trades up later in the first round. I think Shadur Sanders is a late first round talent. I didn't see special, which is what you have to be, particularly if you want to go top 5, which is where he was initially slated to go. Maybe the Saints like him and he goes top 10. But when I comp him to the guy who's going to go number 1 overall, most likely in Cam Ward, there's a special arm with Cam Ward. The playmaking is there from Cam Ward. Now, the mind-numbing mistakes are there as well, and that came down a bit with the Canes because they had a better offensive line, and you spoke to it. Shadur Sanders' offensive line wasn't great, and that's going to lead to a quarterback not looking as good as he could be. But can Shadur elevate? Can Shadur be as they say, a bus driver and not the bus rider? I think Shadur can be a quarterback that, in the right situation, can be a winning quarterback. But I don't think that's the standard for NFL teams when they're drafting it high. They want a guy who can make the wrong things right. Can he make the wrong things right over and over and over again? Because right or wrong, and it's probably more wrong, people look at Patrick Mahomes. Can my quarterback be Patrick Mahomes? Can my quarterback be Josh Allen? Can my quarterback be Lamar Jackson? And that's not just about their physical ability when things are breaking down. It's about, we know that if we call the wrong play or a guy messes up, we still have a quarterback back there who can make a play happen and keep us out of a bad situation. And can Shadur be a guy who does that? Can he do that with his mind, with his accuracy? That's up for debate with NFL people. and that's why there's some concern about how good of a quarterback he is. But I don't think he's worse than Jackson Dart. I wouldn't take Jackson Dart over.
No. If you like Jackson Dart, watch his last 3 drives.
Watch the Florida guy
against Florida.
Ooh,
there's a point where he threw a game-ending interception. They got the ball back. He threw another game-ending interception that got called back.
And then he threw another.
And then on the next play, he threw another one.
Yes.
Get this guy out.
Get first round Jackson Dart. Get out of here. I know everyone's desperate for quarterbacks.
I get it, but
not Jackson Dart.
You throw that into also he played in
that system.
I don't use this word. No, I do use this word a lot when talking about especially college football offenses. A Mickey Mouse offense.
Mm-hmm.
Like that offense has still yet to produce like a awesome NFL quarterback. Specifically the Baylor style, the Art Browse Baylor style, Tennessee style. Hey, Nico.
That veer and shoot stuff.
Yeah. Like that just hasn't created because it's so simple and so dumbed down for especially the quarterback, but everyone on that offense, that like Jackson Dart is gonna have to undertake such a big learning curve to go from kind of like point the quarterback in a direction, make one read, and then depending on what the read is, throw it to one of 2 receivers.
Yeah, I don't know what his comp is. I know Bo Nix got some of that because not because of how poor he was at Auburn or average, maybe give him that, but the fact that offense at Oregon was a lot of short stuff, throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage.
He was very dink and dunk.
Yeah, and Sean Payton leaned into that skill set, and that's how they built an offense.
Yeah,
and then
great. I love dink and dunk.
And then he became the quarterback of a team who surprisingly made the playoffs. We will see in year 2. We know no matter how things go, whether your offense is a dink and dunk thing that Denver did, or you have the Shanahan stuff that was here with CJ, the second year success is not guaranteed. So we'll see what Bo Nix is in year 2 under Sean Payton, and then whoever takes Jackson Dart can try to I guess, build an offense around what he did at Ole Miss, which we don't see in the NFL. So I'm not sure how he as a first-round pick is going to work if he's starting to begin with. If he goes to a place where he's drafted later in the first round and he doesn't have to start, then maybe Jackson Dart becomes something. But the Jackson Dart that played at Ole Miss, the transition, as Sean said, to the NFL is, I feel like it's going to be steep. And throwing that guy out there early, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah. And you also, like, at this point in the NFL, like, you don't draft a guy in the first round unless you're going to play him.
Yeah, unless J.J. McCarthy was probably going to play until he got hurt. Like, Sam Darnold outperformed him. We heard when Kevin O'Connell said Sam Darnold's our starter for now, back even before training camp, he said that. He got Sam Darnold currently is our starter, our number one. And then people like, what? You're going to start Sam Darnold? Then J.J. McCarthy got hurt. And, of course, Sam Darnold went on to have a really good year, led to a big deal with Seattle. But the plan wasn't to start Sam Darnold. It just worked out that way. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You draft them 20, you draft them 5th. You're taking a quarterback. You have less pressure to play them when they're drafted in the 20s, but you are supposed to play them in that first year. Just how it goes.
I mean, Michael Penix played, and that team gave their quarterback $150 million 2 months before.
I'm trying to think of Lamar's timeline. Didn't he play late?
Lamar played,
in that first year,
5 or 6 games, or it started like 5 or 6 games that rookie year in Baltimore.
Yeah, I think that's how that went. I remember that. So if you want to get in on anything, something that Stafford said or anything else, you can 713-780-3776. Our Crumble Delivery lady's leaving for the day. Thank you. That's you don't. The Crumble Delivery lady just gave me the finger. That's rude. So we thank her for her treats that she bought and brought to the station. I can still see you in the hall, Crumble lady. If you're gonna give a person a finger, I think that's your exit. Like I shouldn't be able to still see you after you give me the finger. All right, we'll wrap up the segment, but before we do that, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. That's the place you go to where you won't get the finger from someone. They're just gonna give you a great car and a great deal. The cars aren't free like the Crumble cookies were, but you don't get the type of service you got from that person out there. They're going to do great by you. They're going to make sure they get you the best car possible. And that means it could be a Chevy Silverado 1500. Those cars, you're going to get the employee pricing. All that means is the savings that they give their employees, they make sure you get them as well. They're going to treat you like family because they've been in business for 50 years, and they want you to know that you should be a customer that comes back and back and back. How do they get that done? They make sure you want to come back, and you can check out what they have to offer on the website at monumentchevrolet.com, and then go out to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. So whether it be the Chevy Silverado 1500, or maybe you want a special truck like the Trail Boss Off-Road, that blackout trim, maybe you want the sporty Z71 Off-Road with that premium Texas edition, they're all out there for you because Truck Month is extended through April 30th with that 2.9% APR on the Chevy Silverados. Get on out there, and if you don't want the Chevy Silverado 1500, not sure why you wouldn't, but they also have like the Blazers, the Tracks. They have a lot of cars for you, whether they be new or pre-owned. The selection is wide. It's pretty much a campus out there. So whether it be cars that you want to buy, new, pre-owned, or something for your business, or you need something worked on, they have a great parts department, service departments, all out there for you. It's a one-stop shop. MonumentChevrolet.com is the website, and head on out there. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
It's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye and his intrepid, most outstanding, arguably the greatest producer of all time, the one and only Sean Mapes.
We'll do a quick one here and get out of here for hour one. Let's get to Willie P. I don't know if he's calling about the dramatic comeback from Man U yesterday, but they had one. Willie P, what's up?
Good morning, Dell. Good morning to all my fellow Manchester United supporters. You are absolutely right. I did call. Last night, we saw the first, remontada of a remontada. We were winning, then they came back, and then we came back on them, so that was pretty awesome. Literally all the scenes last night, like I watched that entire game start to finish, and I woke up, actually, my 1-year-old son several different times from his nap because, I was jumping all over the place. It felt like Fergie time. It felt like the old days. It was a good game, good match. I'm not gonna lie. I doubt that we're gonna be Athletic Bilbao in the semifinals because I think the final is actually in Bilbao, and so they're gonna be giving their all over the next two legs. But no, it was a great win, and it's got me excited for this weekend for the Rockets. I faith in them this Sunday. But yeah, that's the reason why I call. Just a bit to get my team. Glory, glory. Anyways, you guys have a great day. Love the show as always. Sean A. Mates, what do you do, baby? Peace, fellas.
Thanks, Willie P. I'm trying to find a way to explain what happened in a way that people will get if understandably so. You're not watching like the second division of European soccer, as far as you have the Champions League, which Arsenal took out Real Madrid, and then you have Europa League, where what's is it? Would you call it? Would you call it in college football terms FCS? Although it involves teams who could very well play on the FBS level, if it was a division full. I'm trying to find the word. It's a division with a lot of North Dakota states where they could beat a Power 5 school on the right day. I'm trying to figure out how to explain to people what he called in about, because it's not the top of European soccer.
No, it's like if the bowl games that were like the Gasparilla Bowl and Bad Boys Mower Bowl and like all the ones before like the week before New Year's, like the ones that are all a few days before or after Christmas. If those teams, if there was a playoff with those teams, where it's like,
how about this?
It's a lot of 6-6 MAC teams in this.
How about this? It be like the top 4 seeds in each conference didn't have to play in the NBA Cup, didn't have to compete. It's like the NBA Cup in the NBA, where except the teams who actually have legit shots at the NBA title aren't involved because they're too good for it.
They're playing in something above.
Yeah, if 5 through 8 or 5 through 10 in the seeding in the East and the West got together and said, "Hey, we got no chance of winning the title.
Yeah,
let's play for this only. We're not even going to care about the rest of the regular season."
It's like if the play-in game or the play-in tournament was like only between the 6 through 12 seeds.
Yeah, and the real playoffs would be separate because those teams actually are deserving of a shot to win the title. That's what Willie P's talking about and calling about. His team nearly got eliminated at home. They came back and won. Remontadas, like Spanish for comeback in soccer terms. So that's what he was referring to. So I was trying to figure out, hey, how do I explain like this not that important game to people when this guy called in? We welcome Willie P and his calls.
But it's not that important when Man U does something.
No, it's not that important because it was Europa League. That's why it's not that important. And it wasn't even like the Europa League final. It was the Europa League quarterfinals. They beat Lyon, one of the powers in France, but not the power because that belongs to PSG.
I was going to say they wouldn't be playing in this tournament.
No, PSG, the real power, is playing Arsenal for a chance to make the final. I'm sure Willie P called in very excited, and I just kind of tore down his excitement. But
I called it the
Gasparilla Bowl.
Yeah, the Poinsettia Bowl.
I don't know. Like, if that's not proof you can call about anything, I don't know what is. There it is. If you want to talk about your team winning something that's not that important as far as what they think they should be accomplishing and what they actually are, call in. Willie P's team thinks they should be a team who's competing for Champions League. They're competing to be like, I don't know, the best of not good enough. and they're one step closer. And it took everything
I
they
was gonna
had
say
to get
they're
it
making
done.
heroic comebacks.
Yes,
to-
at home to get it done. They were up 2-0 in that game, wound up down 4-2, and then came back and scored 3 goals in extra time to win it. So congratulations to Willie P and Man U. We will wrap up hour 1 with that. We'll get back to the Rockets. We'll hear from Jalen Green. He talked to Taylor Rooks and was able to compose himself and not just flat out lie, which is a victory in and of itself. Now I'm going to elevate him to a top 20 player in the league because he avoided doing that. He avoided flat out lying, at least from the clips I've seen, which is crazy because it usually doesn't happen that way. So we'll hear from Jalen Green about what Ime Udoka has done for him as a player. We still haven't heard from Dylan Brooks. We'll hear from him about what he plans not to do, despite some of the anticipation of what can be a chippy series between his team and the Warriors. We'll get to that and more in hour 2. All right, welcome back to the show. Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30 to tell you what you should or shouldn't watch this weekend. We'll see if he agrees with Sean. We know the critics agree with Sean when it comes to centers. We'll see what,
as they always do.
Yes, you and the critics aligned on most things. We'll see what Michael thinks about it. I don't know if he's been able to see it yet. Sean was so excited he went on a Thursday.
It's more I can't see it Friday or Saturday, so I was like, okay, then I'll support the cinema on Thursday.
So Ryan Coogler wants. It is supposed to be seen in the theaters. When you put it on IMAX,
saw it on IMAX too. Let me just say, worth it. See it on IMAX if you can.
How do we know the difference? Like, is it not? Will it be less of an experience if I don't see it on IMAX? How would I know?
That is true.
But I will listen to you and listen to Coogler and go see it on IMAX.
Yeah, if you don't believe me, believe Ryan Coogler, the guy who made this movie and is basically yet to make a bad one.
Yes. Even Black Panther 2, you wouldn't consider bad, even if you don't think it's great.
I mean,
comp it to some of the recent Marvel fare.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a masterpiece.
The post COVID Marvel stuff. Ooh.
I don't know. I'm telling you, the new trailers. I talked about it. More serious tone. That's what I'm looking for. Make me care. You guys should take it seriously, so I can take it seriously. So we'll see what they got. There's a couple movies coming up in the near future. Okay, so Dylan Brooks, will he pick up a couple of ejections? That would be harsh. I don't think he's going to get thrown out of several games, but technical fouls, flagrant fouls, what's in store for what some people believe will be a chippy series? Of course, the questions were asked yesterday of Dylan Brooks. Here's Dylan Brooks on the possibility of him picking up technicals.
How many ejections are we going to see in the series?
I don't know. I'm not going to get ejected. I'll leave that to somebody else.
So he's telling you, I'm here to play ball. I can believe that he won't get ejected. Do I believe he won't pick up a couple technicals this series? No. What was the number you set it at? 7.5. Said that was probably too much. You would rather put it at 6.5.
Yeah, 6.5 technicals.
Do I think Dylan Brooks will contribute to that number? I do.
Yeah,
I do.
I'd be disappointed if he doesn't.
Yeah, what are you doing here if you're not? Sure, you're
not good for the Rockets.
Oh, you're a 40% shooter from 3. Now you can't pick up technicals. I'm gonna need both. I'm gonna need to knock down shots, and your game is one that feels like it's built off being an irritant, bothering people, and not backing down. That's part of the formula the Rockets have found successful. We don't back down. We're okay with picking up a technical or two.
Yeah.
And considering what the Warriors' whistle is likely to be, you're going to have some upset Rockets throughout the series.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks is going to probably believe he's not allowed to play his brand of defense because Jimmy Butler and Steph are on the other side. And now all of a sudden, these guys can't be touched because they're Warriors. That's going to creep in. We know Steve Kerr is all about gamesmanship. We don't know that much about Ime when it comes to that. He's generally just reacting to, I thought we were grown men. I thought we'd just play ball. Will he get into it? Will we have a post-game one, whether it's win or lose, of him talking about how this series is officiated? Does he have it in him? Because we don't know much about him as a playoff coach, because how much do we remember from his Boston year? We just knew they were good. They made the finals and they blew the series to the Warriors. Because I think they might have blown a game 4. I don't remember how it turned out.
Yeah, there was a game 4 where it was 2-1 Warriors.
2-1
right?
Celtics, right? Because
it was 2-1 Celtics.
And they could have gone up 3-1 at home.
Yeah, and
blew
Steph Curry went for like 38.
Yeah, they lost that game, lost game 5, and then lost game 6, where I think the Warriors broke off like a 20-something plus run in the first half that kind of buried the Celtics.
Did the Celtics play the Heat that year? Did they play?
They did. That went 7 games.
Okay.
And it was a series where the Heat were the 1 seed. It was a series of runs where the Celtics pretty much controlled 3/4 of every game. But the Heat would have this big quarter.
Yes. They won the I remember
the tweets about the quarters,
counting
and stuff,
the quarters.
Who would win the quarter? Well, if you look at it, the Celtics, the series is tied at 2, but the Celtics have won like 10 out of the or it couldn't be that much, but like 9 of the 12 quarters that have been played, whatever they were doing.
Yeah, and one of them, actually a few of them where like the Heat would just immediately be up 30.
Yeah, and then the Celtics would slowly reel them
5
back
at a
in,
time. Yeah.
and then the Heat would hold on or not. So yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot of that. The through four games, the Celtics had won like 10 or 12 out of the 16 quarters, something like that.
I was wondering just in the Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, he's seen Jimmy Butler before. And it was a great series. Jimmy misses a last-second shot down 2.
Oh, that's right. That's that series.
Yeah,
because they played so many times that they all kind
of run together.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the one where the Celtics were like actively throwing up on themselves in Game 7.
Game 7, they had a giant lead throughout. The Heat were running on fumes, and all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, the Celtics, because they didn't know how to handle late game situations. Sound familiar? Ime Udoka coach teams. They didn't know how to handle late game closing out games, and there were a transition 3 above the break from Jimmy Butler from blowing us a chance to go to the finals. And then of course, without Ime Udoka, they lose as a 1 seed as a 2 seed to the 8 seed the next year. Of course, they got their title the year after that.
Oh,
they did eventually get that title.
You said it too quick.
Thanks to one
because Joe Mazzulla sucks. He'll never win the big one.
Sorry, I got that in before you get that joke off. Of course, if you want to continue to say that he sucks, did have one of the more softer paths in NBA history.
There we go.
Yeah, there it is. I got you. I covered that. So I hope Dylan's right. I hope he can avoid a technical foul. I hope he plays with the same chippiness, because that's the way he plays, and that's when he's at his best. Knock down your shots. Don't get distracted by Draymond, and play tough defense. Because Amin, rightfully so, got a lot of credit for what happened in that last game against the Warriors, but it was a team effort. Jalen has his chances with Steph. Fred was on him, and of course Dylan had opportunities. And it's not like it was just a Steph thing. Like the Warriors as a whole scored less than 100 points. So the focus is Steph with his 3, but no one else stepped up because the Rockets had that thing completely locked down. That was a team defensive effort. We will hear from Jalen a little bit later, but let's get to what Ime said about the double bigs. It's been a big topic of conversation. The Warriors play small. How the Rockets adapt, or will they adapt? We know the double big has been a very positive development for them over the course of the year. Here's Ime Udoka on maybe playing the Warriors brand of basketball or sticking with their own.
We'll still play ours. I think we do some things that we can do to hide certain matchups or put people on specific guys for them. That off-ball action and what they do is very unique, and it can hurt you in a lot of different ways, not just with the big lineup out there. And so what we want to do is obviously impose our will on the glass and being big with our lineups, which we have done, and it's no different against them.
Did the Rockets have Dak Prescott visit practice? Here we go. I'm going to need to keep him away from the team, if that was even a threat. Like, guys who I don't want around playoff sports, Dak Prescott.
That off-ball action and what they do.
What's going on in there? Who's mimicking Dak Prescott? That's a bad choice. Yell Omaha or something.
Right before a playoff?
Yes. Scream Omaha. I don't know what Brady said. Let's effing go. Do that. Something like that, but not Dak Prescott. Of all the people, I can't think of a worse option than mimicking what Dak says when he takes a snap. I mean, I'm sure maybe Scott Norwood said something at some point that you don't want to do. Josh Allen ain't great in the playoffs as far as winning games.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. But they don't have catchphrases.
No, they don't have an easily replicable.
No.
Here we go.
It
was always sad when they were getting blown out.
Yeah, he had to do it. He still had to do it.
That sucks.
Like Ryan Tannehill had a thing with the Dolphins where when it was a pass play, it would be go, and if it was run, it'd just be go. Like, or either way, it could be reversed, but either way, that was a sign. And like reporters, excuse me, do you know how obvious that is for people to decipher?
Yeah.
And the Dolphins like, don't worry about it. That doesn't mean anything. Oh, okay, sure.
That the guy, the beat writer from the Miami Herald can crack it, but you're in the division with Bill Belichick. It probably won't matter.
You are giving everyone on the other side of the ball a clue and not even just a clue, a
code.
a code about what play, maybe not what play is coming, but what type of play is coming.
Yeah.
Either a run or a pass.
Go.
Loud and clear every time. Is either go or go. Oddly enough, when he had his best years, Tennessee decided we're gonna not do that. Sure, it's either gonna be an in-breaking route to AJ Brown or handoff to Derrick Henry. It's not very complicated what we're gonna do.
But you won't know.
But we're not gonna tell you beforehand.
Yeah.
Hey, look. Hey, we're gonna throw a quick screen to Jarvis Landry. If you didn't know, I'm gonna tell you. Go, Jarvis Landry, catch your 5-yard pass, and that's how we're gonna try to move down the field.
It's not gonna be a handoff to Lamar Miller
or Jay Ajayi for a couple years. Remember that name? Boise State, Jay Ajayi. So
Super Bowl champion
with the Eagles.
Yeah,
that's right.
Bit player though.
Yeah, true. But the ring remains.
Yeah, it goes for the same amount on eBay.
Yeah, if David Carr wants to sell his Giants ring, probably goes for less because it probably has Carr on it. So it probably goes for less than the Eli ring would go for. But it's still there.
Yeah,
it's still a Super Bowl ring. I'm sure he's got it somewhere in his palatial estate. All right, we got a couple more segments to go. One more segment, though, before we get to Michael Carroll. So we'll get to the Jalen Green thing. He did a sit-down interview with Taylor Rooks before the playoffs. If you missed it, Jalen Green went on social media and said something along the lines of, leave my girl out of it. I'm deactivating social media. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it's his 0 Dark 30 thing that LeBron does, but either way, Jalen Green is so stupidly locked in. We'll see how he plays on Sunday. We'll get to his comments about the change in his play since Ime Udoka became the Rockets coach when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Not really. You know the deal, Michael. He'll be here 10 or so minutes. All right. You sit down with Taylor Rooks, you'll start telling lies. So credit Jalen Green for not doing that, at least in the clips I heard. Jalen Green has been someone with a lot of expectations on him, and he's had a better year. And now that your team is in the playoffs, you're going to get a lot more attention. That's why you get to sit down with the Honorable Taylor Rooks. Here is Jalen Green on taking responsibility for the early part of his career and what Ime has done to change that.
That you felt like you didn't create good habits, that you weren't doing everything that you could.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure in the moment it didn't feel like that though. So how were you able to look in the mirror and say, I was not doing the things that I should have been doing early on?
I could look in the mirror and say, because at the end of the day, you got to respect the game. You can't play the game or the game gonna play you. So when you look at it like that, and you're not handling your business as business, then you're gonna wonder why this ain't going that way. Or, the hard times gonna feel harder than they supposed to feel. Like, but when you look at a loss or something like that, it's really just a lesson. So if you're looking at it like that as a lesson within a hard time, then you're gonna learn and you're gonna prevail from that. You'll grow from that. So I think that's what that was coming in. And, Ime's a real coach. Like, he was with Boston, went to the playoffs, was in the finals. Like, that's a real coaching over there. So
yeah,
I ain't never had that before. Not knocking any of my old coaches because they were great and they helped me, on the path to where I'm at right now. So yeah, it was just a lesson, and you gotta be coachable in them situations.
Jalen Green, part of a longer sit-down interview with Taylor Rooks. Steven Silas was like, "Come on, guys. I'm an assistant somewhere. I thought he was with the Pistons when they were bad.
He was with the Monty Williams Pistons,
yeah,
which is not a good thing to have on your resume.
Is he working anywhere right now? No.
They're not listening.
He's used to guys not listening. Come on, guys. Leave me alone, I think he would say. Sure, Jalen wasn't looking to go after him, but you immediately going to draw the comparison between his new coach, where he's turned into a better player, or the guy who was supposed to help him find his way in the league. And we watched Jalen Green struggle, to shoot and kind of understand the NBA game as a whole. He's still working on that stuff. He's not a finished product by any means, and he shouldn't be. He's only 23 years old or something like that. But I hate it really for Silas, because every time this stuff is going to get brought up,
It's like impossible not
the people in this town. I don't think anyone listening even remembers this. If you're not a Houston born and bred or live here or a Rocket fan, you're not going to know that the coach in question is Steven Silas, because it's kind of an anonymous figure.
And those Rockets teams were just like
no one was paying attention.
Ignored.
Yes. The only time they got talked about nationally was if someone on their Twitter or podcast with the big name said, "Man, I just happened to tune into the Rockets and they're playing, a good team," and they took a shot at Green or Şengün or something, and some Rocket fan would chime in, and then maybe someone would mention that on their show. But other than that, they're anonymous for a reason. Like you said, they well-deserved anonymity.
Yeah, it was only in the hey, or it's like a beat writer for another team or whatever. Someone's watching the game for the other team, and they're just like, "By the way, these Rockets, woof."
Yeah.
That's the only time they ever came up nationally before the draft lottery. They got a lot of coverage for the draft in the draft lotteries, and even then, it was mostly under the pretty hacky question of who do you not want to win the lottery? Who do you want to not subject Victor Wembanyama to? Victor Wembanyama would have agreed.
He leaned into it.
Bumped.
Yeah.
It wasn't a full fist, but it was a slight under the table.
He was happy that the Rockets weren't in a position to draft him.
Rightfully so. Look at him now.
At the time, rightfully so. He had every reason not to want to be a Rocket, but things have changed. Have some foresight, Wembanyama. Now look at you.
Yeah.
I'm not. And by the way, I'm not talking about the injury. I'm talking about or the blood clot, right? I'm talking about the Spurs not being good.
Yeah, they're fighting for the.
I am
11th
not
seed.
suggesting that if he was a Rocket, he would have avoided what happened. I'm just saying.
Best doctors in the world, right here.
It's true.
I'm not saying they would avoid it, but best doctors in the
Once
world.
again, maybe we should divert the conversation from this because this show will just lean into it and not stop, and eventually we'll just say, if he was drafted here, none of this would have happened. So,
butterfly effect.
See, there it is, sliding doors. What we were saying is he would be on a much better team in a much better spot. Instead,
Yeah, teams would be picking, or people would be picking him to beat the Warriors.
Instead, they're celebrating the fact that Chris Paul played 82 games. That's the biggest thing that came out of San Antonio this year. The old Chris Paul played 82 games.
Congrats.
Him and Jalen Green, the same guy now. Same accomplishment. And
wait, was Chris Paul selfish for doing it?
No, he can't be called selfish because there are no team goals.
That was the team goal.
So
really.
him playing 82 games is fine. The selfishness that you could possibly put on Jalen Green, I don't agree with, but you could possibly put on him is like, what if he gets injured in a game that doesn't matter? There is no what if he got injured in a game that matters because none of their games matter for the Spurs. So get injured or not, who cares? You're not playing a game that matters afterwards, so play. They better not get Cooper Flag. It's too far. Right? They still have their pick this year, right? They didn't trade because the Kings didn't get that much
They have
for De'Aaron Fox.
Oh no, they have their pick and the Hawks. They have the Hawks pick as well.
Ooh,
so they're gonna have a lottery.
It's
They're gonna have 2 lottery picks.
So they have an unprotected Hawks pick.
Yes.
Congratulations, Hawks. You are one Tyler Hero 35-point game away from giving the Spurs a chance of getting Cooper Flag.
Double check
twice.
That's not a swap.
Yeah,
but I
what
don't
is
think
it?
It's a swap.
And the Hawks need to make the playoffs for beyond the reasons
it's going to San Antonio.
of making the playoffs. You can't not make the playoffs and then have the Spurs with a chance to take Cooper Flag with your pick.
But
it doesn't. By the way, it doesn't have to be Cooper Flag. It could be anyone in the top 4.
Yeah. Good news, Hawks fans, though, you have Sacramento's pick.
Yeah, they need the Kings to lose.
Done.
Oh, no, and they also need Dallas to lose for some reason. It helps them as well. I was somehow came across my timeline that the Hawks, beyond the fact that they need to win, they need the Grizzlies to win for some reason too.
Oh.
I think it just helps their pick or something.
Yeah, I think they would just bump up one spot.
So if the Hawks lose tonight, the Spurs are going to have 2 chances to get into the top 4 of the lottery.
Yes, they would have,
their own chance with their own pick, and then with the Hawks pick.
They'd have a 28% chance at a top 4 pick.
Man. You know what's going to happen. The Hawks are going to lose tonight, and then the Spurs are going to have 2 picks in the top 4.
Most of the time when the Spurs are in the lottery, they win the thing.
Yeah, so
most of the time throughout history.
So maybe they don't win it with theirs, and it falls into it elevates into the top 4, and then they win it with the Hawks pick, which has a low probability because that's just how Spurs basketball goes. Even when they're not trying to lose and they suffered a devastating injury, if you want to call it that, what happened to Victor Wembanyama, they still come out on top. And yet, when was the last time you guys made the playoffs? How about that? I got a feeling if they wind up with Cooper Flag and De'Aaron Fox and Wembanyama
next year,
that'll change as far as not making the playoffs. I got a feeling. And maybe Chris Paul will play another 82 games. And they can celebrate that too.
Oh, just simulated the draft lottery. Rockets 2 pick.
Oh, with the Suns pick?
Suns.
Who got the first pick?
Charlotte.
Okay. That was a conversation this morning, or maybe it was a podcast I was listening to, because, as you said, it's a hacky conversation, but it's always had. Who do you not want the top pick to go to? And Charlotte was on the list of places people didn't want the pick to go to.
Miami got the 2 seed.
Oh,
Charlotte.
Well, they got to lose tonight to do that.
Yeah, that's not happening. Oh, Rockets 1 pick. There we go.
How many?
Stop the count.
We're not going to do it again. Send it in.
I didn't even exit out. I just closed my phone.
There it is. So no matter what happens in the playoffs this year, just know the Rockets, Cooper Flag, new Rocket.
This is the fun draft lottery where it's not your pick.
It's not your pick.
You're a good team.
You're in the playoffs, and you can just see what happens because your GM made a good decision to get off the Nets picks and to pick up the Suns picks. And now you have a really good chance of, even if it's not the number 1 pick, because that's not a really good chance, but a top 4 pick is a possibility. and you can do a lot with that. Maybe you send the pick to the Suns for a certain small forward, because Shams is of the belief that the Rockets and the Suns have interest in making a deal work. And more importantly, Kevin Durant has interest in being a Rocket. So think of the offseason. You get into the lottery because you have the Suns pick. It's in the top 5. You can either keep that pick or trade it away to secure Kevin Durant, or use that draft pick on whoever and trade other stuff for Kevin Durant.
I was going to say, right now, for the Rockets, there's a possibility that they win the lottery, use other draft picks to trade for Kevin Durant, and they win an NBA title this year. That's all on the table. That's all still possible.
As it stands right now, those are all possibilities.
They can win the title, win the draft lottery, also trade
Is
for
that
a superstar.
Is that the greatest season in NBA history? Forget 72 games. Forget,
Yes.
You win the title. You think, hey, that's not good enough. Let's secure our next couple titles with Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
And then you take Cooper Flagg to be, or Ace Bailey, whoever, to be your future star as Kevin Durant gracefully ages and retires.
Yeah.
This is the dream, right?
Because I don't know if, because back in the 80s, the Lakers and the Celtics would just randomly have the number 1 pick while playing in the finals against each other.
Mhm.
They would have fleeced some team and traded some plumber for the first overall pick, and then pick Magic Johnson. So that might have happened, but they didn't trade for Kevin Durant. They didn't do. It's the big 3. It's the triple crown.
They didn't trade for a 2 times final MVP
in
that same offseason.
It's on the table.
Look, guys, we're not saying
starts on Sunday.
We're not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying it's likely to happen. I'm just saying, along with Sean, that it's possible. That's how good the Rockets are set up right now. Can you imagine winning a title and then telling a couple guys in the rotation, beat it? Thanks for winning a title. Take your rings to Phoenix.
Also, we're drafting Cooper Flagg.
Yeah. So we have to trade another guy out of here to make room for Cooper Flagg.
Sorry, Jabari.
Yeah. He is the obvious choice. If you somehow got Cooper Flagg, Jabari would probably have to go if he wasn't already in the Kevin Durant trade. Hey, we're just dreamcasting.
Yeah, man.
If you're not watching Twitch or Twitter or YouTube, Sean has a 713 Rockets hat on, so you know he's all about it. So he's all in.
Thank you, Rockets. Rockets, if you want to send me more free stuff, I'll wear it. I'll wear free clothes to work.
I'm wearing free clothes to work right now. I got a
lot of the time.
I got a t-shirt on right now from
Granado had a free shirt on today.
I think that's Granado's like Houston package.
That's all he packs.
He has all his
ESPN 97.5 shirts.
Yeah, all his real clothes are in LA.
All the nice stuff.
But when he's here,
he doesn't want TSA messing with his nice clothes, so he just brings all
his ESPN merchandise he puts on as he does a couple weeks here in Houston before he goes back to LA. Okay, Michael Carroll will join us next. If you have any questions for him, I know we've had calls talking about shows and movies. He'll answer those. And if not, he'll just give you what you should or shouldn't watch. He is the host of Comicast. He does that with Jong Lee. You generally can hear that every Wednesday from 8 to 9 here on ESPN 97.5. And, of course, you can hear it in podcast form wherever you listen to a podcast. He'll come up next. I know it's serious because Sean took off the hat.
Oh, it just got serious.
Yeah.
I thought about flipping it around backwards. So, I'm cool. Having seen
You gonna flip your chair around too?
Yeah, having seen the latest blockbuster movie, that I'm a cool guy.
Sean went and made sure he was going to see Sinners because he didn't have the
Has
time.
he made it known that he saw Sinners?
Yes, he's told us.
Oh, has he?
Or at least
Okay.
he told me, and I told
I didn't
everyone.
have to embargo.
Okay, that's good.
Bought a ticket.
He simply bought a ticket. unlike the Rockets, Ryan Coogler didn't try to buy him off with free stuff.
No, although
he could.
Ryan, if you're listening,
Look, if you need me to pipe up on a Houston radio show, your next venture, let me know. Send a ticket my way.
You ever need an extra to be?
You just want to walk through?
Yeah, white guy in the background of a Ryan Coogler movie. I got you.
You stand out.
If you need a couple of white guys to just walk around,
boom,
I can do that for you.
We got you.
Sean Mays can do that for
We
you.
got
Okay.
you.
So the other white guy is Michael Carroll.
Hey, that's me.
The second white guy.
Let's not introduce people by race. Going for it.
You brought it to the table.
You did bring it to the table.
It wasn't me who did it. Michael Carroll, I don't see him.
I hope our heel calls in.
No chance.
Has he not called in
He
yet?
was supposed to. He said, I forgot. Let's do it
Ghosted
today.
us.
Didn't do it.
Forgot again.
He's supposed to. Well, actually, he's supposed to text with what we're supposed to talk about. And once I didn't see that, I knew this wasn't going to happen. So maybe we'll talk to Raheel next week. I kind of position it this way. Maybe he comes on, and this maybe didn't work out. So Michael Carroll.
I'm texting him now, asking if he's seen Sinners.
I bet you he hasn't, but I think he'll see it. It feels like his type of movie. From what I know, maybe it's the Minecraft guy. I got no idea really.
It might be a Minecraft guy.
Yeah.
So you're right, Sean. We won't introduce people by race anymore. We'll introduce people by their accomplishments. Michael Carroll is the host of Comicast. He does that show every week with John Lee. Of course, Marvel's in the news. Multiple trailers came out this week, from Daredevil to Thunderbolt. Actually, Daredevil was the show that's currently on, and Wilson Fisk is at it again. But we've got Thunderbolts.
Yes.
We've got Fantastic Four. The first full-length trailer for that movie came out. We will get to the general things we do on this show in this segment, where we ask Michael what you should or shouldn't watch. But I'm assuming you've seen both trailers.
I haven't seen the Thunderbolts trailer just because I've gotten to the point with Thunderbolts where
enough is enough.
You don't need to show me more.
Okay.
I am hooked. I am in. I was good after the This Is Cinema trailer that they did. You had me. I'm good.
I'm appreciative of their most recent one, which I have seen, because it sets a tone for Marvel that I like them to at least try to lean into a little bit more. We know who the villain is. He's a force to be reckoned with. And of course, it's all set up that the Avengers aren't coming if you watch the trailer. And how is this group of non-powerful heroes, as far as like there's no aliens, there's no gods. It's just, guys who and women who have a questionable background. And Ghost, I guess you want to call what she has a power. I'm not sure what you would call that.
Yeah, that's a power.
But either way, it isn't exactly the group of five that you think is going to take out.
Group of 6. Taskmaster is involved.
Well, okay, sure. Taskmaster. Okay. The group of 6 that's going to take. And do we ever see Taskmaster in the trailer?
No, because I imagine Taskmaster is going to get killed and
it's either Taskmaster goes, F this, I'm out of here, or she gets mopped up pretty quickly.
Taskmaster sees the villain and is like, you know what? I can't replicate those fights.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
I'm seeing, this is not in my skill set.
Update. Raheel said, not yet. I'm seeing mixed reviews.
I have not seen mixed reviews. I don't know where the mixed reviews are coming from, but that's Raheel. Notice he didn't mention, sorry, I'm not on today. I have not gotten a text about that. So he will. I haven't texted him because I'm not gonna grovel. But he will respond to text. He's available. The phone's working. He's just not telling me.
Yeah, he only took 1 minute to respond.
See, he's not busy. We know that to be the case. So you have not seen Thunderbolts. You're in. But
I'm in. Yeah,
what about
100%.
Fantastic Four?
Oh, that trailer looked good. That was a very good trailer. And Jong and I talked about it last week with Aaron Perrine of Phase Hero Podcast and Free Space Podcast. The age of comic book movies that we're in is the age where you embrace, even more so than before, the comic bookiness, the nerdiness of these characters.
where Superman, it's pulling directly from comics with Fortress of Solitude, the robots, all that stuff. Fantastic Four pulling directly from those 60s inspirations, going heavy with from the robot to Galactus to Silver Surfer to all the different elements and the family aspect of the group and that 60s vibe. It just makes it feel like a different film compared to what we've gotten in other superhero fare as of late. So
Yeah,
I'm in.
I enjoyed it. I wasn't a giant Fantastic Four fan as a kid, but you know, I give all these movies a shot. I like the cast, like that Ruth Langmore is playing Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
Otherwise known as Julia Garner. She's playing Silver Surfer. So
yes.
A lot of people I like in other ventures, so I'm in on this one, and I like the aesthetic of the trailer. We have not heard Clobbering Time yet. I imagine they're saving that.
Yeah, they're saving that.
But
We did actually
see Reed Richards' powers a little bit.
Yeah,
so we did see that. Yeah, so
I think all concerns about that kind of not all wipe away, but it's like, all right, we've seen it, so we can rest on that aspect for at least for now.
Yeah, so Pedro Pascal, who is currently, well, he's not acting in it because he already did it, but but as far as season 2 of The Last of Us, that's underway as well. So
that man's so busy.
he's doing a lot of things.
Does everything.
Mandalorian.
Yeah, I saw that trailer that leaked.
Yeah, it's Star Wars Celebration time.
Yeah, Star Wars Celebration. The Mandalorian Grogu trailer they showed at Star Wars Celebration. I guess it was yesterday, and yeah, it looks good based off the grainy footage that I saw.
Okay.
Yeah, I do that for the people.
For the people.
Yeah.
Does that for.
Yeah, I do that.
Illegally leaked videos.
Man,
illegally is such a strong word.
I'm sure they had to sign something to say that they were gonna.
Yeah, and I mean, in the video,
phone.
you see another person recording. So I mean, it's fine.
So
yeah.
that makes it okay.
Yeah, it makes it. It's fine. It's fine. It looked cool.
Dave Filoni's like, yes. You know how I want you to view one of my masterpieces through someone camera pointed at the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Dave Filoni, remember who's caping up for you, all right?
I'm okay.
I'm putting on my cape for my Count Dooku cape for Star Wars.
Sorry for being okay with 480 or less resolution
Don't
right
listen
now.
to Sean. He's angling for a free screening. That's what he's doing.
That's really what he's
Or
doing. Yeah.
again,
Or his merchandise, whatever.
you need a random fighter pilot to be like, and crash. I can do that.
And blow up. Yeah, you want?
I can be Porkins.
I can put that. I can put that helmet on and crash. I can do that. It's cool. I can do that. So a lot of stuff going on in what you might call nerd culture. But Michael, tell people what was the main topic of conversation on Comic Cast this week.
Comic Cast, we wrapped up our coverage of Daredevil Born Again with a full spoiler review of the season finale. If you haven't seen it, very good season finale. Very good, for the most part, very good season of Daredevil Born Again. Not without its issues, but it was a strong ending to season 1. Excited to see where we go with season 2. So we dive into that. And then, of course, we dive into the season premiere of The Last of Us. And again, dive into full spoilers. There's nothing but spoiler reviews on the latest issue of Comic Cast, and that's what we'll be focusing on for the rest of the time. We also are moving our recording times to Mondays. That way we can be right after The Last of Us. So new issues have been releasing on Thursdays to accommodate the Daredevil schedule. Now we'll be releasing new issues, at least podcast wise, on Tuesday mornings.
My man is adjusting his schedule to get the content out as quick as possible.
We
because
try. We do our best.
They pick and choose. Clearly, the important shows, if anything's important, but the shows that have a lot of interest, and they will talk about them in a timely manner.
We choose the shows that Jong will make time for.
That's how it's set up.
That's kind of how it's set up.
Jong says he's busy.
Jong's a busy dad now.
Of course. So he will decide.
He's a girl dad times 2.
I was going to say, you're kind of throwing him under the bus.
No. He will.
If there's a show we don't get to, blame him.
No, he said it on the podcast. Like, he's like, if this is a show, what was the show that I was talking about? Oh, Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. I was like, it's okay. It's good. He's like, I'm not wasting my time on it.
All right.
He's like,
if you're not even
doing
giving me
that.
a strong recommendation, I'm not watching it. So, okay, I respect
the
it.
only thing that I've given him a couple of strong recommendations for it: The Pit, Paradise, and he's watched both and he's enjoyed them. So
you got a good track record with Jong. Excuse me. I just saw the entirety of The Pit. At least I finished it. I watched just to tell you, I have little to do when I get home. I was like 7 episodes yesterday, and
that's tough.
But I get home.
He watched the rest of the shift.
No, but I mean that's tough to like.
Yeah, I had to take a break. Admittedly, I had to take a break.
They have a hard life. Those
Did you?
Pittsburgh
Are you?
I'm done.
You're done with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I get why people love it.
I watched like 3 at a time, and then I kind of
You gotta back away. Yeah.
Well, certain episodes, like episode 8, comes to mind as like oh man,
yeah,
I got to step back.
I have a friend who's a nurse, and she's like, why am I going to be reminded of my life? She works in.
It's too realistic.
Yes, it's too much.
So realistic.
It is too much. So she's like, I understand it. I get why people like it. It's just not for me.
Mhm.
It's just a repeat of what I have to go through
Mhm.
because she works in emergency medicine as well. So, all right, The Pit, great. Watch it if you haven't. It's on Max. The entire season is out. Well, Michael's been about that.
I've been about that pit life all season long.
That's right.
The Pit.
Yeah.
Sean and I caught up. Sean and I caught up.
Yeah.
With it in the last week or so, and Michael's right about that.
We're Dr. Abbott coming in at the last.
I feel like you're more of a Dr. Langdon type. Stealing
which one?
pills.
Oh.
Stealing pills. You be.
Do we need to check his locker?
You be snaking medicine from the
Thank God
patients.
we don't have lockers.
Snaking medicine from the patients.
We do actually have some lockers.
Good thing I don't use them.
I'm not addicted. I'm managing my withdrawals. Is what Sean was saying.
fine.
Yeah, that's who he is.
I'm still a good producer.
Sniping at the interns. All that stuff.
You need me.
Yeah.
Joe comes in. What are you doing here?
Yeah, get out. Don't make me do it.
Sorry,
light Pit spoilers there.
Who's the Santos in this scenario? Who's snitched?
Who's the snitch?
Who's the snitch on Sean?
It's obvious. It's Sam.
Yeah,
Sam.
There's no one that's
that
more
tracks.
Santos than Sam.
That tracks.
She gives. She's a
Bully.
I was gonna use something else, but I realized I didn't want to say that word. No, like a buster, but with another B in front of it. A B word in front of it.
Wow.
She kind of is. She would be if she had to be elevated like Santos. That would be what Santos is. She would be that on that show, and then she would call you out, and then she would let it be known. She'd run to Joe and tell, "Hey, Joe, Sean's sleeping during the middle of segments, whatever the equivalent of stealing pills are," and she'd tell.
And then Joe goes in. You're done. You're done.
Get out.
Get out.
And then Joe realizes I don't have anyone from 10 to 12.
And then he calls him back, or he comes in, and
that's how it is.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
We're doing a poor job. Watch The Pit. That's all we're saying. Comping it to
And
radio.
Don't look at Langdon and think that's wrong. Don't do that.
I would disagree with that point, but the rest of it, I think we're doing a poor job of. Okay, those are things that have been out for a while.
Yes.
Michael, tell us what isn't out or what just came out that we should watch.
Well, I will tell you, first off, watch Rockets Warriors on Sunday at Game 1, 8:30 on TNT and True TV.
There it is.
I don't know why TNT just aired on that. Anyway, if you're not watching that or, whatever, you can go to the theater. I mean, Sinners is the main thing this weekend.
Yeah.
97% with critics, 97% with audiences. It's pretty universal.
See it on IMAX. Although, like Dale pointed out earlier, if you don't see it on IMAX, you wouldn't know what you're missing. So you could live in ignorance, but see it on IMAX.
I want to see it in 70 millimeter. That's the way you should see it.
5 places in the world that have that. So
I
guess
I got to make a
London,
trip,
buddy. Yeah,
I got to make a trip. I got to put some time in or time out, time off, whatever the word is. I don't know.
We call it PTO.
That's the word. Sinners is out this weekend. That's the big one, of course. So if you're going to the theater, probably watch that
or Minecraft.
Or Minecraft.
It was a long line, and it was pretty clear to see who was there for Sinners and
you can just look at the crowd in the line.
Yeah, I did some light profiling.
Okay.
Or you could watch the only movie that has Chris Paul in it this weekend, and that's Sneaks.
Isn't that the animated?
Yes, it is.
Movie about tennis shoes?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to say I'm out on that.
It's about Chris Paul's
talking tennis shoes.
Yes, talking tennis shoes.
Chris Paul playing a role or playing himself?
He plays himself.
Okay.
Yes.
Do his shoes talk to him?
I don't know if they talk to the people, but they do talk to themselves.
Is it like Mike? Is it like Mike? Is it similar to like Mike?
No, it's more like
later.
If anything,
go
it's
see Sinners instead.
It's more like Secret Life of Pets in a sense.
Oh, okay.
Where
Gotcha.
it's like the
Secret Life of Tennis Shoes.
Yeah, Secret Life of Tennis Shoes. Basically,
when humans are around, they're just regular old tennis shoes.
Yeah,
but when they're not,
like a Toy Story kind of thing too.
Got
Yeah, it's definitely that.
It's no Minecraft.
I don't know. Anthony Mackie, Lawrence Fishburne, Martin Lawrence, Keith David, DJ Mustard, Babito Garcia. That's a strong cast. Chloe Bailey.
All that tells me is the bag is good. That doesn't tell me it's gonna be a good movie. It just tells me those people got paid to do voiceover.
I will
work.
say, when I heard Martin Lawrence's voice, I was like, is he just reading? Is he just like, what's happening right now?
Yeah, and apparently a lot of classic shoes are in this movie. Being played by human beings. So
Yes.
if that's appealing to you,
yes,
it's there for you.
Sneaks. Currently 50% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Not surprising.
Maybe not go see that one. The main thing, go see Sinners. There's also The Wedding Banquet. I don't know how much of our listeners are probably going to watch that. A creepy like body horror movie, The Ugly Stepsister, which is a twist on Cinderella's story.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like the other movies that I've talked about, like Screamboat and Popeye the Slayer Man or anything like that. Like, this has much more of a budget and much more of a creep factor to it. If you're into horror movies, especially body horror, this is the movie for you. 96%.
I gotta tell you, the Swedes, they do some dark stuff.
It looked dark based off the trailer. So if you're into that, like, you got that.
Like, I've seen a lot of foreign stuff, movies and TV shows. The Swedes are at the top of the list of, this is gonna be bone chilling and dark.
No.
They do a lot of that.
Oh yeah. Again, watch the trailer.
Yeah.
You'll get that right off the bat. So that's the only like wide releases this weekend. There's another wide release, but it was something like singing related and whatever. So I wasn't going to talk about that one. Streaming wise though, you have a show that actually premiered earlier this week, Government Cheese with David Oyelowo.
Yep.
And Bookham. Oh God, I had his name. Bookham Woodbine, which is
Bokeem?
Bokeem. That's
Woodbine.
what it was.
Yeah.
I always
Evil Dave
have it.
Chappelle.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
but that show's on Apple TV Plus. Kind of middle reviews, but I always like David whenever he does comedy type stuff.
So you didn't enjoy him in Selma?
No, I did enjoy him. Don't trap me into that.
He was sitting there with his arms folded the entire
Make
time.
me
during
laugh,
Selma.
Martin Luther King Jr. This isn't funny.
He walked out of Selma, not a single laugh.
Yeah.
I didn't say I didn't like his drama. I said I liked him in his comedy.
The cops were great.
Sean's had it.
I hate this segment now. I hate this segment.
Well, you want to wrap it up? We're already late. We can save you and us from ourselves.
Please. Let me just quickly say the rehearsal season 2. That's probably the number one thing if you want to check that
on
out.
Max, right?
On Max.
Okay.
So there you go. There's other stuff, but Sean just killed me in that.
Sidetracked.
Just sidetracked me.
Just derailed. The
I
train.
like David when he does comedy. That's all I said. I didn't say I didn't like his drama.
Just keep singing. Just keep making me dance. All right. Hit him with the Drake. I don't like David when he acts tough.
I didn't say that.
Oh, look, dramatic David. Don't like it.
Don't help him.
I'm just assuming that's what you think.
That's not what I think.
He doesn't think that way. He would recommend Selma if it came out today.
5 stars.
It just came out 11 years ago, so he
Yeah.
can't recommend it.
And the other movies he's done.
Michael Carroll, host of Comicast, may never join us again. We will see if he's here next week.
I have to think about
Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. Paul Gallant's up next.
Warriors, come out to play! Warriors, come out to play!
That's Tari Eason for the 2023-2024 Rockets. Towards the end of the year, as the Rockets were trying to get into the play-in round of the NBA playoffs. On Sunday, they will play those same Golden State Warriors at Toyota Center, 8:30 tip-off, to begin the Ime Udoka era of playoff Rockets basketball. And I think we're going to see a lot of appearances in the playoffs. I really do. I look at Ime Udoka, the culture he has already built here in H-Town during a time where so many basketball players are coddled and pampered. The exact opposite comes in here and immediately changes things to the point where you actually have a fun, watchable, non-whiny, non-bitching basketball team for a change. I think they're going to be back a lot. But before this game on Sunday, I want us all to do something. Something I've been trying to do myself. Anyone do a gratitude journal? It's something that you do. You write down all the good things you have. I do this once, maybe every 2 to 3 weeks, and just being a skeptical cynic for most of the other time, those 2 weeks, I forget to do it. But I want us all to be grateful and happy and appreciative of how far this team has come in just a couple of years. I mean, they have come such a long way. And over the course of today's show, we're going to play some reminders of how far they've come. And we'll laugh at it. Much like the same way maybe we had a rough night out. Maybe we did something embarrassing on a date. Maybe there's things we have regrets on that we can look back at now and laugh at. I want to look back and laugh at it because, again, I want to appreciate how far this organization has come from being one of the biggest jokes in the NBA just a few years ago after James Harden got fat and quit on this team to where they're at now, where the trajectory arrow is pointing so far up, it's practically straight up. I want to appreciate how far they've come. Because here's the thing. After this first playoff series, it won't be the same. The new car smell will be gone. It just won't. If they win this series, you're going to have expectations all of a sudden. If they lose this series, you're going to be pissed. So for now, what I'm asking you to do is appreciate how far they've come. I appreciate how far they've come. But it's going to be tough. It's a Golden State Warriors team that even if they are starting a couple of randos that we've never heard of, or if you're a basketball casual, more like it, you've never heard of, they still have Steph Curry. They still have Draymond Green. And they've brought in Jimmy Butler. We'll see how it goes. I'm very excited for Sunday. I will be there at Toyota Center. Tonight, I'm going to an Astros game. They'll take on the Padres in a 3-game series. And here's my really quick Astros thought. As someone who demanded for his birthday last Friday for the Astros to score 15 runs, and they scored 14 runs, I believe that they are listening. And I'm demanding a sweep of the 15-4, one of the best teams in baseball, San Diego Padres. I am demanding it. Get the sweep done. Get back over 500. Okay? You're embarrassing us. So there you go, guys. That's how we start off a Friday, got to get down on Friday edition of the Paul Gallant Show. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, too. 713-780-3776 to call it the text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. But Houston is a basketball town. That's why we only talked about the Astros for a moment there, as pointed out by Kuglaze. That's what we are. I saw the Rockets Wire put out a bunch of key numbers for the Houston Rockets about things that they match up well against the Golden State Warriors in, and things where they maybe don't match up so well. It was put together by Ben DeBose. And I found something noteworthy that Ben DeBose highlighted when trying to, I guess, tease said piece, which you should check out. Ben's a good dude and he's a good writer. He brought up that there's been a foul discrepancy when it comes to Rockets-Warriors games. Here they are. The Rockets average fouls and free throws a game this year. 19 average fouls, 22.6 free throws a game. The Warriors average fouls, pretty much the same. 19.2 average fouls, 22.1 free throws a game. Okay. So they're about the same, right? Well, Ben DeBose brought up something that the Bill Worrell Army, a Rockets fan base that has been conditioned to complain about the referees by Daryl Morey, by James Harden, and by Bill Worrell when he was on the call. I know he's a legend. I'm just saying a lot of focus on the referees and bad calls in that game. But the Rockets, when they have played against the Warriors, have been called for 20 fouls with 17 free throws, while the Warriors have been called for 16.2 fouls, averaging 24.8 free throws. There's a discrepancy there over a 5-game sample size this year. So it's noteworthy, right? But here's the thing. Never again. Never again. With this Rockets team that plays a little football in their basketball, we are not doing this crap anymore. The refs make bad calls, they make bad calls. If there's a foul discrepancy, there's a foul discrepancy. But we are not the beta soy boy generation of Houston Rockets basketball anymore. That ain't us. Never again. Flopping for calls, save it for Jimmy Butler. Bitching and moaning for calls, save it for Draymond Green. That ain't who we are. And I would say that as a fan base as well, that ain't who we are anymore. This team has come a long way in just a couple of years to the point where I went from, honestly, semi-active disliking the Rockets during the Harden era to truly loving this team. Celtics fan till I die. Though the Rockets, did grease the skids with this custom Rockets jersey that I'm wearing on this Friday. Got to get down on Friday. But I really enjoy watching this team, much like I really enjoy watching the Houston Cougars. Never again. We are flushing the past eras of Houston Rockets basketball. Not the Hakeem Olajuwon ones. Those were cool. Never underestimate the heart of a champion, after all. But we are flushing the Harden era again, if it was clogged in your toilet. And then we are certainly flushing the Steven Silas era and all the crap that we had to go through if you were paying attention to the Rockets over the last couple of years. Appreciate how far they've come. Never again will we be there. It's the Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Rosin956 says, a good Friday on the Twitch. I agree. It is Good Friday, by the way. I'm always uncomfortable with what I'm supposed to say about Good Friday because it was a bad day that led to a good day, right? That's what we say. Bad day that led to a good day. So we hope you're off to a good start on your weekend, huh? I totally forgot it was Easter last night, and I was having a conversation with somebody, and they said, "Oh, well, I'm spending time on Easter with my family." I was like, "Oh, whoops."
Yeah. So I'll be out of town this weekend, spending time with my family. Paul, what are you doing this weekend?
I'm going to be spending time with my family, the Houston Astros tonight at Dyken Park,
dysfunctional,
and the Houston Rockets Sunday on Easter.
That's the good side. That's the good side of the family right now.
Right. Hopefully, they are risen. From
although
the depths of hell that they were once in. They're saving us from the James Harden era on Sunday. They're going to flush the demons of the past, exorcise them. They're going to take the Warriors down, baby.
Although you could argue Jesus lost game 1 of his series. So it's about
True.
how you finish.
True.
He won game 3. Won game 3. Pivotal game 3.
Listen, he came back from actually being eliminated, which no sports team has ever done. No sports team's ever done. A tip of the hat to old JC. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Sean actually did tip the hat. He's wearing red. It's a 713 hat. Not as much red as you needed to wear today, though. You didn't wear red on Rockets Red Day yesterday.
Some red in my shirt.
Some red in your shirt? Okay. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday from the 832, someone asks, Paul, are you still on that birthday bender? Wednesday is where it ended, though I did have a drink last night. I did have a drink last night.
So the streak continues.
I had one of those. I know. I don't. It's going to continue tonight. I'm going to Dyke Park. Got to sample the
So
goods.
maybe Sunday we can, for Jesus, you can have a clean day. Break the streak on Sunday.
Yeah. I can't believe that Granada goes all of Lent without drinking. I'm really impressed by that. A couple of comments on Twitch. 75 Corchester says Paul is hyped today. Indeed, I am. I'm really excited for this game on Sunday. This is the most excited I've been for a basketball series in quite some time. You know, probably 2018 Western Conference Finals. Because in 2019, when they played against the Warriors, I had a feeling, it's not going to go so well. And I know that James Harden had the, 41 points in Game 3 of the 2019 series, but that series never felt like they had a chance in the same way they did the year before in 2018.
The only time it felt like they had a chance was when Kevin Durant got hurt.
Right,
But
exactly.
then when the Warriors won a game after that, I was like,
yeah,
this isn't good.
That's it. Anyway, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Fake Tony Stark one says we don't shine shoes no more. That's right. The Rockets don't shine no shoes anymore. Anyway, let's appreciate how far the Rockets have come. Let's take a look at some of those not so fond memories that we can now push away entirely because this is a different Rockets team. Let's laugh at them. Let's have some fun. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
They're not giving the effort on the defensive end. They're not getting after it like they're supposed to. They're not getting into their man and fighting over and helping each other. They're not doing what they're supposed to do.
That's former Rockets coach Stephen Silas, who in that moment right there showed an anger with the 2022-2023 Houston Rockets that he had not shown ever. I remember hearing him say that and thinking to myself, it's about damn time. Like, where has this been? Here's more from Stephen Silas at that same press conference. I mean, I forget what game this was after, but I remembered being disgusted myself. And all I could think was, where the hell was this, Stephen? They needed tough love. It's a bunch of kids. Let them do whatever they want. Staying up late, playing video games all day, candy, soda. I mean, it was like the kids' club. You got to have a little fire and brimstone. Ime Udoka might be the archetype of having all of it and it actually being successful, but you got to have a little bit. Here's more Stephen Silas in that same press conference.
The effort. The effort.
Just to close hard or just even throughout the possession?
It was getting into the body, getting over the screen, being in help, sprinting the closeouts, doing what we're supposed to do, acting as if it doesn't matter. It matters. It matters. Disappointing. These are the lessons we have to learn, I guess, and all that stuff, but that's not right. What we did tonight on that floor was not right. It's not right.
Never was. It was ugly. You got just me guys. And first off, Christian Wood, and worse, Kevin Porter Jr., who at a moment in time, the Rockets looked at as the next version of James Harden. So that's how far you've come from. Kevin Porter Jr. in particular, and forget the off-the-court stuff. If you can, the whole choking a girlfriend / fiance. I think it was a girlfriend, not 100% sure if it was the latter. There was a moment after a game on December 19th of 2022 where Kevin Porter Jr. was asked about everything falling apart in the third quarter of a game. Kevin Porter Jr.'s answer, one of the worst things I've ever heard anyone ever say about the reason for struggles. It's the holidays, family and everything. It's just outside for frustration, probably getting in. And that's with everyone. End quote. Blaming the holidays for your struggles. Oh, man, November. It's just too tough.
It's just we all got families to worry about.
Thinking about Thanksgiving. And then you got Christmas. And you got to think about Christmas presents and sending out Christmas cards that some people might send out in April or May. You got a lot of stuff to take care of, and that's why we're struggling on the court and chucking up terrible shots. Just standing around outside of basically all playing one-on-one-on-one-on-one-on-one-on 5.
Yeah. It's especially funny doing the, families this time of year. You got a lot going on at home with a bunch of guys that are 21 years old.
Yeah.
They would be college kids. They're all very young. It's not like they have, 4 kids that they're worried about getting presents for or anything, or having to worry about people traveling. It's like, no, you just play basketball mostly. That's kind of what you're doing. There is other stuff, but your parents, you can book them a flight here and deal with that. It's not that hard, Kevin Porter Jr. with the holidays.
It's not at all, unless they were all asking him for money to buy gifts for other people or something like that. Whatever the case. Yeah, shut up. So I saw that and I was like, oh man, you should have kept this
Also,
to yourself, dude.
The record at this time was probably 4-24.
Yep.
It was just terrible.
Sounds about right. Steven Silas, by the way, was asked about what this current team is doing. And look, he was a very nice guy, so I don't want to dump on him too much. And he came into a situation where he thought he was going to have James Harden and actually good players, and he ended up having to babysit these guys. It really was what it was. And it didn't seem like he had much control because Rafael Stone was probably a little bit too hands-on then. I think Stone's learned from that, but he is lucky that he got the opportunity to learn from that. He's lucky that Udoka didn't blow him out. Again, this is how far they've come. But in an article with Kelly Eco in The Athletic, Steven Silas was asked about these guys, and he said he's proud of them. He also said, quote, I think I played a small role. I don't know how big a role it was. They'd probably be able to answer that question better than me, but I tried to do things the right way. I tried to nurture those guys, I'll say. Teach them the right way to do things and fight the adversity. It really tough time, but it paid off for them, so I'm thankful for the time I had with them. I mean, he should have just said I'm thankful for the time. You don't say you had a small role in this, Steven. There's night and day with where all of these young players were then and now. I think they were pissed. I think they wanted hard coaching, and he got hard coaching now. They've come a long way, this Rockets team, and really the theme of today's show is going to be appreciate how far they have come. Appreciate it. Because you're probably not going to be able to appreciate it the same way once Sunday's game against the Warriors tips off. You might be mad at the Warriors getting a game 1 win. You might be frustrated with the sporadic offense from the Rockets that you haven't seen. Because I know a lot of casuals are going to be coming back for the playoffs. I don't blame you guys for waiting to come back until the actual playoffs, especially against a team like Golden State. Like, that's going to raise everybody's eyebrows as far as things to watch. But I think this is the last couple of days where you get to really appreciate the honeymoon period that has been this season of the Rockets. They have been, from start to finish, such a surprise, so fun, hardworking, playing basketball the right way, at least in my book. And I just think you should appreciate it, given how bad things a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Well, once the series starts, you're going to be, all full tilt wanting to win this, partially because of just the uniforms on the other side of the court. And going into next season, like this is the lowest expectations are going to be for the Rockets going forward for the foreseeable future of even if they lose against the Warriors in 7, like this season is still a unmitigated success.
For sure.
It is just an absolute success.
They could be swept and lose every game by 40, and it would still be a success.
I guess, yes.
But no,
40 would be tough.
All 4, yes. And but it's impossible. Can you even imagine that happening,
It won't happen.
It won't happen.
I don't think it will.
I
won't guarantee it, but I don't think
Warriors team. Not this Warriors team. I mean, I could see the Warriors winning. I'm on the fence. I did a prediction for FanDuel, did an interview before their show that's going to be airing on Sunday. And I said, I mean, I don't feel confident about it at all, but I think they win in 7. I think I said 6 like earlier this week.
Rockets in 7?
Rockets in 7, yeah. But I don't feel great about it.
I have a tough time seeing it not be 6 or 7, no matter who wins. I think it is just because the Rockets, like you said, their offense, like in the playoffs, I could see it in a half-court setting really bogging down and really being the ugly offense that we've all come to see throughout the year at their worst. But then at the same time, like when the game is going to be in full court, when it's going to be a transition game, like there's a chance that for a couple of these games, the Warriors just look way too old and slow to be on the same court as the Rockets.
I'm with you there.
There's just a physical element that if the Rockets can get that advantage and really press it in a couple of these games, like they are going to win.
7 games of Steph having to get away from Amin Thompson.
Yeah, and the pacing of this series, Paul. Did we talk about this? That games 1, 2, and 3 are 2 days off in between. So it's Sunday, it's Wednesday, and then it's Saturday.
I forgot how the NBA playoffs do this.
And then 5 through 7 or 4 through 7
are all
is
going to be 1 day off
every other day.
Yeah.
So that's something that if the Rockets can kind of get it there, that they'll kind of work in their favor.
Exactly.
This older team having to fly back and forth from San Francisco to Houston.
My hips.
Exactly.
It's so hard walking around.
I see those gray hairs in your beard, Draymond Green. You can't hide those.
No, he can't. He doesn't even try.
No, he
Unlike
doesn't.
Ryan Day. I don't believe Ryan Day's wife, Ohio State head coach Ryan Day's wife, went on the warpath against Clay Travis because Clay Travis said, like, you can't trust a man with a dyed beard. And I mean, I don't know about I'd go that far, but I do think it's dyed. Like, it just doesn't.
It's too
black.
Too perfectly. And, like, there's no, like, different color.
Exactly. He strikes me as someone, given his age, that would have a little salt and pepper because I have a lot of salt and pepper in my beard at this moment in time. And I'm, the pinnacle of health, minus the drinking. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call and to text it on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Donna asks on YouTube, what's the hype with WrestleMania? I don't understand. I don't either. I watched that Vince McMahon documentary on Netflix, and somehow it, much like the Super Bowl, the Masters, which we did a lot of talk about last Thursday and Friday, somehow it became the big deal for wrestling. I guess it's in Vegas this year. Pat McAfee is currently talking with someone named the Eradicator, Rhea Ripley. I don't know how it's a big deal. All I know is, for the first time, perhaps ever, I'm actually aware of the main storyline in wrestling. It's that John Cena, who was always the good guy for years and years, in front of The Rock, kicked the new biggest star in wrestling, Cody Rhodes, in the nads during a moment where it felt like there was about to be a torch passing, right? And since then, it's just been John Cena's like, I'm sick of all this. Like, that's his character now. He's gone heel for the first time ever after being a good guy for such a long time. And Cody Rhodes, I guess everyone likes.
Yeah, he's like the new kind of face.
The new Cena.
Yeah.
Right. So there you go, guys. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Virginia Bunweed asks, watch the Astros or watch WrestleMania?
I'll definitely
it's the Padres, so I will watch the Astros over WrestleMania.
I'll definitely enjoy WrestleMania more.
Yeah, no stakes. Because the Astros, if they lose right now, until they're back over 500, I'm going to be very annoyed by every loss, as opposed to be like, all right, I want to get them back to the point where I can be like, all right, it's a loss, whatever. I don't know that that's going to come. That's kind of my fear right now. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You know how to jump in. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, we'll continue to take a look back at how far the Houston Rockets have come. And it seems like they will not be going in a direction many expected them to this offseason. What am I talking about? You'll find out next. Stay put.
This is the Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
What led to? I don't like the Warriors. I mean, I don't know. I just want to win.
Tari Eason earlier this year after a Rockets loss against the Warriors. That was their 14th straight loss to the Warriors. They'd lose one more. They had lost at one point 15 straight games against the Golden State Warriors in the regular season. And if you go back to the 4 playoff series that these teams played against one another, 2015, 2016, 2018, 2019, it was rather one-sided, with the Warriors winning 16 of those games. Woof. I mean, it is Big Brother, but things are different, both for the Warriors and for the Rockets. And I really appreciate how far they've come. I really enjoy watching this team. I really do. I think they're going to have a very good shot against the Warriors. I know many are looking at the 2 versus the 7. You assume that this is a slam dunk. It's not. Don't get it twisted. It's a different Warriors team, but it's certainly not a slam dunk with all the veterans that they have. And sure, maybe the experts are a little bit dismissive of the Rockets. I've been trying to put a finger to that. I think it's the lack of a star player just as much as it's the Warriors have established themselves so much. This is, though, as far as Warriors teams go, to make a New England Patriots comparison, this is like their 2006 team that was a 4 seed in the AFC playoffs that won a game against the Chargers because the Chargers picked off Tom Brady and Marlon McCree fumbled. Like, that's the Warriors team of this run. And it feels like it could be the end. Maybe they figure out something to get a star player this offseason, but that seems to have already happened. The acquire star player without even trying, given that Luka Doncic is now a member of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, this is definitely, it's not the most diminished because there are years that they just missed the playoffs altogether. But as far as the like competitive Warriors team, yeah, they're good enough, like that Patriots team. Like, they're good enough to beat a playoff team.
They're good enough to beat bad teams, and they're good enough to beat some playoff teams. But
exactly,
did you think that they're going to go the distance? No,
exactly. And like those Chargers teams, this is a Rockets team that hasn't done it. Hasn't done the playoffs as much as the guys on the other side. So, yeah, I think it is a little bit of the classic, like, old guys versus the kind of young group. And if you are going, well, I've seen these 2 guys, Steph and Draymond, win 4 championships. I've seen Jimmy Butler drag 2 teams to the finals that no one thought was any good in the last 5 years.
Is that too?
On the other side, we have Alperen Şengün, Jalen Green, and Fred VanVleet.
Yep.
I can see why.
I get it.
I can see why you're going like, and to, most of these people's credit, like, they do him and haw about it because the Rockets do present some issues for the Warriors. It's just crunch time offense. We haven't seen it.
I'm curious as to how Şengün will do more than anyone.
Yeah.
I feel like he matches up pretty well. And I think given Draymond losing his mind the last time that they played, maybe there's something Şengün does that gets under Green's skin.
I mean, there's already something you did to get under Draymond Green's skin. He's a European. He's a European big man.
He's a white European big man. That could be it. It's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. You can ask any question. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Interesting text from the 409 about the morning show. Paul, how come Lance never asks any questions when John and Lance have an obscure guest with random accents and opinions call it? Great question. Never put that together.
I don't know. Maybe he's just so thrown off.
Yeah, I think it's that. It's definitely that. Maybe he doesn't have a good set of headphones. It's a great question.
Yeah.
In fact, sometimes he's even left the room. Like, he's disgusted that John would bring these creatures on. Huh.
Maybe it's a moral stand.
Could be that. He's like, this is not good enough.
This is beneath me.
It also could be like, oh, Lance, I got NFL draft crap. Like, the Lance sort of has carte blanche right now.
I was gonna say you're just blaming on ADD.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, Lance has got the worst ADD. He's got it worse than me, probably at the station. And I also think he has the best built-in excuse for this month because like his main job is this job, but his other job, scouting for the NFL, he could use this for family, for friends, for any kind of excuse. This is the get out of jail free card. Oh, it's April. I got draft stuff to focus on. I'm jealous. I mean, I can't wait if I ever have kids to use my kids as an excuse to not do things because now I'm so easy to peer pressure. Will I still be easy to peer pressure with kids? That's a great question too. So here's what has changed perhaps for the Houston Rockets going forward. A lot of people were linking the Rockets specifically to Kevin Durant and that there's mutual interest. But per Mark Stein and Jake Fisher, a Houston pursuit of Kevin Durant is less likely than previously thought, which I think is good. It would be fun to have a Kevin Durant. I think a Tillman Fertitta from a couple of years ago would give the green light and perhaps pressure Rafael Stone to go get a Kevin Durant. I think now they realize patience can work. And that's what I've been saying for a while. And I think it does help that Ime Udoka had some time with the Boston Celtics, with Brad Stevens, where he realizes that even if you aren't quite getting over the hump, the patience will eventually pay off if you just have enough young talent. And some of these guys aren't going to live up to what you thought they could be. I would say for Jabari Smith Jr., right now, Jabari Smith, is he a solid role player? Yeah, I think so. Is Jabari Smith Jr. the player that you expect to get when you're drafting at the top of the draft? No. That's not to say he's a bust. I think he fits in well. He's accepted his role. When he was told he was getting demoted, he was very cool about it. And I think that speaks to his character, Amin Thompson's character too, where that situation has not been awkward in the slightest. It could have easily been awkward. Could have easily been a mess. Not at all, though.
Yeah, and this is something from Danielle Lerner. She did a AMA on, I think it was Reddit.
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was
Right for the
column or if it was on Reddit. Yeah, where she said, in addition to Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün, the front office is very high on Tari Eason and Amin Thompson. That doesn't mean they're shopping other guys, but those four are the core of the core.
Right.
Which core 7 might be overrated if we're having a core of the core, but we can move on. But it's interesting that Jabari Smith not among the core of the core.
Right. And maybe he finds another home where he can hone his skills and get a little more playing time. But I mean, he deserves credit. You're an early draft pick. You're a young guy, and to accept being moved to the bench for a guy who is definitely better than you, I do think deserves some commendation. And again, it sort of shows you how far we've come. Sean, you were talking about the core. I mean, my God, seeing some of the Rockets Mickey Mouse Kids Club online who were like salivating over the Rockets core of Jayshawn Tate and Josh Christopher and who are some of the other guys?
Usman Garuba.
Ty
Washington.
Ty Washington.
All the asset management that went poorly.
I mean, there were so many.
Signed Dylan Brooks.
Some of these people, I'll give them credit for being diehard Rockets fans, but it was like, yo, you are on some low grade drugs, and you need to acknowledge you're on some low grade drugs. You want the good stuff, okay? You can't be salivating over randos who are playing in Turkey right now. There's a guess. I have no idea what they're playing. At least one of those players is probably playing in Europe.
Josh Christopher is still around. I forgot where he is. Maybe Miami. I think.
Good for him.
I think. But none of them have made you regret it so far.
Ask Gallant anything Friday, and also some thoughts on Kevin Durant. 713. We better not get old ass Kevin Durant. Stay hurt twice a year. Might go down in the playoffs with an ACL, MCL, whatever it is. Achilles, I think, right? Too. He's been through some crap.
He's had Achilles. He's had several knee stuff. Although it is funny with Kevin Durant, all of his injuries are very like acute. Like you can just see someone fall into him.
True.
Type of injuries. They're less like he just pulls up lame. But at the same time, you are right. He's what, 37 next year?
He's 37 and he is truly built like a deer / gazelle. I say that like the thickness is not there.
Yeah.
The back, his posture's not great. I don't have great posture either. I'm just saying there's a lot of things where I'm like, that skeleton, those muscles, the wear and tear,
And
you got to wonder about
he's-
what you're getting if you trade assets for him.
Yeah, he's aging well right now, but
Right.
it's also a case where we talk about the patience with this young core growing. It's like, and pointing to Boston as an example. I mean, Boston, 2017 was the first year with Tatum and Brown.
Yep.
And it took them until 24 to win a title.
Yeah.
So we're talking about 7 years, and that seems like forever, considering we're on year 2 of real basketball.
It is crazy to think
with
that was
the
7
Rockets.
years. I mean, just thinking about it from my perspective as a Celtics fan, like, good God.
Yeah.
Wow.
It started when I was 21 and ended last year. That's the journey that they went on. So there's an element of, obviously Kevin Durant would help in the meantime. It would help. In this series, if we're talking about like the Rockets don't really have a half court answer closer that you love. Well, if they had Kevin Durant, you would love it.
Yeah.
It would be great. But that it kind of helps in the meantime. I honestly think that in this year's playoffs, like what's going to be valuable is that there won't be the guy to give it to. It's going to have to be like Jalen Green. You're going to have to do it.
Yeah.
Alperen Şengün, you're going to have to do it.
Yeah.
There's not the training wheels of having a older star around him.
That is Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Ask Alone Anything Friday. A question from the 281. Who is more annoying, hat on backwards fun guy or hat on backwards I'm all business guy? This guy seems to hate people that have their hat on backwards. Hat on backwards fun guy.
Can we get some good hat on backwards representation? Because both these guys, I get what he's saying.
Yeah. But
because there's like the tough guy hat backwards.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The fun guy, at least he's fun. The all business guy, no one wants to be around. The backwards guy, the hat on backwards fun guy, you can probably bust his balls about the backwards hat.
Yeah.
You could probably give him like play a Colin Coward rant and he'll laugh. The all backwards, the backwards all business guy is gonna look up Colin Coward's address and show up at his home. That's the difference between those guys. So definitely the fun one.
Yeah, the aggressive backwards hat guy, you just have to be careful. Check if he has cauliflower ear, just in case. Because he's probably going to be looking for a fight.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you there. From the 281, what's a deal breaker on a first date? That's a tough question. I'm pretty understanding on a first date. It's really a lack of gratitude because obviously you're going to be paying on the first date. That sucks, but it's not the end of the world. I get the expectations that society has put on me and my ween, like I'm expected as a man who's strapped, with what? I got parts. Okay. There are some men who don't have parts. There's some women who have parts. Right. I'm just saying this is 2025, but I'm expected to purchase. A lack of gratitude is annoying, but it's really like the deal breaker is, do we have just the worst conversation ever? I feel like I'm very good on the first date. The other dates, not so much, probably. Lost the singleness.
So it's like a football team where it's like, hey, the first 15 that you get to the offensive script, the opening script, got that.
Yes, for sure. Let's just roll right through. We've got to appreciate how far the Houston Rockets have come. Does anyone remember part of those James Harden Rockets Warriors playoff series? Eric Gordon. Does anyone remember Eric Gordon when asked about the team's improvement when he was last on the team?
Are you seeing the improvement that you thought you would see when the season started?
There's no improvement.
There's not improvement. It must have sucked for Eric Gordon to be a part of that. This is why I don't like the tanking process. Guys do want to win, whether it's pickup sports, intramurals or whatever, or it's the actual show. there's always a bunch of people who want to win. And to have an organization that's not even trying because they're trying to find your replacements is just so disgusting and despicable. And every team does it. The Astros did it. The Rockets did it. It's still, to me, wrong. And I feel for the players who have to deal with that. So I appreciated Eric Gordon's honesty in that moment. I don't know if you've seen any improvement. There's no improvement.
There's no improvement. I think was that like after like a trade deadline where he didn't get traded? Because there's a couple of those where it was like, hey, Eric Gordon, maybe you can pawn him off to a contender looking to win now. He can be a bench guy. And it's like, nope, stuck here, being the chaperone for this Rockets team, and then being frustrated by it. Is there any improvement you've seen?
He was being handsomely compensated as a babysitter, but he wanted to be a winner.
Yeah. I mean, the contract would have stayed the same. So he's like, can I at least win while getting paid this much?
Exactly. Right. Sean Mapes behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show and an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Some people are bringing up the deal breakers on a date. Some for the 832. If her bulge is bigger than mine, okay. Some people are into that. B. Hannon says belching and dirty nails. I've never seen that. I guess I've never seen someone burp or belch a woman on a first date. Like generally, just like guys, we will hold in a fart on a first date.
Yeah,
like that. Girls are generally going to hold that in. I think for the most part. Now, some people have had bad experiences, and
a belch is tough.
I haven't had that one. Bad breath's a tough one.
Yeah,
bad breath means you don't take care of your teeth, and I don't want to kiss someone and taste lasagna or something nasty.
I was gonna say, and there's like a slight difference between bad breath that's like an easy cause for the bad breath, where it's like, oh, well, the garlic knots were just here. So I get it. I get what was happening versus bad breath where you're like, nope, this is a normal thing. Like this has been stewing for a while.
Stewing indeed. I once got in trouble with one of my good friends because we used to do this thing on the morning show at the Texans flagship, and me and Brian Straw were doing the show that morning. It was back in like 14 or 15 or something like that. Maybe it was 13. I forget. We were filling in, and they played this game where there were really no consequences. It was just trying to get people to say things that were very uncomfortable. And Brian asked me the question, and this was from a listener, I think, like, who has in your group of friends or amongst people at the radio station cluster, who has the worst breath? So I answered that, and it was my best friend's girlfriend, and who I was very close with at the time. And that person did not talk to me for a while. But it needed to be said. It was really bad. I feel like bad breath is one of those things where people get offended if you bring it up. And it's like, listen, you're trying to help. We're trying to help you out. It's like something stuck in your teeth. It's like something on your face, Like, I would hope that people would tell me that I've got something on. I'm not going to be embarrassed by it. I'm glad that they told me. If I have bad breath or bad body odor, I'd like to be told about it.
BO, that might be.
BO is definitely a deal breaker.
Yeah, I was going to say that might be even more of a deal breaker than bad breath. Because again, like there is some element of like, hey, stuff happens. This might not be an every single time thing. BO, it's like, come on. If he can't fix the BO for a first date, like what are we doing?
That's a good question. What are we doing here? Like shower. Unless you were doing something before.
You could throw on some deodorant. That tennis lady was stinking up so bad that her opponent asked the line judge to put on some deodorant. The least you could do.
Semi deal breaker first date if you clearly aren't even trying. Like you show up in like shorts and a hat, like a sweats and a hat or something like that.
I would even say not trying like conversationally too.
Ooh, there's that.
There's the mail-in factor. That I think that goes without saying though. Like that's not really a deal breaker. That's more just like a bad date.
On your phone, also. I actually like generally the first 3 to 4 dates I'm on with somebody, I hide my phone. Like I just try not to look at it at all.
Yeah.
All attention to that person. Unless going to the bathroom or something like that. Like that's it. And phones, I mean, they're kind of part of us these days. So I get it. Someone texted in, deal breaker. I took a first date to an Eddie Murphy Raw tour at the Summit. She told me she had a YI, if you get what I'm saying there, with when we sat down. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to read that on the air.
Oh.
She was a little yeasty.
Oh.
To the point of infection.
Oh.
Ugh. Yeah, I wouldn't want to know. Keep it to yourself, babe. Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mason for the class. I'm Paul Gallant. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. The Rockets are taking on the Warriors. The Astros taking on the Padres. Happy Good Friday to one and all. Can't really say Happy Good Friday, though, can you? It is Good Friday. Stick around.
Shot clock again, down to 5. Harden, step back 3. Bang!
That was James Harden hitting the game icing 3-pointer as part of a 41-point performance in Game 3 of the 2019 playoffs between the Rockets and Warriors in the second round. The Warriors went on to win that series in 6 games. It was a series where the Rockets looked like they had a chance for a moment because Kevin Durant was hurt. Unfortunately, they were not able to take advantage of that.
Game 6 of that series at Toyota Center. Again, no Durant. So you're like, there's still a chance. This was what, Game 3? Then Steph Curry scoreless in the first half. Going great in an elimination game. Steph Curry in the second half scores 30 points. Warriors win. And yeah, that's kind of the end of that. So, but this was a great moment. This was while I was already kind of like, I'd already made my peace with the James Harden era.
Harden had a couple moments against the Warriors, right? This is earlier that year. January 4th of 2019.
Trying to get 3. Down to 3, down to 2. It's a 3. Good! Good! Have been fouled in the grill of Draymond Green.
Yeah, Harden hit a game winner in an overtime game over Draymond Green. Harden had a couple of moments over the course of his career. There were just so many playoff moments where he faltered, and I think it is fair to beat him up for that, no matter how good he was in the regular season, and to remember that more than you remember what he did during the regular season, because regular season basketball is very different from playoff basketball. And I think no player proved that more than James Harden. The regular season, every single night, the intensity defensively is just not there. In the NBA playoffs, it is a totally different animal. And I think Harden, had he worked a little bit harder at being in the best shape he could be, instead of enjoying himself, which, hey, if I were in his shoes, I think it would be hard on that front, he would probably be looked at as a much better player. I don't know if those moments where it looked like he was out of gas are entirely the reason where he had these playoff struggles, but I always felt round 2 on, it was fair to expect James Harden to be more tired than he was in the regular season, facing that playoff intensity defense. And, you play against a team like Golden State, even if you have a couple of moments, you have to consistently do it. And since he didn't consistently do it, I really don't find many redeeming qualities from the James Harden era, because I did not enjoy watching that version of basketball aesthetically. And that version of basketball, which was an attempt to just keep pace with the Warriors, Daryl Morey saying, hey, let's get rid of 2-point shots. Let's start focusing on threes instead. That is part of the larger trend of basketball, which has become a worse product as teams tried to do similar versions of this, realizing that the math actually adds up to shooting more threes than twos. Makes a lot more sense, even if you're not a very good 3-point shooting team.
Yeah, it was just basically like the Warriors are a great 3-point shooting team in percentage, but if we can't get to that percentage, what if we just shot more?
Right.
And that's kind of the like really simple down version of that. And yeah, just the like aspect of, well, you can take a jump shot here and it's 2 points, or you can take it 2 steps back and it's an extra point. It's like you can just I saw a highlight package of Kevin Garnett long twos. It was hilarious because there's so many times
to do that.
He would catch the ball outside the 3-point line, take 1 step in as he caught the ball, so his heels were on the 3-point line.
Yeah,
I'm just like, that's crazy.
Paul Pierce used to take a lot of shots from the elbow too, and he was great at that.
Harden did that
Harden
as well
great.
Early. Harden really. What
Harden's
happened
was great.
What happened to him was that he just kind of turned more and more into like the extreme like parody of himself almost, where like early in the Rockets days, like he would take mid-range jump shots and he would do different things and even playoff ball. And then the further along you got, the more and more it's like he has the ball down the court every single time, which I don't have like a huge problem with. It's just that there's also no movement off of that. So it did just turn into, it's either going to be a pick and roll with Clint Capella into either a drive or step back three, or pass to Capella, or it's going to be an ISO that's either going to be a drive or a step back three.
Yep. And I think it made it easier for defenses because they didn't have to move around either. You can just stand and watch them. You can catch
It doesn't challenge them.
Right.
It challenges one person.
Right. The guy who continuously ran out of steam, James Harden. Yeah, you're right on that front. I always used to say whenever he would struggle from outside, I thought to myself, hey, man, take a couple steps in, shoot a couple mid-range shots, and then take the steps back out because you'll heat up. Because he really was automatic from mid-range. And when he was going north and south, especially in his prime, because he is a thick guy, he was so good in the lane. And
bounce off guys.
Right. Like he actually could power through to score some of the shots that he could. And yeah, sure, he embellished a little bit, but I never had an issue with him embellishing in the lane. The issues I took were when he would embellish from while shooting a three-pointer outside.
Stuff.
Right, because he would stick his feet out like at a 45-degree angle underneath him, like he was doing a leg raise, and that bothered me a lot. And then the flopping became worse and worse, and he just seemed soft.
Yeah, the 2018 Game 7 was the ultimate, like, hey, dude, you could, like, please take a mid-range jump shot. Like, please. They're begging you to take a mid-range jump shot.
They shot 27 straight threes and missed all of them. And the fouls, blah, 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 blah. Shut up, Daryl, you bitch. Like, I'd say that to his face. Daryl was such a whiny little bitch about that with the report that they got after the fact, and it was unbecoming. And this Rockets team has come not a long way just from the team that they were with Steven Silas. They came a long way from this. I just they don't strike me as a bunch of whiners.
If anything, the way that it's going to go down is that the complaints will be that, like, there's too many foul calls.
Right.
Like, it's a little bit Houston Cougs against Duke. We're going into the game. We're just like, hope they swallow the whistles. Because if they do that, Houston has a chance. It's the same way where it's like, if the Rockets are allowed to be physical down low in the rebounding and physical off ball with Steph Curry running around screens to stay attached to him, that's good for the Rockets. If Amin Thompson picks up 2 quick fouls in the first quarter, like off ball guarding Steph Curry, that's when it's
not
like,
good.
This is going to be a long night.
I think this matchup lends itself, though, to having to call it consistency because the Warriors are pretty physical as well. So that like from that matchup perspective, if you're looking to get mad at the refs, and I saw some people putting the stats, the splits for this year for foul calls against the Rockets, foul calls against the Warriors during Rockets-Warriors games. I mean, the Rockets are being called for more, but I'd look at it from, if it's the playoffs, they're going to try to call it consistently. They are self-aware enough, not as self-aware as the NFL, but they're self-aware enough to correct.
Yeah. And there's also always the aspect of like, well, the Rockets just play more aggressive defense. And so you're just going to foul more if you're playing more aggressively, just like you're going to shoot more free throws. Like when people just take a screenshot of the box score of the free throw disparity, it's like, well, one team, all they did was shoot threes and the other team was taking it down low. No way that team got more free throws because they're driving into the lane every time.
One last highlight from Rockets Warriors of years past. The end of Game 5 in 2018, which is where Chris Paul got hurt, but the Rockets were able to take a 3-2 series lead at Toyota Center. You got to hear this audio. I am praying that we get this kind of energy at Toyota Center on Sunday night.
And here it is, Curry for three. He's fumbled it, picked up by Gallant with a foul call, 2 4/10 seconds remaining. To the line, he's 7 of 8 at the line. An 88% free throw shooter.
Did on it right here. He knocks this down.
4-point lead for Houston. Thompson out of the backcourt just swings it, and that will do it. Houston has taken a 3-2 lead on Golden State and will look to close out the Warriors on their home court in Game 6 Saturday night and advance to the NBA Finals.
I mean, the crowd smelled blood, but I think that's the loudest Toyota Center's been. That was the last time it was that loud. I mean, was it the loudest it had been since the Summit days? Probably. They're up 3-2. You weren't 100% sure what was going on with Chris Paul. You felt great, and I'm hoping that crowd comes back. It has been a while since we have even seen something remotely close to that at Toyota Center, and I do think that the scars of the past will make those who do show up, assuming that a good amount of people show up, I do think that this could be theoretically a pretty lit environment. The problem is this 8:30 tip-off on a Sunday night, Easter specifically.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of this being the day where
Saturday night would have been better, right? Saturday at
for
like
sure.
7.
Yeah. Now 7:00, and of course this is West Coast BS. I mean, really, we're starting the game at practically 9:00 to make it easier for all these lefties on the West Coast. I say lefties because that's the left part of the United States, guys. Come on. It's one of those things where that probably works against the crowd, but I'm dying for an atmosphere like that again. It has been so damn long. And I mean, Toyota Center's been off in a mausoleum this year. It's been empty as hell. It's been kind of embarrassing. I get it. They've been bad for a while, but this is sort of Houston sports crowds as a whole, right? Like unless it's a real reason to show up, they don't generally do it. Like Texans in the playoffs, that's kind of it. Or Astros in the playoffs against the Rangers. Or
Astros in the playoffs in the ALCS.
Yeah, exactly. They were there for the Mariners. The Mariners crowd was loud.
That is true.
But it's weird. And I'm hoping that energy can be recaptured. I miss it. I miss feeling that at an actual Houston sporting event. The last time I really felt it was the Texans-Browns game in the playoffs a couple of years ago after the second pick six. Everyone was losing their mind. And then the Texans swarm stuff was starting. It was lit. Last year, not so much in that Chargers game. Everyone was happy they won, but, they were underwhelmed, I think, by what they had seen leading up to that point. We'll see what happens. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text it on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Daryl Morey is calling in. I don't believe this for a second. Daryl, what's up?
Hey, Paul. This is Daryl from Philly. I heard you're calling me a little bitch on the radio. And how dare you? I did so much for the city of Houston. I kept James Harden there. I gave y'all PJ Tucker and signed them to a huge contract.
That's true.
I did so much for this. I almost won the title for Houston.
But you didn't do.
I dare you.
You didn't.
I dare you.
And your crowning achievement, Daryl Morey, is that people don't remember that the Rockets almost got to the finals. They remember that you wrote that little whiny report about the referees not calling the game your way in a game where you missed 27 threes in a row.
Well, they weren't. It's unfair. Chris Paul's knee went out. Wasn't my fault.
Okay, but it did go out, and they had a chance to win still, buddy.
I'm just saying. I dare you call me a bitch on the radio.
I mean, listen, the way that you handled that was bitchy. When you had that tweet in support of Taiwan and Hong Kong or whatever it was, like that wasn't bitchy. But yeah, the whininess of the Rockets regime with Harden and you back in the day, I wasn't a fan. Big dog. Appreciate it, Daryl. Daryl Morey, everybody.
I'm just glad he just didn't try to get you fired.
Yeah, he does that from time to time, huh? It was more Tad Brown doing stuff like that than it was.
Yeah, that is true.
Than it was Daryl Morey. No, Daryl.
Hopefully, we don't have Tad calling.
Daryl, I remember I played Daryl in the Rockets 3-on-3 tournament, and I dove for a loose ball at Daryl's feet. I think he followed me on Twitter after that.
Oh, okay.
No, I think he gained respect for me there. He's a big guy. Daryl's a big guy. He's like 6'3" probably.
Oh wow,
surprisingly big guy. Yeah, you wouldn't expect it because
hey
gosh, it's me, Daryl.
And the scale of I've seen him stand next to Dwight Howard, and so it's just like it gets thrown off of like, oh wait, that's what a 6'3" guy looks like next to Dwight Howard.
Yeah. But no, he handled that Warrior stuff like just so pathetic. It really was. Like I get it, but like, what are they gonna do?
Yeah,
like, what happens when this becomes public?
Yeah, every team puts out a whatever. They'll put basically between every game of a playoff series. I don't think most people know this. That it is basically someone on the team's job to put together highlights of calls that they either want to be made or that were made, and they're like asking why these were called. Like that, every team does that between every series. It's just that it's not a complete like dossier.
Yeah.
And it doesn't come out like a year later. Like it doesn't actually leak. But every team does do the like, hey, watch out for the Tatum.
Yeah, that's fair.
Watch out for the Tatum off arm thing, and they just like they don't go about it. That's the thing. Daryl Morey did everything to the extreme. It was all extremes where like he needed a little bit, and still does need some more finesse in how he manages them generally.
The sensitivity that this fan base had towards the refs, with Bill Worrell on the call constantly complaining about it to the point of, hey, we get it, move on. With Daryl Morey, with James Harden flopping, like it all added up. As someone who covered the team, to me, I was way more sensitive to it than most because it was for me an every night thing. I was just like, oh, we're doing this again.
And it was like it's also predicated on the referees, where it's like it is all on offense. It's all about not all about trying to get fouls, but a lot of it's trying to get fouls.
Like I get it, there's a gamesmanship to it, but at the same time, hey, if it doesn't work out for you, don't complain about it because you are trying to rig the game again.
Let's have a plan B for when it like let's say the refs don't call it, then what? And it's no, just keep doing it until they do.
At least with sign stealing, like you still have to hit the baseball like the Astros did, you know? At least
that's dependent on something.
Right. Like this is like, hey, let's try to take advantage of the system by being dishonorable men, you know, by being just flopping little, what skis.
Yeah. Bringing shame upon our name.
Well, that's what I hated. I mean, like, here's a hot take. I don't think it's coincidental that era of Houston Rockets basketball came at a time where we were starting to get woke. And we live in a land of victims. Everyone's a victim these days. Everyone needs to be special. And woke culture allowed the Houston Rockets to become what they did become. And they've come a long way since then. And I love how far they've come since then.
Daryl Morey, too woke. That's our social media. I'll send that to Sam.
Hell yeah, I love that.
Like, can we get a expression, something for the thumbnail?
Oh yeah, on YouTube. Like, whoa! If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, that way we'll get so many hits on our click side of things. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube, at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask on Anything Friday from the 713. James Harden's been in the playoffs every year of his career. Would you take him back? No. Hard no. From the 281, Paul, have you ever committed a robbery, Jersey Shore stuff? If you've ever watched the Jersey Shore, that's when you take a girl away, and by take a girl, that's when you seduce a girl away from some guy that she's with. Yeah, I did it to a friend once. I don't remember doing it either. I just woke up in bed the next day. Oh. That sucked. I felt horrible. I mean, not in the morning. In the morning, I mean, one more time. But
next time you saw him,
I did feel bad. Well, here's the thing: this person used to get, and I love him, but he used to get like annihilated around girls that he was bringing around, and I would be there too, and I would just be friendly, and then all of a sudden they're gravitating to me, and I'm like, oh no. There are a couple of people by the exact same name that he sort of drank his way out of competing with, and they came over to my place. I don't know. It's one of those things where I believe I'm not as big into the like dibs. Like I don't believe in that.
Yeah.
A lot of people do. It's like, I liked her. Why did you go after her? It's like, because I liked her too. Like it's be better, bro.
Dog eat dog world.
It is. From the 281, Paul, my Good Friday question is: in a one-on-one brawl between Dylan the Villain and Draymond Green, who comes out on top? I think we got to compare size here. Dylan Brooks size. Dylan Brooks is 6'6". I think Draymond's bigger than that.
Not much though. It's the weight that's going to be the.
Dylan Brooks weight 220, 6'6", 225. Draymond Green height 6'6". Wow, I thought he was like 6'9".
No.
6'6", 230. Okay, this is actually very even.
Draymond Green, longer reach, though.
He
That's
does.
That's why he can play big.
The 7'1" wingspan. That's right. Okay. Draymond's older, but not to the point of being decrepit. He's 35. I think Draymond has shown that he can use his legs as well as he can use his arms, and that
MMA.
He kicks people in the nads often. Yeah, I think I've brought this up before. I think Draymond is a more well-rounded dirty player than Dillon Brooks is. Dillon Brooks' hands just accidentally get in the cookie jar too much.
I feel like, Draymond Green,
Literally the cookie jar.
He's also more like resourceful, not just with all four limbs are possible, but he knows how to like get away with it.
Yeah, that's true too.
Dillon is very much the villain in the fact that like everyone knows that he's the villain. You know, that it's like very obvious. Every time he gets in trouble, it's like very obvious what he did. Where Draymond Green, while on replay it's obvious, in the moment, like the refs like kind of believe Draymond, which is always very strange.
It's very weird. You're right about that.
He does get like carte blanche.
The most repeat offender.
Yeah.
And everyone
It's like
who's watching sees it. They're honestly like bad parents and sorry to make the dog comparison, but like bad dog parents. Oh, he never does that. Everyone else sees him doing this all the time. It is strange. You're right about that. And Dillon Brooks, I mean, he does it a lot himself for sure. But yeah, there is a weird, is it because he's won? Like there are a lot of similarities between the two. Draymond's better, but there are similarities. I mean, they both play pretty good to great defense. That's physical. They're going to get in trouble with the referees from time to time. And occasionally they are lights out from three.
Yeah. Yeah. Their offensive like usefulness is like they either go from, okay, they're good enough on defense that you live with their offense, to, oh, they're actually kind of a weapon on offense when their shot's falling. So, yeah, I think that it might just be that Draymond Green, point at the banners at Chase Center, like, okay, 4 rings. Also, podcaster. I think he gets out there with his message. He knows how to reach these people.
I think in the back and forth that Draymond had with Dillon Brooks, which we'll get to later on in the show.
We saw that.
Right. Like we saw it there, where the message by Draymond during a time where everyone hated Dillon Brooks as he was saying stupid things about LeBron James, that I think allowed everyone to look at Draymond and say like, yeah, well, if I'm picking between these two, I'm picking Draymond, which is crazy. It's crazy. They're even. Someone asked, and this is a great question. It's Huey in Spring asks on the text line, Paul, what are the odds if Golden State is facing elimination in Houston, Scott Foster will be the head ref for that game? Here's what's interesting about Scott Foster. Scott Foster suffered a calf injury a month ago. He has not refereed since. So he might be unavailable,
I think,
for the playoffs. I think per NBA communications, there's a list of the referees who will officiate. And I saw Adam Spillane retweet this. Scott Foster, who has not worked a game since March 17th due to a calf injury, appears to be good to go for round 1. Let's see. What series? It doesn't say what series he will be refereeing in.
Doesn't have his assignment.
No, but no referee has more playoff experience than Scott Foster. 255 games. It's like 50 more than anybody else. Wow. So we'll see. Is Scott Foster going to have his Willis Reed moment to help the Warriors win? That would be so funny.
He's got one last ride.
He's limping down the court to do an emphatic charge call when Jalen Green dribbles uncontrollably into the corner the last couple of minutes of a game, and it gives the Warriors the win. I could see that happening. I could. I hope it doesn't happen, but Scott Foster going Willis Reed mode, limping around, giving BS calls to the Warriors. Sounded like Bill Worrell right now. I could see that happening. It would be, I'm not going to lie, I'd laugh really hard at it. I shouldn't, but if that happened, I would laugh so hard at the reaction that would take place in Houston. I hope it doesn't happen.
I just want to see the announcement that they do like the day before or 2 days before with the referee, like, the
backlash.
the ref assignments for game 4 of Rockets Warriors. Scott Foster is going to be the crew chief in this one.
Oh, it's going to happen.
Just to see the replies on that. It's going to be incredible.
It's Good Friday. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. It's the Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. An unconventional 10-minute drill next, where a man who has done something on a football field that he probably should regret, actually regrets something else that I also regret. And a disgraced former NFL player has turned to this. Both of those next in a quick 10-minute drill. It's the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We're talking a lot of Rockets Warriors. Stick around. How many guys remember former Giants running back Brandon Jacobs? I remember him because Rodney Harrison, one of the most fearsome hitters, arguably one of the dirtiest players in NFL history, often said that Brandon Jacobs, who was a 270-pound running back, often made Rodney fear for his life. Brandon Jacobs tweeted this out yesterday. Y'all want to know something that bothers me? I am 42 years old, and I regret losing my virginity to the person I lost it to. It means nothing, but I wish it was another person other than her. First off, that's funny that that's his biggest regret, given that he has admitted, if not bragged, about playing a high school football game while on cocaine. A couple of people responded to him saying, whoa, why didn't you bring up this one? Also, a lot of people responded to that saying, because it's awesome. But that's his biggest regret. And you know what? Yet again, Paul Gallant, a commonality with an NFL player. You know what I did? My sophomore year of college, I was 20. My birthday had just happened. I had a friend who had a long distance relationship with her boyfriend at Southern California. And we had been getting really close towards the end of the year to the point where I thought they're going to break up over the summer and we're going to get together this coming year. But it's towards the end of the year, and we had this thing every single May called Mayfest, where everyone just gets absolutely hammered all day. It's usually on a weekday. It was the biggest party day of the year in Syracuse. Usually it came on a day where it was warm outside too. And on this day, I remember I saw this girl, and we had talked a little bit, and there was this other girl that at a party I'd seen a couple of weeks before, and gotten her number. I just ran into her, and I ran into her right in front of this other girl, and me trying to make her jealous, got real cozy with her. And anyway, one thing leads to another, it happens. And what's funny is a couple of weeks later, this friend who I was really into saw a rapper, if you will, that was on the floor, like just like the corner of a wrapper.
Oh, yeah, with the W. Yeah.
Yeah. She saw it. She looked at me and she gave me a high five. She was like, hell yeah. And I was so mad. This story had a somewhat happy ending 10 years later for what it's worth, but yeah. And then the worst part was, so that was the person that I wanted it to be my first time with. And then when we finally did get together, I realized like, oh, I just wanted what I didn't have the entire time. I put this person on the pedestal of all pedestals.
You can't put it on a pedestal, Paul.
But I am mad that I lost it to somebody that wasn't special. So Brandon Jacobs and I, same person, basically. Minus the 270-pound running back thing.
And the cocaine, yes.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think it's pretty cool that he played a game of cocaine. I know it's illegal. I don't know. Lawrence Taylor probably did it at the NFL level for what it's worth.
Yeah, that is true. I can't imagine being in high school. Like, I don't know what Brandon Jacobs' measurables were in high school. Imagine the team was quite large even back then. Can't imagine trying to tackle coked up Brandon Jacobs.
No, that's terrifying, dude. Absolutely.
I have geometry tomorrow.
We do pre-workout. What's the difference? You don't sniff it, but yeah, what's the difference? Anyway, it continues the old 10-minute drill. Kadarius Toney, remember him? Well, he's not going to be an NFL player anymore. He is now a rapper. His rap name, it's Young Joka, but spelled Y-U-N-G, incorrect. J-O-K-A. Also incorrect.
Yeah. Red squiggly lines under both of them.
Hey, it's cool to be a dumbass these days. It's cool to not spell things right, That's what it's always been to a degree in the rap culture. But hey, Paul, you sound racist. Just spell it right. Can you not spell it right? Anyway, Kadarius Toney's rap debut. You'll hear it right here for the first time on ESPN 975.
There's a red line on the road to rich bitch. Then they feel it, just a Bible of the bitch. Tell them look it down the bed. Try to play it cool, but they look at advantage. Why the chopper act a fool? Take away that boy exist. I've been feeling like I'm boxed in. Even when I pop out and I live, I keep my Glock in. Ain't touch it, even going trips, I'm so locked in.
Okay. I got to say, the sample in the background actually slaps.
This is what happens when rich people start rapping. It's like they can just afford to pay for like pretty good beats.
Yeah.
You can just say pretty good.
The beat in that song is so good that I forget about the person that's muttering gibberish and trying to be a rapper right now. Old Young Joker, a.k.a.
Young
Kadarius
Joker.
Toney.
Yeah. Look him up on SoundCloud.
When did that become a thing? I don't know.
Rapping?
Like, when did that? Like, Lil Wayne had a different voice, but Lil Wayne was saying things. You know, he wasn't mumbling.
Yeah. It's probably like
Travis Scott. Like, I have no idea what Travis Scott's saying when he's saying.
Yeah.
When he's rapping.
It was like probably like a decade ago.
Yeah.
Or so. It's when it started. And it was like looked down upon, and then it kind of just like became the thing.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I mean, some of the old 90s rap, it's got great beats, but also you could hear what they're saying, and the lyrics are awesome. This, I don't get it. Who is this for? And I know this is my old man yelling at a cloud moment, but it's so bad.
Yeah. I think, well, actually, no, never mind. I was going to say, I think the phase is probably reaching an end, but actually, I don't think
it is. This guy is.
Well, not because of Young Joker, but
Young Joker is changing the game.
Mostly because of Playboy Cardi. But yeah.
Okay. Who's that?
New rapper who's older than I am, but his fan base is almost exclusively like 13-year-olds.
Okay.
It's very if you want to be able to hear what someone is saying, don't listen to Playboy Cardi.
Okay. Now I kind of want to sample on the other side. 713. I blame Future. Yeah, Future's.
Yeah.
Future is tough. I mean, Percocet, Molly Percocet. That's a good song.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's like he does it well, and then everyone else is just worse at it than him.
So there's a lot of imitation. So it's imitation trying to be him, but they can't do it.
Tying it back in to Rockets Warriors. Kids these days, they want to play like Steph Curry.
That's so true.
Guess what? You can't make shots like Steph Curry.
Can't make them. That's Sean Maves behind the glass. Great point, Sean. It's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. 713-780-3776
Thank you,
to call
Brandon
in to
Jacobs.
text. And thank you to Brandon Jacobs and Kadarius Toney for giving us some NFL content to talk about.
Yeah.
By the way, closer and closer to the NFL draft. We are a week away from day 2 of the draft, 6 days away from day number 1. We are continuing to build a big board for what the Houston Texans should do in the draft, entirely using unintentionally erotic lingo written by Lance Zierlein in his draft profiles at NFL.com. More of that next. It's so fun. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
We will get back into talking about Rockets Warriors. Series tips off Sunday night, 8:30. And if you want to talk about the Astros' upcoming series against the Padres, you can. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. In the last segment, we played a clip of Young Joka, which is what Kadarius Toney, disgraced former wide receiver due to a multitude of dumb events on the field, some off the field, has called himself Young Joka. We played some of his new hit song and then started lamenting about the rise of mumble rap on the music scene. And Sean, that song coming in, is that the sample for one of those mumble rapper?
Yes, Playboy Cardi, who we talked about.
Gotcha. Okay. I mean, that was a nice beat in the background. So maybe that's the key. If
that's all it is.
Let's just have a good beat and there's someone talking over it. Why not just listen to the instrumental version of it then, though?
Great question. Perhaps one day scientists will figure out.
That would be funny if down the road people are listening to
It's like classical
music, right? But it's like classical rap samples.
Yeah, just like the words. You can keep them.
The NFL draft is on Thursday. The Houston Texans have the 25th pick in the first round. And we are building a big board for what the Texans should do using the unintentionally erotic language of Lance Zierlein's draft profiles on NFL.com. Lance, of course, from John and Lance Mornings here on ESPN 975. You can hear that show 7 to 10. We already have a bunch of players on our big board. At guard, Donovan Jackson from Ohio State, Tyler Booker from Alabama, Tate Ratledge from Georgia, Jonah Savainia from Arizona, Joe Huber from Wisconsin. At wide receiver, which we did earlier this week, Travis Hunter from Colorado, Tetoroya McMillian from Arizona, Jack Beck from TCU, Jalen Royals from Utah State, and at tackle, Armand Membu from Mizzou, Josh Simmons from Ohio State, Ozzie Trapillo from Boston College, Anthony Belton from NC State, Arante Irsari from Minnesota, and Charles Grant from William & Mary. Today, we are going to take a look at defensive tackles. Hit it!
You know Lance Zierlein for his mock drafts.
This is where the problems start in my hometown. I pass on C.J. Stroud.
But have you ever read his scouting reports?
Look at the body. Look at that bubble butt. They're power generators right there.
We're going to pick who the Texans should draft entirely based on these things he actually wrote.
He's a little stiff in the hips. Ooh, they fall down hard and long.
And now, our unintentionally erotic big board.
Let's start off with the number one defensive tackle per his grade on NFL.com with a Lance Zierlein write-up underneath it. Walter Nolan, defensive tackle for Ole Miss. Walter won't blow you away with his physical traits. Has the athletic talent to play into gaps. Can absorb double teams. And he's got below average extension. Well, he's not going to blow me away with his physical traits. Below average extension. Cool, you can absorb double teams, but
Yeah, no
you're out of here. Prospect 2. Mason Graham, Michigan. Will lose ground against double teams. Lack of length. Oh, God. It's rough for this guy. Makes it tougher for him to find quick wins. His extended effort and closing burst help get him home. So he's got the closing burst.
Okay, he can close.
Lateral quickness to penetrate the gaps. Doesn't seem physically possible, but okay. A slippery upper body. This is Nuru. Has trouble dropping a deep anchor. Yeah, these aren't sounding great.
No thanks. Yeah, I mean this was closer. Like there's some positives there. I can work with some of this, but no,
not the whole thing. All right, so we're out on the first two prospects. Derek Harmon, Oregon. Wide, long, naturally powerful at the point of attack. And can create traffic jams inside.
Okay.
As a two-gapper?
Whoa.
Jeez. See, that's all we got, but that's enough.
Yeah.
As far as unintentionally erotic lingo. Derek Harmon from Oregon is on our board. Up next from Ohio State, Tyleek Williams needs to focus on developing his hands to keep longer NFL guards from getting into him. All right, that doesn't sound good.
No.
Girthy lower body with big meaty hands, but he lacks length. So really, this is a guy with big hands and perhaps
But the hands aren't good.
No, they're not.
He's not good with these big hands.
He could, yeah. It seems like there are very few skills here, and of course, he's girthy but lacks length. We all know what that is. So, we are out. Damn, this defensive tackle group not the best for the Texans, who definitely need a defensive tackle. The unintentionally erotic big board continues, based entirely off of things that Lance Zierlein actually wrote at NFL.com, a family-friendly website. Kenneth Grant from Michigan's up next. Uses his power and length to split double teams when he finds the crease. Well, that's what you're looking for. Plays with tightness in lowers.
I don't like that.
I don't either. So we're out on Kenneth Grant. Texas A&M's Shamar Turner up next. Tweener measurables, but excellent musculation.
Is musculation a word?
No, I've never heard that before. But it doesn't show up as misspelled on my Google Doc.
Okay.
So, hurt by a lack of length, works to find rush openings with active hands and feet, lacks mass, and will get swallowed by double teams. All these guys sound like they're pushovers based off of this language entirely.
Yeah, based off of these excerpts of their profile.
The sexual excerpts from their profile. Yeah, I'm out on Shamar Turner. Out on him. TJ Sanders, South Carolina, usually gives better than he gets, per Lance Zierlein. Okay. A giver?
I can deal with that.
Blockers have a hard time keeping him sealed. That sounds a little dangerous. Play through power in his lower half opens pathways to the pocket. Gains full extension and reads the runner as a two-capper. I like this guy.
Yeah.
He gives better than he gets. We need more of that.
Yeah, the seal thing, whatever. But.
Joshua Farmer from Florida State. Thoughts and prayers to our friends at Florida State. Two-gapper who muddies the pocket. Ew. Creates early rush separation with heavy knee back, knockback blows. Nah, I'm good. Yeah, this is not great.
I'm underwhelmed.
Group.
I'm not whelmed.
Yeah, me neither. Alfred Collins from Texas. Premium length. Whoa.
There we go. Premium.
Leggy. Labored when working the edge. You know what? We're down enough on the draft board. We got to put some guys on it. I'm putting Alfred Collins in there.
Yeah. I mean, finally someone with length.
Yeah. It sounds like he can hook him for real. And the last up, Jamari Caldwell from Oregon. He's got broad hips and girth. Okay. Can eat blocks against double teams. Can hog gaps as a two-gapper. That sounds pretty good, too. Oregon's got some good defensive tackles.
Yeah.
So we got Derek Harmon on the board, TJ Sanders, Alfred Collins, and Jamari Caldwell. So we got 4 for this group of 10 defensive tackles.
Okay. I mean, it felt like we just didn't have any or no one at the top for a while. But yeah, 4 is about like what we get from each position group.
Generally. Someone from the 832. Girthy but lacks length is crazy. Like a tuna can.
All right.
Well, that does sound like
that is what tuna can. That's how you would describe tuna cans. Yes.
From the 281, Why all this gay stuff? You're like 2% of the population and less of the listeners. Sir, this is Lance Zierlein, what he actually wrote about these prospects. And we think it's so ridiculous, the amount of people that believe that they are NFL draft experts leading up to the draft. This is how we are putting together a big board. And honestly, we will probably be right about just as many of these players using this as a means to put guys on the list as everybody else. So lighten up, Francis. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. Trill O'Reilly says, read Isaiah Bonds. I'm sure all he needed was a crease too. Hey, allegedly. Up next, back into Rockets Warriors talk. What's the deal with this year's Rockets? How far have they come from where they were under Steven Silas? It's really impressive. But what's it going to take for them to actually take down the Warriors in this series, which tips off Sunday night? We'll discuss. Stick around. Rockets, Warriors on Easter Sunday night at 8:30. They tip off, and I'm hoping that we finally have a pulse at Toyota Center for the first time since perhaps 2018 when the Rockets took a 3-2 series lead on Golden State in a game that Chris Paul had to leave due to suffering a hamstring injury. It's been such a long time since I've felt any juice at a Rockets game. And I'll admit, I haven't gone to many. I haven't gone to one this year, in fact. But I will be there on Sunday night. If you're going to be there, hopefully I see you. I'm very unmistakable. I'm ghostly white. I have huge eyebrows. And now that I don't have any scruff on my face, I'm a lot more glow in the dark than I used to be, you know? So if you see me, say hi. I'll also be at the Astros game tonight. First Astros game of the year. To be deemed about whether or not I'm allowed in the parking lot. We shall see.
Yeah.
Yeah. For those who don't know,
Are you gonna try the same?
I will try.
lot?
I will try the same lot, and I'm very curious as to if this guy's so good at his job, like he claimed he is, even though he overbooked the parking lot once and allowed my car to get hit and run because they didn't have enough spaces in the parking lot, and then they made it very difficult for me to actually, get the video evidence of a person hitting and running my car, because, well, God forbid you make it easy for somebody who has had your car damaged in your parking lot to go find that information. So if he's as good as he is at his job, then he's going to remember that parking lot by heart. The parking lot, not my parking lot. He's going to remember my license plate by heart. So we'll see. I'm very curious. It'd be really funny if he's a listener. He's like, that was Paul.
And he just
so
feels
happy I did that.
Oh.
No, I don't think he'll regret it. Like if there's a lot of people who hate listening to the show too.
Yeah, sure.
This is going to be really interesting. This series. I really am fascinated by Dylan Brooks against Draymond Green over 7 games in the playoffs. Draymond Green had a media availability, Dylan Brooks had a media availability earlier this week, was asked about possible ejections in this series, given how he's been tossed from games from time to time. Here's what he had to say.
How many ejections are we going to see in the series?
I don't know. I'm not going to get ejected. I'll leave that to somebody else.
Damn. In case you couldn't hear it, because, of course, basketball interviews always have dribbling balls in the background that are very loud. They're done in hallways that are acoustically terrible. But that is clearly a shot at Draymond Green. And for those who don't remember, it was 2 years ago that Draymond Green on a podcast took down piece by piece a critique of his play that had come from Dylan Brooks.
Why the Memphis Grizzlies is not ready to compete for a championship, look no further than this idiot right here. They're actually depending on this guy to help them win a championship. And he says his game is cool. Quite frankly, that just shows how little you know about basketball. And yet, you running around talking about a dynasty? The dynasty starts after you, not with you. He plays with heart, knows the ins and outs of the defense. I want to be quite frank, I made the ins and outs of our defense. I guess that's why they like him over there. I'm trying to figure out why they like you in Memphis. Or do they like you in Memphis? That's a better question. I'm not sure your teammates like you.
Well, that's got to mean at the end. I think his Rockets teammates like him. I think his Grizzlies teammates still like him, just based off of their interactions in the Rockets-Grizzlies games that we saw this year. It is personal between these two. The odds of them getting into some sort of shoving match, I think, are pretty high. But I think we should perhaps set odds here. Who will get flagrant foul might be too extreme, because in the playoffs, I think they're going to let a lot of things go, especially because I do think that this game and this series will be called rather loosely, just given how much defense these two teams play. I mean, this is a priority for them. I like it. I've always respected Golden State from that perspective. Like, they, of course, are offensively brilliant, but defensively, they've never been slouches either. So flagrant fouls maybe aren't going to get called as much, but technical fouls for sure. So Sean Mapes, if we're putting together a group of people who might get teased, obviously we got Draymond and Dylan on that.
Yes, Draymond, Dylan Brooks.
I think that you got to put
There's a lot of Rockets on this.
Steven Adams on that.
Yes, I'd go Adams. I'd go Tari Eason. Tari Eason might be number 2.
Ooh, yeah, because Tari Eason doesn't like the Warriors,
Yeah.
has chirped, plays intense defense.
Amin Thompson, less technical. I think he's more likely for a flagrant than a tech. We saw him get tossed out of the Bucks game.
Right, like
a hard foul type.
The one against the Miami Heat game as well, where he shoved Tyler Hero on the ground. Too.
That's another good one. Tari, trying to think.
Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, Van Vliet. Nah. Maybe like a referee, like going after the because there's two type of technicals.
Yes, there's the going after a Warriors player. Fred Van Vliet versus the referees is always a fun back and forth.
Yeah. Same thing with the Udoka. Udoka's good. I think Udoka gets at least 2 techs if the series goes long enough.
So let's split it into 2 different things. First off, just from being extra physical.
Okay.
Who's likely
the physicality ones? It's Draymond, it's Dylan Brooks, Tari Eason, Amin Thompson,
Steven Adams. Do we think Jimmy Butler is going to be in this category? I think he's
more technical foul.
Yeah, I think he's technical for refs. Yeah. Okay, so ref technical fouls. Fred Van Vliet, Ime Udoka. Definitely, you have to put Jimmy Butler in there.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Steve Kerr doesn't whine that much. He just lectures after the game.
Kerr's not like a huge.
He's a lecturer, not a whiner.
Yeah,
like
he doesn't get into it with the refs during the game.
Right.
After
After
he much. He's chirpy, but he's not like demonstrative with it. Steph, I wouldn't put him high on this list, but we've seen it before with the like getting mad and throwing a mouthpiece.
Oh yeah, the mouthpiece throw.
Yeah,
big orthodontia.
He's
hates
done
this one trick.
Funny, he's done it like more than once. He's gotten thrown out because he tosses a mouthpiece.
There's a lot of disease on that. The mouth is filled with bacteria.
Unsanitary.
What if he doesn't brush his teeth? What if he has bad breath? We don't know.
We don't know.
That's his one
Halitosis
weakness.
curry. That's what I call him.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like other guys on the Warriors.
Yeah, because honestly, that's the other thing. I'm still having a tough time remembering like Brandon Pizminski or whatever the hell his name is.
Pods.
Yeah, old Poddy Waddy, you know?
Gary Payton II probably should be in the hard foul category.
Ooh, yeah. Just like Papa.
Yeah. It'd be funny if I was like, no relation, actually. Different Gary Payton. No, it is the same Gary Payton. None of their young guys, I think, are super foul-y. But yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. There might be someone that I'm just forgetting.
Yeah, I if you got nominees who could get technical fouls, we'll help set some odds before the end of the show.
Really
713-780-3776 to call into Texan. There's definitely more Rockets on this front.
Yeah.
And for those who are concerned about a referee crew that's a little bit more pro Warriors, that's the danger, is a situation where somebody loses control for just a second that leads to a technical foul and perhaps a momentum swing that gives the Warriors the edge.
2 guys that I would put on the list. Not sure if they'll get the required minutes for this. Cam Whitmore, Jayshawn Tate.
Whitmore lock. Whitmore might punch Draymond.
Given minutes.
Yes.
Given minutes.
I don't think Whitmore's going to play.
Yeah, I don't think he'll play enough.
I think Tate might.
Tate might play.
Aaron Holiday's going to play a lot, and everyone's going to be annoyed about that because Aaron Holiday's actually played well against the Warriors this year.
Yeah. Well,
people are like, "Where's Reed Shepard?"
I'll be not where's Reed Shepard. Just like, can we keep this to like 12 minutes? 12 minutes a game of Aaron Holiday is about all I can take.
I'm cutting it in half. I can only do 6.
I think 8 is like I can live with 8. Once you get past 10, that's where I'm like,
that's too much. Unless he's hot.
Unless he's hot or foul trouble, whatever. One guy we haven't mentioned for the Rockets who will play enough minutes. Do we think Jalen Green? He gets into it more than you think, but he's not exactly. He would be like 5th on the power rankings of the Rockets.
I've never seen him get into it to the point where I think he's about to lose control. Like I think he's pretty good at dialing it back.
The
when he
Philly
starts.
game, where he shoved Jalen Hood-Schifino.
Yeah, but listen, that guy's name sounds stupid. I'd shove him too. F that guy.
Jalen on Jalen violence.
Yeah. It's just a peanut, whatever. Yeah. Go back to the Jersey Shore. It's 2 for 2. See, we go after all names these days. We don't see color. We don't hear race. You know? How about that? He does sound Italian, though. Is that an Italian player?
No.
Oh, see?
Well,
sometimes you're wrong.
I don't know where he's from, but he's not Italian.
Hey, yeah, okay. He's not from the Jersey Shore.
It's hyphenated. Hood-Schifino.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, anyway, guys.
He's from Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Not Italian.
Not Italian. Damn. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, by the way. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Someone asked, Paul, what was your first job? I worked at a Greek restaurant called Louis Papa's in St. Petersburg, Florida. It was my first job. I had a job for a day working at a pizza delivery place, but I had to quit because my car was not insured to drive delivery. So that sucked because it was like pretty good hourly rate.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a
in mileage for gas. Yeah, it was. This was a thing where my mom stepped in the way. I think I probably could have driven without the insurance, but I get it. They had you driving your own car, but it was a good place. I used to eat at that place all the time. It was called Gumby's. It had really good sandwiches there. But so I eventually started working at this Greek restaurant called Louis Papa's, and everyone there, except for me, was on work release from jail, except for me and the managers. They were the nicest people. They were the funniest people. And we had a guy who was our boss, who was this like morbidly obese dude who had Tourette syndrome. And not like Tourette's, like the cussing all over the place, more like he had this nervous tick. And I did feel bad for him, at least at first, because he was constantly making this all the time. Like whenever he got a little bit excited. But what really bothered me about him was he was very lazy. Like he didn't do a lot of work. And on top of that, he also talked down to the people that were working with him because they were all on work release. And they were like good guys. Like these guys would like cook me food randomly and stuff, you know? And I always got along with them. They would bust my balls and stuff. I'd drive them to the halfway house bus stop. Like they were nice. I liked them. And one time this guy who was the boss went a little bit too far, and I'm at the front end. I didn't see it. I wish I had. I just hear smack. And the cook slapped the manager across the face. Fired on the spot. I remember I got asked about what happened, and I said, like, I just heard a slap. I don't know.
I didn't see anything.
I didn't want to see anything because honestly, the manager kind of had it coming.
Yeah,
you know?
you definitely didn't see anything.
And those are my guys too. You know, my prison bros. You know.
So if
no snitching.
If anything, well, I guess now it's kind of too late. But if anything had gone wrong and you had to spend some time inside, you know, you would have been covered. Well, also you would have been
lip zipped.
You would have been set. You had your guys. You didn't have to worry about joining again.
That's true. That I mean,
Shawshank,
so,
you would have ran that place.
I don't know. I'm too pretty. I don't think it would have gone so well. I don't think it would have gone so well. Anyway, Sean Mace behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Happy Good Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, we're talking a lot of Rockets Warriors. If you got any thoughts about the Astros heading into this big series against the San Diego Padres tonight at Daikin Park, it starts, you can bring them to the table too. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you know how to do it. We've been talking a lot of Rockets before their playoff series against the Warriors. The feeling that I have right now is that we all should appreciate how far this team has come under Ime Udoka in just a couple of years, from the depths of hell under Steven Silas, and even further, just the transformation of this team, the actual opposite of the Rockets team that we saw against the Warriors in the past. They've gone from being a team that shoots a ton of threes, that played a little bit of defense in spots. Trevor Ariza and PJ Tucker were good defenders. But for the most part, hey, it was what James Harden and Chris Paul were going to do. They've gone from being that team to now being a team where I don't even know who their best player is. I think it'll be Amen Thompson someday. I don't know that it's him now. I don't know that Alperen Şengün is better than Jalen Green. I don't know that Jalen Green is better than Alperen Şengün. That's where they're at. They've been a lot of fun this season. And I'm hoping that people end up showing up on Sunday night because I miss being in sport arenas here in Houston with atmosphere. You know, it hasn't been that way with the Astros very much of late. You know, really, like outside of the 2023 ALCS against the Rangers, been kind of dead the last couple of seasons, including in playoff series against the Tigers and the Twins. It's been dead at Texans games a lot.
Yeah,
I mean,
the Browns playoff game's like the only one.
And that wasn't even this past season. Like this past season was weirdly dead all year.
Because it was a terrible game for a quarter and a half.
Yeah. But still, it was dead.
No, yeah, even like pregame, it wasn't like buzzing and then it got taken out of the game. It was just like it showed up with nothing.
If they beat the Warriors, people will be excited. I imagine this game one, especially being late on a Sunday, Easter Sunday night, I'm imagining it's not going to be the best turnout. I'm imagining it's not going to be very loud. And a lot of people are going to be bitching and moaning about that. I hope that by the end of the series that changes and that whatever potential elimination game the Rockets would have against the Warriors, that it could be as loud as it was when the Rockets took the 3-2 lead in the 2018 Western Conference Finals. We played that audio a little bit earlier. But this Rockets team's come a long way, and I think it's fun to look back at what was and laugh about what was. Remember the John Wall era of Houston Rockets basketball? John Wall, who earlier this week said he could still play basketball for a playoff contender, a playoff team, and is kind of mad about the fact that he's not. He did a lot of opening up about his time with the Rockets. Here he is talking about his time in Houston.
You got traded to the Rockets. Talk about the Rockets experience.
Trash.
I already know.
I know. Beyond trash.
Trash. Damn, dude. I love how, though, that podcast that he did, and we've played the audio from this before, has these two guys that are interviewing him, and they're basically just agreeing with everything that he says, and to the point where, like, stop talking. Can you shut the fuck up? Oh, can't say that. My bad. Can you shut up? Can you stop talking? Can you just let John Wall cook? Is it that hard? Just shut up. Thanks. No, for real. Anyway, more John Wall. This is honestly the rock bottom for the Rockets. I appreciate that John Wall highlighted it like this on this very same podcast.
I mean, we lost 20 in a row. We were trying to lose on purpose. Tanking.
Yeah.
We started studying nickname Justin Patton.
We started an N-bomb named Justin Patton.
I will say, I agree with him. Why'd you have to single out Justin Patton, though?
I like it.
They started a lot of guys that shouldn't be starting.
So I guess Justin Patton was the worst of all of them?
I mean, he wasn't. I wouldn't say I was blown away.
Who was the worst starter?
Deshaun Nix.
I was going to finish the sentence. Who's the worst starter from that era, and why was it Deshaun Nix?
Okay, yeah. No, Deshaun Nix Because he was a point guard on a team that didn't have any point guards.
The
problem was
an unathletic looking point guard who was not very good at ball handling.
I was gonna
Bless
say
his heart.
the problem is he wasn't a good point guard.
No.
He was bad. I'm trying to think of like the earlier ones, the early days, like the first one that had John Wall on it, that, like you said, losing 20 games in a row, trying to keep their draft pick. Yeah, there's like an Armani Brooks was on this team. I wasn't a huge fan. He was like all right.
We're talking real randos because some people
Yeah.
on the Twitter saying DeMarcus Cousins, yep, Carmelo Anthony, yep, Victor Oladipo, yeah. I mean, there were a lot of guys that they brought in that it was over for them already. But no, I'm talking about the guys who are like, wait, we're watching games featuring these randos. Who the hell are they?
Yeah, the ones that are just like the guys that listen. This is gonna be the biggest moment of their basketball career. Like this is gonna be the pinnacle of it, is starting these games. Also, I looked up 2020-21 Houston basketball, and I forgot to put in Rockets and all the top.
Just showing a bunch of Cougs.
It was a bunch of Cougs.
Go Cougs!
So
Number 2.
That should show you where they're at. Sterling Brown. Forgot about Sterling
Brown. But that's at least a good sounding name.
That was a good sounding name. Oh, I remember when Kelly Olynyk was on the team.
Kelly Olynyk's a legend.
He was awesome.
Yeah, dude,
like
Kelly Olynyk-
he was
Kelly
almost too good to be on this team. And we're talking about Kelly Olynyk. Kyrie Thompson, spelling Kyrie Khyri.
Okay.
Thomas. Yeah, man. These are not Anthony Lamb.
Not great.
This is Mason Jones. Mason Jones is one of the guys that were at one point like, hey, this is the young, like a young core piece. And it was Mason Jones.
Oh gosh.
It's like a real, you don't have a young core.
Oh yeah. Or a young
when this
core?
guy's in your young core.
No, for sure.
Trevelyan Queen.
That doesn't sound like a real person. It is an Ask on Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. We're appreciating how far the Houston Rockets have come. If you can think of your worst memory from those days that we can sit back and laugh at, you can. If you got any Rockets Warriors hot takes, you can bring those to the table as well. Since it is an Ask on Anything Friday, I do have to answer a question, which you can ask in a variety of different ways. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Southern Gal or West Coast Blonde and or East Coast Italian Brunette. That's me. I'm a big into, I don't see color and I don't see race, blah, 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 blah. But I really like Italian American women. Is that wrong? It kind of suits me, right? Like loud, opinionated, talk your ear off. And I think it's partly due to the fact that I went to Syracuse University and there were a lot of them there. So that was what I was raised around. I was born in the Italian American heaven. I was born up there. So that's the pick, but honestly, I'll take anything. Is that bad? I don't know. It's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Another question was just asked because on the other side, I was asked what kind of lady I prefer. I do like Italian-American ladies, but I like every woman. And some would say I like every man. You know what? I like all humans. How about that? I love lamp. But somebody asked, Meadow Soprano or Adriana? Oh, I'd let Adriana ruin my life. 100%. I don't know if I'd like Cosette, though. Would I sit on Cosette? I'd hope not. But we'd probably replace Cosette with a cat of some sorts, you know? Coog Blaze asks, who is your favorite bunny, Paul? Obviously, Peter Cottontail. Hopping down the bunny trail. Hippity hop. Easter's on its way? I don't know. But there you go, guys. Anyway. From the 281. Quit all the fruity stuff, bud? Sorry, could you stop all the fruity stuff? Question mark. What is that? What does that mean?
Yeah, we just spending the last 5 minutes of not the break talking about hot chicks.
Yeah. Come on,
bro.
Is this person
talking about which one the women on The Sopranos look nice?
Yeah, we're men. We like beer. We drink heavy beer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And those twins.
Yeah, twins. And I love you too. Yeah, this is the straightest that this show's ever been. Honestly, I feel like I need to dial it back a little bit. Got to get a little gay, you know? Get back to the draft profiles that we've been reading. Sean's rubbing his head kind of in disgust. Hey, the Rockets, they're playing the Warriors on Sunday night. And as far as this game goes on Sunday, I'm really hoping that specifically Alperen Şengün can be a little bit more efficient. I don't know why it's been so tough for Şengün this year under the basket. I don't get it. But he's just not been very efficient. And I do think he has a matchup advantage over these Golden State Warriors. I mean, the Warriors basically invented small ball. And is there somebody that you look at outside of Draymond Green as far as big bodies that can stay with Şengün and all that he does as a passer, as a scorer from the mid-range? Some range, not a lot of range. I'm wondering who else on the Warriors is capable of slowing him down. Because to me, that's the X factor for this series. Jalen Green's going to probably have 1 or 2 games where he plays well. He's going to have 2 or 3 where he doesn't play very well. Amin Thompson, I think you know what kind of defense you're going to get, and the hope is that he's going to be able to slow Steph Curry down. But offensively, you're wondering who's going to be getting all the points for the Rockets. Who's the guy that they can rely on consistently to score? And when I'm looking at this Golden State Warriors team, I just don't really see anybody outside of Draymond that can stay with him. I mean, who else are we talking about here, Sean?
It'd be Draymond and Looney.
Looney, right. Okay.
Kevon Looney would be the other guy where if you're the Warriors, you're not shook
if Draymond's in foul trouble.
Yeah, if Looney has to guard Şengün, you're not
6'9",
like
222.
Yeah,
so
you're
he's
not
bigger
like
than Draymond.
Oh my God, what's going on? It's just like, okay, we can deal with this until Draymond comes back on the court. Yeah. Other than that, you got like Quentin Post and a bunch of forwards who aren't exactly center size. Because I do think that for the most part, I mean, obviously barring like some extreme examples, you do need a center to guard Şengün. One of the examples, unfortunately, is Draymond Green, who basically plays center for them now. So that's the I guess main matchup that he's going to have to be dealing with, and it's going to be a challenge getting it off against against
Whoa,
Draymond.
whoa. Hey, easy with the fruity stuff. Getting it off?
Oh, sorry.
Come on,
But,
Sean.
No, it's all that filth that Lance writes. That
I know. Listen, don't blame us for Lance and his attempt to be the 50 Shades of Grey writer, okay? That's what got the show down this rabbit hole. I just remember reading the reports. I was like, why is all this so sexual? It's so smutty. It's Good Friday. Come on.
Yeah, right. I think that Şengün, it's gonna be tough for him. Like he's gonna have to hit the boards, I think, to kind of supplement his offense is the offensive rebounding, really. I mean, actually, for the entire Rockets, they're just gonna have to be an awesome offensive rebounding team.
By the way, we have some mildly breaking news that has to do with the Rockets and the Warriors.
Oh, is it referee assignments?
No referee assignments. Okay. No idea what's happening with Scott Foster. But Scott Foster, who has been out for a month with a calf injury, has been cleared
Miraculous
to referee.
Return for the playoff.
I know. Wonder if he got like an injection.
What if he just pops his Achilles? Oh, sorry.
Sean, I don't wish injury on anybody.
I didn't wish injury. I said, what if he just pops his Achilles?
And then you smiled, looked off to the side.
What if it happened?
like you're JD and Scrubs on a daydream.
What would happen?
Like he's tearing his Achilles while like carrying a chili pot, like he's Kevin in The Office,
grabbing at his leg.
Oh
my God! This 65-year-old man,
unbelievable,
rolling on the ground.
Yeah. You're laying it on thick.
What would happen though? I'm just asking. I don't want it to happen. Don't take all this cackling that I'm doing.
They probably have to do it a ref down.
I think they bring an extra, right? I know the NFL brings an extra.
They should if it's the playoffs, you know?
Yeah, because it's what, 3 guys on the court. You can bring a 4th.
You could at least afford an extra one to be hanging around. That's a good question though. I've never thought about.
I think they have a 4th referee. I don't know if he suits up, but I think they have a 4th.
What happens when an NBA ref gets hurt?
Tears his Achilles.
In an NBA game, if a referee gets injured, the game typically continues with the remaining referees filling in until the next dead ball or timeout. The 4th official, if present, would move into the injured referee's position. Okay. If necessary, a reserve referee could also be brought in.
Oh, so they have 5.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Interesting. The 4th official usually handles bench management. He'd move into the injured referee's position on the court. If a reserve referee is available, they can be called in to fill the vacancy. I got to say, artificial intelligence. Good job by you.
Yeah.
Although sometimes artificial intelligence lies. But
that could all be wrong, but sounds good.
Here's the actual breaking news I was going to get to. It has nothing to do with Scott Foster's availability. Saw this courtesy of our guy, Big Sarge Sports. Jalen Green has deleted his social media heading into this series. So Jalen Green's going 0 dark. What's his number again?
4.
0 dark 4. Not 0 dark
20.
30. Not 0 dark 23. Not 0 dark 30. I said 30 already. 0 dark 4. I like it. I thought about deleting Instagram this week.
For the playoffs to really lock in?
Yeah. I've been... The apps with the doom scrolling, Instagram and TikTok have been really frustrating me of late. TikTok, because I keep on seeing videos that are part 1 of a larger video, and I'm like, why not just post the whole video? So then I got to find the rest of the video. Like I actually, like, I don't use TikTok entirely because of that. I posted TikTok, but I kind of just like blind fire and let the world burn. You know, like all those posts I was making about Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend that were blowing up. I just let it burn. Let the whole internet burn. But for Instagram, I've been getting some really weird stuff. And I can't explain how this has gone into my algorithm. It's like, we only show videos where the camera person dies. And I'm like, what? We only show natural disasters. And I've been sucked into it. One of them was when I think it was in Peru where that plant just exploded. It was like a fertilizer plant or something like that. And this guy like standing on his roof and just blows up.
Oh, I think I remember.
That guy was clearly dead. I mean, geez, holy crap. I mean, although I guess the video did eventually get posted. I don't know if he was live streaming it, but you know,
Does this just turn into an iPhone commercial?
Yeah. So now I'm sort of at the point where I think I need to delete my social media because all I'm getting is just a lot of doom scrolling and then attractive women. My for you is embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's really embarrassing.
There does reach a point where you do need to you need to think about what you're liking. Think about what you're scrolling on.
But see,
because I don't get the death videos.
No,
I don't get those.
I don't know where I'm getting it from though, you know? And I don't know where I'm getting the for you either because I don't generally like any videos unless it's like a funny meme or a cat video. Like that's kind of it. But the algorithm is not showing me any of those. Like all I want are the memes and the cats.
I wonder how much they know that's like guy in his 30s.
Hey.
I'm just saying, like, where they're just like, hey, single white guy in his 30s. All right. We know what to show them. I don't know if they know single. I don't know if they can tell.
I think they know. At least they're not showing me what everyone thinks they should be showing me. Fruity stuff. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Final Rockets Warriors thoughts before game 1 on Sunday. Astros Padres thoughts as well, and a little garbage time. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. There's also an app. You can listen along on your Alexa if you so choose. Just say, Alexa, play ESPN 97.5 and yell at it. I love yelling at my Alexa. Paul, that's robot abuse. Yeah, I'm abusing them while I still can, because they're going to be abusing us in the near future.
Yeah, do it while it's still legal.
Right. Now, they might have a long memory, and they might be a little more abusive with me because I've been so verbally abusive to my Alexa. I changed the voice of my Alexa from a woman to a man, so I feel more comfortable yelling at it, too.
Does the name change?
No, it's still Alexa. But
that's interesting.
But yeah, it's with a deep man voice. So it makes me feel more comfortable yelling at him. So how about that? And that might be a little sexist, the changing it so that I can yell at the man instead of the woman. But
it's also like at the same time, you have a trans Alexa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or he might be one of the few that was given
just
the
wrong
Alexa,
parts,
like the boy name, or it could be the wrong parts, but also could be boy named Sue kind of situation. Whereas
yeah.
Daddy left home when he was 3, didn't leave much for Mom and me. It's a Johnny Cash song. For those who don't know.
Or it's Russian and it's Alexi.
Yeah, Alexi could happen, but no, I think that this Robo Alexa that now speaks to me with the male voice definitely had a father who called him by a woman's name so that he would grow up tough because he wasn't going to be around
to be your robot servant.
Exactly. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Rockets Warriors. I think the Rockets are going to win this series. I think they match up very well with Golden State, but I do not think it's going to be easy. And I'm really curious as to what the playoff growing pains for the Rockets are going to look like. We saw how well they played against the Warriors the last time around. And I know that the Rockets feel that their physicality gives them an edge over a lot of teams in the playoffs. I think Ime Udoka even said it. We feel great about this because we know the level of defense specifically that we can play. Do you know who Michael C. Wright is? Michael C. Wright covers the NBA. And he had a conversation with Ime Udoka. He shared it with Brian Windhorst on the Hoop Collective Brian Windhorst podcast. And just like the Houston Texans talk about dogs, the Houston Rockets talk about dogs, but they think they've got the doggiest dogs in all the pound.
1 sec.
The Rockets are dogs. Bow wow. Bow wow. Yo, yippee yay. Okay.
All these teams like to talk about how we have dogs on our teams. He said, but are those dogs pit bulls or poodles? He's like, we like to think we got a bunch of pit bulls. That's what we bring to Houston. And if you're not a pit bull when you come here, we will nurture it out of you. So, they feel like underdogs, but at the same time, Ime knows what wins in the playoffs. He's been an assistant in Philly with Brett Brown. He's been an assistant in Brooklyn. He's been the head coach of the Boston Celtics. He knows what wins in the playoffs. Yeah, he's been with Pop. He knows what wins. And he's like, it's all about consistency. It's all about sharpness. The team that makes the fewest mistakes is going to win these games. And also, it's about physicality because, as you know, Brian, in the playoffs, the game is not as much up and down as it is in the regular season. Right. It's a half-court game, and it's officiated differently. And so Ime likes their chances in that department as far as physicality, but
I like it too. Now, I think he's a little bit concerned about the offensive consistency, and that's what I am most concerned about too. But I do think the Rockets can out-physical Golden State. Yeah, I do. I feel that way. I think you should too. It really is a matter of who can consistently score for them. And I think it's fair to question who's going to be able to make shots in crunch time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. It's something that is certainly nerve-wracking, the idea that this team will have issues scoring. But I like their chances in this series, and I am picking them to win in 7 games. Meanwhile, for the Astros, I'm going to be at Dyken Park tonight. As far as the Astros are concerned, I need a sweep. I need this team to be above 500. I want to feel better about them going forward. I want to breathe a sigh of relief. And the only way that a 8-10 team gets above 500 is by winning all 3 games this weekend against the 15-4 San Diego Padres, who have been one of the best teams in the league. In fact, as far as their record goes, they got the most wins. And they have 3 more wins than everybody else. So it's not going to be easy. But if you want to get the collective juju back, do you want people to feel good about the team again? Sweep them. That's a challenge. Challenge them to score 14 runs on my birthday. 15 runs. They scored 14. They could do it. They listen. Big listeners of the show. The Astros, huge fans of the Paul Gallant Show. Maybe not people in the Astros parking lot, but they are big fans. But I want to sweep. And I don't think that's unfair to ask for. Paul, what the heck, man? Come on. The Padres have the best average in the majors, and they have one of the best OPSs in the majors. And from a pitching perspective, they're really good. They have the second best ERA. Like, come on, man. Like, it's early. It doesn't matter. They're slow starters. Blah, blah, blah. I want to sweep. And on that note, time for a little garbage time. I've never been more jealous of people who have been tased and pepper sprayed. But over the past weekend, 2 customers at a Houston Ojos location in Spring Branch had dinner at this restaurant. They came in. Man, cron.com, you guys need to chill with the website. This is pop-ups on pop-ups on pop-ups on pop-ups. This is why you are not the Houston Chronicle. You're cron.com. 2 friends ordered wings to go. They ordered 2 drinks while waiting, paid the bill, then left. A security guard came running outside and stopped them. These guys stopped. He told us that we didn't pay, said the person who was tased. We said we did pay. He tased me 3 times and pepper sprayed me. The incident triggered an asthma attack, led to 10 staples in the head and a broken wrist, which were found after a 12-hour hospital visit. And a phone and glasses were broken. This guy was unable to work. In a statement to KRIV, Ojos Locos Vice President of Security, Thomas Sparks, explained that security at the restaurants is contracted out to third-party companies. This man, Ali Abdul Karim Al-Saidi, posted bond at $100. Okay, that's a pretty low bond for, tasing and pepper spraying a couple of people in the line of duty as a security guard over walk tabs that didn't actually happen because the guy thought that they had dined and dashed. I'm so jealous of these guys, though, getting tased and pepper sprayed. This is money.
Yeah.
Money. I don't know what law firm they're going to call,
Tony Busby.
Why not? Go big or go home. Class action lawsuit. But must have sucked in that moment. 10 staples in the head does sound pretty awful.
Yeah, that's where it's like, actually, I would rather not have this happen.
I want the money. The broken wrist would also suck, though, too.
See, I've broken my wrist before. It's like, I can get through that. I can get tased if I know that there's a lawsuit coming on the other side. The 10 staples in the head, it's like, actually, I like my head unstapled.
That's fair.
Thanks.
Garbage time continues. Haley Joel Osment was arrested at a ski resort and found to be in possession of cocaine. He was wearing his helmet backwards on the ski resort and trying to get on a ski lift without skis backwards. They wouldn't let him on. This is how he sounded in the back of a police car.
I've been kidnapped by a Nazi.
That's all Haley Joel. He was wrecked. You got to watch the video. He apologized profusely afterwards, like in a long statement, and it actually sounded heartfelt. God, it's got to be tough to be Haley Joel Osment. You were the child actor of all child actors with The Sixth Sense, Pay It Forward, was he in Bicentennial Man? I think he was. Or maybe it was Artificial Intelligence, whatever.
It was in Artificial.
That's it, Artificial Intelligence. Yeah, but Bicentennial Man was Robin Williams. Man, that's tough. That's tough.
That is tough.
My thoughts are with Haley Joel Osment. But I don't like that he was wearing a Dodgers shirt. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Kind of all Dodgers fans alike, huh? Makes you think.
It is a very funny crime, but yeah. Is that the biggest problem we have is the Dodgers?
Yes. Yeah, the Dodgers shirt.
I think
Didn't like
so.
that. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to our texters, our callers, our tweeters, our YouTubers, and our Twitchers, and everyone else who listened. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I'm merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Happy Easter. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Bradham. It's Brian behind the glass. Good Friday. Either one of y'all drive a Super Duty now?
You know I don't.
I saw what you're talking about, taking up 2 lanes, but no, that's not mine.
Ridiculous.
It was. I parked right next to it.
Ridiculous. If you drive a Super Duty and you work in this building, you should be ashamed of yourself. When you look at yourself in the mirror, I hope you see disgust.
Blatant?
And anguish. It had to be blatant. Like a third of his Super Duty, so like the soup is in one lane and the Duty is on the other side.
He's also parked over in the front a little bit, taking up kind of 4 lanes, really.
Oh, is he parked over? He went across too?
A
Is this on the side you guys normally park on?
Correct.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's one thing that's bad enough if you take up 2, like in your side of the double parking, but if you go over the front line too, that's terrible.
I know it's like a holiday and all that, and only us real gamers work today because we're gamers, we're grinders, we show up. Even then, you don't take up 2 spots. 2 spots, back it into the corner, back it in next to a spot that doesn't, like there's always that extra like excess space. Like you're not supposed to cross in, like,
right.
It's the side, whatever. Like you take up that space. Don't take up another spot. That's ridiculous.
No, and what's funny now is it's gotten to the point where at our HEB in our neighborhood, people in my neighborhood will take a picture at the HEB when this is done and then post it hoping that the people that did it live in our neighborhood. I was like, I don't think they're going to say, yep, that was me. And then under the comments, everybody's like, you can go on Yahoo and get this pad of, hey, a-hole, you parked you parked this badly so you can get Post-it notes and stick them on their window. I was like, yeah, there's cameras and you can get your ass kicked.
Yeah, I'm not going to go full Karen on Facebook, but I'll do it on the air. I'll do it on the radio. I'm not going to type anything. I'm not going to write a letter and leave it on your car. I'm not going to go to social media. I'm just going to complain about it on the radio. That's what I'm going to do. So if you have a Super Duty and you park on our floor, you disgust me. Busy show today. Doug Glanville is going to be joining us in about 10 minutes. The voice of the Astros, Todd Callis, joining us a little bit later. Kelly Eco to get ready for Sunday's Game 1 between the Houston Rockets and the Golden State Warriors. I went back and who was the guy on Twitch yesterday that said we should have watched the April 6th game? I think it was Scotch. I think it was Scotch that told us to do that. So I thought that was great advice. I always put a lot of credence into what the Twitchers have to say. I think it's a fine community. I think they're wise.
A fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
I think they're wise. I think they have a lot of wisdom. I think we have a lot to learn from them. So I actually took the advice of Scotch, and I went back and I watched this game from April 6th. And I don't think I learned a lot, but some things that I had forgotten probably that let's see if they carry over into the series and then how they combat it, whether it's Golden State combating what Houston's trying to do or it's Houston combating what Golden State is trying to do. One of the first things that was glaring to me was they were attacking Steph Curry on the offensive end, which, that's no secret. Every team does that in the NBA. Let's get Steph Curry into a favorable matchup, and let's go at Steph Curry because he's not a very good on-ball defender. Now, the guy that was, I guess, elevated the most because of this was actually Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks went off in the first quarter. Dylan Brooks went off in the first half, had a good game overall, but they were getting Steph Curry into some matchups with Dylan Brooks, and Dylan Brooks was either shooting threes, he was posting up on Steph Curry. So, like, that I think is going to be one of their focal points again is, yes, Steph Curry's tough to defend, but let's try to get a favorable matchup and go right at Steph Curry on the offensive end.
Yeah, I think that everybody in recent years has identified, whether it's playoffs or regular season, depending on how badly you want to attack the Warriors, that's the first place you go. And I'm glad that Dylan Brooks was putting him on his hip, because a lot of guys feel like when they have that matchup, their advantage is to kind of body them a little bit, but then settle for a face up or a fadeaway. But the best thing to do with a little guy that's not very strong when it comes to holding his own, when you start, pushing him, just back his ass down. Go back him right into the lane and get as close as you can. And when you see help coming, that's probably when you can pull up. But you can take advantage of that, and they have to in this series. I think defensively it doesn't matter because they're gonna try and run him off of picks to get a matchup, but you can switch.
The Rockets were really good defending Steph Curry in that game, obviously. Steph Curry had maybe the worst game he's had all year. Scored 3 points, 1 of 10 shooting, 1 of 8 from 3. And the way he scored those 3 points was actually at the end of the second quarter, a buzzer beater from like 35 feet. So like even his one made shot what I don't want to call that a Hail Mary because it's Steph Curry. Like Steph Curry is obviously capable of making those. I wouldn't even call it like a desperation heave, but it was a late in the clock situation that he made from way downtown. So the Rockets did make his life uncomfortable in on the offensive side as well. And it wasn't all Amin Thompson. Like I know Amin Thompson gets a lot of the credit for how he defended Steph Curry, and he was on Steph Curry more often than not, like more than anybody else for sure. But they threw the kitchen sink at him. Multiple guys defending him when it wasn't Amin. Hard hedges off of pick and rolls, blitzing Steph Curry off of those pick and rolls to get the ball out of his hand. So I do think they have a good game plan to slow down Steph Curry. Now, whenever you do that, you do give away other things. And the fear that you would have if you continue to have that philosophy against Steph Curry, and I imagine that they will because it worked in the last regular season game, and he is their best offensive player, is that now Jimmy Butler probably has an advantage.
That's the first thing I was thinking is, yeah, you're going to take Steph away, but we talked about it yesterday. Jimmy's one thing during the regular season. He's another thing come postseason, and he's hyper-focused. He's extremely intelligent with the basketball. He's going to know where to go to get, as open as possible if they're doubling Steph or doing all that with Steph, and he can fully take advantage in a variety of different ways from putting it onto the floor to backing a guy down to making a face-up. The one thing he's not great at is three-point shooting, and he doesn't take a lot of them. But that's my biggest concern is that Jimmy Butler has the capability of taking a lot of the guys on this team and scoring on them.
And you would be coming from a numbers advantage too if you're blitzing Steph Curry nonstop. Now, for me, that's a trade-off I'm willing to make. I'm willing to give Jimmy Butler a slight advantage if it means that I'm mostly taking Steph Curry out of the game as much as I possibly can.
I think you have to. I think that he's still the greatest shooter to ever play the game and still fully capable of being the greatest shooter in the game. And I think that when you look at the Warriors, that's the first and utmost 1A thing that you have to defend is anything that Steph Curry does. And whether it's holding him to 3 points or not, you have to make his life miserable. And you have to absolutely put the crosshairs on him. Even when he's not touching the ball, you have to be aware of him at all times. If screens are coming, you have to be aware and already identify between you and the other defender, what are you going to do? Are you going to show? Are you going to hedge? Are you going to, like you said, blitz him on both sides? But there has to be a lot of communication because he moves so frequently and fast without the ball. And in a blink of an eye, he can kill you.
That's a trade-off I'm willing to make.
I think you're right. I think you should. Yeah.
I'm willing to say, hey, Jimmy Butler and the rest of the Golden State Warriors, you go beat me. We're going to try our very best to limit Steph Curry as much as we possibly can. Like, you can't defend everything. You can't defend everything. You have to make choices on what you're willing to give up and choices on what you're trying to slow down. And this Golden State offense is good. They've been really good with Jimmy Butler too, by the way. Their numbers have been through the roof with Jimmy Butler. I think they have like the third best record in the NBA since they traded for Jimmy Butler. So they are a good team. They're better than like your prototypical 7 seed in the Western Conference. The double big was something that came up yesterday. The double big didn't really work a lot in this game. Like, they was fine, but they also did it when Steph Curry was off the floor because they did go zone. So when they went double big, they would go zone, and they only did it when Steph Curry was off the floor. When Steph Curry was on the floor, they were almost never in the double big. So I do think it's going to be limited in this series. And look, Adams was okay in that game. Like, he was +7 in a game that they won by 10. So make of that of what you will. He's never about scoring. He scored 2 points, never really a scorer, but had 8 rebounds in that game. But the guys who were massive were Alpi Shingu, 19 points, 14 rebounds, and Jabari Smith, 16 points, 9 rebounds. So the whole double big thing, I'm not sure this is the series for it, and I think we'll see it in doses, especially when Steph Curry's off the floor.
That's why I said when we talked about it yesterday, I think you're going to see it like to attack the second unit. You might see it at the end of a second quarter, maybe a fourth quarter situation when you know that they're playing so small and or you want to give yourself the best chance to get a second chance opportunity. But I think also because in an up and down situation, which Golden State's going to want to do if you do it, I think Steven Adams can get gassed. I don't think Alpi really wants to run that much all the time either. But I agree with you. I think that as much as everybody looked at it, identified it, and said, well, there's a way you beat the Warriors. I think that's a way where you can take advantage of the Warriors in small doses, but I don't think that's how you beat the Warriors.
Yeah, I don't either. And I don't think you can do it whenever Steph's on the floor. Looney was too slow for Şengün. Like, there were a lot of times when Looney was guarding Şengün, and they would put Şengün up at the top of the key and space the floor, and he would just blow right by Looney. Whether it's a spin move, whether it's getting to the right-hand hook, Alpi was too much for Looney. Whenever that matchup is on the floor, Alpi Şengün has to abuse it, has to destroy him.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you because I don't have any problem and no worries or concerns when Alpi's got Looney on him. What about Draymond Green?
I mean, Draymond was kind of annoying him, but I mean, he still had no problem. Like,
That's what I'm saying.
I shouldn't say no problem. Alpi still had the advantage there. Alpi needs to have a big series. Has to have a big series.
Take the cheap shots and the bumps and the little jabs out of it.
Mm-hmm.
If Alpi can have his way with Draymond from the footwork and offensive perspective, and maybe the one thing I was thinking about last night was he might be able to get Draymond in some foul trouble because no matter what you say about who Draymond guards defensively, he's really good, and that if you get him in foul trouble, that's a huge advantage.
If Alpi is good in this series, I don't see how the Rockets lose. I don't see how they lose. If Alpi is not even great, if Alpi is good in this series, I think that they're way too much for Golden State. We'll talk about this series in great detail a little bit later. Kelly Iko will join us. Magic Johnson gave his sophisticated thoughts on this series, too. We have to get to that. A lot of Astro talks along the way as well. Todd Callis in a little while. But Doug Glanville, baseball voice on ESPN, he'll be joining us when we return. 713-780-ESPN. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sacked by BMAC. He's rubbing his eye. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for the people that need to do your property tax challenge right now because the deadline's May 15th. Century Property Tax Consultants are the best in the business, and they've got a deal for you because the way they do business, whether you have an issue and you want to challenge your property tax with a residential, commercial, industrial, or business property, they're going to fight to reduce your taxes. But the deal that they always offer, which is fantastic, is if they don't save you money and fight the charge and fight the tax appropriately and win, you don't pay a single cent. That's a deal that you can't pass up because really it's a no-lose situation for you. If you do it and you lose, nothing lost. If you do it and you win, you pay them some to save a whole lot more. That's why I encourage you to get to CPROtax.com. 60 combined years of experience. Century Property Tax Consultants are here to help you win big, and they're going to take care of it every step of the way. All you do is get them all the information they need. Then you sit back and wait until they tell you whether you won or lost and how much you saved. That's fantastic. Check them out today, CPROtax.com, because they are the best in the business. Century Property Tax Consultants, they don't want you to pay more taxes than you need to, and you're only going to pay if they win. What have you got to lose? The answer, nothing. What have you got to gain? A whole lot. Check them out today, CPROtax.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by Doug Glanville. Doug will be on the call this weekend on ESPN Radio for Sunday Night Baseball as the Padres visit the Astros over at the Dike with coverage starting at 6 p.m. Doug, thank you for taking a few minutes hanging out with the Killer Bees. There's some in Houston that are a bit uneasy with this start. I know it's only 18 games, 8-10, nowhere near 12-24 like it was a year ago. But new pieces, Kyle Tucker gone, Alex Bregman gone. What is your assessment of the Astros 18 games into the year?
Well, right now, I mean, it's one of those situations where the bats haven't shown up, and other than maybe Jose Altuve. So you're having offensive struggles, and where that's actually a positive is the pitching has been pretty strong. And when you have that and you're still hovering around 500, you're not playing your best baseball and you're still right in the thick of it. That division is pretty kind of level. And, they're 3.5 back. It's not really insurmountable, especially with the wild cards. So it's something you look ahead and you say, these guys are going to hit much better. Christian Walker, or Jordan Alvarez, this is not where they're going to end up. So that is the upside. And especially in your division, there's a lot of ground they can catch internally.
Doug, you mentioned the pitching, and obviously at the top of the rotation, people looked for Framber Valdez first and foremost. We were talking about this the other day. Hunter Brown seems like a guy that kind of continually, no matter how much success he has, kind of slides under the radar. Interested in your thoughts on a guy that has been really good again to start the season.
Well, the thing when I circle Hunter Brown, I think about Dusty Baker, because when Dusty Baker was there, he kind of watched the development of Hunter Brown. And I remember the big story about him was that he had this amazing curveball that he kind of abandoned and then had to kind of, bring back. And Dusty, like, well, wait a minute, this is a pitch that really plays. So sometimes it's like as a young pitcher, you're trying to find your way and you could sort of overthink it a little bit, like, I have to have all this stuff, right? And when you just have to execute pitches. And he's starting to do that now. He's executing pitches. He's starting to figure out how to, mix and match. You don't have to be, max effort all the time in terms of command, use your defense, all these elements that kind of come with a younger pitcher. But, he's taken just a big step. I mean, he's the bona fide ace right now. And that says a lot because he's figured it out pretty quickly.
Doug Glanville joining us on the HR&P guest line. Doug, you mentioned that the bats haven't hit, and you don't expect Christian Walker to be hitting a $154 the entire year. Yiner, who last year, one of the better offensive catchers in baseball, you don't expect him to hit 130. But what do you think the holes are on this Astro team?
Well, I think when you talk about on the offensive side, I mean, you always have concerns when, whether you have the injuries or you make moves and you get Abreu last year, and you say, okay, this guy's going to be this guy, but then he wasn't that guy, right? Yeah. That's a concern, right? Because you don't have the body of work of Christian Walker as an Astro. And any player making adjustments, getting traded or signing as a free agent, those are big question marks. And you mentioned Valdez, you mentioned some of the pitching that, although, having that good start, you're kind of looking for that sort of the depth that you need. After Brown, which, it's a long season, so he's, going to have his bumps at times. Where does it go from there when you don't have your kind of historic ace doing ace-like stuff? Because then you want to get out of this division, and then you're talking about teams that are going to pitch, right, or get out of the American League. So in the big picture, because the Astros are a team that has just been to the dance, right, won, done it all, you're not sitting there settling on like, well, we're going to be okay in our division. They're trying to continue to go to the next level. And that's where, some of the shortfalls start to get exposed early. And I know the hitting will come back. It's just a matter of like it all being in sync.
I'm curious, Doug, your thoughts on Cam Smith. Obviously, it's a young kid. He didn't spend much time in the minor leagues. A lot is thought of him, but you've been there and done that when you came up. And what's a fair assessment of games when he comes up for the very first time and he's thrust into a situation like this?
Well, the kid needs time, and the tough thing about the big leagues, you don't seem to feel like have it, right? Especially at a team that's expected to compete, so there's not a lot of bandwidth. You see guys all the time. I guess nowadays, and I'll give you an example. Like we talked to Craig Counsell of the Cubs in one of the games we did over the weekend against the Dodgers, and the thing I asked him about the minor leagues, and he talked about how there's more development today at the big league level, right? In the sense of like, okay, you might have some tough 3 months, but eventually you're going to figure it out. And so that was the number he kind of threw out there in the sense of like, all right, we're trying to give some people time to figure it out. So whether it's like a Matt Shaw or someone like that who got sent down, by the way, you realize that they're trying to give people a little time to actually develop under the radar while you're in the big leagues, which is a really difficult thing to do because, Smith is sitting there going, well, wait a minute, I'm not hitting like I expect because this is not who I am, because you're trying to determine like your ability to adapt at the major league level. That's really difficult. And I can't say I had to do that because I got called up. I was a first round pick, but I kind of wove it as a platoon player against lefties, a little under the radar, get used to the big leagues. And then I got to play and I was kind of comfortable at that point. So it's going a million miles an hour for Cam Smith. Talent is there. But if you want to talk, if I would throw a number, I kind of lean on that half a season. And if he, and that's a lot sometimes if you're expected to produce right away.
Yeah, tough for him to be under the radar too, like him specifically, because the top 15 pick, he was at Florida State this time a year ago, was the top prospect in the Kyle Tucker trade, and then like gets rushed to the bigs. Rush might be too strong of a word, but the question I want to ask you, Doug, is do you think 5 games, 20 plate appearances above high A ball is enough for a kid?
Yeah. I mean, rush is a fair word. And I think even evaluators will even use that term. It's more about getting there, and then they believe that there's still a learning curve that will happen to then be productive at the big league level. And then if your team is kind of where they need to be by the halfway point, you're like, okay, this guy's getting hot now going into July. Can you weather it as a young player to be like, wow, I'm hitting 173 at the break? I mean, that's the pain, because that's like unheard of in your life for the most part. But yeah, I mean, if I take a snapshot from where I'm coming from, I'm like, wow, I'm blown away that how quickly these guys are expected to be as good as they are at the major league level. And I'm looking and they say they're drafted in 2023, I mean, that is like yesterday. So, but it's a different culture and a different patience in terms of the model. And, you have to have a certain mentality just to be able to kind of get your head handed to you for a while. That's difficult. And so a guy like Shaw goes down and has to figure out and work on some things to come back, but it's not a lot of time. No.
Doug, I'm curious your thoughts from the national perspective and kind of like the bigger picture of what the Astros had to go through in the offseason. Obviously, the fans always want to keep all of their favorite players that were a part of this golden era of Astros baseball. But you trade Tucker because I think they pretty much had come to the conclusion they weren't going to have they weren't going to re-sign him. And then Bregman walks, and they say they're in the middle of the negotiations, but what he gets is, I think, far and above what they were going to ever consider paying him. Now people are critical, going, look at how those two guys are performing. Look what you could have had. Do you see that they made the right decisions on those two guys?
Well, it is. There's just still limited resources, even if you're, the Astros and you have, owners that have deep pockets on certain levels. I mean, you have to weigh whether they're going to come back, and it's also the terms by which they come back on. You don't necessarily get those Ohtani deals, right? Where, okay, yeah, you're paying $700 million, but you're also getting a kind of deferral, and those deferrals allow them a little room to do other things. So that's like, that's a standard that's really hard to meet, because just whatever Ohtani decided wanted to do personally. You're going to understand these players like Bregman, they're going to get as much as they can. They're going to get for a longer period of time. If they go to a place that kind of overpaid relative to the market because they wanted them, that there's not a lot you can do in that situation unless you're willing to overpay the overpay. And then what do you have left around these guys, right? I mean, what's the point of having Tucker is sitting there by himself? So those are the challenges. And look, guys, sometimes you go to a new place. Like I went to Philly, and it was nice to just like, okay, a fresh start. They believe in me as a center fielder, and then all of a sudden you take off, and so that is a natural excitement to it. But it's a long game, and will the Cubs contend at the level that Tucker expects? Will the Red Sox hang in there? These are questions, and what does that deal look like at the end? All those questions that the Astros weighed. So I wouldn't say they made a mistake or anything. I just think it's hard to lose anchor players that have been around a long time with the organization and had success. But there's a new era, and I still think this team is not taking like 10 steps backward. They're going to be a contender.
Doug Glanville, over 1,000 big league games, will be on the call of Astros, Padres coming up. And you might have alluded to it there, Doug, because the million-dollar question in this city, and one that sparks debate, is the window closed in Houston? Do you think it's open? Do you think it's closed?
I think it's open. I do, because I still like the arms I'm seeing. I like the, and when you pitch, you're just in it. You're just going to be in it. I mean, hitting is tough now, and I think that, and these guys are not going to hit 170. They're just not. And the big question I ask a lot of these teams is the willingness to make certain moves at the trade deadline. And it's more critical now without waivers and, after the deadline, all these things. You have to kind of decide if you're in it or not. And do you give up the farm to just get a wild card slot? Like that's the other question. Maybe if you're the Mariners, maybe for a team that just hasn't been there much, you kind of say, fine, I just got to get in. But the Astros, they're not that team. They're not playing to kind of be like, yeah, let's just kind of back in and give up 10 prospects to get like one more arm. So I'm watching what they do when it counts about what they need at the right time to make the push. Because I think by then, if Cam Smith sort of is who he can be, or if, Christian Walker or Diaz, these guys, they're going to be, I'm looking at them and saying they're going to have a heck of a second half, right?
Yeah.
So if they do, you never can get enough arms, but yeah, you might get a piece here and there, an outfielder, a big bat kind of thing. Alvarez might have to take some time, at some point with being banged up, but I don't think there are a lot of pieces away, really.
Doug, really appreciate the time. Great stuff. We'll be listening on this weekend, Sunday night, whenever you call the Padres and Astros.
Yep, I'll be there for Sunday. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Doug Glanville, very good at his job. I used to love watching him play, too. Good, rangy,
really good center fielder, yeah.
He led the league in at-bats one year. What does that tell you? He hit leadoff a lot.
They did.
He hit leadoff a lot. Doug Glanville on the call this weekend, ESPN Radio. We're carrying that Padres-Astros coverage starting at 6 p.m. If you want to comment on anything he had to say, 713-780-3776. Whenever he said the Astros aren't one to give up like a lot of prospects for arms, I immediately thought of Drew Gilbert and Ryan Clifford for Justin Verlander. A lot of people don't love that. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. Let's get to the wisdom of Magic Johnson. Also, the deep-rooted hatred that exists between Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green has me fired up. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ryan's working for Brian again. Brian's pretty much had the whole week off. Ryan, where'd you go to school? I mean, no. Don't pass off the microphone again like you did yesterday. Running for the hills. Went to
UHD.
There we go. UHD. What kind of hat are you wearing right there? What kind of hat is that?
We're not going to talk about that.
Yeah.
Is that Arkansas?
Went to UHD wearing an Arkansas hat. You're at the wrong station, Ryan.
Well, you see, someone had to wear it because, someone has to think of the diversity here.
I don't know where to go with that.
I was wondering where you were going to go.
Some would say we're not the very most diverse station in the city. In fact, it's been a criticism of ESPN 97.5
in the past.
I think there's plenty of
things have
diversity
changed.
So
since
this is how ESPN 97.5 gets its diversity. We have an intern wearing an Arkansas hat. Never say that we're not diverse again. I'm just messing with you, Ryan. Appreciate all the work you're doing for us. Very little shoes to fill too behind the glass. So Magic Johnson, let's get some Mozart playing here for the wisdom of Magic Johnson. I feel like you have to play a little classical music whenever you're reading the analysis of one Magic Johnson, one of the greatest that has ever played the game, defying odds, by the way, defying odds.
Indeed.
At this age, how did he do that?
No,
by the way?
I mean,
last 30 more years.
He went to another country where they don't have an FDA and found.
Really? Good for him.
Like a stem cell thing?
Does that fix what he had?
I don't know. I'm asking.
Just from what I've heard, there were possible solutions outside of the realm of the United States that may have worked.
Who told you this, Chuck?
Not going to tell you.
Did you hear what they're calling STDs now, by the way? They're calling them STIs. Apparently it's like up big time in Houston. Like the STI infection rate right now in Houston is unbelievably high. It's spiking big time. I've read that on the internet.
Bad time to be single, Paul.
I guess infection. Whenever I saw that headline the other day, I had never seen that acronym in my life. I had never seen
Those
STIs.
aren't two different things.
Disease was too harsh.
Well, no, I think they are two different things. I think disease is the one where there's a disease, and the infection is one where there's an infection. I think they're very different.
Okay.
But they're both high in Houston right now. So be careful out there on the streets. Yeah. Paul needs to be looking out for himself.
Yeah, Dale, watch out when you're cruising around the retirement home. Yeah, Mapes.
Ryan's probably single.
Ryan, I assume he's single.
He's wearing an Arkansas hat. Of course he's single. So you guys be careful out there. It's just me informed. But here's Irvin Magic Johnson, the sophistication, the brilliance of one of the greatest players that has ever played the game and a survivor. Gave his analysis on Twitter about the Rockets and the Warriors. For the Golden State Warriors versus Houston Rockets, there will be plenty of fireworks with the Houston Rockets, ! Nobody from the Warriors can stop Houston's center, Alperen Şengün. The Rockets are more athletic than Golden State, led by Jalen Green, Amin Thompson, and Alperen Şengün. And Fred VanVleet is an NBA champion with plenty of playoff experience. Golden State, with future Hall of Famer and the best shooter in the NBA, Steph Curry, are going to need playoff Jimmy Butler to also dominate. But who will step up for the Warriors in this matchup? I saw Brandon Pezominski score 28 points against my Lakers. If Jonathan Kuminga's answer as the X factor, I'm thinking Warriors in 7.
Is Kuminga going to play?
Kuminga's been DNPs for a while now.
I mean, that's one thing. You go off and you basically sing the Rockets' praises and give them all kinds of praise and go, I got Warriors in 7.
I wonder if
Let us down lightly.
I wonder if you guys had the same reaction to reading that I did. It sounds like Magic's tweets are written by AI.
No, the grammar's too bad.
Okay, good, fair point. But the way it's written is written like somebody is describing basketball for the first time.
Yes.
Yeah, it's written like, All-Star center Alperen Şengün, Warriors have no one to stop him.
That's kind of how he talks, though. Like, he lays it on a little thick. He lays it on thick.
Yeah, he's definitely a schmoozer.
Yeah. I think that's like how he talks. But like the exclamation marks and like the way that some of it's written, like saying Fred VanVleet twice or Alperen Şengün twice instead of just saying Şengün.
Playoff Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Instead of instead of playoff P or playoff
Best
Jimmy.
shooter in the NBA. He gives you a little description of the player before he talks about the player. Just laying it on a little thick. Irvin Magic.
Known to do that, yes. Look, Greatest shooter, he could have said, and I noticed that he didn't say, but I think it's true. Steph's the greatest shooter in NBA history, not just in the NBA right now.
Well, he doesn't want to go that hard of a stance. He's playing he's doing that on purpose.
Yeah, he's just tiptoeing in the middle of the fence.
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. Because he doesn't want to, go one way or the other. Here's another one from Irvin Magic. This has nothing to do with Houston. I enjoyed watching the NCAA Gymnastics Championships. We were leading after 2 rounds, and I love how competitive my Michigan State Lady Spartans were all the way to the end. We didn't qualify, but they gave it all they had. I want to thank head coach Mike Rao and every single gymnast that competed today. Amy Doyle, Michaela Tucker, Gabrielle Stephen, Olivia Sarmani, Delaney Harkness, and Sage Kellerman.
It's AI, man.
That's not AI.
He's AI.
Which I thought Michigan State had to get rid of their gymnastics program for that Dr. Larry Nassar. Nassar, however you say it.
Yeah, Larry Nassar.
How are they allowed to keep their program?
Yeah, seriously.
Maybe they went away and came back?
I don't know.
Wait a minute. He said they didn't qualify, but then he said he was proud of how they performed in the actual NCAAs.
Well, I don't think they advanced or whatever, or maybe podiumed or I don't know. I don't keep up with NCAA gymnastics. You're asking the wrong guy here.
I know. SportsCenter today said they had their top 3 plays, and one of them was the top 3 plays from the men's NCAA gymnastics tournament, and then they showed all the women's highlights. Oops. Don't watch it much, huh?
This text is brutal. STIs are up because of people like Magic's son, daughter. It's messed up, man.
Oh.
We're not going to read that kind of stuff on the air. 713-780-3776.
Did he not, as well as James Worthy back in the day, have a couple of issues here in Houston?
I don't know, man.
Worthy did for sure. He got caught with 2 prostitutes in a hotel here.
I mean, I think it's safe to say Magic had issues.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, was he ever
Magic slept with more than one woman? Yeah.
No, was he? Thank you, Brian. Was he ever arrested here?
No idea.
Magic?
Yeah, I know Worthy was for sure.
I don't think Magic was ever arrested, period.
For any kind of, okay.
I don't think Magic's ever been arrested.
No, he's too busy having AI write his tweets.
Well, AI wasn't around then. STI you can get rid of, STD you can't.
Oh, that's the difference? I
According to
it
this texture.
had to be some sort of delineation.
The more you know, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Experience matters.
That was the first time I've seen that acronym, but you did notice how whenever they talked about more than one, they added an S at the end. You did notice that. It wasn't multiple STIs.
RBIs.
You did notice that, right? Yeah. I just wanted to point that out. Cam is producing compared to the rest of the lineup. What are y'all talking about? Talking about Cam Smith. I mean, Cam Smith's hitting 200 with a 591 OPS.
Yeah, and I brought it up because Doug Glanville's been there, done that before as a former first-round pick coming up to the big leagues, just asking him about his experiences.
The Astros, Altuve, Paredes, Jordan, Walker, Pena, Yiner, Rogers, Myers, Smith today for their first of 3 against San Diego. Let's looking at batting average. Cam Smith has a better batting average than 2 Astros in the lineup today. Christian Walker, 154, Yiner, 130. Smith is right at the Mendoza line. OPS, 591 for Cam Smith. He's higher than 2. Walker, 482, and Yiner, 397. So he's outproducing Walker and Yiner, which is a problem because they're your 4 and Yiner got demoted to the 6th spot, but they're 2 guys in the middle of your order, so it is a problem. But Smith is also being outperformed by the likes of Jake Myers and Brendan Rodgers. So which side do you want to argue from?
Is that good on Rodgers and Jake, or is that really bad on 2 guys that you're leaning heavily on offensively? Because I would say it's pretty bad.
I think it's the latter more than it is the former. Dylan.
I mean, the expectation of bringing up Cam Smith was not so he could just outproduce people hitting in the 150s.
Yeah, below the Mendoza line.
Yeah, that wasn't the expectation of bringing him up. He's not. They didn't think he was ready because he could hit 200.
And look, we're not going to bash on Cam Smith until he has 100 plate appearances. We're not going to say he's been abysmal and all this stuff. We're not going to do that until he has 100 plate appearances. Dylan, the Canadian, about to take that loss like Drake. Grimace emoji.
Jeez.
I started to watch that gold documentary yesterday.
On the Olympic
chase
team?
for the gold. Yeah, have you watched that?
I have not.
I fell asleep about halfway through the first one. It's not bad though. It's not awful. It's not I'll finish it. It might take me a while, but I'll finish it. Speaking of Dylan Brooks, Dylan and Draymond, they got some deep-rooted hatred that I took the deep dive today. It is interesting stuff, the hatred these two have for each other, and it makes me fired up for the NBA playoffs that started on Sunday for the Rockets. All right, 713-780-3776. We'll hit that on the other side. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you have an annoyance in your life like Draymond Green or like Dylan Brooks, and you want to escape that annoyance, Well, how about Two Creeks Crossing Resort? It's the best weekend idea. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the rat race. Get out of the hustle and bustle. Get out of the traffic. Whatever is causing you that stress and anxiety, get away and enjoy the great landscape at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Open green spaces. Beautiful wildlife that you just don't see in the city. And mature, majestic trees that are just so beautiful. Also, if you like to fish, drop your line in the water. They have some of the best fishing in Texas on their creeks. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. Don't have to waste your time driving all day or going to the airport. No, it's just 90 minutes, hour and a half, and you can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. They always take care of their customers. They love their visitors. You can hike on their 92-acre property. You can kayak their water. How about the pickleball? Some pickleball. That's always fun. They have pickleball courts for you. Or you can just hang out by the pool, have a drink or two. That's no problem there either. From camping to cabins to tree houses or pull up the RV, they have the perfect stay for anyone. And right now, you can save 20% on your next 2-night stay. That's right. Sunday through Thursday, 2-night stay minimum, 5-night stay max. You can save 20% on rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, tents, whatever. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. We'll get to Dylan Brooks, Dylan the villain, Draymond Green, beef, real in a moment. But Israel, he wants to talk Cam Smith. And we were talking Cam Smith, and we do what the people tell us to do, especially on a Friday. So if Israel wants to talk Cam Smith, we'll let Israel talk Cam Smith. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up, Israel?
What's up, yo? Hey, y'all talking about Cam. Cam, first of all, he was a throw-in. Don't act like they traded for Cam. It wasn't
a throw-in? He's a top 20 prospect.
Okay, I ain't gonna let him say nothing. Okay, then.
I mean, it was inaccurate, Israel.
Okay, but he's in the majors. Don't y'all? I know y'all gave the batting averages, the batting averages that he, you know what I mean. But what about his on-base percentage? It's not the last. He's not. The ones who's supposed to be producing is not. First thing was like he's not going to be able to play right field. He's showing that arm and he's playing right field. He's built for right field and never played it. He is the key to that deal, even though he wasn't the primary reason for the deal. It was the pitcher and the other guy. You know what I'm saying?
But I don't know what you're saying,
they moved
Israel.
him up, since they moved him up, a lot of people, how could they let him come up here and just go straight to the majors? You know why? Because he got talent, and they know it. And not only do we know it, the other guys, they ain't got no dingers. They ain't hit one out the park, and they never will. Myers and the other little guy, they can't compare to him. And they know it. And shout out to the GM, man. And Dana is the guy, man. And a lot of people hate it, but you know what I mean? It is what it is. Campbell's doing his thing. Well, look, they did the right thing. They got him in a position where he at. He's producing. Who they gonna put in the right field over him? Who better than him? They got nobody. I am.
Rack him.
Thanks, Israel. He gets excited.
Who's Kukuchi?
That bum.
He's the centerpiece of the deal. I mean,
that bum.
He was one of the highest rated prospects in the Cubs system, Israel. Come on, man.
Israel, I love the passion, and I agree with a lot of your points. That he's probably their best right fielder right now, despite atrocious numbers. But we're not talking about atrocious numbers until 100 plate appearances, so that's irrelevant. Not a throw-in the trade, though. Like, if any of those three guys were a throw-in, it was probably Wisniewski, because he was in the rotation, out of the rotation, always a fringe starter for them. He had a negative WAR last year. He's in his, mid to late 20s. Like, Wisniewski was the throw-in of that trade. Now, the Astros pitching lab, trying to get the most out of Wisniewski, looked pretty good so far. Now, who was the headliner between Isak and Cam Smith? I would argue that it was Cam Smith, because Cam Smith, like you said, Israel, is the most talented player in that trade. And I do think that Dana Brown was looking at the future more in that trade than anything else. Now, getting pieces that could help now also attracted him, but I think that he views Cam Smith as the best talent in that trade. So I disagree with the throw-in thing. And then the on-base percentage for Cam Smith is also not good. It's 280. 280 is not a good on-base percentage. But we're not looking at numbers until 100 plate appearances for Cam.
Yeah, no, I think when you look at the deal itself, Dana just kind of got in as when he was putting the deal together and trying to get the possible guys that he'd like to get back, he got himself a backup plan for Alex Bregman in the process. He got himself a guy that they were interested when he was being shopped as a member of the Rays before he was eventually sent to the Cubs last season. And he got a guy that inevitably did exactly what he needed him to be, which was the replacement for Alex Bregman if Alex moved on.
Texter saying that Israel's the worst caller y'all let on regularly. We're not going to do this whole texter bash caller thing. 713-780-3776. Israel has the courage and cojones that all you texters do not. He'll call in and he'll chat, he'll talk, and he'll tell us that our opinions are terrible and all that stuff.
He's no honey
bum.
That bum.
He's no Honey Glazed Branham.
Honey Glazed Brown was atrocious. That was awful.
And then he said he was going to come back and give it a shot the next day.
In fact, he was so bad, I want to strip him of his last name. He's no longer Honey Glazed Branham. He's now and forever will be just Honey Glazed. No more Branham. That's an embarrassment to the family name.
Call him Honey Glazed Asman.
Israel's a great caller too. Israel's hilarious. And plus, he used to only be a texter, and we told him to start calling in, and he did. This texter said he only wants to hear himself talk. I think he just likes to tell us that we're idiots from time to time. Texter Philip was excited to work on Good Friday versus having the day off. Why is Philip catching strays? Philip's not even here today. Philip hasn't called, and he's catching strays from the text line. What is that about?
I think Philip has replaced the most bashed on texture from what was it, MLA Paul? MLA Paul was taking all the bullets for a little while, but I think Philip might have taken that mantle.
Israel's starting to get it too. Gary gets it as well. This texture says Israel greater than Gary. Why is Gary catching strays today? Gary hasn't called in today. Why is he getting heat? I like Gary's call yesterday. He brought up a lot of very good points.
We had callers almost every day this week get attacked.
I know.
I mean,
what is
Keith
that?
obviously got attacked. Was it Wednesday for his not Brandon Webb.
By the way,
Webb take.
The future Cy Young Award winner and perennial every year Cy Young Award winning candidate is pitching tonight.
I thought it was last night.
I think he's pitching tonight.
Logan Webb?
Yeah.
I thought he pitched last night. Keith was up in my mention saying he pitches tonight.
I thought he was pitching I think he's pitching tonight. I thought that's what I saw.
Well, if Keith got that wrong, that is awful.
Maybe Logan Webb is pitching back-to-back nights
Drake
to bolster his 300 win candidacy.
Who was the last pitcher to do that?
Back-to-back nights, I have no idea.
He is pitching tonight. Keith got that wrong. He doesn't even know his future 300 game winners. What an idiot. No, I don't know who pitched back-to-back starts. Do you know who the last pitcher was that pitched 3 consecutive games, started 3 consecutive games?
Babe Ruth.
Cy Young.
No. Former Astro, actually. Started 3 consecutive games. Wasn't as an Astro, He would later become an Astro. But this guy is the last player to start 3 consecutive games.
Joe Negro?
Nope. You are thinking the wrong era. This guy pitched in the golden era of Houston Astro baseball.
I'm clueless.
It's got to be a relief pitcher then that was an opener.
Incorrect.
Oh.
It was Zach Greinke. Zach Greinke is the last pitcher in Major League Baseball history. It might be the last one to ever do it. That started 3 consecutive games.
Was that in the playoffs?
Nope. So I think they were playing the Astros. The first start was against the Astros, I believe. He was first inning. He was late covering the bag and spiked the ball in the dirt, and the umpire threw him out. And he wasn't even arguing the call. He was just mad at himself. Spiked the ball in the dirt, so he threw 5 pitches. So they decided to start on the next game. So he pitched the next game normal. Then it was the All-Star break, and then he started the next game out of the All-Star break. So he started 3 consecutive games for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Interesting.
Zach Greinke. Maybe the last time that'll ever be done in Major League Baseball history. And who else would have done it other than Zach Greinke? That's the most Zach Greinke thing ever.
It would have been like in the Babe Ruth era, way, way, way back when guys were just pussballing and throwing.
They were doing what?
Pussballing, just no fastballs.
Throwing soft is what it means. But
why do they call it that?
Because your arm was weak, because you just threw it like a lob. You've never heard that term before?
I have. It's just funny.
Okay.
Or an opener. I can see an opener doing it. You don't see openers as much anymore. It's kind of weird.
Even as an opener, though, I mean, even if you're throwing 1 inning, you still don't ask relievers to throw 3 days in a row very often, unless it's the playoffs
or an off day.
Or off day, sure.
You can have an off day mixed in there. We'll get to the Dylan Brooks stuff in a minute, but the listeners tell us what we do. But the Hive hierarchy, callers, way up here.
Mm-hmm.
Texters are next on the tier. How far do they separate? Probably not that much. They're probably pretty close.
Yeah.
Callers, texters, pretty close. Then you drop a little bit, and then you have your YouTubers, probably on the same level as the people on Twitter. And then rock bottom, you have the Twitchers.
So I'd go with a tier
fat guy in his underwear, living in his mother's basement.
I would go, the initial top tier would be callers and texters because it's immediate.
Uh-huh.
Then I would go Twitter.
Okay. Oh, you have Twitter.
And then I would go to the social media interactions.
You have YouTube below Twitter?
Yeah.
Really? Mm-hmm. And you have YouTube and Twitch on the same tier?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, there's only room for one rock bottom.
There's Christian Walker's slow start due to the injury at spring training. I don't know. Now, an oblique is not something to scoff at. And somebody just posted a video of his swing, and he does look like he has looks like he's got some slow movement with that core. Looks like Tiger Woods before he was activating his glutes.
That's not helping the Jose Abreu comparisons.
No, at all.
Remember when Abreu had to take 10
slow.
days off to rest, and then he came back and actually hit well the rest of the year?
Yes.
And it carried into the playoffs, and then obviously we know what happened the next year.
Yeah, what was he doing on that little?
I don't know.
It's like the LeBron sabbatical where he goes away overseas.
Went to Germany, found some new medicine.
Ocho, I'm still stuck on Lance saying Ray Allen was just a shooter in his comparison with Curry. Prime Ray Allen was much more than a shooter. What is he talking about? Prime Ray Allen could get his own shot off and didn't need a pick. And then, by the way, Prime Ray Allen would dunk on you too.
Yeah, go back and look at Ray Allen highlights with Seattle
Sonics
and Milwaukee.
or the Bucks, yeah.
Yeah, he was dunking over multiple guys. He had plenty of hops when he came out of UConn.
What's your favorite Ray Allen highlight?
The Miami game.
When he hit the game tire?
Corner three.
The step back, yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite is whenever he was which movie was he in?
He Got Game.
Yeah.
He Got Game, yeah. That was my favorite Ray Allen highlight. I thought that was some of his best work.
They're doing a remake.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to be it?
He's playing himself as an older guy, and his son is going to be the main character. I forget who's playing.
Really?
And Denzel's supposed to be back. I think Denzel will be back, at least in part.
You still talk to Ray?
Not as much.
What's he up to? Where's he living?
He's coaching his coaching his son's high school team and living in I believe in Miami.
Man, if I made as much money as Ray Allen, I would not be coaching.
He loves the game. And he wants to make sure his son he coaches his sons. He has multiple sons that play ball.
Oh, that's good for him. I wouldn't do it. No chance. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to Draymond Dillon a little bit. Kelly Iko covers the Rockets for The Athletic. He'll join us next to break down the Golden State-Houston series, which begins on Sunday. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Let's go to the great Kelly Eco joining us on the HR&P guest line, regional NBA reporter for The Athletic, of course, from Houston. Kelly, intriguing series. You know, Houston, of course, the 2 seed, Golden State, the 7. Warriors, though, are the betting favorite in the series, opened up at -200 to win the series, been bet down a little bit. When you break this one down, what are the key areas? What are the key matchups that really have your interest the most?
Well, obviously, right off the bat, the biggest matchup probably is going to be Amen Thompson on Steph Curry and Dylan Brooks on Jimmy Butler, just because, you know, those are the Warriors' 2 offensive hubs. And, you know, given how they performed since the trade acquisition of Butler, you know, they've played essentially a top 5 rate since then. It's going to be uber important for the Rockets to be in sync defensively. You know, this is a Warriors team that you guys are very familiar with in terms of their ball movement, their player movement, just the way they're able to confuse opponents on a nightly basis. And a young team like the Rockets, who are largely inexperienced in this realm, you know, they could find themselves in trouble if they don't get things under control early. So for Amen, for Dylan, obviously keeping those guys at bay is going to be, you know, the biggest keys to advancing in this series, because the large perception, the public perception, I can't think of how many times I've seen a number 2 seed be underdogs in the series. So it goes without saying that the Warriors' experience will come in handy, but for Houston to find a way of advancing, it starts with Thompson defending Curry and Brooks defending Jimmy Butler.
Kel, I walked in and Ryan, our intern, mentioned to me that Jabari is having some issues with his groin. Is that anything to worry about? And then how do you feel like they're going to implement the double bigs? We saw in the 7-8 matchup, we saw that Golden State had trouble with size. But as Jeremy and I talked about, it's really unrealistic to think you can run that out there for extended periods of time.
Yeah, and the Warriors have proven over the years that they specialize in exploiting bigs, and there's a reason why Alperen, for I guess the duration of his career, has often struggled against Golden State. He had a good game in the most recent meeting, but from a double big perspective, the reason why that could be potentially tricky is because if you watch Houston's last game of the regular season against Denver, Ime tried to use that lineup, and instead of playing the 2-3 zone, he tried to play them in the man-to-man coverage. Now, the problem with doing that against a team like the Warriors that is a top 5 team in terms of three-point attempts, three-point makes, they're going to move the ball around. They're going to put you in precarious positions where you have to adjust quickly. Alperen, Şengün, and Steve Adams are not the quickest of big men, and there's a potential that those guys can be caught out lacking on a routine basis. So I think it really depends on how the game is going. It's probably a better thing to use when Steph is off the floor, because you won't have to worry as much of being caught out in a mismatch put it on the island. But it's still a tricky lineup to use, because the whole purpose of that double big lineup is to give themselves an advantage on the offensive glass and to give themselves extra positions. But the Warriors, I think they were 5th in offensive rebounds per game. So this is not a clear-cut advantage that the Rockets can point to say, okay, we want to throw this lineup out to give us, 3 or 4 extra cracks at the ball. The Warriors are also a great rebounding team as well. So it's going to be a very tricky chess match in that regard.
Being joined by Kelly Eco on the HR&P guest line.
I was just going to ask Kelly before we move on. Jabari's okay?
I think it should be fine. I mean, obviously the groin is a tricky thing, but I don't think any of these guys are going to miss game 1. I think you have to drag him out of the hospital. That was going to happen. I think you'll be fine.
Kelly, this came up on the show yesterday. A texter asked us, and it led to a pretty good conversation. Who has the coaching advantage in this series?
That's a great question. Obviously, you would have to give the coaching advantage to Steve Kerr because of what he's done with this team, the longevity, the continuity, that's even a word, of that group. But, obviously, Ime has coached against Steve Kerr on a number of occasions, most recently in the NBA Finals. And he obviously learned some lessons in terms of what to do, what not to do against this team. The issue is when you have the combination of Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond, that championship cachet kind of trumps anything else that you could bring to the table. So the Rockets are going to have to play not perfect games, but the margin of error for them is very little. I don't think this is a situation where you can come out and have a slow first quarter or a slow, third quarter, because the Warriors know how to capitalize on that, and they have done so many times in the past to earn themselves that respect and that right. So from a coaching perspective, Ime is going to have to be on, 10 in terms of execution, adjustments, X's and O's, just overall control of the game, because we've seen so many times the Warriors outcoach opponents and they put themselves in a bind and they're not able to get out of that. So he was going to have a lot of pressure in terms of the coaches that are trying to put together a potent game plan.
Kel, we know Steph and Jimmy. We know Alperen and Jalen. But who are the X factors on either side of the equation for these two teams?
For Golden State, I would say the X factor for them outside of Steph and Jimmy is Brandon Podziemski in terms of the shot making, in terms of just being the third scorer. Can he be a reliable source of offense? Because, the Warriors like to stagger their lineup sometimes, and you'll see Jimmy out there with Pods or Pods with Steph, and it's just to give them such a different look. Can Brandon be that consistent source of floor spacing, playmaking, three-level scoring? Can he do that? For Houston, I don't think it's as much of a specific player as it is their ability to switch effectively. The Rockets are a top 10 team in terms of switching frequency, but they're the fifth worst in terms of points given up on those switches. And it's a really confusing stat, because on paper you would think that this team is one of the best switching teams in the NBA because of their number of athletes, their size, their physicality, but they haven't been particularly good on switches. And one thing the Warriors do really well is force a lot of switches. They hunt mismatches, they move the ball, they move players, they relocate, and they try to look for the best shot possible. The Warriors also struggle in terms of actual shot making, but the regular season and the playoffs are two very different animals. So I don't think they can lean too much on that lack of shot making in the regular season, because this is going to be a slugfest, and this is going to be a very grinded out type of game. So the Rockets are going to have to make sure that they switch crisply, they switch with communication, and they switch effectively.
Kelly Eco covers the NBA for The Athletic. Lots of conversation about the previous time that these two teams played, and you had the Draymond Alpi drama. Draymond and Dylan have no love lost for each other. Even Ime and Steph were chirping a little bit after a timeout.
Right.
Dylan was asked about, hey, do you think you're going to be ejected in this series? And Dylan's like, I'm not getting ejected. How chippy do you expect this series to be?
Very chippy, very chippy. I'm surprised that Scott Foster is not clamoring for game one of this series, because this is going to be an extremely emotional series on both sides. I know the Rockets fan base has a lot of PTSD about Steph Curry in that building, and I know the Warriors have made it a particular point of pride to not have ever been beaten by the Rockets in the series. So I don't think that there's going to be any lack of fireworks, any lack of text. I'm just waiting to see who's going to actually throw the first blow.
Kel, I'm curious. I mean, we talked about the fact that, the Rockets are talking like they weren't here and around for the way that the Rockets got manhandled by the Warriors in the Warriors' heyday. Right. But they can't forget it and escape it because it hovers over them continuously. I'm curious from your perspective. We've talked about it on the show. This season has been a success for them no matter what they do in the playoffs. Do they have to win this series in your mind for it to be a success for you and for everybody else?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they have to. I think getting to 52 wins in a season where they arguably could have gotten to 60, I think that's as big of a success as anything. I don't think that they will be looked at, with disgust or disappointment if they don't beat the Warriors. I mean, clearly America thinks that the Warriors are the favorites in the series, regardless of their seed, because of the experience factor. So if they lose this series to Golden State, I don't think it's a bad season. It's still a great season. It just shows that there's still a level that the Rockets have to reach, and that comes in the off season in terms of figuring out, do you need to bring in extra pieces? Are you looking for a blue chip caliber player? That sort of thing.
Kelly, always appreciate the time. Great stuff as always. Looking forward to your coverage of the NBA playoffs.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
You got it. Kelly Eco covers the NBA. He didn't say your name.
He didn't do it this time.
He didn't do it. I was waiting for it. He didn't give it to us, though. We'll react to what Kelly had to say. Also, the drama. Dylan Brooks, Draymond, it has me fired up. It has me fired up. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Something else that has me fired up. Truck Month. Truck Month has me fired up. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. Transparent, no hassle pricing. They're not going to annoy you, which is always fundamental in car buying. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere, great culture. They hire good people. Their salesperson of the week, Theo Neal. Theo's worked with Monument Chevrolet for nearly 2 decades, dedicated to his customers, listens to what they say, guides them through the car buying process, and gives them the information they need to make an informed decision. So we like Theo. Ask for Theo next time you're at Monument Chevrolet. But you ask for it, and Monument Chevrolet, listen, Truck Month has been extended through the end of April, so a few more weeks to take advantage of this. That means you get employee pricing on Chevy Silverado 1500s through April 30th. Unbelievable deal, but there is one catch. Stock is limited, so if you're looking for a new truck, Silverado 1500, you better get over there now. Stock is going fast. Put that tax return to work and get a great deal and a great truck now at Chevrolet. And we told you, they're fair. They are transparent. They're not going to hassle you. Get a fair deal, fast deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now's the time to do it. Take advantage of Truck Month through the end of April. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, or just get out to the dealership. 225 Beltway 8, Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Great year for the Rockets regardless, but just don't get swept. They're going to win. Golden State's record with Jimmy Butler's 23-7. That's cool. It's about to be 23-11. All right, peep that scenario. As soon as Draymond starts bullying Şengün, Dylan's going to whoop his head, and Adam's going to get revenge on his Go Rockets rocket emoji. I am wearing my Rockets jersey that they gave me. Fit's good. Fit is nice. I'm ready to go. Ready to run through a wall. Draymond, Dylan Brooks, they go way back. They had some beef a couple of years ago. This was Draymond going off on Dylan Brooks. I'm not really sure what initiated this, what started this. They probably played in a game or something. But Draymond Green just went scorched earth on Dylan Brooks.
If you ever wondered why the Memphis Grizzlies is not ready to compete for a championship, look no further than this idiot right here. They're actually depending on this guy to help them win a championship. And he says his game is cool. Quite frankly, that just shows how little you know about basketball. And you run around talking about a dynasty. The dynasty starts after you, not with you. I'm trying to figure out why they like you in Memphis. I'm not sure your teammates like you, because it ain't happening right now, Chad. You a clown.
He cut a wrestling promo on Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
Cut a wrestling promo on him. It is WrestleMania weekend. He's Dylan and Draymond in the marquee. Go ahead.
It's interesting that was, I think, 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
And the thing is that when you go back in retrospect and think about that, that's right about the time that after that year that they moved on from Dylan Brooks. And so maybe there was a little truth to the fact that, at least from the locker room standpoint in Memphis, because now we're hearing he got blamed and they wanted to move on from him to get a tougher Marcus Smart type veteran in the locker room, where maybe there were some players that were disillusioned with him, but it turns out he wasn't the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. So weird, Draymond going off on Dylan, doing his thing, cutting a wrestling promo. Here was apparently Dylan Brooks doesn't do social media, I guess. I don't know. I don't follow players or whatnot. But he says he didn't do social media. Maybe he still doesn't, but he didn't do it then. But his teammates showed him that video that we just played for you. And here was Dylan Brooks responding to that Draymond clip from a couple of years ago.
It was some funny stuff, not a championship player. I feel like my stuff that I said was facts, and we'll see at the end of the year what they do with him. But does it piss you off? No, because I know I'm a better player than him. I can do the same stuff like he does. That's easy. That's just showing up to work. Me, I try to score. I try to figure out plays. I try to call out plays for my team. So just the fact that he was trying to pin my teammates against me, that's a low blow. So and that's what type of player he is.
And you're secure, obviously, with your teammates. You guys ran together.
Yeah, 100%. These are my guys. We grew it all together. I ain't out there, getting physical altercations with my teammates. I sit there and talk to them, try to, not break them down, but build them up.
Never decked one?
No, never. as much as I want to, I know being trying to be the best leader as possible, trying to get my point across. Even with guys that are solidified or whatnot. I try to find ways to be the best leader.
There you go. You threw a little shade that Draymond punched Jordan Poole.
Yeah,
no, it wasn't lost on me.
I like it, and I like the fact that, first of all, I mean, that he's solidified here, and his contract also is a great indicator that he ain't going anywhere. But look, he's been great, and I think that it's tough because people take a lot of shots at Draymond, and Charles used to call him the triple single. The one that's tough for me is the fact that I'd say borderline Hall of Fame, but most people think he's Hall of Fame. I don't know that I'm always willing to go that far, but he's unsung too in the fact that he defensively and the way that he goes about passing and knowing the game is, I think, undervalued to some degree because of all the antics. But I think both guys deserve their flowers for Draymond's career, for Dylan Brooks since he's been a Rocket.
Here was Dylan right after they played again. This little, however long this timeline was, they played again. It was on national TV. Grizzlies beat the Warriors, and Dylan after the win, and then altercations with Draymond Green in that game too.
What was the message that you had to Draymond?
That's what I do. I talk, and I told him, I told him that keep that mic. You better have the mic than hooping. You know what I'm saying? So keep doing this podcast, keep blogging, keep doing this thing off the court. It's cute, it's fun for him.
That was an impressive showing tonight.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. You should give the mic to Draymond. Make him talk about me.
What was that?
Make him keep talking about me so I can play better.
All right, guys. Oh, my goodness.
Then you had the drama on April 6th. Draymond, Alpy, Dylan got in the mix there. Ime talking to Steph. This fires me up for Sunday. I'm ready to go.
Not just for Sunday, the
Ready
whole
to play
series.
now. Yeah, but Sundays you can't have a series without game one.
Obviously. I just think that you heard it from Kelly. I think that this is going to be a chippy series. This is going to be really must-see TV in the first round, besides maybe Minnesota, the Lakers is a first-round matchup. I know people are saying Detroit, New York. This is the series everybody wants to see, and it's the young guns.
Certainly in Houston.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, obviously, the young guns, the Rockets, who are going to continue to be on the rise, and the Warriors trying to hang on. But, yeah, it's going to be fun to see, like, if Dylan does get into it with Draymond, he's got his teammates back. Who's coming to his defense, too?
Alpy.
I think I'm in.
Jalen, I'm in. They all do. They're all tough. Yeah. Ime has instilled that in them. Ime might off the bench. What's Royal Ivy up to? Royal Ivy's going to sprint onto the floor, clock somebody. He's going to pull on Alpy Şengün's leg like Jeff Van Gundy pulled on. Was it Alonzo Mourning or was he yanking on Ewing?
It was Zoe.
It was Zoe. That's right.
Yeah,
Opposition. Royal Ivy's going to pull at JVG. Start ripping it.
I'm pretty sure
Kevon Looney's legs.
I think Royale's capable more than JVG was capable of in that moment.
Ready. Did you hear what Nick Wright said today? He was, it might have been today, but a podcast that's been circulating around the internet today. I was talking about Dylan Brooks. A lot of people in Houston are mad at him. Here's what he had to say.
I am historically not at all a fan of Dylan Brooks. And one of the reasons I'm not a fan of Dylan Brooks is I think he's a dirty, dangerous player. But that's also a huge bummer for the Warriors because Dylan Brooks will try to undercut somebody. Dylan Brooks will do things that put other guys in jeopardy. And Draymond is just going to play incredibly physical and tough and might occasionally, now, I guess, Draymond does have a soft spot for hitting European centers. This is kind of his favorite thing. Or, you know what I mean? Whether it's Steven Adams, he's not European, Rudy Gobert, Domantas Sabonis. Yeah. So maybe Şengün needs to keep his head on a swivel. But, this is going to be a real fight. And Ime Udoka is going to encourage the fight.
He's got a thing for European centers.
Nick Wright is such a tool.
I love that he said Draymond's going to play it tough and clean, and it's like, well, he does like to punch Europeans.
Spot for European
and
centers.
not to forget. Let's also not forget his track record of kicking people in the nuts.
That too,
but he's going to play it tough and clean. Whatever.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. My first takeaway there is, Nick, how much basketball do you watch to realize when has Draymond been above board? Draymond's all about if the ref's not looking and the follow-throughs and the kicks in the groin and. Come on, man.
Letting loose with the elbows.
Yeah, all of that.
He's dirty. I mean, Dylan's no dirtier than Draymond.
I think Draymond's dirtier than Dylan.
I would agree.
I don't think that Dylan is unsafe. I don't think that Dylan Brooks is Bruce Bowen, sticking his foot underneath somebody's landing spot. I don't think he's trying to goon somebody and hurt them and get them out of the game or the series. He's borderline though. He can be borderline tough, physical, which sometimes can go the other way. So I don't think Nick Wright is terribly out of line here. Now, I wouldn't call Dylan dirty. I would say he's tough, physical, all those things. But I can understand how people think he borders on it. Secondly, good. I want the Golden State Warriors to feel that way. I want Steph Curry to think that when he leaves his feet for a three-pointer, that Dylan Brooks might be sliding underneath him. I want them to have that fear. And I'm not calling for Dylan Brooks to hit the Lamar Jackson whenever he's out of bounds and draw a 15-yard penalty. But I want the Rockets to have the reputation where the other team is scared to play them because of their physicalness. So I'm happy that Nick Wright said this. I want the fear for Golden State to be, oh no, what's Dylan Brooks going to do to me? Oh no, what's Amin Thompson going to do to me? Because you gain an advantage before you even tip off.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing from a Rockets perspective is this can't be their number one focus, and they can't worry about this. They have to stay clear of the fray in a lot of ways, because this is a tactic that he's going to use. Draymond is going to use this every single game of this series. The fact is that they need to stay focused on, we need to stop Steph first. We need to stop Jimmy Butler second. We need to be above that. And that's why I think that I was so proud of them the way they played that last game of the regular season against the Warriors. Alpy could have gone after him. Dylan Brooks could have gone after him. And he kept pushing them, and they were able to take the high road and do what, and they used it as motivation, as we heard Dylan likes to do. And he likes the fact that when people talk to him, he uses it. I think they all need to do that and realize that he's actually doing it to try and get under their skin, and they need to stay clear of it.
I mean, Draymond's not really talking right now, though. Like, what do you mean?
Who?
Like, you talking about, like, in the game?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think Dylan's going to do the same thing, though. Like, Dylan and Draymond are very similar. Like, let's be honest. They're very similar players.
I'm curious if Dylan will instigate it.
Oh, I think so.
I don't.
Absolutely, I think so. I think Dylan Brooks will be all up in their kitchen.
There's one thing to say that he's going to body them, be physical, and be tough with them. That's one thing. But I don't think he will instigate the talking. I think that if it starts, he'll hold his own. I don't think he'll start it, because I think it's been a point of contention with this team preparing for this series.
We'll see. Dylan Brooks ain't usually hesitant or bashful about starting a little yapping.
I understand that.
They might be different this series, and we won't know until the series plays out. But that has not been his MO. Like he chirps
in the regular season.
He talks
with the technicals and everything else. He is free and clear and goes off to instigate on a nightly basis. I think it's going to be different in this series with that guy.
Yeah, maybe. It's going to be fun. Draymond is a thug and should be banned from the league. Dang, that's a little harsh.
You think he's a Hall of Famer?
Oh yeah. And look, the reason that I think he's a Hall of Famer, like who on the Twitch line said here, let's see. Somebody said Hall of Very Good. Rhino said Hall of Very Good. And I think Rhino's right. I think Draymond is Hall of Very Good. But the Basketball Hall of Fame is the Hall of Very Good. Like, look at all these guys who make the Hall of Fame. They're all very good. I feel like the Basketball Hall of Fame has the lowest bar of any three professional
I think
sports.
that's accurate.
I don't think Draymond Green would take, like, if you put Draymond's career in the baseball, like in Major League Baseball or in the NFL, I don't think he'd be a Hall of Famer. But because the Basketball Hall of Fame has the lowest bar of the three, I 100% think Draymond Green will be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and I think it's such a wide spectrum with the Basketball Hall of Fame, because we don't know the criteria per se, but we know championships matter. We know Olympics matter. We know gold medals and that stuff matters. Individual awards matter. His statistics just across the board, other than a couple of seasons, have not been great per se. But he has done all the little things, and he has all the skins on the wall.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, if he played like on a middling NBA team, probably wouldn't be. But It does help that he was on a dynasty. Draymond definitely going to the Hall of Fame. Dylan not on his level. Without Steph, Clay, and KD, Draymond is playing in the Chinese league, the most mid stats ever, and gets credit for his defense, which is really just him punching or kicking people in the nuts. They initiate the offense through him sometimes. Like he kind of like is the point of attack on their offense a lot. And if you notice on April 6th, you know who was guarding Draymond? Fred VanVleet.
Really?
Fred VanVleet, which is interesting. All right, 713-780-ESPN. TK, Todd Callis, voice of the Astros. He's next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by the TV voice of the Astros, Todd Callis. Todd, thank you for taking a few minutes as always. Ryan Gusto gets the start. What did you see from his first start that gives you some encouragement about tonight and his future?
Yeah, I saw him throw strikes for the most part, just one walk in his 4 innings against the Angels. He's going to need to do that again tonight against a good Padres team. But I've liked what I've seen all the way going back to spring training. He was really good every time he went out there in the spring. Very solid in his 4 relief appearances. I think every time out, he's figuring some things out. He has not looked scared at the big league level. So today will be a good test for Ryan to see where he stands against a team that's 15-4.
TK, let's start with the positives. You know, everybody is obviously still concerned, and they're watching what happened in St. Louis. What are your positives coming off that road trip? What did you see that you really liked after that Cardinal series?
Yeah, I mean, other than Hunter Brown, there wasn't a lot to get excited about. They scored 3 runs in the first game. That was because Pena hit a 3-run home run in the 9th, down 8-0, and then they got 2 runs. But Hunter Brown in the bullpen shut out the Cardinals, so that was good to see. And then only 1 run yesterday against Steven Matz and another group of relievers for the Cardinals. That was kind of disappointing, or 2 days ago. That was kind of disappointing to see how they went out on Wednesday and didn't really hit the ball hard after the first 2 batters of the game. So you're looking for little things. You know, Yainer Diaz went to right field 3 times, lined out twice and hit a double off the wall and right another time. You're just looking for small wins, and for Yainer, that was a small win. Altuve continues to do his thing. Paredes didn't have any hits, but he's going to be fine. But they really need to get Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz going. And until that happens, this offense is going to struggle. And Jordan had the day off on Wednesday, so that didn't help either, because when other guys are struggling and there's no big man in the lineup, you don't have that punch. So hopefully tonight they'll face their 3rd lefty of the season in Kyle Hart. Hopefully tonight you'll see the offense come alive here at home.
Todd, be our therapist on this Friday. You mentioned Walker. You mentioned Yainer. They're not going to hit below the Mendoza line all year, right?
No, they're not. Yainer hit 299 for an entire season last year, so that's a pretty good sample size. Sample size is still pretty early, 54 at-bats for Yainer, 7 hits. For Christian Walker, I've talked to 2 different TV crews now who work in the National League, one of them earlier in the season and one of them more recently in St. Louis. And both of them said the same thing. They're like, this guy's going to be great. They can't believe we got him. They think he's one of the more underrated players in the major league. So what we've seen so far out of Christian Walker is not what they're telling us, but it's also a guy who's had the track record before, so you just have to hang with him. 65 at-bats in. Christian's frustrated. You can see it in a couple of close calls that have gone against them. Talking to umpires, it's going to get turned around for Christian Walker. He is not 38 years old. He's 34 years old. So the skills are still there. It's just a matter of getting some of these line drives to fall in. And truthfully, making better swing decisions. He had a stretch there of 4 games where he walked twice every game. Other than that, he hasn't drawn a walk all year. So in 14 games, he's got no walks, and he leads the team in strikeouts with 23. So he needs to make better swing decisions, do a better job of getting into hitters' count and swinging up strikes. But he knows that. He's going to be fine. I know it's frustrating because Astros fans are seeing similar things at first base that they saw when Jose Abreu got here. But I think this is going to be a whole different story at the end of the year.
Ty, you look at the series this weekend against a team that I don't think that they're under the radar per se, but with all the hype the Dodgers get, look, the Giants and the Padres have both been really good. The Padres are loaded, and this is going to be a really good test for a team that unfortunately hasn't been playing its best baseball. But this is kind of a big series early in the season for the Astros.
I think so. I think you kind of get tested as to how good you are right now. Last year was a phenomenal series in San Diego at Petco Park between these 2 teams. And, you know, the Padres are out there 15-4. They don't have a couple of their hitting stars. Jackson Merrill's out with an injury. Jay Cronenworth's out with an injury. But they're putting it together because their pitching staff is so good. Fewest runs allowed per game in the major league. So for a team that's struggling offensively, just 6 runs in that series in St. Louis, it's going to be a real test. Today's the guy, this starter in their rotation, Kyle Hart. You hope they can get to this guy because after that, it's Michael King and Dylan season doesn't get any easier.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. TK, you touched on Hunter Brown a bit at St. Louis, the 6 shutout innings. His scoreless inning streak has jumped up into I guess it's nearly to the teens, right? The 150 ERA on the year, picking up where he left off last season. I hate the ace term whenever you're talking about like who's the anchor on your staff and that sort of thing, but I do like the ace term when you're talking about the game's best pitchers. Has Hunter Brown entered the conversation as some of the game's best pitchers?
Yeah, he has. And for me, the big step, obviously, last year from May on, he was one of the best pitchers in baseball. And then how he pitched against his hometown team in the playoffs was another step. And now he's just going out there, and he looks supremely confident. He looks like he feels like there's no lineup that can touch him. So 17 straight scoreless. Hunter's not going to get the ball in this series. He will face Toronto in the first game of that series beginning on Monday. I'm really, really excited to see what Hunter brings in 2025. I honestly think he could be a guy that could contend for a Cy Young by the end of the year. He's that good.
TK, we talked about the fact that the kind of days off have kind of helped the Astros a little bit in terms of trying to make up for the fact that Eric Getty broke his thumb. We're going to see Gusto again tonight. Blue Ball has been pitching really, really well in Sugarland, but we know Lance is on the horizon too. Is Lance getting the first crack? Is it still like on par and on schedule for Lance to get that first crack at kind of jumping into the rotation to help out?
I think that's likely just because you have to do something with Lance. He is going to be done his 30-day window on the IL. And so Lance is not a guy – you have to make a decision. You can't – as much as Blue Ball deserves to maybe get a shot up here, you've already got 5 guys, plus Lance is coming after his start tomorrow. I would think that sometime in the next week or two, you might see Lance up here. So, yeah, I would say McCullers gets a crack before Blue Ball, but I'm excited what AJ Blue Ball has done. And you will more than likely see him at some point this year. You can never go a whole year with 5 or 6 starters, or 7 in this case when if Lance or Blue Ball come up. So, yeah, you're going to see him at some point this year, but I don't think it's his turn right now, barring something else happening between now and the next couple of weeks when Lance comes up.
Todd, great stuff as always. Very appreciative that you're able to join us from the ballpark and call some winners this weekend.
It should be a fun series. A lot of former Astros in town, and the Padres are the best record in baseball. So let's hope the Astros play well and get a series victory.
All right. It's Todd Callis, voice of the Astros, joining us. Today's interview, TK, brought to you by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. I was looking at the roster today for the Padres. You know how many former Astros they have? I know they have at least 3. Can you name those 3?
Musgrove.
Oh, he's on the IL, so I didn't count him. So you could count him. That'd be 4. Okay. Yeah, I didn't count him because he went on the active roster, but great call. Yeah.
I think that's it for me.
That's all you can name?
Yeah, the former Astros on the Padres?
Yeah, there's 3 on the offensive side. One would catch a lot. Dusty really liked him.
Oh, Maldi.
Yeah, one was a first baseman that they never wanted to get rid of. Fans never wanted to get rid of him. Really good. Golden era, first baseman. Sometimes borderline racist.
Oh, right. Yuli, Maldi, Musgrove, and
the other one's an outfielder. Wasn't an Astro for very long. Brief period of time. Was left-handed. He was left-handed. Can chew bubble gum. That was his calling card.
Trey Cabbage.
No, he's in Japan, I think. Cabbage. It's Jason Hayward.
Oh, that's right. Jay Hayes signed a 1-year deal. Yeah,
Jason Hayward's with the Padres.
I should have known that.
Yeah, Yuli, Maldi. Yuli and Maldi? Like, how are they still in the bigs? And they're playing with the Padres, who are unbelievable. Yeah. Very good. We will play Is He a Padre or a little bit later, but they're not on there, so it doesn't matter that I gave those away. All right, Who Said It? Coming up next. Stupid game. We'll play it when we return. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what's not stupid, though? Property taxes. Property taxes are stupid. That's why you need Ownwell on your side. Being a homeowner comes with a great responsibility, great cost. Ownwell is here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate, but also save you some money. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and we don't want it to be you because we love you. Head to ownwell.com right now. Sign up in less than 3 minutes, and their experts will be fighting for you. Cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront cost. Put your property tax savings back in your pocket, reinvest it, go out to a nice dinner, take the wife out, whatever you want to do. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish. They deliver top results, no upfront cost. You only pay if you save. There's no risk, all reward. 86% of Ownwell's customers do receive a reduction. So what are you waiting for? The average customer that receives a reduction saves over $1,100. Again, what are you waiting for? Head to ownwell.com right now. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start that protest today. Deadline to protest May 15th, so get over to ownwell.com today. That's OWNWELL, ownwell.com. Texture says, I'm pretty sure Christian Walker was born somewhere, and they gave his parents 4 years later. He might actually be 38. We got played again, just like Abreu.
That's more Miguel Tejada if he's older.
It's a good call.
We're saying that Walker must be older because he stinks right now. What do you think about him being injured?
I think there's a chance. I think that that players it's not the first time we've seen this where a guy tries to play through an injury, especially going to a new situation and not wanting to be out significant at time when you're being counted on. I think there's a possibility.
It's a quick time to come back from an oblique, and his core doesn't look like it's activating.
He could have rushed it.
Yeah, they're trying to make it look good for a new team.
Right?
Like he didn't play in the exhibition games here because he was in West Palm.
Good on him
ABs.
for not looking overmatched with fastballs, but I was struggling, but also
he's hitting 154. He looks overmatched, period.
Okay, I don't think that in terms of how it relates to being compared to a guy like Abreu, who looked like he just got dusted and blown away and just challenged completely by fastballs. aside from Castillo when they played the Mariners a little bit, I thought that he's caught up and still been able to put bat on ball with fastballs.
You might be 100% right. Just looking at Abreu's numbers before he was DFA'd last year and comparing them to Walker, which is not relative to fastballs and touching fastballs and all that. It's completely different. But just looking at overall productivity, Walker 154 average, 482 OPS currently. And it's still early in the year. Abreu last year, 124 average, 361 OPS. So, I mean, Walker's been better than Abreu last year.
But we know the comparisons are going to keep coming.
Cleanup man for the Houston Astros. Still can't believe that the Padres signed Yuli after the Yu Darvish stuff. Why not? I mean, they put it to rest, and they were fine. Like the next day, like Yuli apologized. You you accepted the apology. It was all good.
I think that it's a Padres decision. If they're the one making the offer, then they're okay with it. Yuli's going to be, at this point in his career, okay with anybody that's offering him a contract and a chance to play, and he's earned a spot on the roster.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN, whatever you want to talk about right now. Daniel Jeremiah on Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe.
Are you trying to filibuster your way out of who said it? Is that what's going on right now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Daniel Jeremiah on Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe. That's the lottery ticket. He's got the highest upside of anyone in the draft, including Cam Ward. What pick would you entertain the idea of the Texans drafting Jalen Milroe?
Joe, you're going to have to take this over if you want to do.
No, for real. We'll get to it real quick.
I mean, I've heard there's been some. I heard somebody on one of the national shows talk about, and even I think Lance backed it up, that there's some people that are guessing. There's odds on him being the number one overall pick. Other people are trying to. Yeah, they were talking about it this morning on the bench, but that I don't know where Lance pulled that from. But then there are other people saying that teams are going to draft him to be a running back. If you're going to draft him, I think he's like 6th round, 5th or 6th round.
He'll be drafted in the second.
Second round?
Oh, yeah, he'll be drafted in the second. Yeah, I don't think he can throw the ball. I mean, at first.
Huh.
He has elite running skills. Elite.
No, he's an unbelievable athlete.
I think he'll be a second-round draft pick.
Oh, I mean, I think the tell was he got invited to the green
true.
room for the draft. They're not inviting 6th-round picks.
Do you think the people that invite the pro prospects are in conversations with people who know about the draft?
That's what Lance's claim, that apparently there's a guy, and it used to be Gil Brandt, that would take a survey of basically everyone's boards and then invite the people that were kind of consensus top half of the draft.
Good.
Yeah, I definitely think that there's some intel.
So Milroe, to get that invite, has to be thought of pretty high.
You think there's any chance he gets in the back half of the first round, like the last 5 picks of the first round?
I think it's possible.
They're saying that Jackson Dart is moving
filibuster,
but I don't know.
What do you like about Jackson Dart?
Oh, come on! They ask for Jackson Dart.
All right, fine. Quote one.
Quote one. Jeez, we killed a lot of time there. All right, quote one.
I didn't cut enough.
I know. There's still enough time. We still got like 6 minutes. All right, quote one. I saw challengers. You're not even winning one of those events. She's not even winning the tournament in Cincinnati before you get to the U.S. Open. I think that was the timeline for that movie. People were focused on the Zendaya making those two guys kiss each other. And I was like, hey, let's get to the tennis. Stop being led around by this woman. You're trying to win a tournament here.
This is this movie that came out.
Challengers was a movie with Zendaya like 2 years ago. Yeah.
Oh, this is the one where she has 2 boyfriends?
Yes.
Yeah.
I saw previews of that, and that was awful.
Yeah, like she's super saucy off the court or something.
This isn't based on a true story?
I don't think so, no. But I don't know. I didn't see the movie.
So they were talking about that movie this week?
Well, there was a story that came up in the world of tennis, and it led into this person.
What was the story in the world of tennis?
I don't know if that might give it away.
So what was it?
Decline.
Paul Ardell, if it's any kind of movie, that movie reference?
I don't think they would be talking about an outdated movie like that, though. Like, it kind of sounds to me like John.
It wouldn't be News of the Weird?
Could be. He said it might give it away.
That's kind of random. I don't really have a feel for this one.
Well, let's do John then.
Okay.
Let's do it.
I saw challengers.
Okay, whatever.
You're not even winning one of those events. She's not even winning the tournament in Cincinnati. before you get to the U.S. Open. I think that was the timeline for that movie.
I can't believe you watched that movie.
That's what I say. The only two people I thought would have watched that movie is Dell or Paul.
Yeah, but he's usually more current. Like he wouldn't be. He usually doesn't talk about movies that are 2 years old. What happened this week?
So there was a match between female tennis players where apparently one of the competitors asked the umpire to make the other girl put on deodorant.
Oh, really?
Apparently she stunk, and then I don't remember how he and Sean transitioned over to challengers exactly, but that was where it started from.
Wow.
That movie looks awful. I can't believe you watched it. What did they have on IMDb or on Rotten Tomatoes?
I
It's
would
just called
guess it's
Challengers.
70 plus.
No chance.
I think it was reviewed decently. I didn't have any interest, but
it's at 88.
There you go.
It was saucy.
88%. Unreal. What other movies are overrated?
Nope. Quote 2. I like the effort, though. All right, quote 2. For the Rockets, it's pretty much Jazz and Warriors, and Jazz is pretty leftover, to be honest with you. What do the Jazz have that bothers? I mean, we've jazzed up the Jazz. The Jazz aren't even in. You're holding on to baggage. You got a lot of additional baggage. Most Rocket fans, younger Rockets fans, they could care less about the Jazz. The Jazz. What do the Jazz do to us? Those guys suck.
They said they could care less, not couldn't care less.
Yes.
That's
I meant to say it
terrible.
beforehand, because I intentionally included this one to trigger you, and you noticed it right away.
How do they let these people on
Definitely
air?
John and Lance.
Could care. If you could care less, you could care less.
Definitely John or Lance.
Okay, which one?
Because of the fact that I don't think anybody else.
I didn't say
here-
why. I said which one. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Respectfully.
I was thinking Lance.
Let's go for it. I suck at this game.
For the Rockets, it's
Atta
pretty much
boy!
Jazz
Yeah,
and Warriors.
give me some
And
love.
Jazz
Give me
is
some-
pretty
give me some
leftover.
love.
To be honest with you,
It's one of my love
what do the
languages.
Jazz have that bothers them?
Touch.
I'll leave it playing for the could care less.
Up. The Jazz aren't even in. You're holding on to baggage. You got a lot of additional baggage.
Yeah.
Most Rocket fans, younger Rocket fans, they could care less about.
Come
the
on,
Jazz.
Lance.
Like, Jack.
Don't hit me with a could care less. If you could care less, you would care less. You couldn't care less.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
He's got an excuse, though. He's up to here with draft work.
stuff,
If this
yeah.
happened in like August, I
Hand
would give him
placement.
more grief. But right now, let him off the hook.
He's talking about hip movement and hand placement. He's got a lot of things.
I
on
hope he
his plate.
doesn't slip up on NFL Network and say that, though.
Oof, that'd be a bad look.
I mean, you can get
Don't
away with
forget
it
ball
here.
skills.
You can't get away with it there.
Ball skills, yeah, big one. Hip
Man.
thrust.
What are other phrases that we use improperly?
All right, quote number 3. Oh, Australia? Those are some of the roughest people. Well, he's New Zealand. Or Australia? I think he's a New Zealander. And they're even rougher than the Australians because they're an offshoot of the criminals. Australia was made from the criminals that England tried to get all their criminals and everything, just throw them in Australia. And then from there came the New Zealanders. So yeah, they're rough people.
It's either Lance or Paul.
I think it's Lance.
Talking about Steven Adams.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. It's either Lance or Paul. One more time, please, Brian.
Oh, Australia? Those are some of the roughest people. Well, he's New Zealand or Australia. I think he's a New Zealander, and they're even rougher than the Australians because they're an offshoot of the criminals. Australia was made from the criminals that England tried to get all their criminals and everything, just throw them in Australia. And then from there came the New Zealanders. So yeah, they're rough people.
I was Paul until I thought I heard this. And if I heard this,
I thought you were Lance.
no, I'm saying that's why I went to Lance because I
Oh,
heard
my
it
bad.
on the bench.
That didn't
I
mess
think
up.
I heard it on the bench.
Let's go with Lance then. Let's do it.
Lance again.
Oh, Australia.
Yeah,
Those are some of the roughest
I'm so
people.
good.
Well, he's New Zealand or Australian. I think he's a
I
New
believe he's-
Zealander.
good
And they're
job.
even rougher than
Same
the
thing.
Australians because they're an offshoot of the criminals.
Offshoot of the criminal is my favorite line. That's so good. He made up for the could care less with that one.
That's why I included that one. Offshoot of the criminals was pretty funny. All right, quote 4. And I think it was BS too that they cut into O.J. Simpson in the midst of the NBA Finals. That was ridiculous. He didn't even kill himself. I mean, what were we watching for? Just watching a Ford Bronco drive under the speed limit? What is this, San Antonio?
Got to be Granado.
It sounds too worked up.
Who else was here and knew about what was going on?
I was TikToking the first half of that. Can you repeat it, please?
You did a TikTok in the first half.
I
of that.
wasn't recording one. I was looking at it.
All right. And I think it was BS too that they cut into the O.J. Simpson in the midst of the NBA Finals.
Everybody knows that, though.
That was ridiculous. He didn't even kill himself. I mean, what were we watching for? Just watching a Ford Bronco drive under the speed limit? What is this, San Antonio?
I mean, everybody knows that they cut into the rocket still. Like, it's in every OJ documentary. Like, anybody knows that, I think. I don't think that's an age thing.
I just, my initial thought was John.
He's getting worked up. Does John get that worked up, though?
Sometimes.
All right, go for it. You got the last two right. I'm not going to stand in the way.
And I think it was BS too that they cut into
All right, we got one for the win
in the midst of the NBA Finals. That was ridiculous. He didn't even kill himself.
Sounds a shame that he didn't kill himself.
I think Paul was rooting for it now. All right, quote number 5 for the win. I don't think anyone has ever admitted they're Robin in the history of sports. Because who wants to be Robin? Especially if we're talking about the very, very old version of Robin in the Goofy TV series with Adam West as Batman. No one's ever wanted to be Robin. Robin wears a leotard.
Sounds Lancey again.
Lance or Dell. Could be Paul.
Yeah.
Like, how many people know Adam West did the whatever Batman deal? Like, I wouldn't have been able to go there. I would not have known that.
I think the guys in the morning do.
You think? I'm not sure Granado does.
I think he does.
I think it's Lance, Paul, or Dell.
I heard Lance. One more time, please, Brian.
I don't think anyone has ever admitted they're Robin in the history of sports. Because who wants to be Robin? Especially if we're talking about the very, very old version of Robin and the Goofy TV series with Adam West as Batman. No one's ever wanted to be Robin. Robin wears a leotard.
I think it's either Dell or Lance. I don't know that. I don't think it's Paul.
Okay.
And I know that Dell and Michael talk a lot. They're all about the superhero movies and all that other stuff. I know Lance would know. But when he call him tights, or would he call him leotard?
He said leotard.
I know, but would Lance be more likely to call him tights?
I think Lance has leotard in his repertoire.
I'm just saying, from a quick slang term for what he wore tights. It's kind of like the Breakfast Club quote, but
I'm lost on this one. I have no help.
No help.
Nope. You're on your own.
Okay.
Jeremy's not even supposed to be here today.
Why?
Well, no, he doesn't want to do this segment.
I don't.
He tried to kill it with the filibuster.
I tried. It's
Well,
hard
now
to
you
do.
know that I pulled 2 out of my rear end. Now I'm trying to go for the win to have a good weekend. Lance, one more time.
I don't think anyone has ever admitted they're Robin in the history of sports. Because who wants to be Robin? Especially if we're talking about the very, very old version of Robin in the Goofy TV series with Adam West as Batman. Like, no one's ever wanted to be Robin. Robin wears a leotard.
Missed it.
Yep.
Them's the bricks.
So close, and yet so far away.
What's this Granado thing that happened here, Brian? Somebody called in or what?
Yeah, someone, I'm trying to remember the full reference now. It's been a few days.
Carlos
but someone
Lee
called
era.
and asked him his opinion of what the Astros are currently. And Granado answered they were in their Carlos Lee phase.
Okay. Let's talk about that. Are the Astros in their Carlos Lee era? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Vermont says the San Antonio line is brilliant and true. Gets worked up equals Paul. How old is Dell? Asked B. Hannon. How old do you think Dell is?
I think Dell would have. I think he's got the oldest soul here, but actual age, I'll say 37.
I think he's younger than that. I feel like he's like 32.
No, he's not that young. He's been here forever.
Real? I mean, it's just my guess.
I'm gonna go 42.
Oh no!
You think he's older than me?
I don't think he's over than 40. I don't think he's. I don't think
he's in his 40s.
How can we find this out?
Text him.
Yeah. Would he tell us? He'd probably ignore the text.
I don't think I have his number saved.
I've got his number, but I don't know if he. I think it's a weird thing to ask somebody.
He's not a woman.
Well, I know, but just out of the blue with like no setup, just like, hey man, what's your age?
That's the brilliance of it.
Okay.
Yeah, send him a text, Brian. Or if you don't want to do it, have Ryan do it, like you're doing with all your other work.
For the
wow.
for the bit, I'll send him a text
I do
right
have
now.
his number saved, but
So
I haven't
do it.
I haven't texted him since October 8th, 2021.
Are you still not saving people's numbers?
No, I don't save people's numbers.
Killed
I have
me.
Dell's number saved though.
And you killed me for deleting texts, and you don't save numbers.
He was able to.
I don't delete
to his
text.
argument, he was able to pull the last time he had contact with Dell.
I don't delete text because that's how I save their number. Like I know what to type in to search for the person's number. I don't have like that little the group chat we were talking about yesterday.
Which one?
The work group chat or whatever.
Oh yeah. The one that.
How many people
Sam
are on that
sent to
thing?
us?
Like 9 or 10 people. I only have like 4 of those people saved on my phone. So like I just don't do that. I just don't save people's names. I think he's in his 40s though. I think he's older than we think.
I don't think he's older than 40. I think he's like mid to early 30s.
Okay, we'll find out. Hopefully, if not, see if we can dig up his folder in HR. See if we can find out that way.
Text has been sent.
What did you say?
Hey Dell, what's your age?
Hey Dell.
Sup?
What's your age? They both guess. Want to see who's right.
See if he gets back to us. A Rhino says, "Does Branham have Lance's number saved?" I don't.
You really don't?
No, but I could pull up his number. I could find his number really quick, but I don't have it saved. I don't have Granato's number saved. Well, I guess I did have Dell's number.
Paul and George.
I don't think I have Paul's number saved. I don't have Sam's number saved.
Huh.
I'm not sure. Well, I have Brian's number saved. I don't need to have Brian's number saved though. Like it'd be up there like near the top of my text or whatever. Alex, Joe George needs to 86 this game already. Couldn't agree more. If you want to get rid of this game, call 713-780-ESPN, Alex says. 713-780-3776. You make the call on the fate of who said it. 713-780-3776. A lot of Texans were playing along. Texans are better at this game than we are. Much better at this game than we are.
Should we do a week where we just let the texters play? Just take the first response that you get for each one of these?
I don't care. I don't want to play it anymore.
I think it was well.
It was better with Brendan?
No, I thought it was no, I thought it was better when we would play against the caller.
Yeah, I don't know. The callers are like but they're like hesitating and they're like
That's
waiting
true.
forever.
They don't know.
Like
Yeah. It's kind of like Honey Glazed Branham.
Yeah, it's not.
I think it could be
fluid.
interesting to play against another host, but the only problem is then that limits me now to 3 people to choose from.
Can't do that.
A texter, thank you. I don't get why couldn't care less is so confusing to people. If you could care less, it means you care. Facts. Preach. Start a poll, Branham. Let's get rid of who said it. I might do that. The other phrase that's misused that Blanker said was in intents and purposes.
Yeah, everybody says for all intensive purposes.
That is a bad one.
It's pretty bad.
I mean, there's ones that I say too. I figured out why y'all can't win. Who said it? We won last week. We've won 4 of the last 5 games. No, we did. We won last week.
That's right. There was a controversy on the score, but you still won. That's right.
That's right.
You were trying to say that you lost 3-2 when you really lost 3-1.
Well, I lost 3-2.
I figured out why y'all can't win. Who said it anymore? We won last week. BMax picks his lines based on who you think it would be, but coming from someone else on purpose.
Correct.
Yeah, he said it devalues the game, which I would agree.
Correct, and that is part of the reason why we're constantly reminding Brian just how dirty he is. And
so I write down a clip. I write down a quote. You guys guess who said it? What's dirty about that? I'm not putting the Well, it's a movie, so it has to be Dell reference into your mind.
No, because it's gamesmanship, and they're saying that, and I understand like why you do it. And I'm not even like mad that you do it, but the texter's saying that the gamesmanship involved there devalues the game because now you're kind of tricking who's actually saying it, which kind of diminishes the title of the game. Who said it? Because now you're not really saying like you are still picking hosts who said it, but you're kind of like reaching from things that they wouldn't say, and another host probably would more likely say. Did you get to all that?
I kind of. It was a little TL.
The short version is that's why we call you Bush League.
It was a little TLDR, but no, I get what you're saying, but also
I
like
summed it up nicely.
I mean, I hear what I hear while I'm driving around, and I pull from that. If it happens to be a movie clip, then I pull it.
You summed it up nicely. After you had to
Not
step
a debate.
away last week, my cousin Vinny over here tried to make his case for how it wasn't Bush League and how he didn't cheat or do anything like that. And
my cousin Vinny,
his presentation to the jury
wasn't great.
He had to admit later was
I made
jury
myself
would have
correct.
taken him for fact no matter what he said.
I made myself a correct. To be fair, though, to me, the audio made my case.
To me, from me, with love.
I didn't make my case well, like saying it, but the clips did.
Did it though?
It did. It was clear as day.
Brandon
They
is too
both said it.
cool to save numbers.
No,
I'm not
they
too
didn't.
cool
It
to
was
save.
different.
I'm too lazy to save numbers. Also, I don't like to have my phone on me very much.
I think it's less. I think it's more lazy. What you're or are less lazy than what you're doing, because I mean, by then having to search for them instead of just having their numbers saved or having to do more effort.
In the long run, yeah, but I don't think of it
So
that
it's
way.
not
in
really
the-
lazy.
but in
It's
the
the
re-
opposite.
in real time, well, no, in the real time, it's more procrastination, maybe.
Okay, procrastination, sure, not lazy though.
It's that I don't prioritize it. I don't prioritize it. I look at a text, I
Human
read the
interaction.
text, and then I go do something else. Like I try not to, be on my phone too much. So yeah, that's the reason. The texter that wants the game to be easy probably gives out participation trophies, says Jasper. Okay, Jasper, go tuck your blankets into your mattress, you creep.
Oh, I forgot about that text.
Facts on the game ship on who said it would be better if no chicks were involved. Actually better whenever you get it right. Shows that you all know your peers. Well, I don't listen to any of the shows on the station, so I don't know my peers.
Yeah, the
that
two
well.
of you, Joel is the only one that usually has a chance to have actually heard the clip being that I'm playing.
Takes the kids to school in the morning and listens to some of it.
No, I don't really.
No, he doesn't. He's never heard. Well, actually, I take that back. There was one time I wish I remember the quote it was, but there was one time you heard the actual clip.
Yeah,
Very,
but
very,
Joel
very
has
seldom.
heard 20 or 30 of them.
No, I don't
before,
take the
so
kids
it
to school
tells the
anymore.
comparison.
So I very rarely, and plus I don't want my opinion to be stained. That's really the reason I don't.
Love
listen
of the
to
game,
sports talk.
purity.
I would if I was not a host. Of course, I would listen. But because I'm a host, I don't want my opinions tainted or what's the word I'm
Influence,
looking here?
groupthink.
Influenced. Yeah, that's a good one. If y'all get a hold of Dell, can y'all tell him to stop being cheap? He needs a fence job or at least go 50-50 with his side neighbors. Dang.
Yeah, still no response from Dell.
Wow. He needs a fence
6
job.
minutes in, no response.
Also, I love who said it. One of my favorite segments, says Jasper. Well, you got bad taste. We've already proven that, Jasper. All right, so
I love you, Jasper.
this was a caller the other day to Granado.
Yeah, they called in to John Lance. I think it was Monday or Tuesday, and asked John. I think it was John specifically about his thought of where the current state of the Astros. And this was the interaction.
But hey, John, I'll ask you a real question since you're sober, John, these past few weeks. Like last year, you were super positive with the Astros. I know there was some facetiousness in there, but I'm really nervous. I don't know. I just want to get your actual honest take on the Astros. Do you think there's something that we can do? And then are you thinking that we're going to make a trade? Is Jim the type that might take a couple things out of the farm system and go for it all? Or do you think we just may trade some of our other stars on the team and maybe just kind of full retool? I don't think it would listen. Thanks, guys.
I honestly believe we are in the Carlos Lee era.
Yes, very
This
much
is-
so.
This is meh. It's good enough. It's going to compete for a division title. We're in a limbo kind of area. We're not really good, not really bad. We're meh, and this is where we're going to be all year long.
Cash or trash?
I trash that. I think that, we know the shortcomings of the offense right now. We heard even from Doug Glanville, and I fully believe that Walker and Jordan and Yiner are going to be just fine, and they're going to level back out on the positive side. I think they have more than enough pitching. I would disagree with that. Carlos Lee era, they were worse than that.
So I pulled up the years that Carlos Lee was with the Astros. He was with the Astros starting in 2007, and then he finished with the Astros in 2012. Looks like they traded him in 12. So anyways, in 07, 73 and 89, fourth in the NL Central. In 08, they were 86 and 75, third in the NL Central. 09, they were 74 and 88, fifth in the NL Central. 2010, 76, 86, fourth in the NL Central. 11, 56, 106, dead last in the NL Central. 2012, the year they traded him, 55, 107, sixth in the NL Central.
They're not that bad.
That's worse than meh. Like if they're a meh, they're like an 80, 85 win team. All of those years I just mentioned is bad.
Except for one. Yeah,
Bad, except for one. Except for one. So I think Renato's kind of misremembering the Carlos Lee era a bit because this team's not a 55 win team.
Plus, they kind of admitted that they have a chance to win the division. So you don't have a chance to win a division on those teams you just read.
Maybe he's talking specifically about that 83 win year where they were like, okay, like they were kind of in the race, but not really a team that you took seriously. Like he's probably talking about that one year they went 86 and 75. That's the only year, and that was 08. That's the only year that could be similar to this one. All the other years that Carlos Lee was here, you got to throw out. You got to throw out with the bathwater. Is that the saying?
Baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, throw out the Carlos Lee big old baby out with the bathwater. So 08 would be the only team that could be similar to the 2025 Astros, but I would trash it. I think that does this team win more than 86 games?
I would say no.
You notoriously hate the Astros, though. Infamously hate the Astros.
Sure.
I think it's possible.
I think it's in that range. I do.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's impossible, but gun to my head, I would say no.
I just think that if you think that they have a chance to win the division, then you're not talking about the Carlos Lee era. The highest they finished in all those that you said was third.
Third, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't think that
they're in dead last right now.
Right, but this is right now, and we saw what they did last year too. And I fully believe that they're going to be right in the mix for the division. And I think that they'll still get a wild card if they don't win the division. And I believe that it's too soon to, but I just think from an analogy standpoint, I don't think it's accurate.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it too. And I don't think it's fair to cherry pick that 1 year of the Carlos Lee era either. Like you can't just be like, well, let's just pick his best year and call it the Carlos Lee era. Like to me, you have to take its entirety. In its entirety, they were pretty stinking bad. Like if you average out all those years, they were like 75 wins on average.
And when I think of,
so I would trash it.
When I think of the Carlos Lee era, I just think of a team that never had a chance to actually make the playoffs or do anything, period. And I don't think that way about this team.
Yeah, I would agree. This team has more potential for sure. I mean, you have two horses at the top of the rotation. You have the greatest Astro of all time that, yes, is a little older, but the greatest Astro of all time. And you have Yordan Alvarez. Like, this team has more upside. Now, do they hit the upside? To me, is where the conversation can be had. But more upside for sure. All right, so, like the best offensive player on those teams was Carlos Lee. The best offensive player on the Astros is Yordan Alvarez. Pretty big difference. The best starting pitchers on those teams were who knows who. Like, I don't even remember who were the starters on that team. Like Woody Williams back from the grave. Go Cougs. Wandy probably was, yeah.
Was
like
Wandy still there? Because he was on the World Series team at 05.
I think he was still hanging around, but they probably traded him at the beginning of that.
Pirates.
What year did Oswalt leave?
2008, 2009. Maybe?
So he might have overlapped with Carlos Lee for a year or two, but then they started bringing in like the Brett Myers of the world.
Mm-hmm.
So this team has more upside. Now, do they win more than 86 games? That we'll see. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Astros play the Padres tonight? Did you know that? Mm-hmm. Is he a Padre or is he a former Padre? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Texter asked who made the KFNC Wikipedia. I don't know. I've never heard of this.
Me either.
I just pulled it up. It's got our station, our frequency. It says we're the home of the Dynamo. No.
Nope.
Home of the Space Cowboys? No.
Nope.
Home of the A&M Sports Network? Yes. Yep. Owner David Gow.
Mm-hmm.
First air date 1948
of the station before he
of the satellite. That's a long. They had satellites in 1948. I'm just kidding. That's a long time ago.
It is a long time.
It's got the
Gal bought it when in the 90s.
Technical information. It says
I think 98 is when
the 90s is when they started 1560.
1560. I think it's like 98 maybe.
Sounds right.
Sports format. That was before 2006. Well, that was a different satellite, I think. 1560.
Yeah, we're no longer using that. You're correct.
I think
they bought 97.5 from another group in the 2000s, and that merged for a while, and now we're the 97.5 part.
It says I think it's this specific satellite. Now it does have our programming right on weekdays. The Bench with John Granado and Lance Erline. Lance Erline has his own wiki page. Let's click on that. Starts off the day from 7 to 8. The Del Olaleye Show is on from 10 to noon. Paul Gallant and Joe George host from 12 to 3. So that's wrong.
A little outdated.
And the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham is on from 3 to 6. ESPN Radio is broadcast over 9 weekends. So that's mostly accurate. It's not the worst. Right, yeah. Lance's Wikipedia. Lance is a sports analyst and commentator. He has hosted sports talk shows on KILT 610, KBME 790, and KGAL 1560, and KFNC 97.5. Went to Lamar Consolidated, attended Tulane.
He did. That's
yep,
true.
That's correct.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
After college, Lance created Pigskin Sports.
Was that his fantasy football stuff?
Sports analysis company. And then it began to appear on radio stations around the country, including Houston, Baton Rouge, and Miami. A weekly football expert on Prime Sports Radio. He began his career on 16 on a weekend show called Fast Break with Nate, along with his partner, Nate Griffin.
Wow.
Really?
Wow. So
that's
Lance,
an interesting note if true.
Fast Break with Nate Griffin, and Lance Erline. Shortly thereafter, he joined Granado in 1997 to create The Bench. Was that, they called it The Bench back then?
I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know.
I don't remember that. I thought it was always.
I thought it was something like Off the Bench, not The Bench. I'm not 100%.
They were here.
Top-rated sports talk show in Houston for the better part of a decade. After a falling out with management, he and his co-host, John Granado, created a new station, KGAL.
Accurate.
In 2008, the morning drive time team was voted the best talk radio by the Houston Press, now Hall of Famers.
That's right.
Houston Chronicle, blogger, NFL work, 5 children. Lance's father, Larry, served in the Vietnam War. Thank you for your service, Coach Zerline. That's it. That's Lance's page. Who do you think created Lance's Wikipedia page? And why doesn't Granado
Snacks,
have one?
Maybe.
Real?
How come Granado doesn't have a wiki and Lance does?
I don't know if Granado wants all his business out there.
Would you say Lance is more popular than Granado?
No.
I would not.
I mean, Lance has kind of been national.
Well, I guess it depends on how you frame the question. With our audience, I would say Granado, but Lance would probably be more well-known nationally.
I don't know. I think they're tied locally.
I think, locally, I think it's John above Lance. Nationally, it's Lance because of NFL.com.
I would agree. Not that it's,
and NFL Network.
It's not a landslide in John's favor by any means, but I would go slightly in John.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Who's more popular, John or Lance? 713-780-3776.
Let's put them against each other.
You got no response from Dell?
No response
he's
from
not
Dell.
Responding.
No, he's not responding.
I wish y'all would speak of college baseball more. Houston's beating Oklahoma State right now, 5-4, bottom of the 6th.
No?
In my kung fu voice, who do I challenge the Killer Bees? You or you in a game of Who Said It? Yeah, me in a game of Who Said It. It would be the way to go. John went to the Oscars, says a texture. That's a good point.
Yeah, we saw him.
John did go to the Oscars. All right, is he a Padre or is he a former Padre? You ready? Everybody's favorite. This is way better than Who Said It. Way better. Jose Iglesias.
Padre.
Well, you got to say former past, right?
Yeah, well, he meant
current.
Yeah,
Current.
he
Okay.
said Padres.
Padre.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah,
And
you
Brian,
did, but
Well, I
Brian.
mean,
Brian's not on our level.
If he answers Padre, he can be right either way.
He would not have said Padre for a former
wouldn't. I
Padre.
would've
He would have
said
said former Padre. Come on, you nitpicker.
he's
Come
just
on. We don't nitpick
trying
around
to get
here.
through the weekend, Brian.
We don't need on every single point. We don't do that around here.
do-
We don't
that's-
nitpick and micromanage and all that. We don't do that.
I have to
on
ask
the Killer
Howard B
Bees.
if he agrees with that assessment.
We don't undermine each other at all.
All right. You know what? I'll copy Joel and I'll say Padre.
You're right. His first year of the Padres, good year last year with the Mets. Next on the list.
Singer.
That's
Yeah.
Enrique.
No, this is the guy that had the song that they held the sign up for
Was
the
that
dugout
him?
last year. Yeah.
I didn't realize that was him. Luis Salazar.
Former.
I'm going to copy Brian, and I'm going to say former.
1980 to 1987. Tyler Wade.
I'm going to say former.
Former.
Backup infielder. He's a current Padre.
Ah.
Oscar Gonzalez.
Man, I have yet to hear really any of these guys. I'll
You
say
don't know ball.
I'll say former.
Agreed.
He's a current outfielder for the San Diego Padres. Kyle Hart.
Former.
Former.
Kyle Hart's starting tonight.
I think this is the worst we've ever done, Joel.
I think
this
you're
game.
right.
We do
Because
not
I didn't know
our-
we were playing this game again this year.
We don't know our Padres.
I have a lot more, but we're not topping that.
No, we
We're-
can't.
We got.
We went 3 in a row on formers and got 3 current, including the starting pitcher.
No, like I have Everett Cabrera, Randy Vasquez, Trent Grisham, Terry Kennedy, Randy Reddy, which is a great name, Kevin
Ooh, former
McReynolds,
Brewer.
Jeremy Estrada, Will Venable, Logan Gillespie. But y'all just said tonight's starter was a former Padre,
Accurate.
and we're leaving it at that.
Accurate.
We're leaving it at that.
I don't know if you could tell my strategy, but I was just going to say the same as Joel until I actually knew one. That way I
Remember,
could
Randy Reddy was a former Brewer.
That way I
so
could
that's a
Was
far,
he?
fall too
What
far
a great name that was. I've never heard of Randy Reddy before today, but what a great name. Randy Reddy. Isn't that good? That's
Yeah.
like an
Was he a
all-time name.
reliever?
No, I think he was an infielder.
Oh,
He
that'd
wasn't
be great if
infielder.
he was a
He wasn't
reliever.
infielder, but he should have been a reliever. Yeah.
Well, he was trash.
No, because he was ready.
Great. Yeah, the last name.
Why are you shaking your head?
Because it was a terrible joke. You know why I'm
No,
shaking
it
my
wasn't
head.
because if you say it's a great name for baseball,
What does that name fit best? It
pitcher
fits a
always says, "Yeah,
reliever.
you ready? Let's go. Go get out there, throw some strikes."
Was that a good joke? 713-780-3776. Remember Benito Santiago
Yeah, I did
hosing
the-
base stealers from his knees for the Padres? Here's how much of a nerd I am. I have a time or two have watched YouTube highlights on Benito Santiago
Doing the
throwing
splits.
base runners out.
Catching.
That dude is nasty. He might have been the best at holding runners the whole run game as a catcher that I've ever seen. He was unbelievable.
Yadier was pretty good.
He was very
his
good
prime.
too. But you know what, Yadier, the reason that I gravitate towards Benito is because he had more flair doing it.
Oh,
Like
no
he had
doubt.
flair.
With no one on
behind the
base, he
dish.
caught doing the splits.
Yeah, he was nuts,
Yep.
man. Like he had a lot of flair behind. Like Yadier might have been better, probably was better. Pudge was pretty good in his early days. I'm
Yep.
sure Johnny Bench was great. I'm sure Yogi Berra once upon a time. But Benito Santiago with his flair, he was fun to watch.
He was the first guy to really be that kind of a showman behind the dish.
He was. I'm going to go watch Benito
Because
Santiago highlights
Tony
tonight.
Eusebio used to try and do the splits thing, or like he would get down, when no one was on
Yeah.
base. But the way Santiago was able to do it with guys on base and still like throw guys out was ridiculous.
My wife's gonna, ask me tonight. You want to watch a movie, have a glass of wine? Nah. I got Benito Santiago highlights to watch, sweetie. We'll get back to that later. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What worries you most with the Warriors? What are the X factors in this series? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Right now, a word for Allstate Siding and Windows. Go to allstatesidingandwindows.com right now because they are the best in the business, and they're always looking for ways to help Houstonians out. Been in business for almost 50 years, family-owned and operated the entire time. They are here to serve you and to take care of you, and they do it in a variety of ways. Right now, they've got deals on their siding and their windows, $2,500 off a siding job, 30% off windows, and you can get more. If you mention me, and you mentioned you heard it on ESPN 97.5, Mary and the crew are going to actually give you a little added discount because you listen to us and you want to work with them.
They are so good at what they do, though. And the fantastic thing is they do free, no obligation to come out and give you an estimate. They're going to come out and tell you about all the products. They're going to look at your house. They're going to realize when it was built, and then they're going to look at the style and the architecture, and they're going to make suggestions. You don't have to go with what they say, but they're really good at knowing what your house could really need in terms of the products that they offer. AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com is the place to go. You go there, you look at all their products, and you can get that free no obligation inspection to get their suggestions no matter what. We did it with windows about a little over a year ago, and my wife and I couldn't be happier with the fact that the curb appeal went way up because the windows really kind of modernized the house. But the fact is our energy bills went way down. That they are great at protecting the content, starting with your family and everything you got inside your house. And it keeps you on top of everything with the elements. Great for hurricane season, but also keeping that cool air in the summer and the occasional times you need to keep that warm air in the winter. Check them out today and tell them I sent you by. They are absolutely fantastic. And when you do, you probably get a little extra discount if you actually do business with them. AllStateSidingAndWindows.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Texter says, who said it is way better than this segment? You can't text us the rest of the week. You're banned. Granado and Lance are 1A, 1B interchangeably. Ryan, that's a good way of putting that. That's very political. Yeah. Jasper, who's more popular, Blankers or Branham?
You probably.
I mean, I am a social media influencer. I do dabble on the TikTok. I have 25 followers on TikTok. So
just throw this crap out there to get
personality.
clicks.
Creator, influencer, social media star, the Jay Brizzler. I mean, I don't know.
Cougs.
I don't know. Probably blankers. Probably blankers. Have to get a shout out to Tony Gwynn of the Padres. Well, yeah, rest in peace.
Yep.
He was the head coach at San Diego State baseball.
Sure was.
I interviewed him actually for a pregame interview. I don't know why I was doing it, but I was. And Steven Strasburg pitched that game. He was at San Diego State.
He was also a starting point guard on their basketball team. When
Steven Strasburg? No way.
Tony Gwynn when he played at San Diego State.
Yeah, he was a baller, that Tony Gwynn. He was
he
really
had
good.
a very unique voice when he was talking about hitting, but boy, did he know how to talk about hitting.
I don't know if I want to say my Tony Gwynn take.
Oh, yeah. You've told me.
Why not? It's Friday. It's late in the show. I think Tony Gwynn was an overrated offensive player. I think he was elite at touching the baseball. I think Tony Gwynn is overrated as an offensive player. Would you rather have Tony Gwynn or Jeff Bagwell? Not running your team, but playing on your baseball team.
I don't think he's overrated as an offensive baseball player. I think he was a phenomenal hitter.
Okay, but would you take Tony Gwynn or Jeff Bagwell?
For the totality of their career?
Because I think if you ask this nationally, everybody like, Tony Gwynn, easy. Tony Gwynn, easy. Tony Gwynn, easy. Give me Jeff Bagwell. Jeff Bagwell had a 948 career OPS. It was 100 points higher than Tony Gwynn. But you wouldn't be like, well, Jeff Bagwell was a better offensive player than Tony Gwynn. Listen to me. I'm saying offensive player, not hitter. Because Tony Gwynn was elite bat to ball. I'm not taking that away from him. He was elite bat to ball. One of the best to ever do it, bat to ball. But as an offensive power, he hit a lot of singles. He never walked. He was overrated as an offensive player. Not bat to ball, not contact, not batting average. He's properly rated there. But we overrate him as an offensive player, offensive force.
It kind of sounds like you're saying he's Luis Ariz, but just way better at those skills.
I didn't say Luis Ariz. That would be unfair of him.
That would be the knock on Luis Ariz, though, wouldn't it?
Sure, but you're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying Tony Gwynn is the greatest contact hitter of all time.
Right,
we would not say that about Luis Ariz. Luis Ariz is not on a Hall of Fame track.
Well, I said a supersized version of Luis Ariz.
I am not going to allow you to put Luis Ariz and Tony Gwynn into my mouth calling them comps. I will not allow that.
You just said it.
No, it did not. I said I will not allow them being the same.
Have you seen some of the stats you see on Tony Gwynn sometimes are crazy? Like this one came out when Devers got off to a slow start to start the season. So in 1995, Tony Gwynn had 15 strikeouts and 585 at-bats. This year, Rafael Devers had 15 strikeouts and 19 at-bats.
It's insane. Like
his bat-to-ball skill, like you said,
skills, maybe the greatest in the history of the game.
You're right, because they randomly tweet him out from time to time where they're like, Tony Gwynn would have to strike out for how many? I mean, like this massive amount of times to even come close to what some of these guys are striking out in a season now because of the fact that he just didn't strike out.
Unbelievable. But does that make you an offensive force because you're really good at touching the baseball?
He's a great offensive player. He wasn't a power hitter.
That's why I think he's overrated as an all-time great offensive player. I think we look at him, he's one of the top 50 greatest offensive players of all time. No, he's not.
I just think that people's perception of him is he's one of the greatest just hitters because Pete Rose didn't hit a ton for power either, but those two guys got base hits in their sleep.
I wouldn't argue with that. I do think he's one of the greatest contact hitters of all time. Like I wouldn't argue that. I mean, he had a 340 career batting average. Like, yes, he was one of the greatest batting average contact hitters of all time. But as a pure offensive weapon, I think we overrate Tony Gwynn. I think we overrate him. Like Jeff Bagwell has a career OPS 100 points higher than Tony Gwynn.
Yeah.
100 points higher.
I guess
100. And no one would say nationally that Jeff Bagwell was a better offensive player than Tony Gwynn. No one would. But you have to think that if he has 100 points higher.
No, I agree.
The cavernous Astrodome.
I would take Bagwell as an overall offensive player over Gwynn, but I guess I just haven't heard the same arguments you've heard. Like when I hear people talking about Tony Gwynn, it's always through the lens of greatest contact hitter of all time. Elite bat-to-ball skills, the guy gets on base, rolls out of bed and gets on base. It was never like he's the greatest offensive player of his era.
Are you freaking crazy? 6 question marks, winning a landslide over Bagwell. How are you taking a guy 100 points less career OPS over Bagwell? How could you do that? Like, you were making an uneducated decision by doing that. Because if I give you 9 guys in a lineup that have an 847 OPS, and I give you 9 guys in a lineup with a 948 OPS, which team's scoring more runs?
But
Which team is scoring more runs?
You know the answer to the question.
Yes.
What they're saying is that, like,
no, this texter said Gwynn in a landslide over Bagwell, verbatim.
Right, because I think they're thinking about it like we said, like just get on base, not necessarily be the guy that drive everybody in, just be the guy that sets the table, that's constantly on base, that's constantly, doing what he did, which is not be a power hitter, but be a way above average hitter that gets on base a lot.
I mean, the text says that he would take Gwynn over Bagwell.
Right.
And I think that that's lunacy.
Okay.
Your bias is leaking, J-Bone. See, here we go. Well, back then they played small ball. I mean, Bagwell and Gwynn played very much in the same era. Gwynn was up at 82, like way before Bagwell, but he played through 2001. Like, they overlapped a lot. Bagwell's final year was 2005. So they played in the same era. 75, eye test, J-Bone. OPS is stupid. See, I told you I was going to fire some people up with this take. I was hesitant to do it. Bagwell hit more power, but made a humongous higher percentage of making outs when he's in RBI situations. I would have to go check on that. Like, what is their career splits with runners in scoring position? Gwynn would have a better average. I bet you Bagwell has a better OPS.
What was Baggy's career batting average?
297.
That's not bad.
No, it was pretty dang good.
Yeah.
Pretty dang good. But I'm not picking a guy based on batting average.
No, I'm just asking because I know that Tony Gwynn was like like you said, 340
yeah,
plus.
I mean, elite contact, elite batting average guy. I'm not arguing that. But I mean, look at the text line. The text line's calling me crazy as I hit my face with the microphone, calling me crazy for taking the guy who had 100 points better in OPS. How is that crazy?
We haven't even mentioned this side of it, but Bagwell was also a Gold Glove defender.
I wanted to speak strictly offense because
I know.
I think it's unfair to compare a first baseman, right fielder, and like Tony Gwynn was fine early in his year out. He was an underrated athlete, like Blankers was saying, and early in his career he was fine right fielder, was a fine base runner.
Well, speaking of underrated, Bagwell was also an underrated player on the base pass. He had, I think, a couple seasons with 30 steals, and we know how some people would time him. From I think someone timed him once where he's second to home was as fast as Biggio was, who was obviously 30 pounds lighter.
I feel like it's very irrelevant to this conversation.
Well, no, it's talking about the overall skill set of the player. Bagwell was an elite base runner and elite defender.
I mean, he was, but I was talking strictly offense. Give me 9 Jeff Bagwells over 9 Tony Gwynns, and my team's going to score more runs than your team. And I think I don't think you can argue it. I don't think you can argue that. Bagwell, in fact, who made less outs? Like the text just said, who made less outs? How can we define who made less outs? On base percentage? Isn't on base percentage the name of the game? You get out less if you're getting on base, right?
But wouldn't
Gwynns wasn't higher?
No, on base percentage is a far better indicator of making outs less than batting average because you're completely eliminating walks when you're talking about.
I'm just saying stats that can try and pinpoint it.
I mean, it's on base
strikeouts and
whose was better?
Bagwell. Bagwell had a 408 career on base percentage. Tony Gwynn was 388. Bagwell was 20 points higher in career on base percentage. So Bagwell got out less often than Tony Gwynn got out.
So it's 4 what to 388?
408 to 388.
That's within. Okay, I'm going to say something that's completely in the face of analytics. So I know I'm about to get killed for it. But to me, with a margin that close, I would rather have the guy that's getting the singles than the walks. To me, a single is more valuable than a walk. I know people will say a walk is just as valuable. I disagree with that take because a walk, unless the bases are loaded, can't drive in a run. So if the margin's that close, I would take the guy that's actually getting the hits.
I agree with half of your take. I do think that a single is greater than a walk for the very reason you said. Like you can go first, third. You can score a run.
You can score a run from second.
Completely agree with you. A 20-point gap is not small.
Okay.
It's not small. 408 to 388 over the course of their entire careers isn't a small gap. Also, you want to go homers?
Well, yeah, 449 to I don't even know
135.
135.
It's like, do you want a single or do you want a homer? So you're talking like, well, base hit can score a run where a walk cannot. What can home runs do to you? I mean, Jeff Bagwell is very easily the better offensive. It's not even for debate.
No, I was agree with that. I'm just making the case.
I was arguing with the texters. Tony was a 15-time All-Star. Cool. Awesome. That's fantastic. All-Star games are not an indicator of your greatness. And he had, I mean, Tony Gwynn did have a longer career. Like, that is absolutely fact. Like, Gwynn played 2,400 games. Bagwell played 2,100 games.
Yeah, Bagwell's shoulder fell apart.
His shoulder fell apart. But the All-Star games aren't an indicator of who's a better offensive player. They put Miguel Cabrera and Albert Pujols in an All-Star game because they were legends of the game.
True. Jason Castro made an All-Star game because they were required to put an
one
Astro
from each
in.
team. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying. Like, it sounds like I'm poo-pooing.
I think
on Tony
Wandy
Gwynn,
did too.
He made
Yeah,
like
there
I
was
think.
1 year.
I think
There
he made
was a
one.
stretch of time where they were required to put at least one
Yep.
player in from every team, so you have a bunch of randos get into the game.
Yeah, I just wanted to irritate everybody, get everybody riled up on a good Friday. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Car wrecks of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, look, it's tax season. You got your taxes in. If you get a refund back, you want to do something for yourself, get your hair back. Get your hair back with Doc Linville. He does so many things so well right here in the medical center. He does Botox, plastic surgery, spot treatments. But the one thing that I'm personally familiar with is the fact that he does the NeoGraft procedure and he does PRP treatments, which both get your hair back or keep and strengthen the hair that you have. It is a phenomenal procedure. Both of them work. I've done both of them. And you can get a free consultation with Doc and his staff to find out if it might be something you can do too, for just going to 975hair.com. People off the street that want that consultation pay $150. You get it for free. No commitment, no signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket. Just you talking to Doc's staff about how the procedure works, seeing befores and afters, explaining everything to you so you have all the information so you can make an educated decision on whether you might want to do it or not. I did both, like I said. Both work unbelievably well, and I got my hair back. I had a forehead that had turned into an 8-head. I got my hair back in front thanks to Doc Linville. You can do the exact same thing. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com. Sign up for that free consultation and tell them I sent you by.
Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day?
Mine's Jazz Chisholm. Jazz Chisholm, who got extremely agitated last night because of a strikeout that he was called out on that wasn't a strike, but he took it a little too far. He got tossed. And then after the game went to Twitter, which is a no-no. And so not only did he get tossed and fined and all those things, but he now has gotten suspended for a game because he went onto Twitter to chastise umpires, which you're not allowed to do.
I don't think it's going on Twitter what got him in trouble.
What?
I think
what he said.
It's what he said on Twitter, I think, is what got him
Well,
in
you're not
trouble.
allowed to. You're not allowed to. The exact rule says you're not allowed to go on social media and display or transmit content that questions the impartiality of otherwise degenerates an umpire.
Yeah, I think he can go on Twitter. He just can't
that's what
chastise
I'm
the
saying.
umpires.
Yeah, he went off on the umpire
You can't
on
go
Twitter.
bend to bows.
Yeah.
Then he deleted it, and it was too late because someone caught it.
I got sniped on both of mine. You just stole my Jazz, and Brian's about to steal my other one. And I'll let him have it because I'm a good friend. I'm a good guy. So I'll just nominate all the Gwyn truthers on the text line.
Tony, yeah, the ones you definitely riled them up.
Yeah. Oso said that Bagwell career WAR 79.9, Gwyn career WAR 69.1. I didn't want to go WAR because we were talking specifically offense. Then a texter said Gwyn was a great fat singles hitter. Late in his career. Early in his career, he had some athleticism.
Yeah, he wasn't hefty early.
In his 20s, he was pretty athletic.
Carried that weight pretty well.
He did. He moved around pretty good.
So Haley Joel Osment, star of The Sixth Sense, if you'll remember. I'm sure he's been in other things, but I don't really know his resume that well. Got drunk at a ski lift, also had some cocaine in the system to the point where he tried to get on a ski lift with no snowboard, no skis, his helmet on backwards. This obviously alerted people. They tried to take him away. He argued with them, argued with the cops, and it escalated to a point where you're for the back and forth you're about to hear while he's in the back of the cop car, where he throws some kind of heavy allegations toward the cops doing their job.
I've been kidnapped by a Nazi.
Whoa.
I know. You got about 10 minutes and we'll get you out of the cuffs. You wish you treated me nicer.
Sheesh.
You're going to regret this.
You're going to regret this. You're going to wish you treated me nicer. I mean, the whole time the cops are on body cam, so you can see what the interactions are. And they do stargaze a little bit. They're like, hey, do you see who that was? But they weren't like roughing him up. I mean, they helped him in the cop car. They put a seatbelt on for him, but he's drunk. He's got cocaine in the system, and he's calling them effing Nazis.
Sheesh.
Yeah. I don't know what the joke is here with I see dead people. I'm not going to come up with it on the fly, but
did this happen in California?
I don't know.
I think it was in California. I thought all this stuff was legal in California.
Cocaine?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
If it's not legal there, where is it legal?
I'll check their state constitution, but I don't think it is.
I thought you could do anything there.
No. That's New York.
Skiing
you can do
in
anything
California
in New York.
now?
Yeah, up in the mountains. Plus, so all these places have artificial snow. Can't you do that these days?
Probably. I would have guessed as it was in Colorado or Wyoming.
Or Utah.
I thought it was in California. I read this story. I thought it was in
could have
California.
been. I didn't see that part of the story.
Yeah, I thought it was in California. Texture wants to nominate Israel for saying that Cam Smith was a throw-in for the Kyle Tucker
That's a
trade.
good one. That's a very good one.
I like Israel, though. I got an Israel bias.
Coochie.
Alex nominates Brian.
For what?
Continuing to play Who Said It.
Oh, okay.
It's a pretty good nomination.
It felt like most of the texts you read were pro Who Said It, though.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah. I say good things about our texters, and then they do that. They go and do that. It's brutal. All right. You have good Easter plans coming up? What are y'all going to do?
The kids. We always do the Easter egg hunt for the kids, and then we have brunch, and so they're looking forward to that. Fort Bend with more freaking school days off, too. Off Monday. Coming off a Good Friday.
What's Easter
what are we
Monday?
doing?
Easter Monday.
Easter Monday.
What's on the menu?
Easter Monday.
The
We
brunch
never
menu.
had Easter Monday.
Yeah, but you walked uphill both ways in snow.
Okay. In snow, barefoot, right?
What's on the menu?
I don't know.
We have a little crawfish bowl tomorrow. Then Antoinette's
for Easter
on Sunday. Yeah. You mean for Easter? For any day?
I'm asking.
Brian,
you're
you got
out
some
of
good
time to
plans?
go back and hit
I'm
today.
just asking.
Any good plans, Brian?
I mean, same as Joel, dude. Easter egg hunt for my daughter, but other than that, not really.
All right, there you go. Hope all of y'all have a great Easter and enjoy your Easter Monday. We'll be back on Easter Monday. Does it for us. Thanks to Ryan doing all the work. Brian just kind of hung out. He's Blank on Brad, and we'll talk to you next week. Aggie baseball against number 2 Arkansas coming up next on ESPN 97.5.